Spread your legs and place them on the petals, the doctor's cold voice echoed in Shin Shuling's ears. She slowly opened her eyes. The bright surgical light made her dizzy, and her whole body felt cold. The smell of disinfectant filled the air. Wait, hadn't she been killed by her cousin's family in Hong Kong? Miss, stop daydreaming. Put your legs on the petals. You've already paid for the procedure, so don't waste time, the masked female doctor said impatiently, looking at Shin Shuling lying on the operating table. This woman was really determined, married, yet secretly coming to an unlicensed clinic for an abortion. At that time, such procedures were not allowed without official approval. The moment Shin Shuling heard the word abortion, her foggy mind suddenly cleared. She sat up straight from the operating table. She looked around the room. It was exactly the same as the one from her previous life. In that life, before going to Hong Kong, the situation in the mainland had already become tense. Her cousin's family had tricked her, saying that her husband, Gu Ma-jin, had died during a mission. They persuaded her to end her pregnancy, and her cousin even stole the jade pendant her mother had left her. After that, she withdrew the money her father had saved for her, a sum enough for a lifetime, and followed her cousin's family to Hong Kong. Within just a year, they took all her assets, threw her out when she became weak, and she eventually died of hunger on the streets. After her death, her spirit floated above and she finally realized that the world she lived in was actually a novel. Her cousin, Shen Shui, was someone who had entered the story from another world, while she herself was the original heroine. Using her knowledge of the story, Shen Shui stole her jade pendant, activated a mysterious space, and quickly rose to success in Hong Kong. With Shen Shuling's money, Shen Shui entered the entertainment industry. During filming, she caught the attention of a local gang, but was saved by one of the 3 influential young men of Hong Kong. They fell in love, and that became the start of her fame as both an actress and a businesswoman. Meanwhile, Gu Ma-jin, Shin Shuling's husband, whom Shen Shui had claimed was dead, rushed to Hong Kong a few months later to find her, only to discover she was gone. In the story, Gu Ma-jin was a serious and stoic military officer. After learning that his wife had supposedly abandoned him, he didn't show much emotion, but he never remarried for the rest of his life. No one knew what he was thinking, except Shin Shuling, who had become a soul. As her memories returned, Shin Shuling looked at the female doctor in front of her, who was wearing a mask and frowning. She spoke firmly, "Doctor, I won't end the pregnancy. I want to keep this child." In this new life, she wanted to live well with her baby. She would make the Shin family pay for what they had done and take back what belonged to her. Then, she would take her child to find Gu Ma-jin, who was serving in the army. "You're not ending it? You've already paid the surgery fee. Are you sure?" The doctor was surprised and asked again. The young woman in front of her looked about 20, pale but beautiful. When she first came to her, the doctor had thought she was being too harsh. The baby was already more than 4 months along, and she was a married woman. How could she give up such a precious life? Besides, from her clothes, she didn't seem like someone who couldn't raise a child. Shin Shuling gently touched her flat stomach, her expression softening. A faint smile appeared on her lips as she nodded. "Doctor, I've made up my mind. I won't end this pregnancy, no matter what happens." Warm feelings rose in her heart. In her past life, after losing this child, she had become fragile and full of sorrow. The medical procedure back then had been rough, leaving her with lasting pain. She hadn't taken proper care of herself afterward and had traveled to Hong Kong while still weak. By the time she arrived, she was exhausted and filled with guilt and regret, crying almost every day. Seeing her genuine regret, the doctor's frown eased and her tone softened. "Every child is a little angel. If there are problems between you and your husband, talk them through. There's no need to make such a decision in secret. It's good that you've changed your mind now." The doctor kept talking as she handed Shin Shuling her clothes and bag, signaling her to change out of the hospital gown. It was a small clinic, and she could leave any time. Shin Shuling obediently went behind the curtain to change. When she came out, her face was filled with relief and quiet joy. Her baby was still with her, and her husband was safe in the Northwest. Everything could still be made right. After living through her previous life, she knew that Gumajin was the only person she could truly trust. Although they hadn't spent much time together, he was a man of responsibility and integrity. Their engagement had been arranged while her father was still alive. Back then, when Father Shin went to the capital, he had saved Father Gu, who was seriously injured. Father Shin had great foresight. Even though the political unrest was nearing its end, the situation was still unstable. He admired Father Gu's resilience and background and decided to use this life-saving favor to form a marriage alliance. "Thank you, Doctor," Shin Shuling said sincerely. In her previous life, this same doctor had asked her if she was truly sure about her decision, giving her a chance to reconsider. Unfortunately, she had been deceived by Shen Shue's family and, despite her hesitation, still chose to end her pregnancy. The doctor shook her head. "Go home and rest well. If there's something wrong, talk it out with your husband. There's no need to make things worse." Having worked in medicine for many years, she had seen many women make impulsive decisions out of anger, and every one of them regretted it later. Before the procedure, Shin Shuling had only said that there were problems at home. The doctor naturally assumed she had quarreled with her husband and was acting out of frustration. Now that Shin Shuling had changed her mind, the doctor felt relieved. If not for her own financial troubles, she would never have taken such risky and morally troubling work in a small private clinic. Shin Shuling pushed open the door of the operating room and walked out quickly. Shin Shue, who had been waiting outside, immediately looked up. "Shuling, how did it go? Is everything taken care of?" As she spoke, Shin Shue glanced toward the half-open door, but she couldn't see anything inside. Something felt wrong. The procedure had taken too little time, and she hadn't heard any sound from inside. Normally, it shouldn't have been that quiet. The lights in the hallway flickered, making the long corridor seem dim and eerie. Shin Shuling kept walking forward, her palms damp with sweat. This cold, shadowy hallway had haunted her dreams countless times. Seeing how quickly she was walking, Shin Shue's suspicion turned into unease. She couldn't help but ask anxiously, "Shuling, why was it over so fast? It hasn't even been half an hour. What's going on? Did you really go through with it or not? If we don't take care of things in Harbor City, they won't accept us. We can't let your problem delay the whole family. Say something, will you?" As those words fell, the two of them walked through the hallway and out of the clinic into a narrow alley. It was evening. The sun was sinking, and the sky was turning dark. Shin Shuling looked at the fading light, finally feeling the heavy pressure from the clinic lift from her chest. She turned to Shin Shue, who was frowning beside her, and suddenly raised her hand and slapped her hard. A sharp, clear sound echoed in the air. Dear readers, this story takes place in a fictional world. Some details may differ from reality, so please just enjoy the story. Red Heart. Cousin, please stop talking. Please. After slapping Shin Shue, Shin Shuling muttered softly, looking as if she was on the verge of breaking down. Shin Shue's head turned from her mind blank with shock. She had never expected the usually gentle Shin Shuling to suddenly hit her. Slap, slap, slap. Before Shin Shue could react, Shin Shuling struck her several more times. The sharp sounds echoed through the narrow alley, unnoticed by anyone passing by. Shin Shue's face quickly turned red and swollen, her braids messy, and her ears ringing. Those slaps carried all of Shin Shuling's anger, marks that wouldn't fade for days. Without another word, Shin Shuling grabbed a cream-colored imported bicycle parked nearby and rode away quickly. It was the same bike they had ridden there. The bicycle belonged to Shin Shuling, bought for her by Uncle Zeng from the black market for 500 yuan. It was said that fewer than 1,000 of these existed in the whole country. The embossed crown logo on the handlebars gleamed brightly, something Shin Shue had admired for a long time. Among the heavy, old-fashioned bikes, this one looked especially elegant. The small clinic was far from the Shin family home. Now that Shin Shuling had taken the bike, Shin Shue had no choice but to walk back. The jade pendant locked in the family safe would remain untouched. Thinking of this, Shin Shuling's lips curved into a faint smile. The evening breeze lifted her long curls, filling her with a sense of renewal and hope. By the time Shin Shui recovered from the pain and ringing in her ears, all she could see was Shin Shuling's thin figure riding away down the dim alley. She held her face, stomped her foot, and said angrily, "Shin Shuling, just you wait. How dare she treat her like that? Once she got the jade pendant and the money, she would make sure to get her revenge." After venting her anger, Shin Shui looked at the sky and decided to go into the clinic herself. The strength of Shin Shuling's slap made her wonder if the woman had really gone through with the procedure. She had to go in and make sure. Shin Shui walked back into the clinic. It was quiet and empty. The light hanging from the ceiling was dim, and the air was filled with a sharp smell of disinfectant. The hallway leading to the operating room looked especially dark and damp, with moss growing along the bottom of the walls. Shin Shui swallowed nervously. The place made her want to turn and run. She had asked Zhou Xiangyang to find this small clinic for her. It was said that many women came here for private medical procedures. Some nurses and doctors from regular hospitals, short on money, would come here to take extra work. These small clinics had become common in recent years. One would be shut down, and soon another would appear. In the end, Shin Shui forced herself to walk toward the hallway. Just then, she bumped into Chun Mei, who had changed out of her white coat and was hurrying out of the operating room with her bag. Chun Mei was wearing a blue short-sleeved shirt and matching work pants. Her cheekbones were slightly high, giving her a sharp and capable look. "Doctor," Shin Shui called out instinctively, feeling that the woman looked familiar. Chun Mei stopped and recognized the young woman in the dress. It was the one who had come with Shin Shuling earlier. She hadn't expected her to still be here. Frowning slightly, she regretted taking off her mask. "What is it?" she asked. Chun Mei was an obstetrician at the city hospital. She rarely took private jobs like this, but her family needed money, so she had agreed to do it once or twice. Hearing her response, Shin Shui realized this must be the doctor who had just treated Shin Shuling. She quickly asked, "Doctor, did you just perform a procedure for a young woman?" There had only been one patient that afternoon, Shin Shuling, so both of them knew exactly who she was talking about. Chun Mei grew cautious. "Was this woman here to ask for a refund?" She said coldly, "The money has already been paid. Even if the surgery wasn't done, it can't be refunded." Compared to doing something against her conscience, she felt more at ease keeping the surgery fee. Hearing this, Shin Shui's heart tightened. She quickly said, "What do you mean the surgery wasn't done? The money's been paid, so how can it not be done? How can you be such an irresponsible doctor?" She was furious. How could the doctor take the money and not do the job? If Shin Shuling hadn't gone through with the procedure, what if she changed her mind later or secretly sent a message to the Northwest? The reason Shin Shui had insisted on taking Shin Shuling for the operation before leaving for Hong Kong was to make her completely give up on Gu Majin and be fully under her control. After all, according to the story, Shin Shuling and Gu Majin were the main couple. For the sake of wealth and a precious jade pendant, Shin Shui had to use extreme methods to separate them. But she hadn't expected the story's influence to be so strong. Even after bringing Shin Shuling to the clinic, she still hadn't managed to make things go as planned. A flash of coldness passed through Shin Shui's eyes. "What are you talking about, young lady? If you hadn't kept pushing her to do this, would she have come here at all? Doing such heartless things. Aren't you afraid of the consequences? Go on, leave now, I'm closing up," Chun Mei said with disdain, starting to drive her out. The quiet-looking girl in front of her clearly had bad intentions. Chun Mei had noticed the bright red handprint on her face. She wasn't afraid of being blamed for her attitude. If the matter came to light, the girl would be just as guilty. Shin Shui's expression darkened when Chun Mei exposed her thoughts, and soon she was pushed out of the clinic. Outside, the sky was completely dark. Chun Mei locked the clinic door, turned to grab her bicycle by the wall, and prepared to go home after a long day.
"Hey, wait.
What am I supposed to do now?" Shin Shui stomped her foot at the door. It was so dark, and the buses had already stopped running. She had no way to get back on her own. Chunmei glanced at Shin Shue's shiny little shoes and snorted. Typical rich girl. Then she pushed off and rode away on her bicycle. Shin Shue stood in the dark alley. The summer night air was warm, yet it made her shiver. She clutched her pink shoulder bag tightly, her face pale, and hurried out of the alley. In her panic, she twisted her ankle while running. Meanwhile, Shin Shuling. She didn't go straight back to the old Shin family house. Instead, she rode her bike to the small villa her parents had left her. It was the home where the three of them had lived together when her parents were still alive. When she was 10, her parents died in a car accident, and she moved into the old Shin family house to live with her cousin's family. For many years, she didn't dare to return. Every corner of this house carried memories of her parents, and she couldn't face them. A year ago, she married Gu Majin. Although they weren't deeply in love and didn't spend much time together, she finally had her own small family. That gave her the courage to come back a few times, though each visit ended with tears. Shin Shuling parked her bicycle at the gate, pushed open the garden fence, and walked in. Familiar memories rushed back. The night made it hard to see the path clearly, but she could still find her way by memory, stepping on the stone tiles that led to the front door. She took out the key from her bag, unlocked the door, and turned on the lights. The bright crystal chandelier lit up the room. Everything looked just as she remembered: luxurious European-style furniture mixed with elegant Chinese redwood pieces and 4 imported lamps glowing softly in the corners. Her parents had carefully decorated every part of the house. Each piece of furniture cost as much as several years of an ordinary person's salary, a sign of their once great wealth. Without thinking too much, Shin Shuling hurried upstairs to her old room. She opened the white European-style wardrobe. Inside, besides a few colorful cheapao dresses, there was a black safe. Her mother's jade pendant was kept inside. The password to the safe was her birthday. Shin Shuling turned the dial, and with a click, the heavy door opened. Inside, besides the delicate jade pendant, there were also many pieces of jewelry and gold bars, filling almost the entire safe. Her father had brought these jewels back from abroad for her and her mother. Each diamond sparkled brightly, catching the light beautifully. When her father was alive, his business had been very successful. Later, as the country's economy changed, he gradually gave up his ventures. Still, with the family inheritance and his past earnings, they had more than enough to live comfortably for generations. Before passing away, her grandfather had divided the Shin family's wealth equally between his 2 sons, Shan Huaishan and Shin Qingshan. There was no favoritism. But while Shin Qingshan grew the family business even larger, Shan Huaishan became addicted to gambling and wasted his share away. Over the years, Shan Huaishan's family had become almost an empty shell, even burdened with heavy debts. It was at that time that Shin Qingshan and his wife died in a car accident, and without hesitation, Shan Huaishan took Shin Shuling in to raise her. Naturally, the couple's property also fell into Shan Huaishan's hands, with the promise that it would be given to Shin Shuling once she became an adult. But now that she was married, only part of it had been returned to her. Most of the assets were likely gathered by Lu Xiuhua and stored in the Shin family's warehouse, ready to be shipped to the port. In her previous life, Shin Shuling had treated her uncle's family as her only support. She never lacked money, since her parents had left several properties, so she never thought about reclaiming all that belonged to her. She simply believed that keeping everything together as a family would bring them closer. She had no idea that when her uncle took over her parents' estate, he immediately used the money to cover his own debts. She had no idea that everything the Shin family owned now came from her inheritance. Even Shin Shue's clothes and shoes were bought with her money. The Shin family had lived off her like parasites, draining her completely until she had nothing left, not even her life. What she thought was love and support was only a facade. She only learned the truth after her death, when her spirit drifted above and saw everything clearly. After she married Gu Majin, Shan Huaishan began trying every possible way to make her withdraw the money her parents had left in the bank. A year before his death, her father had suddenly contacted Li Chengda, a bank director and his old friend, to deposit a sum of money for Shin Shuling's future. He instructed Li that the money could only be withdrawn jointly by Shin Shuling and her husband, Gu Majin. Her father had wide connections both at home and abroad, even among people in politics and the military. Li Changda was not only her father's friend but also a distant relative of her mother, Lu Yun. His position at the bank had been made possible thanks to her father's help and influence. The Shin family had indeed done him a great favor. Pulling herself back from her thoughts, Shin Shuling still felt that her parents' deaths were suspicious, but now is not the time to dwell on it. She opened the safe and took out a jade pendant. It had been passed down through her mother's family for generations. The jade was smooth and delicate, white as cream, clear and flawless, and warm to the touch. The jade pendant was carved with grand cloud and dragon patterns, made with the famous fine-line carving technique. Every carried the grace of a brush, and from the design alone, it was clear that the pendant had an extraordinary origin. Unfortunately, her mother's family, the Lius, had long moved abroad and lost contact. Otherwise, she could have asked her uncle and aunt about it. Shin Shuling stood up and went to the drawer. She took out a small knife and pricked her finger. A drop of bright red blood flowed onto the jade pendant. Strangely, the pendant seemed to draw the blood in, as if it were alive. Frowning, Shin Shuling stared at the pendant that was absorbing her blood. Something felt wrong. When Shin Shui had activated the pendant before, she had only used a single drop of blood. Why did hers need so much? Before she could think further, her vision blurred. In the next moment, she found herself standing in a bright, spacious place. In front of her stood a 3-story house beside a small spring, with dark, fertile soil spreading around it. Her head suddenly felt heavy, and a flood of information poured into her mind. At the same time, the pendant in her hand lost its glow and turned into an ordinary piece of jade. A cloud-shaped mark appeared on her back, near her shoulder blades. She now understood that this space was called Shangyun. It had been passed down through generations of the Lu family, though no one had ever fully unlocked it. The space had a spirit of its own. Ordinary people could use blood to open its storage function, but only a chosen descendant of the Lu family could completely awaken it. Once fully opened, its abilities were limitless. Storage was only the most basic feature. It could even hold living things, and the warehouse inside had a preservation function. It was truly powerful. After being fully activated, no one could take it away. It could later be passed down to a descendant who bore a cloud-shaped birthmark, along with everything inside. However, the appearance of the mark was random. Although she couldn't decide which child would inherit it, she could choose whether to pass it on. If she chose not to, the space would disappear with her when her life ended. After receiving all this information, Shin Shuling felt both excited and confident. Now that she had completely unlocked the space, she no longer had to worry about anyone taking it from her. In her previous life, Shin Shui had never been able to fully open the space. She always wore the pendant, and after becoming famous, it drew the attention of many people. Some noticed the pendant she wore on her chest. And, because of that, she faced several deadly attacks. Now that the jade pendant had merged with her as a cloud pattern mark, she no longer had any worries about it. She might even use it to give Shin Shui something to do. Thinking this, Shin Shuling quickly walked into the villa. The 3-story house had everything, even many pieces of furniture she had never seen before. Yet, as soon as she looked at them, she somehow knew how to use each one. The overall design of the villa was quite special. Although it wasn't as luxurious as the one her parents had left behind, it still had a refined and elegant feel. She hurried to the kitchen, took a glass from the beautiful cabinet, turned on the tap, and filled it with water. The water in this space was all spiritual spring water. After drinking the sweet and refreshing water, she immediately felt lighter, and her vision became clearer, especially around her stomach. The tightness she had felt earlier from riding her bike was completely gone, and she felt very comfortable. No wonder it's called spiritual spring water. My baby will definitely be healthy, Shin Shuling said softly, touching her belly. Since her rebirth, her emotions had been unstable, and riding the bike earlier had made her baby a bit uncomfortable. But now, with the space and the spring water, she no longer had to worry. The spring water could strengthen the body and had strong healing powers. Drinking it every day during pregnancy would make her baby healthier and smarter than others. Thinking of this, Shin Shuling couldn't help feeling excited. She could hardly wait to meet the baby nurtured by the spring water. Shin Shuling didn't stay in the space for long. After drinking 2 large glasses of spring water, she left. She still had other things to do tonight. Once out of the space, she put everything in her room into the space's storage area. The cabinets had been custom-made by her father and were precious keepsakes from her parents. She also stored away all the kipeos, bedsheets, and covers from her wardrobe. They hadn't been used for a long time, and the clothes no longer fit her, but she kept them all in the space. The black soil in the space could be used to grow vegetables, which would help the space upgrade. The harvested crops could be stored in the warehouse or used to further enhance the space. Once upgraded, she would be able to exchange for houses and other items within it. She planned to upgrade her space before building a new house, then move everything from the villa inside for storage. In the space, she didn't have to worry about things getting damaged over time. Shin Shuling moved everything from her own room into the space, then went to the other rooms and did the same. The villa had 6 bedrooms and 4 living rooms in total. The first floor had 2 living rooms, a kitchen, and a maid's room. The second floor had a suite, 2 guest rooms, and another living room. The third floor had 2 more guest rooms, a sunroom, and a large terrace. Each floor had a bathroom, and the suite also had a private bathroom and a study. All the rooms were fully furnished. Except for the living room on the first floor, which faced outside, Shin Shuling moved everything from the other rooms into the space, including valuable paintings, antiques, and even the wool carpets. She left the first floor living room untouched, planning to keep it as a display. After clearing the rooms, she went down to the basement. The basement had 2 levels, storing many fine wines, antiques, and some jewelry left by Aunt Lu. In a hidden room, there were also 3 large boxes of gold. Her father had built the secret room just in case. Shin Shuling didn't know there was anything inside. Her father had only told her never to tell anyone about that place. She hadn't expected that her parents had quietly stored several boxes of gold there. The things left by Shin Qingshan and his wife were so many that Shen Huaishan's family had never used them all over the years, so they didn't care much about the few items in the villa. Shen Huaishan thought the things in the old family house were far more valuable than those in this small villa, and he was right. The Shen family's old house was huge, with 6 courtyards and several warehouses. At its peak, it had over 100 servants, though many had been dismissed due to the changing times. Now only 5 maids and 1 butler remained. The estate was so large that some areas had fallen into disuse, though people were still hired to maintain it. The Shun residence was well known for its wealth. In her previous life, if Shun Xueshu hadn't taken her cousin's place and the family hadn't moved to Hong Kong 2 years earlier, Shun Huaishan's family might not have escaped in time when trouble came. They would have been publicly criticized and sent away. As a military family member, she would actually be safe because by then she would have already followed Gu Majin with the army. With his protection, she would be fine, and perhaps her lucky space would even open. After putting everything into her space, Shin Shuling also went inside to rest. Before sleeping, she filled a bathtub with spiritual spring water and took a bath. The space had a self-circulating system for water and electricity, including the toilet and kitchen drains. Lying in the bathtub, Shin Shuling felt completely relaxed. She could feel the spring water washing over her, cleansing every part of her skin and body. After being busy for so long, she was both tired and hungry. Since there was no food in the space or the house, she decided to take a bath and sleep, planning to buy breakfast the next morning. When she stood up from the bathtub, she noticed that the water had turned dark. Seeing the murky water, she suddenly became alert. She quickly pulled out the plug to drain the dirty water, then looked down at herself. Her skin, after being soaked in the spring water, was smooth and fair, even more delicate than before. Shin Shuling used the shower to rinse the bathtub and herself again. Although she looked clean, seeing how much dark water had drained out made her want to wash carefully once more. Half an hour later, she walked out of the bathroom, drying her damp hair. Back in her room, she lay down and soon fell into a deep sleep. Even though she went to bed hungry, she slept soundly and peacefully. She dreamed of two little children hugging her legs and calling her mom. Their big, bright eyes were so adorable that her heart melted. When Shin Shuling woke up the next morning, she absent-mindedly touched her 4-month pregnant belly. In her previous life, after the miscarriage, the doctor hadn't mentioned anything about the baby, not even whether it was a boy or a girl. Could it be that she was actually carrying twins? Maybe it was just her imagination, but this morning her belly seemed a little bigger, just a little. She wasn't sure if she was seeing it right. Babies, as long as you're healthy, whether there's one or two of you, boy or girl, Mommy loves you all the same, Shin Shuling said softly, her face full of warmth and hope. If she really was carrying twins, she would be overjoyed. Shin Shuling touched her stomach, spoke softly to herself, then got up to look around. She finally found a long, dark blue dress without any decorations. Other than that, there were only her childhood clothes, delicate little dresses with bows and a few short, fitted skirts she had brought back with her before. This plain dark blue dress was something Uncle Zeng had bought for her once when she got caught in the rain while shopping nearby. After putting on the dress, Shin Shuling stood before the full-length mirror. Her features and temperament hadn't changed, but her skin looked fair and radiant, and there was a new brightness in her eyes. She gently touched her stomach. It was flat, showing no sign of pregnancy. She hung the dull jade pendant from the bedside around her neck and stepped out of the space. Outside, the sky was already bright. She checked her watch. It was only 7:30 in the morning. She had gone to bed after her bath around 3, yet she woke up feeling refreshed and full of energy, though a bit hungry. Perhaps the spring water had nourished her body. She felt much healthier now. That water truly had many benefits. Shin Shuling decided to go out for breakfast. She didn't wear yesterday's shoes but changed into a simple pair of cloth ones, plain and unadorned. Also bought by Uncle Zeng. She left her small leather bag behind too, planning to buy a plain black artificial leather one later at the department store. Although that event was still 2 years away, she knew she had to stay low-key in these times when everyone dressed simply. After all, she had no plans to go to Hong Kong. The Shin family's house was in a busy part of the city. Just a short walk away was a state-run restaurant. At this time, there were no private vendors. People were afraid of being accused of profiteering. The popular slogan of the time was, "Better to have socialist grass than capitalist sprouts." The state-run restaurant opened from 6:30 to 8 in the morning. After that, it wouldn't reopen until 11 for lunch. It was rush hour and there were several factories nearby, so many workers came to buy breakfast. Steam rose from the tall bamboo baskets, and a long line of people waited patiently. At that time, people could only buy things with both money and ration tickets. Even if someone had no money, they still needed a ticket. Credit was not allowed without it. Most people wore dark blue clothes, though a few men and women in white shirts stood out. They were office workers. Shin Shuling, dressed in a loose dark blue long dress, blended into the crowd. Although she had a pretty face, no men dared to look at her. Instead, several women glanced at her curiously. During that period, the laws against improper behavior were very strict, even extending to one's thoughts. A small offense could lead to public criticism, while a serious one could result in prison. So, no man dared to stare at a strange woman. It was a time of great change, but also one that required caution. When Shin Shuling reached the counter, she handed over her tickets and money to buy 2 large meat buns and a bowl of soy milk. Each bun cost 10 cents, and the soy milk was 3 cents.
She didn't eat there.
Instead, she carried the food back to the Western-style house. The streets were busy. Older women with baskets heading to buy vegetables and young people riding bicycles to work. When Shin Shuling reached the house, She pushed open the gate and noticed that many passers-by were looking at her, curious about her connection to the beautiful building. The house was indeed eye-catching, with white walls and red tiles that stood out among the darker surroundings. After closing the gate, she walked into the small garden and saw that the lawn was well cared for. The furniture she had checked the night before was also spotless. It was clear that Uncle Zeng had been coming regularly to clean the house while she was away. The thought warmed her heart. When her father was alive, Uncle Zeng had been the family's housekeeper. After her father passed away, he left voluntarily, and her uncle's trusted man took over. Even so, Uncle Zeng still cared for her, often visiting and cooking for her. Shin Shuling took out her key and unlocked the door. Before entering, she looked around carefully to make sure no one was watching, then quickly moved the bicycle by the wall into her hidden storage space. Once inside, she eagerly began eating the buns while thinking that she needed to ask Uncle Zeng to help her make some connections in the black market. She planned to trade gold and money for the supplies she needed. Even shopping at the department store required coupons. Shun Huaishan gave her some every month, but not many, since he kept urging her to withdraw the money her father had left in the bank. She needed to return to the Shun residence to get more coupons. As Shin Shuling ate breakfast, she was lost in thought. Just as she finished, she heard the sound of a key turning in the door. A slightly stooped figure appeared at the entrance. Uncle Zeng. Shin Shuling stood up, pleasantly surprised to see him. It was just as she had been thinking about him. Uncle Zeng was around 50, with kind features and hair that was already half white. He lived nearby, and his children worked at the factory. After leaving his job at the Shun residence, he spent his days at home, occasionally coming to clean the house. Shuling, Uncle Zeng greeted warmly, clearly happy to see her. He walked quickly toward her, joy showing on his face. It had been a long time since he last saw her. He limped slightly on his right leg, an old injury from the wartime chaos. Back then, he had fled with his wife, bleeding and desperate, but no one would take them in. It was Shuling's mother, Lu Yun, who couldn't bear to see their suffering. She invited him to work at the Shun residence, tending the garden, and even helped him solve some troubles outside. For many years, Uncle Zeng had remained loyal to Lu Yun and Shin Qingshan. Shuling's nose stung with emotion. In her previous life, when the Shin family moved to Hong Kong, she had been heartbroken and grieving, and she completely neglected Uncle Zeng's family. That had been her mistake. When the Red Guards came searching the house and found nothing, they turned their anger on Uncle Zeng's family. They were publicly humiliated and later sent to a remote northern province, where Uncle Zeng and his wife eventually froze to death. She had only learned of this after her own death. Uncle Zeng, let me pour you some water, Shuling said, turning toward the kitchen. Uncle Zeng quickly waved his hand. No need, Shuling, I'm not thirsty really. Ignoring his protest, Shuling quietly took out a large kettle from her hidden space and filled it with spring water before returning to the living room. Uncle Zeng, please have some water first. I have something to tell you, she said, handing it to him. The spring water had healing properties, which would be good for Uncle Zeng's many old ailments. Hearing that she had something to say, he didn't refuse again. He opened the kettle and took a big gulp. The cool, refreshing water slid down his throat, bringing a deep sense of comfort. Uncle Zeng couldn't help clicking his tongue. He felt that the water tasted especially sweet today, and even the pain in his right leg, which had troubled him for years, seemed to ease for a moment, but only for a moment. Shin Shuling spoke seriously. Uncle Zeng, I'm 4 months pregnant. My uncle's family has been busy preparing to move to Hong Kong City. 2 days ago, Shin Shui told me that Gu Majin died in an accident during a mission. She wants me to end the pregnancy and go with them to Hong Kong City. At these words, Uncle Zeng immediately shouted in anger. Nonsense. How could Xiao Gu have died on a mission? That's impossible. Even if it were true, you're his wife. You can't just follow them to Hong Kong City. They're trying to trick you. Then he remembered that Shin Shuling had always trusted Shun Huaishan's family. His tone softened. Shuling, you can't just believe what they say. Don't make any rash decisions about the baby, and don't rush to go to Hong Kong City. Xiao Gu is stationed in the Northwest military camp. No matter how many connections they have, they can't reach him there. Even though you come from a wealthy family, you're still a soldier's wife. As long as you don't divorce, they can't touch you. Please don't do anything foolish. When the old master was still alive, Shen Huaishan often took advantage of being the eldest son to ask him for money. Shuling never knew about this, partly because she was still young and partly because the old master had kept it from her. After the old master passed away, Shen Huaishan began to threaten and pressure Uncle Zeng using Shuling and her family, forcing him to resign. He had thought that once Shuling got married, she would follow her husband to the army and distance herself from Shen Huaishan's family. But who could have guessed that Lu Xiuhua and her daughter were so good at pretending to be kind, convincing Shuling to stay with the Shen family? And now they even wanted her to end her pregnancy. Weren't they trying to ruin her future? Uncle Zeng grew anxious, afraid that Shen Shuling would be deceived by Shen Shui. Though he had always been loyal to the old master and his wife, he was still an outsider. Besides, it had been 10 years since the old master and his wife passed away. Shuling was now an adult with her own thoughts. If she still trusted Shen Huaishan's family, no amount of persuasion would help. Uncle Zeng, don't worry, Shen Shuling said firmly. I've seen through my uncle's family. I'll definitely keep the baby, and I won't go to Hong Kong City. I'm telling you this because I need your help with something. Hearing this, Uncle Zeng nodded repeatedly.
Good.
As long as you've seen things clearly, I'll help you with whatever you need. Shen Shuling said, Uncle Zeng, I'd like you to help me make some connections in the black market. I'm preparing to go with the army to the Northwest. My parents left me many valuable things that I can't take with me, so I'd rather exchange them for supplies and pay to have them transported there. The things she mentioned referred to money and valuables. Uncle Zeng understood right away. He had worked for Shin Qingshan for more than 20 years and knew well how much wealth the Shin family had. Shuling, how much do you need, and what exactly do you want? Tell me, and I'll help you find it, Uncle Zeng said seriously. Although he was already in his 50s, he still had many connections. Most of them were people he had met while traveling around the country with Shin Qingshan years ago. Even though they hadn't been in touch for a long time, those old relationships could still be useful, especially if enough money was offered. Shin Shuling thought for a moment, then stood up, walked to the cabinet, opened a drawer, and took out a pen and a sheet of A4 paper. I'll write it down for you now, she said as she began to write. In this era, not many people could read or write. Uncle Zeng hadn't known how at first either, but after following Shin's father for a few years, he started learning. Over time, he became quite literate. Shin Shuling quickly listed what she needed: 2,000 pounds of rice, 2,000 pounds of flour, 100 pounds of cured meat, 100 pounds each of peanut oil and lard, 500 pounds of salt, 100 pounds of sugar, 100 pounds of soy sauce, 500 eggs, and 100 pounds each of beef, pork, and lamb. She also listed various ration coupons, grain, cloth, and industrial tickets, 100 of each, plus daily necessities, 100 bars of soap, 50 boxes of matches, 300 pounds of coal, and 100 pounds of assorted snacks and drinks. Since the Northwest was cold and living conditions were tough, she also needed warm clothing and materials: work cloth, liberation shoes, cotton padded coats, fabric, shoes, and cotton. She even included baby supplies like milk powder and small clothes for the child she was expecting. The list filled an entire page. When Uncle Zeng saw it, his jaw nearly dropped. Shuling, isn't this a bit too much? Buying so many things seemed excessive, enough to last a lifetime. He knew Shuling had money, but still, wasn't this overdoing it? After all, she was going to the Northwest with the army, not fleeing from hardship. Besides, her husband Gu held a decent military rank there. Supporting a wife shouldn't be a problem at all. Shin Shuling shook her head slightly, her tone heavy. Uncle Zeng, the situation above is about to change. It's not unreasonable that my uncle and the others are preparing to go to Hong Kong. Having these supplies ready makes me feel more at ease. Even though Gu Majin and I are husband and wife, I still need a backup plan. These supplies can be used for food, for favors, or even to save lives. As long as they're in my hands, I'll feel secure. Her words made sense. In her previous life, the country situation had changed drastically 2 years later. When Uncle Zeng heard this, he grew tense as well. He had been through many hardships and knew how important decisions could be at critical times. He gritted his teeth. All right, Shuling, leave it to me. I'll take care of it for you. If we can't get everything here, I'll go next door and find it there. I'll make sure we gather everything you need. Shin Shuling was touched. She continued, Uncle Zeng, the Shin family is considered wealthy, and when things get tense, your family might be affected too. The cities will become chaotic. Your son has a proper job, but if he's labeled unfairly, everything could be ruined. I remember your daughter-in-law is expecting, and you also have a little granddaughter. I'm really worried about your family. Uncle Zeng's heart trembled. Many people knew he had worked for the Shin family. That was a fact he couldn't escape. If it were just him, he wouldn't care about being criticized, but he had a family to protect. Since Shuling had said this, it must be true. He knew her well. She would never speak carelessly about something uncertain. Fear flickered in his eyes. In times of turmoil, everyone was small and powerless, like dry grass drifting in the wind. Seeing that Uncle Zeng was taking her words seriously, Shin Shuling went on, Uncle Zeng, I remember you have an eldest daughter who married into a rural family. If you trust me, you should move your whole family to the countryside as soon as possible, under the excuse of joining the rural program. Uncle Zeng's eldest daughter lived in a village in the neighboring Lin province. People could still move there now, but by next year, there would be no more spots. The climate in Lin province was good. It would be a safe place to go. Move to the countryside? But what about our jobs and the house here? Uncle Zeng looked dazed. His roots were in the city, and leaving so suddenly was hard to accept. Shin Shuling's expression turned firm and decisive. Sell them. I bought so many things, and I'll share some with you later. Besides that, I'll also give you some money. Uncle Zeng, please keep it safe and don't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. She planned to give Uncle Zeng some gold and cash separately. These were debts she owed to his family. In her previous life, after Uncle Zeng passed away, his family met a tragic end. They didn't survive the harsh winters and eventually all passed away from hunger and cold. Uncle Zeng swallowed hard as he looked at the bright yet strong young woman before him. A sense of determination rose in his heart. His life had been saved by the Shin family. In the past, he trusted the old master. Now, he should trust Shuling. All right, I'll go prepare right away. Uncle Zeng folded the list and tucked it into his pocket. Shin Shuling stood up and handed him a gold bar. Uncle Zeng, this is the deposit for those supplies. He accepted it without hesitation and left soon after. Shin Shuling let out a slow breath. She hoped Uncle Zeng's family would trust her as he did. If they refused to leave, there would be nothing more she could do. An hour after Uncle Zeng left, someone knocked urgently on the door of the villa. At that moment, Shin Shuling was taking a bath in her special space. She wanted to see if the spring water could still cleanse her body as it had the night before. But after soaking for half an hour, the water remained clear. It seemed her body had already absorbed all the benefits of the spring. She gently touched her belly and spoke softly to her baby. Maybe she cared too much, but she always felt the baby could hear her. Even though she was inside the space, she could still hear what was happening outside. The moment the knocking started, she noticed it. Shin Shuling smiled slightly. Finally, the person she had been waiting for had arrived. If they hadn't come soon, she had planned to return to the Shun residence herself. She stepped out of the bath, dried herself with a towel, got dressed, her hair, and hung the jade pendant around her neck before leaving the space. Outside the villa, Shin Shuadu had knocked so hard that her hand hurt, yet no one opened the door. Frustrated, she gritted her teeth and shouted, Shin Shuling, open the door. I know you're inside. You can't just hide and think the problem will go away. You must go to the clinic today. You can't drag the whole Shin family down because of your own choices. Today, she wasn't just here to force Shin Shuling to end her pregnancy, but also to take the jade pendant from the safe. the key to unlocking the mysterious space. Shen Shui looked a bit disheveled. Her face was swollen and red, her arms were bruised, and there were bandages on her ankles, hidden under her socks. Last night, she had run all the way back. It was dark, and in her panic, she accidentally fell into a ditch, scraping her skin in several places. She felt sore all over. In the end, she didn't return to the Shun family's old house. Instead, she found a small guest house nearby and stayed there for the night. This morning, she quickly cleaned her wounds and hurried to the villa. If it weren't for the jade pendant, she would never have gone through all this trouble. She hadn't told anyone about it. Even though the parents of this body seemed to care about her, she couldn't tell them about the pendant. Before entering this story, she had been an ordinary office worker. Later, unable to stand the exhausting work schedule, she quit and became a live streamer. After meeting a few generous supporters, her life improved. Soon, she moved out of her small apartment and into a big house, enjoying a comfortable life. Those supporters had become her regular friends, and everything seemed perfect. After entering the book, she discovered that the heroine, Shin Shuling, had a magical jade pendant space. She was thrilled and swore to make a name for herself in this backward era of the 1960s and 1970s. Just as Shin Shui was about to knock on the door, it suddenly opened from the inside, and a basin of cold water splashed all over her. With a loud splash, she was soaked from head to toe. Shin Shuling tossed the porcelain basin aside, and it landed right on Shin Shui's foot, making her wince in pain. Shin Shui trembled and shouted, "Shin Shuling, what is wrong with you?" She was furious. Yesterday, Shin Shuling had slapped her several times, and now she was pouring cold water on her. Even though it was summer, being drenched like that could still make someone sick. Shin Shuling seemed startled. "Cousin, it's you. I thought it was that rude woman from next door causing trouble again." As she spoke, she picked up a cloth she had been using to wipe the table and tried to dry Shin Shui's face. Shin Shui felt disgusted and pushed her away, glaring at her angrily.
Shin Shuling, what do you want from me?
Do you want to get yourself in trouble and be sent away? Don't forget, you don't have anyone now. Other than my parents, who else would take you in? Her words carried an unmistakable threat. Shin Shui was furious. Normally, she would never speak so impulsively, since Shin Shuling still hadn't returned the money and jade pendant. If she tore things apart too soon, it would only make the other woman defensive. Hearing Shin Shui's tone, Shin Shuling looked a little wronged. "I already said I didn't mean to do it." She looked as gentle and obedient as before. As she spoke, she moved her neck slightly, and the jade pendant hanging from it swayed with her movement. Only then did Shin Shui notice the pendant. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she forgot all about the water splashed on her and the pain in her foot. She quickly softened her tone, pulling Shin Shuling's hand. "Shuling, I didn't mean what I said just now.
I was just worried about you.
Yesterday, you suddenly left the operating room without telling anyone. Do you know how serious that is? If our parents find out, they'll be furious. They might even refuse to take you with them." Nothing mattered more than the jade pendant. Once she got it back, she could deal with Shin Shuling later. Shin Shuling looked frightened by her words, her face showing panic. "What should I do? I was just too scared yesterday, so I ran away." Shin Shui's eyes stayed fixed on the pendant, studying the pattern on it. It matched the description of the cloud and dragon design perfectly. She took Shin Shuling's hand again and said, "Here's what you can do. Go back there and say the operation didn't work out yesterday. Just give them some extra money, it'll be fine." After all, it was an unlicensed clinic. Money could solve anything there. Shin Shuling pulled her hand back, looking sad. "All right, I'll go again today. Anyway, Gumajin is gone now. Even if I have this child, it won't have a father." "That's the right way to think," Shin Shui coaxed gently. "Things are getting stricter now, and many people who know about this are preparing to leave. If you insist on keeping the baby, we might have to leave you behind. But if you go to Hong Kong, you can start over and find someone who truly loves you. Isn't that better?" The story about not being allowed to travel while pregnant was something Shin Shui made up. Only someone as naive as Shin Shuling would believe it. Shin Shui, as someone who had entered a novel, always felt superior, thinking the people in the story were just fools controlled by the plot. Shin Shuling responded softly, a little embarrassed. Cousin, they'll probably ask for money again this time. I left in a hurry yesterday and didn't bring much. Could you lend me some first? Shin Shui felt a flash of irritation, but for the sake of her plan, she opened her elegant handbag and took out a white lambskin wallet. She reminded herself that everything was for the sake of the jade pendant with the hidden space. Shin Shuling moved quickly, snatching the wallet from Shin Shui's hand. It felt thick and heavy, clearly filled with money and documents. She opened it swiftly, pulled out a single bill, handed it to Shin Shui, and pushed her toward the door. As they walked, she said, I'll go find the doctor now. The sooner it's done, the better. Cousin, you should buy some clothes nearby. Everything in the house has already been changed. Remember to come pick me up after you've changed. Shin Shui didn't realize what had happened until she was pushed out past the gate. She quickly grabbed Shin Shuling's arm, her eyes fixed on the jade pendant hanging from her neck. It's not convenient to wear jewelry during surgery. Why don't you give me the pendant? I'll keep it safe for you and return it afterward. It was the powerful space jade pendant. Shin Shui even thought it made Shin Shuling look prettier when she wore it. Shin Shuling hesitated. This was my mother's keepsake. I want it with me. If you don't take it off now, they'll make you remove it before surgery anyway. It's too precious to risk getting damaged, Shin Shui urged. Reluctantly, Shin Shuling took off the pendant. Shin Shui accepted it with delight and left happily, not even caring that her clothes were still damp. The wet fabric clung to her small wounds, making her uncomfortable, but she could endure it. She needed to hurry back and unlock the pendant's power before doing anything else. Watching Shin Shui leave, Shin Shuling gently touched her stomach and said softly, Baby, Mommy will take back what belongs to us. Then she walked toward the bus stop. As for the bicycle hidden in the pendant space, she didn't plan to use it until the right time came. The old Shin family house was not in the city center, but on the outskirts. When Shin Shuling returned home, she avoided the servants and the housekeeper and went straight to the backyard, to the room where Shin Shui lived. In her previous life, at this time, Lu Xiuhua had been busy contacting people in Hong Kong and preparing to transport goods from the warehouse. She had been so busy for several days that she hadn't come home. Tonight was when the goods would start being moved from the Shen house to the port. Meanwhile, Shen Huaishan was still addicted to gambling. In those days, gambling was strictly controlled, but people like him, who had money and bad habits, would secretly organize games with familiar players. At this moment, he was gambling in a small house in the countryside. Even when he returned to the city, he stayed at a guest house instead of coming home. The Shin family house was large, and the number of caretakers and servants had been greatly reduced. As long as Shin Shuling stayed out of sight, no one would notice her. Even if someone came, she could hide in her secret space, so there was nothing to worry about. She went straight into Shen Shui's room. Except for her, everyone in the house was loyal to Shen Huaishan. In the past, she had been completely under their control and never dared to resist, so none of them bothered to lock their doors. Shin Shui's room was filled with fine furniture and many fashionable items of the time. In one corner stood a sewing machine, more for show than use, and there was even a black and white television, both bought through smuggling. There was also a separate dressing room filled with stylish dresses and clothes. The jewelry and watches Shin Shui had bought over the years were kept there as well. Looking at the dazzling collection of clothes and jewelry, Shin Shuling gave a cold smile. These luxury items were far more expensive than anything in her own room. With a wave of her hand, she took everything except the clothes and shoes. Even the dusty sewing machine and television in the corner were not spared. Let Shin Shui face the consequences while wearing these fancy clothes, she thought. In a cabinet, there was a rosewood box containing all of Shin Shui's money and vouchers, about 7,000 yuan in total, along with some small gold pieces. Shin Shuling took the entire box into her space. Soon, she had cleared out everything valuable from Shin Shui's room. Only her clothes and personal items were left piled on the floor. Everything else, including the furniture, was gone. Then she went to her own room next door, where her clothes, bedding, and 3,000 yuan in savings and vouchers were kept. The money she had was what she saved from her monthly allowance. Lu Xiuhua also gave her 80 yuan every month, so it seemed she wasn't being treated badly. Still, compared to Shen Shue's luxury, it was nothing. She never used to care about such things. She didn't like overly fancy items, and whenever Shen Shue bought too much, Lu Xiuhua would always give her a little something too. The gifts weren't much, but the kindness behind them was enough. What Shen Shuling lacked most, after losing her parents, was this kind of warmth. Lu Xiuhua's skill at pretending to care was what kept her under control for so many years. Everything Shen Shuling owned was in this room. Except for her clothes, she had packed everything into her storage space. From the clothes hanging in the wardrobe, she only chose a few plain ones to take, and did the same with her shoes. As for her jewelry, she took all of it. After finishing with her room, she went to the large courtyard next door, where Shen Huaishan and Lu Xiuhua lived. There was also a big study filled with all kinds of books. She went to the study first. It held not only books but also antiques and paintings. Even a single vase there could be worth a fortune. Looking at the untouched study, she thought there must be plenty more treasures in the storage room. Otherwise, Lu Xiuhua wouldn't have left these valuable things here instead of moving them away. She put everything from the study into her storage space, including the desk and the display shelves, leaving the room completely empty. When the room was bare, she noticed a raised spot on the wall that had been hidden behind the shelves. Her heart skipped a beat. She quickly went over and touched it. It could turn. She pressed harder, and as it rotated, the wall beside it slowly opened, revealing a hidden room. "What is this?" Shen Shuling murmured, staring at the secret room and the many large boxes inside, her eyes wide with surprise. She hurried in. The room was filled with boxes of all sizes, covered in dust, clearly untouched for many years. Even Shen Huaishan might not have known this secret room existed. She opened one of the large boxes at random and saw it was full of shining gold bars. Shen Shuling felt dizzy with excitement. She quickly waved her hand and stored all the boxes of gold into her space. These treasures were enough to last her several lifetimes. After putting everything away, she was about to open the door and leave. But just as she closed the study door, she heard footsteps approaching. Her heart tightened, and she quickly slipped back into her hidden space. Inside the space, she could still hear what was happening outside. She recognized the voices of the housekeeper and the maid. "The madam just called," the housekeeper said. "She wants me to bring her meal now, and she asked you to check the storage room again." "Got it. We'll be leaving for Hong Kong in a few days, so I need to go home and pack. After I finish checking the storage room, I'll give everyone here a short break. I'll come back tonight when the truck arrives to open the gate." These two were the people Lu Xiuhua trusted most, the housekeeper and the maid. She planned to take both of them, along with their families, to Hong Kong to settle down. She always carried herself like the lady of a grand household, even when moving to another city, bringing her personal attendants along. As their voices faded into the distance, Shen Shuling stepped out of her space. Seeing the empty hallway, a chill spread through her heart. These people had lived off her family's wealth, yet once they reached Hong Kong, they wouldn't even show her kindness. She quickly went to Lu Xiuhua and Shen Huaishan's room. As before, she took everything except their personal belongings, even the chairs and stools. Lu Xiuhua's room was full of valuable things. There was over 20,000 yuan in cash, along with many ration and supply coupons that could be used across the country. After collecting everything, she headed straight to the storage room, just in time to see the bearded housekeeper locking the door. She hid in her space again and waited until he left before coming out. The storage room door was tightly locked. Shen Shuling slowly took out a set of keys, her father's keys to the house and storage room. When she opened the door, rows of wooden crates came into view. Each one was carefully packed with treasures Lu Xiuhua had chosen herself. There were more than 10 boxes filled with gold bars, enough for Shen Huaishan's family to live in luxury for a lifetime. Besides the gold, there were many valuable artworks and antiques: jade carvings, stone seals, porcelain from the Qianlong era, and paintings by famous artists. There were also large pieces of Ming Dynasty furniture, old coins, silver dollars, and even traditional opera costumes. In one large crate in the corner, she found an ancient zither. These were the results of generations of wisdom and effort, priceless beyond measure. Shin Shuling lifted the lids of a few boxes to take a quick look, then stored everything inside her space. Then she went to another storage room filled with items used for traditional religious ceremonies: small solid gold Buddha statues, various bronze tripods, incense burners, and candle holders. There were also many scriptures and books, including Buddhist sutras, Taoist texts, family records, and feng shui compasses. These items would sell for a high price overseas, each one valuable enough for an auction. The more Shin Shuling looked, the more amazed she felt. In her previous life, after death, her soul had only seen a rough outline of what would happen 2 years later. She hadn't realized that even these things would no longer be allowed to exist. Since Lu Xiuhua chose to take these items away, they must have been both forbidden and extremely valuable. As Shin Shuling's thoughts raced, she found 2 boxes in the corner filled with guns and ammunition. These were weapons Shen Huaishan had spent a great deal of money to buy. On their way to the harbor city, these weapons had helped his family a lot. Looking at the cold, black guns, Shin Shuling couldn't help but smile. With a wave of her hand, she stored everything from the warehouse into her space. Now, almost all the valuable things in the Shen residence had been taken by her. When she left the warehouse, the house was already empty. After checking the storage earlier, the butler had given everyone in the house a break and gone home to pack his own things. Thinking of this, Shin Shuling quickly went to the butler's and the maid's rooms, planning to take everything from them as well. In her previous life, after moving to the harbor city, these 2 had often looked down on her family. The maid's room didn't have much of value. No cash, only some receipts and an old bicycle. Still, Shin Shuling took everything, not wanting to leave anything behind. The butler's room, however, had 500 yuan in cash and a packed bag containing a few boxes of cigarettes, 2 imported watches, and a fine fountain pen. It seemed the butler had received quite a few benefits from Lu Xiuhua over the years. People working in the Shen household usually kept their valuables in their own rooms. If the butler had this much here, there must be even more in his own home. Finally, Shin Shuling went to the garage, where several bicycles and cars were parked, vehicles used by the Shin family for travel. Even if she couldn't use them later, she wasn't going to leave them behind. Shin Shuling quietly stored all the bicycles and cars into her space, silently emptying the Shin residence before slipping away without a sound. Instead of returning directly to the villa, she entered her space, changed into loose black clothes and a hat, then took a bus to the department store to start a shopping spree. She mainly bought clothes, shoes, and other personal items. Since she didn't dare to wear her old clothes anymore, she needed to prepare plenty of new ones, along with cotton-padded clothes and fabric. Most of the ration coupons had regional limits, so if she didn't use them before heading northwest, they would become useless. Using the coupons and money she had taken from the Shun residence, Shin Shuling bought as much as she could in the department store. When her hands were full, she went to a quiet corner, stored everything into her space, changed her outfit, and continued shopping. There was no shortage of customers in those days, and the sales clerks were often indifferent. Unless a customer stood out, they barely paid attention and looked impatient when issuing receipts. After finishing her shopping for clothes and daily necessities on the first floor, Shin Shuling went to the second floor to buy food and groceries, cigarettes, alcohol, fruits, canned goods, snacks, rice, flour, and cooking oil. She bought a bit of everything, then went to a corner to store them away, changed clothes, and bought more. Next was the third floor for stationery and cultural goods. She didn't buy much there, just one full load before heading to the fourth floor for household appliances and luxury items. She didn't plan to buy large items like bicycles or televisions, only some batteries, flashlights, and light bulbs before stopping. Since each floor required a receipt before collecting goods, the repeated process took quite some time. By the time Shin Shuling left the department store, it was already evening. Looking at the darkening sky, she remembered that the black market usually opened around this time. She found a quiet spot, took off her hat, pulled out a piece of black cloth from her space to cover her head, and with her loose clothes, she looked even more inconspicuous. As long as her face was hidden, no one would pay her any attention on the street. After thinking for a moment, she took out an old bicycle from her space, placed a cloth bag on the back seat, and rode toward the black market. In those days, almost every city had a black market, and the one in Shueisha was located inside an abandoned factory. She had heard about it from Uncle Zeng, but she had never been there herself. Uncle Zeng said the black market was full of all kinds of people. Although she had given him a list, there were still some things she needed to buy on her own. Shin Shuling rode her bicycle quickly to the entrance of the black market. Inside the old, abandoned factory, many vendors had already set up their stalls. Each person carried a flashlight, turning it on to show their goods when someone came to ask. Some people didn't bring anything except a piece of paper with the items they wanted to sell written and drawn on it. When someone passed by, they would open the paper to show it. If there was a sudden inspection by the authorities, they would run immediately, leaving everything behind. Most buyers and sellers wore hats or covered their faces like Shin Shuling. No one cared about who you were or how much you bought. After pushing her bike into the market, Shin Shuling went straight to a person holding a paper. She chose one that said live chickens and ducks. When she looked up, she saw it was a woman with her face covered. Lowering her voice, Shin Shuling asked, "Auntie, is it convenient to see the goods?" The woman smiled slightly and also spoke softly, "Sure, sure.
Come with me."
The goods are kept somewhere else, just outside in the woods. If you trust me, you can come take a look now." Shin Shuling nodded. She had her own space and weapons, so she wasn't afraid of danger. Seeing her agree, the woman led her out of the abandoned factory. By now, the sky was completely dark and only a few people were heading toward the market. Occasionally, a flashlight beam swept across the road. Once they were outside, the woman seemed more relaxed and asked, "Girl, how much do you want?" From her voice, she could tell the girl was quite young. She was curious about how someone so young had found the black market, but she didn't ask. The black market had its own rules. No one asked personal questions. It was a way to protect everyone's privacy. Once you left, you acted like you didn't know each other. Otherwise, if something went wrong, no one could escape. Shin Shuling thought for a moment and asked, "Annie, how much do you have?" The woman sighed. Since you've come to the black market, I'll be honest with you. My family raises a lot of chickens and ducks. We used to work with a meat factory and raised many chickens, ducks, and geese every year. Some time ago, my son had a disagreement with the son of the meat factory director. Because of that, the director said he wouldn't buy our poultry anymore. Now that the birds are ready to be sold, we have to find another way to sell them, so we came to the black market. But this time, my son, his wife, and I didn't bring many, only 20 chickens and ducks in total. If you want more, my son can deliver them to you. She didn't care whether Shin Shuling wanted the poultry to raise or to cook. She just wanted to sell them quickly. Keeping so many birds meant spending a lot on feed every day, and the longer she kept them, the more she lost. Hearing this, Shin Shuling's heart stirred. "Auntie, I'll take a look first. If they're healthy, I might buy more." She had a special space where she could keep live animals. Once she put them there, she wouldn't have to worry about food anymore. "Don't worry, dear," the aunt said happily. "The poultry from my home is always good. We used to supply them to the co-op every year." As they talked, they walked into a small forest. After a few steps, they heard the faint sounds of chickens, ducks, and geese. Two shadowy figures stood under a tree. When they saw someone coming, they flashed a flashlight. "Stop flashing that light, old man." "It's me. I brought the young lady to see the goods," the aunt said as she walked ahead to her husband and son. She squatted down and opened a sack, revealing chickens and ducks inside. Then she quickly opened another one, which held 5 or 6 large geese. Shin Shuling parked her bicycle nearby and bent down to check the birds. They looked lively and healthy, not weak or tired. "Miss, this is my husband, and this is my son," the aunt said casually, introducing the two men beside her. It was dark, and everyone's faces were hard to see. Shin Shuling nodded slightly and said, "Auntie, I'll take all of them."
Please tell me how much they cost.
The aunt was overjoyed. "All right, dear, I won't overcharge you. 5 yuan for each chicken, 8 for each duck, and 15 for each goose. Others sell for more than that. My poultry are well-fed and heavier than most. If you can't finish them soon, you can keep them for eggs." She wasn't lying. The prices she offered were already the lowest on the black market, where goods cost more because no ration tickets were needed. Shin Shuling didn't try to bargain. She said, "I won't haggle with you, Auntie. I'll take all of these. You mentioned you still have some poultry at home. If you're not in a hurry to go back, please wait here for me. I'll take these chickens and ducks home first, then come back to go with you. It'll take about 10 minutes. Finding so many live birds at once was quite a pleasant surprise. "I'm not in a hurry," the woman replied with a smile. "I'll wait here for you. We have plenty of poultry at home. If you want more, my son can help deliver them to you, so you don't have to worry about it." The two family members standing beside her were also smiling. They felt that tonight had turned out well. This might even solve their biggest problem. They simply thought Shin Shuling was a local resident. Carrying the sack on her bike, Shin Shuling rode away. When she reached a quiet spot, she and her bicycle disappeared into her secret space. Once inside, she opened the sack and untied the ropes. The chickens, ducks, and geese, now free, began wandering around curiously, exploring their new surroundings. Shin Shuling let out a breath of relief. Luckily, the space had a self-cleaning function. Otherwise, she would have had to deal with the mess. If it didn't, she wouldn't have kept live animals here at all. Just then, a panel appeared in her mind. "Would you like to use space wood to build nests for the poultry?" She paused for a moment, surprised. Could this be another function of the space? She silently answered yes. At once, a redwood fence appeared before her, neatly enclosing the chickens, ducks, and geese inside. Shin Shuling was speechless. Those were the fine redwood materials she had collected from the Shun residence, the only kind of wood worth taking from there. Looking at the redwood fence, she sighed quietly. Forget it, she thought. Next time, I'll gather some ordinary wood and grass to use instead. I can't waste redwood like this again. As she was thinking, another message appeared. Would you like to activate the water feeding mode for the poultry? She quickly chose yes. Then came another prompt. Would you like to enable semi-automatic mode? This mode meant that when Shin Shuling wasn't inside the space, it would automatically take care of feeding the animals and tending the plants, a kind of management function. Shin Shuling selected yes. Although she doesn't have anything planted yet, she has now started to prepare the space so she can manage it once something grows. After dealing with the poultry, Shin Shuling took out some cookies she bought at the department store to settle her stomach, then rode her bike out of the space. Outside the space, it was completely dark. She took out a flashlight and waved it around, finding no one there, which made it easier for her to do what she needed. The place where Shin Shuling was located had trees and grass. She quickly gathered a few trees and also took some grass, planning to feed the chickens and ducks inside the space. When she left the space earlier, she could faintly feel that it was about to upgrade. Shin Shuling rode her bike toward the place where she had traded with her aunt. Girl, the three women, including her aunt, were riding 2 bikes and waiting eagerly for her. When they saw her coming, they quickly called out to her. Shin Shuling pulled down the black cloth covering her face and said, "Let's go. I'll go with you to see. All right, girl. Follow us. Our house isn't far from here. It's only about 20 minutes by bike." "Don't worry," said her aunt, sitting behind her son, still trying to comfort Shin Shuling. "Our family has already split. Besides my pregnant eldest daughter-in-law, no one else is there. My eldest daughter-in-law is about to give birth. Please don't worry too much, girl." She was worried that the girl in front might suddenly change her mind. Since it was nighttime and they didn't know each other well, if she met someone more cautious, She might refuse to go with them. Shin Shuling followed behind her aunt's bike, responding occasionally. Soon, they entered a village. After about 20 minutes, they stopped in front of a house. Just as they parked their bikes, a pregnant woman opened the gate. The dim yellow light from inside spilled out. Shin Shuling could see that the woman looked relieved and said, "Dad, Mom, you're finally back. Come in quickly. Aren't you supposed to rest early? It's already midnight. The baby in your belly needs rest." Her aunt quickly got off her bike and helped the pregnant woman. The pregnant woman then saw that her family was behind her, along with a girl covered with a black cloth. The old man pushed his bike and said, "Let's go inside and talk." They entered the yard, and the gate closed behind them, blocking out the outside darkness. Andy didn't bother with politeness and directly took Shin Shuling to the backyard. Her backyard was very large, and inside the big shed, she used a flashlight to show that it was full of poultry. There are a total of 150 birds, including 70 chickens, 50 ducks, and 30 geese. If you want, I can ask my husband and son to deliver them to you tomorrow. My son can also lend a cart to help with the delivery, Annie said as she handed Shin Shuling 2 boiled eggs. She had just gone to the main hall to get these eggs. Her family had been working with the supply and marketing cooperative for many years, so they had some connections. Shin Shuling happily accepted the eggs. She was pleased to hear that Auntie could arrange for a cart to deliver the goods. "Auntie, I want to buy all these poultry. Besides that, I also need some vegetables. Since you can arrange a cart, your family can also bring vegetables. I also want some vegetable seeds. The prices will follow the black market rates," Shin Shuling said. Hearing this, Auntie became very excited. "All right, sister, if you're sure you want them, I'll make sure everything with the vegetables is arranged." Her second and third son's vegetables had good sales. Her whole family mainly supplied the supply and marketing cooperative. They were doing well until the day the new director's son teased her daughter-in-law. Her eldest son couldn't hold back and beat the man up. Her daughter-in-law was about to give birth and was harassed like that. Not only her son, but even she, as the mother-in-law, wanted to call the police and have the man arrested. Unfortunately, they were ordinary people and couldn't compete with those powerful people. Their work was affected, and because of this incident, her second and third sons were unhappy with her eldest son's family. But now, everything was better. The girl in front of her wanted to buy everything, which was a big help. As long as the goods could be sold, their family could settle down and farm peacefully. Shin Shuling quickly agreed on the price with Auntie and paid a deposit of 300 yuan. "Tomorrow midnight, you can deliver the goods to the courtyard at number 33 North Street. I will be waiting inside," she said while eating the eggs. She didn't plan to return to the Western-style house. The courtyard at North Street was quiet and remote, so delivering the goods at midnight wouldn't attract attention. Auntie immediately understood that she didn't want others to notice. She kept saying, don't worry. My 3 sons and I will personally deliver the goods. The small truck makes very little noise." Once everything was settled, Shin Shuling didn't stay long and left quickly. "Old man, and I will see you off and help you leave the village. It's already late at night, and it's not safe for you to go back alone, big sister," Auntie said right away. Shin Shuling didn't refuse. Although she had a gun in her space, the village roads were winding and tricky. If she took a wrong turn, it wouldn't be good. The 2 women saw her out of the village. Before leaving, they gave her a bag of eggs and some vegetables. When Shin Shuling returned to the courtyard on North Street, she felt very tired all over. She couldn't help but touch her belly and found no discomfort. She let out a small breath of relief and softly said, "Baby, just hold on a little longer. Once this busy time is over, I will rest well and give you good nourishment." After saying this, she felt her stomach jump uncontrollably, like the baby was hiccuping inside. But after a couple of jumps, it stopped moving. Shin Shuling was happy inside. Could it be that the baby in her belly really understood what she was saying? She didn't even know if the baby had formed yet. Thinking of this, she chuckled softly and quickly entered her space. She took a quick shower with spiritual spring water and then went to the kitchen. In the kitchen, besides the pots and utensils from her space, there were the rice, oil, salt, and vegetables she bought today at the department store. The vegetables and eggs given by Auntie were stored in a warehouse that could freeze time. As long as she thought about it, the eggs and vegetables would appear on the kitchen table. The items in the warehouse could be taken at will. She turned on the stove. It was a very magical stove. After her death, when her soul watched Shinshue, she saw this kind of stove and knew it was something only in the future. Shin Shuling used a gas stove to cook herself a bowl of noodles. She added a few stalks of vegetables from Auntie and 2 eggs. Earlier in the morning, she had eaten 2 meat buns and a bowl of soy milk, only filling her stomach with some biscuits in between. Maybe that was enough for a small girl with a small appetite. But she had been very active all day, and she was also pregnant. Eating just these things was far from enough. Her stomach was already growling loudly with hunger. So, after she cooked a big bowl of noodles with spiritual spring water, she was drooling with hunger. A simple bowl of vegetable, egg, and noodle soup tastes very good. The noodles have a wheat aroma, and the eggs are rich and smooth. There is also a faint sweet flavor, which is the taste of spiritual spring water. Shin Shuling found that vegetables washed with spiritual spring water and cooked noodles taste better than usual. She finished the entire bowl of noodles and then gently touched her slightly rounded belly before sitting on the sofa. The sofa in the space is pure white leather, looking high quality and elegant. Sitting on it, you won't sink like on a fabric sofa. Instead, it provides good support and comfort. Shin Shuling lay on the sofa for a while. She felt her appetite had grown a lot. Her morning sickness from the past life disappeared completely after drinking the spiritual spring water. If she didn't know she was pregnant, she might forget there was a little life inside her. After 5 minutes, Shin Shuling got up, went to the kitchen, put the used dishes into the dishwasher, poured herself a glass of spiritual spring water, and then went upstairs to sleep. That night, she slept very deeply, filled with happy hopes for her future life. Tomorrow she had many things to do. While Shin Shuling was sleeping peacefully, the space was quietly changing because of the new living creature inside, preparing for the upcoming upgrade. Meanwhile, Shin Shui was not doing so well. Today, after receiving the jade pendant from Shin Shuling, she took a bus to the nearest house, which her father bought for her after she became an adult. Although it only had 2 rooms and 1 living room, she had decorated it carefully. When she wasn't at the old family home, she mostly stayed here. Shen Shui returned home and didn't even have time to take off her wet clothes. She eagerly took out a small knife and pricked her finger. When blood flowed out, she smeared it onto the jade pendant. But there was no reaction at all. Why is this happening? Shen Shui frowned, carefully examining the blood-stained jade pendant, trying hard to recall what she read in the book. The book said that when Shin Shuling opened the space, the jade pendant had absorbed a lot of her blood. Maybe I don't have enough blood yet? Shen Shui clenched her teeth, got up, and went to the kitchen to get an empty bowl. She looked at the empty bowl in her hand, and then at her finger, which was bleeding. Shin Shui took a deep breath and quietly comforted herself. It's not a big deal, just a little blood. Once I activate the cloud pattern space, I can use the spiritual spring water inside to heal my wounds. I can store everything from the Shun residence in the space. In the future, the cloud pattern space will also be my life-saving talisman. I can walk freely in Gangcheng. All of this is worth it. While mentally reassuring herself, Shen Shui clenched her hand around the knife and cut into the flesh of her palm. After 15 minutes, Shen Shui, her vision dimming, placed the jade pendant into a bowl mostly filled with blood. She had been soaked in water when she went to find Shin Shuling, and now she had added blood herself, so her body was starting to give out. Carefully, she looked at the jade pendant soaking in blood, then prepared to stand up and get her medical kit to bandage her wound. Just as she was about to stand, everything went black, and she fainted. With a loud crash, the blood-filled bowl on the table was knocked to the ground, shattering into pieces. The jade pendant also broke in half, and blood spilled everywhere. The room was filled with the smell of blood, truly a crime scene. When Shen Shui's loyal follower, Zhou Xiangyang, entered, he saw the scene. He was wearing a work jacket over a fine patterned shirt, with his pant legs secretly narrowed, an image typical of a street kid today.
Ah,
Little Snow, Zhou Xiangyang exclaimed, seeing Shen Shui lying in a pool of blood, his legs nearly giving way from shock. He took a moment to steady himself at the door, then shakily approached Shen Shui. Confirming she was still breathing, he finally let out a big sigh of relief. Zhou Xiangyang carried the blood-covered Shen Shui to the hospital. He also stepped on the broken jade pendant several times, nearly slipping, and in anger, kicked it under the table. While Shen Shui was in chaos, Uncle Zheng's family was also in a similar state, though one was bad, the other good. He carried gold bars and a list, and after returning from the villa with a water bottle, he stayed inside without coming out. He was thinking, pondering how to explain everything to the children. During this time, Aunt Zheng, who had picked up her granddaughter from school, came to check on him. After learning what had happened, she said without hesitation, "Just listen to Shuling. Her information is definitely accurate. Who cares about money and jobs? Our daughter-in-law is pregnant, so we can't afford any accidents. Even if the situation isn't so tense later, we can move back. When the old master was alive, you traveled around and saved a lot. Our daughter doesn't need to worry about us, and our son and daughter-in-law are hardworking and ambitious. Plus, our savings are enough. With my wife's support, I feel more confident." I took a big sip from the water bottle. "All right, when Xiaowen and Xiaojun come back tonight, we will discuss everything carefully. Shuling has prepared so many things, and she said she will share some with us, including help with moving to the countryside." By the end of her words, Uncle Zheng's tone carried a hint of emotion. Aunt Zheng nodded too. "The old master and Shuling have done us a big favor. I used to think Shuling and our family were distant, but in a critical moment, she still remembered us. She is pregnant and alone now, and it's really kind of her to think of us at this time. Since the old master and his wife passed away, Uncle Zheng resigned from the Shan household. Although he still kept in touch with Shuling privately, he always felt a bit distant, mainly because Uncle Shen's family was causing trouble. Now, after this incident, Uncle Zheng said Shuling has realized the true nature of Uncle Shen's family. He is genuinely happy about that. The old master and his wife had helped their family, and he truly considers Shuling as a young lady and his own child. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Uncle Zheng stay in the mansion. There have been more and more rumors about capitalists outside in recent years. If what Shuling said is true, then if the Zheng family doesn't take the initiative to move to the countryside, they won't be able to avoid it. The old couple decided this. Aunt Zheng even checked all their family assets and took out the household registration book needed for moving. "Tomorrow, you should call the village team where Hong Ying is and tell them we plan to move to the neighboring village," Aunt Zheng instructed. Uncle Zheng nodded repeatedly. That evening, after Zheng Hongjun and Wen finished work and came home, the family gathered around the table. Uncle Zheng cleared his throat, took out a list and some gold bars, and placed them on the table. Zheng Hongjun and Wen looked at them in surprise. Uncle Zheng solemnly announced, "Today, I went to the mansion and met Shuling. I learned some very important news. This news concerns our whole family." Then Uncle Zheng recounted everything he said after meeting Shin Shuling, word for word. Zheng Hongjun and his wife's expressions changed from surprise to serious, and then to silence. Finally, Wen touched her growing belly and asked, "Mom and Dad, is the news really accurate? Is what Sister Shin said true?" Her worry was greater than her doubt. She knew the Shun family status in Shueisha City. Even if she wasn't very familiar, she had heard of it. Plus, her father-in-law had worked with the Shun family's eldest master for many years. After marrying into the Zheng family, she learned more about the Shun family. She understood that the message from the Shun family's eldest daughter was trustworthy. She was just a little uneasy and scared. She hoped for good news, but she also felt uncertain after hearing it from her father-in-law. She didn't want her daughter or the unborn baby to go through chaos. The adults were fine, but the children. Wen looked at Uncle Zheng with some urgency. Uncle Zheng shook his head and sighed. "Shuling was very sure when she told me about this, and she said we should prepare to move to the countryside immediately." After saying that, he looked at Wen with some apology. "Xiao Wen, You've suffered with our family. In such moments, the capitalists always come first, followed by those who worked for them. No, I'm not suffering. Compared to other women, I'm not suffering at all, when glanced at Sung Hongjun sitting beside her. Her husband treated her very well and was very considerate. The work at the supply and marketing cooperative was also paid for by the Zung family. If she hadn't married her husband, she would never have had a job in her life. She would just be a woman at home taking care of children. The Zung family was kind to her. Zung Hongjun held her hand and assured her, Xiaowen, don't worry. No matter what, we will always prioritize you and the baby. Yes, Xiaowen, you're pregnant now, and you're the most important person in our family, Aunt Zheng also said. The family quickly made a plan. Zeng Hongjun and Wen would start selling their house and their work tomorrow morning. Once they found a buyer, Aunt Zheng was ready to go to the countryside. Uncle Zeng would contact black market sellers and get in touch with his eldest daughter. The next day, Shin Shuling slept until 9 in the morning because she was exhausted from the day before. After washing up and having breakfast, she left the house and went to check on the poultry enclosed by a fence. A dozen or so domestic birds were kept on the grassy land. Last night was very dark, and she wasn't sure how much grass she brought into the space, but it seems to be enough now. A small, clear spring appeared in the fence area. When these birds are thirsty, they naturally go to drink water. However, these birds always eat crushed rice and rice bran, which she hasn't added to her space yet. Tonight, her aunt will bring some bird feed and vegetable seeds, along with the space's semi-automatic functions, so she can start producing and selling on her own. Shin Shuling looked at the lively birds before leaving the space. It was already 10 a.m. now. She needed to go to the bank first to handle her father's inheritance and also make a call to the Northwest Military District to arrange a time for Gu Majin to pick her up. She also planned to report Shen Huaishan for illegal gambling activities. After checking on the birds in the space, Shin Shuling looked at the few trees she moved in last night. They stood alone on the dark land, looking a bit lonely, but they were lush and healthy. The space uses spiritual spring water, which is very friendly to all living things and plants. She left the space and looked around the courtyard. This yard is part of the Shin family's ancestral property. Usually no one lives there, so it only had some simple furniture and nothing else. Today, she planned to visit Uncle Lee Chongda, who works at the bank. She wore a simple black short-sleeved shirt and a black straight skirt, carrying a plain black leather bag on her shoulder. Her outfit was much more understated than before. But she is tall, about 1.7 meters, with a slim and delicate figure. Her face is refined, and she looks very elegant. The black clothes don't make her look dull. Instead, they highlight her fair skin and delicate features. Shin Shuling took out a permanent Model 26 women's bicycle from her space. It was the same bike her family's housekeeper used for shopping. Many families save for a long time to buy such a bike. Currently, the domestic banks are still government-run. The People's Bank is located far from the courtyard, about half an hour by bike. In difficult times, the People's Bank will face big challenges. Many professionals will be reassigned, and many financial rules and regulations will be abolished. The people going in and out of the People's Bank are not many. In this era, except for those with some family background and official positions, ordinary people rarely go to the bank to save money. Even when they do, they seldom withdraw cash. Shin Shuling put her bicycle away, carried her bag, and walked inside. As soon as she entered the bank, she saw Lee Chongda standing in the hall, dressed in a serious dark blue Zhongshan suit. Uncle Lee, Shin Shuling walked over. Lee Chongda is 48 years old. He is a few years older than the late Shin Qingshan. He looks honest and upright, responsible and dependable. He had a good relationship with Shin Qingshan when they were young. Despite being such a good person, he is still unmarried.
No one knows why.
Fortunately, his family has 4 sons and 2 daughters, so his being single does not affect the family line. Seeing Shin Shuling, Lee Chongda's eyes brightened and his stern face softened into a kind smile. He first looked her over carefully, then said with a smile, "Shuling, why do you have time to come here?" Is there something you want to talk to Uncle Lee about? The last time they met was almost a year ago, when Shin Shuling got married. Shin Shuling also smiled and said, Uncle Lee, I came today because I need to talk to you about a few things. One is about the money my father left in the bank, and the other is about some things from my parents' lives before they passed away. If that money isn't withdrawn now, it might be lost if chaos breaks out later. Hearing her words, Lee Changda immediately said, Let's go to the office and talk. He led her to the office. Shin Shuling sat in a chair inside, and Lee Changda poured her a glass of water. She straightforwardly said, Uncle Lee, my father had some money saved in the bank before he died. I want to withdraw it as soon as possible. When she mentioned the money, Lee Changda immediately frowned and looked at her plain clothes. His tone was doubtful and a little hesitant. Shuling, that money was only to be given to you after your father asked you to get married and come with Xiaogu. He asked, Have you encountered something recent? If Xiaogu can't come from the northwest for now, just tell Uncle. I will do my best to help you. He noticed that Shin Shuling's clothes were very different from before. He was worried she might have been wronged by Shin Huaishan or influenced by Shan Huaishan's family to withdraw the money. He has never married or had children in his life. He has long considered his friend's daughter as his own. Whenever she faces difficulties, he always helps her without hesitation. Shin Shuling felt warm inside when Lee Changda said this. She then said, Uncle Lee, I have recently encountered some problems, but not in the way you might think. After speaking, she gently touched her belly with a soft expression. Not long ago, the Shin family was preparing to go to Port City. At that time, I found out I was pregnant. Shan Huaishan covets the inheritance my father left me and wants me to take the money and go to Port City with them. Their family is so deceitful. Lee Changda slammed the table hard. He spoke angrily, almost eager to confront Shan Huaishan right now. I knew they had bad intentions. It was right to keep your money in the bank. That family is full of wolves and tigers, with no bottom line at all. Lee Changda's chest rose and fell sharply, clearly furious. If it hadn't been for the sudden incident, and if I had custody of you, I would never have left you in the Shin family. I watched over you day and night, thinking they wouldn't dare hurt you with me around. But I underestimated their cruelty. I thought once you got married, you would leave with Xiaogu, and you would have less contact with Shan Huaishan's family. But they worked so hard to deceive you, making you marry, without going with Xiaogu. Uncle Lee, I was too naive, thinking I could scare them. When Qing Shan and his wife suddenly died, Shin Shuling lost her parents. Shan Huaishan's family showed her great care at the right time. As an outsider, he wondered what right they had to take Shin Shuling away. Over the years, Shan Huaishan's family seemed kind to her. He even thought they had some genuine feelings. But who knew that beneath that kindness, there was a bigger plan? Listening to Lee Changda's words, Shin Shuling couldn't help but feel surprised. It turned out that things back then were not so simple. She looked serious and said, Uncle Lee, don't worry. I have seen through the Shin family. The money my father left me, I plan to take to the northwest to join the army. I will also call Gu Mashwan to come and pick me up. Good girl, good girl. Now you are not just a person, but also carrying a child. When you go to the northwest, you should live well with little Gu, Lee Changda said, his eyes starting to tear up. Seeing the thin and weak girl in front of him, he felt very sad. Orphaned and being targeted by relatives for her family's wealth, she could be taken advantage of easily. Shin Shuling nodded and then said, Uncle Lee, since I saw the true nature of my eldest uncle's family, I've had a guess. I want to find out the truth before I go to the northwest. I'd like to ask for your help. Her eyes were firm and determined. If her guess was right, Shan Huaishan's family would have to pay the price. Lee Changda's heart skipped a beat. Shuling, what do you want to do? That matter had always been a guess in Lee Changda's mind. After Qing Shan and his wife's accident, they were immediately cremated by Shan Huaishan. The car involved in the accident was also burned. Little Shuling was still in their hands, and he had no solid proof. At that time, he was just a small clerk. If the Shin family used tricks to accuse him, he would be in trouble too. Plus, 10 years ago, the legal system was not perfect, so he buried that suspicion. As he buried his doubts, he also felt more guilty towards Shuling. Shin Shuling took a deep breath and said, Uncle Lee, I think there's more to my parents' death. I want to go to the police to reopen the case. If Shen Huaishan really did it, he must face the punishment he deserves. Her words were firm and full of anger. Li Changde listened to her and felt some hope and hesitation. He said, We can't rush to report it. We need to find some clues first. If we report too soon, it might alert Shen Huaishan. The Shin family still had some power in Water City. If they suddenly asked the police to reopen the case, Shen Huaishan might interfere. We don't want to alert him prematurely. Seeing this, Shin Shuling smiled and said, Uncle Lee, don't worry about this. The Shin family is about to fall into chaos. The first thing she did after leaving the bank was to report Shen Huaishan. Lu Xiehua planned to send goods to the port last night, but Shin Shuling secretly took everything away without anyone noticing. Shin Shui might still be pondering over that jade pendant. All members of the Shin family were too busy to pay attention to her matters. However, she knew it was better to find some information before restarting the case. One reason was that the police would take it more seriously, and the case would progress faster. Li Changde looked curious. Shuling, what do you mean? Did something happen to the Shin family? Could it be that Shuling did something? Looking at the grown-up girl in front of him, the innocence and naivety of the past had disappeared, leaving behind calmness and maturity. In a place he couldn't see, the little girl had already grown into a responsible adult. Shuling nodded. My eldest aunt is busy transporting goods to the port, and my eldest uncle is still gambling in the countryside. I found out where he's gambling, and I plan to report him by phone later. Of course, she wouldn't tell the truth. Just revealing these things to Uncle Lee was enough to reassure him. I see. You really know where Shin Huishan is gambling. The police will arrest him. Lu Xiehua will definitely try to protect him, which gives you some opportunity, Li Changde said suddenly. Shuling added, I will go back first to find evidence and see if there are any clues from the past. Once I have some progress, I will come back. Please, Uncle Lee, come with me to the police station. Uncle Lee had a good relationship with her parents, and having him as an indirect witness would be very helpful for the case. No problem, Shuling. If you want to report, just use my phone. If you haven't contacted Xiao Gu yet, you can also use my phone. Li Changde pointed to the phone in his office. Shuling didn't refuse. Before making the call, she thought for a moment and said, Uncle Lee, my eldest uncle and his family received news that chaos would break out in 2 years. I also overheard that it's not just the capitalists, even the banks might be involved. If Uncle Lee still worked at the bank, then he might be transferred away. Those transferred usually went to the most difficult and worst conditions. She hadn't seen what happened to Uncle Lee in her previous life. She secretly hoped Uncle Lee wouldn't be involved because of what might happen in the future. Li Changde's face darkened when he heard this. I've also heard some rumors lately, but nothing as serious as you said. If it really was that serious, he would be in danger then. Uncle Lee, please believe me. This matter is very serious and could cause chaos in the city. You need to be prepared, Shin Shuling said with a worried look. Uncle Lee was different from Uncle Zheng's family. He worked in a high position at the bank and had his own contacts and judgment. She was confident he would believe her, but she wasn't sure if Uncle Lee would believe her too. Li Changde shook his head. Shuling, I trust you, but I will still look into this. Rest assured, if it's true, news will come out soon. This matter was important for him and his work, so he needed to find out the truth. After hearing Li Changde, Shin Shuling didn't say anything more. Uncle Lee was right. If the news was accurate, some signs would appear. Also, even though she had gone to the northwest, she could still contact Uncle Lee. After they finished talking, Shin Shuling picked up her phone and called the Northwest Military District. In this time period, you couldn't call the military district directly. The operator had to verify the call before connecting it. Shin Shuling was a military family member. After verification, the operator quickly transferred the call to the office. The phone rang twice before someone answered. Shin Shuling spoke first. Hello, I am Guma Jin's wife. I need to talk to him. Could you please ask him to answer the phone? Private Mao, who was on duty, heard the pleasant voice of the woman on the phone. He was a bit stunned and felt his ears tingling. Ahem, Commander Gu is out leading troops. Please wait a moment, I will go get him. After saying that, Private Mal hung up and hurried out of the office. As he ran downstairs, he wondered if the woman on the phone was really the wife. Commander Gu had been married for almost a year, but his wife had never called the troops before. When Gu Tuan first applied for a family housing permit, everyone thought his wife would come to stay with him. Gu Tuan didn't deny it at the time. But now, so much time had passed, and his wife still hadn't appeared. He thought she might not want to come. Breathless, Private Mao ran to the shooting range and approached a tall, strong man. He saluted. "Commander." "The wife called and said she needs to talk to you." He said it loudly, attracting the soldiers nearby who were shooting. The commander's wife was on the phone? That was really surprising. Whenever soldiers heard Xiao Mao speak, they stopped shooting and just stared at Gu Mo Jin with curiosity and gossip. People familiar with Commander Gu knew that his wife didn't want to come with the army because she probably disliked the poor conditions of the Northwest Military District. Otherwise, how could Commander Gu have applied for a family house, bought furniture, but still not appeared? After hearing Xiao Mao's words, Gu Mo Jin was momentarily stunned, but his expression remained calm. He looked at the target scores, all of which were perfect 10s. Gu Jin Mo took a deep breath, put down his gun, and then strode toward the office building. The shooting range was some distance from the office building. Gu Jin Mo was nearly 1.9 meters tall, with long legs and big steps. One step could cover 1.5 normal steps. Even so, he couldn't help but start jogging as he walked. The man's serious and stern face showed some signs of worry, and his usually calm black eyes also looked a little tense. They had been married for a year, and she had never called the army. Since their argument that time, she hadn't even answered his calls. He felt both sad and angry. He had always been the one compromising in this relationship. He wanted to be firm about her coming with him, but she responded with cold indifference. Of course, he was angry. Sometimes he even saw her cold departure in his dreams. But now that she called him, his anger immediately turned into worry. She must have encountered something, which is why she called. Thinking this, Gu Jin Mo's quick walk turned into a run, eager to get back to his office and answer her call. A soldier passing by felt a gust of wind rush past and disappeared before he could see clearly. Gu Jin Mo calmed his breath, then picked up the phone and said in a deep voice, "Hello?" On the other end, Shin Shuling heard the man's voice and responded, "It's me, Gu Jin Mo." In their past life, they had a disagreement over her coming with the army. She tightened her grip on the phone, unsure if he was still angry. Gu Jin Mo only thought her voice was soft and sweet. He heard such a beautiful voice, and all the anger in his heart disappeared. He softened his tone and asked, "Shu Ling, is there something you want to tell me?" He was worried that Shu Ling might be being bullied. Although they were arranged to marry as children, he was already captivated the first time he saw Shu Ling. He took the initiative to push their marriage forward. He knew Shu Ling didn't have deep feelings for him, but he was willing to wait. Regarding her joining the army, he no longer insisted. He believed that taking things slowly was best. At worst, he would wait until he was transferred to the capital and then bring Shu Ling to be with him. A few years was nothing. He could wait. Shu Ling listened to the man's caring voice on the phone. Her heart felt sour and tight. In her previous life, she had trusted the wrong person, which caused the man to be hurt. After she died and her soul became aware, she saw Gu Jinma quietly crying while looking at her photo. She softly said, "It's nothing much. I just want you to come to Shueisha in a month to pick me up and go to the Northwest with the army. I want to be with you." Her last words came out naturally. She planned to finish everything within a month. Gu Jinma thought he had misheard. He paused, even holding his breath. Then, in a hoarse voice, he asked, "Really? Shu Ling, do you really want to come to the Northwest?" Hearing the dry, cautious tone on the phone, Shu Ling couldn't help but smile slightly. "Of course it's true. Gu Jinma, you must come to pick me up on time or I will be angry." He was not good with words. Most of the time, he showed his feelings through actions. He did many things for her privately but never spoke of them. He also respected her wishes, completely different from Shun Huaishan's family. After she died and her soul floated in the air, she finally understood Gu Jinma's care and love for her. But by then it was all too late. Shuling, don't worry. I will definitely come to Shueisha on time, Gu Jinma promised, his heart pounding almost out of his chest. Shuling smiled and said, "Good, then I'll wait for you." On the other end of the phone, Gu Jinma instinctively responded, then heard the call being hung up. The tall man stood in his office, holding the phone, with a look of regret and frustration. He felt he should have said more. He had heard from soldiers who were married that wives loved to hear sweet words. One day, he needs to get a book and seek advice from some good couples. Compared to Gu Jinma's frustration, Shin Shuling also felt she was rushing things. She had forgotten to tell him she was over 4 months pregnant. Never mind, since they will meet soon. She can tell him then. When Li Changda saw Shin Shuling hang up the phone, he immediately asked, "Should we report Shen Huishan now?" Shin Shuling looked at her watch. It was already 11:30 a.m. Shen Huishan should be waking up and starting to prepare for gambling. Calling now, the police should be able to catch him in the act when they arrive. Shen Huishan wanted to have fun for a few days before going to Gangcheng. Otherwise, his gambling friends here wouldn't have a chance to meet him again. He even developed feelings for gambling. Shin Shuling picked up the phone and dialed the Water City Police. "Hello, police officer. I want to report a group of people gambling." "Yes, at the last house in Nyalinkan, Xiang County." After finishing the call to Water City Police, she dialed the police in Nyalinkan, Xiang County, and reported again before hanging up. "If they catch him in the act, they can arrest him right away," Li Changda said. He had heard that Shen Huishan was very cautious. Shin Shuling smiled and said, "Hopefully, they will catch him in the act." With her past experience, she knew Shen Huishan's gambling spots were definitely real. Next, Li Changda stood up and took Shin Shuling to the safe. Inside the large safe, besides shiny gold bars, there were 10 property deeds, including the villa and some diamonds and jewelry. The entire safe was packed full. "Your father is our bank's biggest client. There are 300 gold bars, each weighing 200 grams, 10 property deeds, jewelry, and a passbook with 50,000 yuan. Shin Shuling, are you sure you want to take everything out?" Li Changda held a stack of documents and asked. These items are enough for Shin Shuling to enjoy good food and drinks for a lifetime, and raising a child would be no problem. Shin Shuling thought for a moment and said, "Uncle Li, please help me take out half of the gold bars. I'll take the 2 best locations for the courtyard houses, including No. 33, North Street. I don't want the jewelry, and I'll withdraw 30,000 yuan in cash. The rest will stay stored for now." She had her own plans for the money stored in the bank. Li Changda nodded and said, "All right, you can take the gold bars and the land deed now, but the cash will have to wait until tomorrow. I can deliver it myself then, and it's safer for you to go alone, since they didn't have all the cash now they needed to transfer it from other banks. Then I'll take the land deed today, and tomorrow, Uncle Li, please deliver the gold bars and cash to the courtyard at No. 33, North Street." Shin Shuling agreed. After they made the plan, Shin Shuling signed several documents before leaving the bank. Meanwhile, the police received a tip and started organizing personnel to go to Nulon Mountain to down on the group of people involved in illegal gambling. Before leaving, they also contacted the local police station in Xiang County. Both sides, along with the local Red Guard Committee, planned to work together to make arrests. This was a pretty big operation, because the people gathered by Shen Huishan were troublemakers, not just ordinary idle folks. They gambled heavily and had anti-government tendencies. Basically, they were black elements. At this time, they were facing danger head-on. In Nulon village, in a mud brick house at the end of the village. Shen Huishan only woke up around 10 in the morning, still groggy from staying up all night gambling. He was feeling a bit dizzy. He sat up in bed, lit a cigarette, and looked at the few gold bars on the bedside table, clicking his tongue. The environment inside the house wasn't good, damp and moldy, mixed with cigarette smoke. Shen Huishan was nearly 50 years old. Standing about 1.8 meters tall, he was quite tall for this time. He was very thin with a decent face, but his cheeks had no flesh. His eyes were small with mostly white sclera, and his eyebrows were thick, one part like a sword, the other like a broom. He looked a bit fierce. He gestured to the person lying on the sofa. Ergo, wake up. Check if they're awake, then set up a game. We'll have a good time today, and I won't come back tonight. I need to prepare to go to Gangcheng. He had brought a lot of gold with him, planning to have some fun. After being called, Ergo immediately smiled and ran out happily. He was a villager from Nilon village, and this house belonged to him. As one of the few idle people in the village, his life was better than those hardworking farmers. Because he knew several big brothers, he provided a place for them to gamble. Every time they played, he would get some food and drinks from their wins or losses through the cracks of their fingers. Soon, he could buy a house and settle in the city. He felt very proud. Ergo went to check the 2 rooms next door and asked those big brothers about the game. After getting a positive answer, he started tidying up the messy room from yesterday. He organized the room, placing the card game, dice, and betting items on 3 separate tables. He swept the floor and then called the big brothers out. There were 7 players this time, led by Shen Huaishan. These were experienced gamblers, with solid family backgrounds. Otherwise, they couldn't afford such gambling. However, 3 or 4 of them were almost out of money. Shen Huaishan was gambling heavily this time, often losing hundreds or thousands in one game. But they heard Shen Huaishan say that the authorities were tightening restrictions, and soon they wouldn't be able to gamble anymore. Thinking they might lose the chance, they tightened their belts and played a few more rounds. They felt that if they didn't gamble now, they might never get another chance. This corrupt world was truly inhumane. They hated the rules from above and often cursed while gambling. Some cursed loudly, others cursed the authorities for their harsh rules. After drinking a little alcohol, they got very excited. They were reckless and wild. Half an hour later, all 7 sat around the table again, starting a lively gambling session. The noise of laughter and shouting was very loud. Ergo served each of them a bowl of noodles and brought 3 bottles of strong liquor and some peanuts. After setting everything up, he usually stepped outside to keep watch, sitting on a small stool at the door. Sometimes, the sounds of gambling and shouting from inside would drift out, but this was at the end of the village, behind no vegetable fields, and few people passed by daily. Even if someone did pass, he would go inside to say hello, and once they left, he would continue watching. He was planning to dig a cellar in the future, where loud noises wouldn't easily be heard. Bored, Ergo stared at the empty, dirt road. It was the most boring time, but for safety, he had to stay on guard. He watched the door for half an hour, then, seeing nothing to do, he went inside, took out some peanuts and white wine, and sat eating and drinking alone. After finishing today's task, he had almost saved enough money to buy a house in the city. Now, having a drink was also a way to celebrate. At that moment, a group of people dressed in uniforms, wearing red armbands, marched into the entrance of Nilon village. The women sitting around the big locust tree at the village entrance, mending shoes, saw them and were so frightened they almost dropped their needles. They looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what was happening in the village. Not only the police had arrived, but also the Revolutionary Committee and the Red Guards. Just as they were curious, a young police officer in uniform approached them. The young officer, with a gentle face, said, "Hello, ladies. We received a report that there is a gathering for gambling in the village. We are here to catch troublemakers who harm society. It's nothing to do with you. Please cooperate and don't make a fuss." The women wanted to shout out, but everyone in the village already knew what was happening. Hearing this, the women looked scared and quickly covered their mouths. No one expected there to be troublemakers in their village. It was a shame for them. One woman hurriedly assured them, "Comrade police, don't worry. We won't make a fuss. Please go and catch those bad people." Yes, yes, we must not let them escape. Seeing how cooperative the women were, the young police officer immediately gave them a thumbs up. "Thank you for your cooperation, ladies." Then he joined the team going to catch the suspects, heading toward the back of the village. The women looked around and decided to follow. They wanted to see which shameless villager would do such a thing. At this time, everyone valued collective honor. One person's bad behavior reflected on the whole group. If someone acted badly or committed a crime, They would be reported and isolated by the community, often driven out immediately. When they reached the path at the back of the village, they saw Ergo sitting on a small bench in front of his door. The alert police quickly stepped forward and roughly pushed the drunken Ergo to the ground.
Who are you?
Ergo, already drunk, couldn't tell what was real anymore. He mistook one person for two, and two people for trees by the roadside. The Red Guards directly pressed him down with their batons. The alcohol made his mind foggy and dulled his pain. The two leading police officers exchanged glances. "It's him." After speaking, he kicked open the locked wooden door with a loud bang. The door fell to the ground, startling the aunties watching outside. A group of people rushed inside and quickly subdued Shun Huaishan and his companions, who were gambling. "Don't move. You're gambling in a group, which is illegal," the lead police officer said sternly. Shun Huaishan was already drunk. When he saw someone daring to come in and cause trouble, he shouted loudly, "Who are you? How dare you interfere in my business? Believe it or not, I'll find someone to deal with you." Shun Huaishan was a notorious troublemaker, and now, even after drinking, he didn't fear the police. With a loud crash, the officials grabbed an empty wine bottle from the table and smashed it onto Shun Huaishan's back. "Things are different now. If you dare to resist or curse, the consequences will be much worse." "I know you." A righteous Red Guard stepped forward. The Shun family was well known in Shui City. Shun Huaishan, after his brother's death, had become lawless. But he hadn't been caught doing anything obvious, and there were no orders to arrest him, so he had been free to do as he pleased. Now, Shun Huaishan's gambling gathering was a big problem for the authorities. "I have money. I have money. All the Shun family's money is in my hands, in the ancestral home. What can you do to me?" Shun Huaishan, though drunk, spoke arrogantly. These were his true feelings. He was about to go to Gangcheng, and they had no power over him. People often lose their sense of judgment when drunk. Seeing Shun Huaishan so arrogant, everyone exchanged glances and started hitting him hard. They didn't hold back, hitting him with full force. Others also joined in, searching the house for valuables, gold bars, money, and gambling tools, all to be confiscated. Outside, the Annies who had been watching also came in. Seeing Shun Huaishan and his friends on the ground, they immediately recognized that they weren't from their village. They couldn't help but say, "They're not from our Niulan village. We don't have people like them in our village. Yes, our Niulan village doesn't have such people. These people are here to harm our village. Comrade, quickly arrest them. We must not leave these kinds of people in our village." While speaking, these women threw things at Shun Huaishan and the others. Those with nothing in their hands picked up stones and dirt to throw. "We can't let a few pieces of mouse droppings from who knows where ruin our entire Niulan village." Shun Huaishan woke up from the terrible pain and finally saw the scene in front of him. In the next second, he almost fainted. What is going on? Why is he being beaten on the ground? And where did these people come from? There's no need to think too much. He already knew he was doomed. After this incident happened just before going to Gangcheng, what should he do now? In the end, Shun Huaishan and his group were taken away directly. The villagers followed, throwing things at them. Ergo was beaten almost to death. If he hadn't brought people to Niulan village, our village wouldn't be so embarrassed. Today's incident would have been known by neighboring villages before tomorrow. Last month, Niulan village finally earned the honor of hanging a moving red flag in the village chief's office. Now, after this trouble, people from nearby villages will come to laugh at us tomorrow. The village chief looked worried and followed behind, feeling very ashamed. Shun Huaishan and the others were taken onto police cars. By the time they sat in the cars, they were already badly injured. He felt pain all over and only had one thought. The news of Shun Huaishan's trouble hadn't spread to the Shin family yet. But Lu Xiuhua was already panicking. Her head was pounding, and she felt like her heart was about to stop. All the workers in the Shun household stood in front of her. The butler stood beside her, looking nervous and worried. Last night, they planned to move everything from the warehouse to the port, but who knew Shun household would be robbed at this critical moment? At some point, Shun household was completely emptied. Only the personal clothes of the owners remained in a few rooms. Everything else was gone. Even the study was empty. Lu Xiuhua sat blankly on a bench. The house was empty around her. She hadn't moved since last night, passing out several times and then waking up again. The harsh reality hits harder each time she wakes up. Her phone was still beside her. After discovering last night that the Shun house had been emptied, she called the person she suspected the most. She asked questions carefully, but no one could match the description. Who could have emptied such a large Shun house during the day? Or while someone was still inside? No matter how she thought about it, it was strange and confusing. But Lu Xiuhua was the least superstitious person. The most likely explanation was that the household servants had colluded with others, secretly moving everything out without anyone noticing. Lu Xiuhua thought all night and finally understood. She felt as if she had aged 10 years. Even some white hairs appeared on her head. At that moment, she turned her dull eyes toward the butler. She asked, "Have Huishan and Xiaoxue been contacted yet?" After last night's incident, she immediately sent the butler to find them, but they hadn't been reached. It seemed Shen Huishan was in charge of the house, but Lu Xiuhua had always been the one managing everything. The butler shook his head. "Madam, we haven't contacted the master or miss yet. I've sent people to Niulan village to look for them, and I've also asked someone to check on Miss Xiaoxue." Lu Xiuhua stared at the butler closely and asked, "When did you give these people leave yesterday?" She believed it was impossible for outsiders to secretly move everything out unless they had colluded with someone inside. The butler had worked at the Shin house for 10 years and knew all its secrets. Hearing her question, the butler's heart tightened. He quickly replied, "Madam, since I came to the Shin house, I've been diligent in serving you and the master. Besides, my belongings are also missing. Please don't accuse me unfairly." His tone was a bit resentful, feeling that all his years of service had been wasted. Lu Xiuhua sneered. "A thief must do the whole job." After saying that, she suddenly slapped the butler hard across the face. Her eyes turned red, as if she had found the culprit. The slap was sharp and loud. The butler looked at Lu Xiuhua in shock, unsure of what to say. His disappointment grew steadily inside. Just then, a maid hurried over, panicked. "Madam, Miss Xiaoxue has somehow committed suicide in her apartment on West Street. She's now in the hospital, fighting for her life."
What?
Lu Xiuhua heard that her daughter was lying in the hospital and close to death. She didn't care about the housekeeper and hurriedly headed to the hospital. The housekeeper, who had been slapped, watched her leave with a look of resentment. Lu Xiuhua rushed to the hospital. Before entering the ward, she heard Shin Shui shouting loudly inside. "Zhou Xiangyang, I want to leave the hospital. Who told you to bring me here? I want to go home right now." Shin Shui was holding onto Zhou Xiangyang's clothes tightly, her eyes red, speaking fiercely. After waking up, she didn't find her space but was instead in the hospital. Her injured arm and scratches had been treated by the nurse. But she wasn't happy about being saved. Instead, she was furious and a little scared, worried that leaving might cause some accident with her space opening. She wished she could fly home immediately. Zhou Xiangyang looked at Shin Shui, who was holding onto his clothes tightly. They were very close. He couldn't help but raise his hand and wrap her in his arms. A hint of intoxication and slyness appeared in his eyes. He spoke gently, "Xiaoxue, if you want to leave the hospital, I'll take you back. But you still have a fever, so you need to take some medicine first." Shin Shui was lost in her feelings about her space not opening, not noticing how close she was to Zhou Xiangyang. At this moment, the door to the ward was pushed open.
Xiaoxue.
"What are you doing?" Lu Xiuhua stood at the door, glaring at the two who were so close. Zhou Xiangyang was just a troublemaker, a street kid. Lu Xiuhua had tried to stop Xiaoxue from being close to him long ago. She didn't expect they would still be together. Shin Shui finally realized how close she was to Zhou Xiangyang and quickly pushed him away. "Mom, I want to leave the hospital immediately. I still have things to do at home." Shin Shui quickly went to Lu Xiuhua. Her eyes were red, her lips pale, and her arm was wrapped in bandages.
She looked unwell.
Lu Xiuhua frowned, touched Shen Shue's forehead, and found it hot. She looked coldly at Shen Shue without answering and said to Zhou Xiangyang, "Thank you, Xiao Zhou, for helping us bring Xiao Shui to the hospital. You don't need to trouble Xiao Zhou anymore. I will take Xiao Shui back to the Shun house myself." Lu Xiuhua's tone was sharp, clearly trying to send them away. Zhou Xiangyang could naturally tell that Lu Xiuhua also looked down on him. She was so conservative and old-fashioned that he didn't dare to push himself forward too much. He said reluctantly, "All right, Aunt Lu, I'll go now. Xiao Xue, your fever hasn't fully gone down. You must rest well. I'll come to see you again next time." Zhou Xiangyang left, looking back every few steps. Shen Shui just glanced at him, a hint of impatience flashing in her eyes. As soon as Zhou Xiangyang stepped out of the room, Lu Xiuhua suddenly closed the door with a loud bang. He touched his nose, feeling a bit annoyed. Just as he was about to leave, he heard some noise inside the room. Lu Xiuhua looked at Shen Shui. She was a little disappointed and angry as she said, "What are you causing trouble for? Do you know that last night the Shun house was robbed? Not only the things we were going to send to Gangcheng, but everything inside the Shun house was stolen." At this critical moment, she no longer cared about why her daughter was in the hospital. As long as she was alive and in good spirits, that was enough. There were more urgent and serious matters waiting for them to handle. Shen Shui was stunned and asked, "Duh, the Shun house was robbed. This part of the story wasn't in the book. Now the Shun house is completely empty. They can't even afford a boat ticket to Gangcheng. All the belongings in your room are gone too." Lu Xiuhua covered her chest, looking pained as she spoke. Shen Shui was completely stunned. She found it hard to believe. "All gone? My jewelry and money in my room are gone too." This scene wasn't in the story. In the original story, Shun Huishan's family eventually spent a lot of money to get on the boat to Gangcheng at the last moment, and all their belongings were taken with them. But after arriving in Gangcheng, Shun Huishan's family lost everything because of gambling scams, and she ended up with a tragic ending after being involved with a perverted wealthy businessman. She didn't understand why the plot was changing. Could it be that her entering this body caused the story to shift? Shen Shui thought this was possible. After all, she had lied to Shen Shuling to have an abortion for her space and wealth, so the story probably changed accordingly. For a moment, Shen Shui felt regretful for acting without thinking it through. Looking at Shen Shui's surprised expression, Lu Xiuhua spoke seriously. "I suspect someone inside the house is working with outsiders. Your father is missing, and if we can't find the things, we won't be able to go to Gangcheng. We can't report this to the police because the Shun family has too many valuables. If we do, they might accuse us of theft, and our whole family could end up in jail. Everyone knows that higher authorities are about to set new rules, so we can't risk making trouble now." "How can that be?" Shen Shui blurted out. She was planning to go to Gangcheng after opening her space to show her skills. The rules on the mainland are strict, but Gangcheng is different. It's developing fast and offers many benefits. Most importantly, the entertainment industry in Gangcheng is booming now. With her future vision and big plans, she must seize this chance to succeed. She would never stay in this backward, old-fashioned mainland. Lu Xiuhua's face turned cold. "If we can't find the things, no one can leave." Outside the ward, Zhou Xiangyang listened to their conversation from start to finish. From initial surprise to now feeling happy, he walked away proudly. If the Shun family has no money left, maybe he can marry Xiao Xue. Inside the ward, Shen Shui paused for a moment before speaking. "Mom, we only have 3 days before going to Gangcheng. It's very hard to recover the Shun family's belongings in such a short time, but if we don't go, we're doomed." This was true. The Shun family is well known as capitalists. Once the authorities set new rules, the first to be targeted would be the Shun family. "No one in our family can escape being criticized or sent away." Lu Xiuhua's body trembled slightly as she kept saying, "No, no, we must not be sent away. Being criticized and exiled means death. She might even be tortured during the public humiliation." Shen Shui tightly held Lu Xiuhua's hand, her lips pale but her eyes bright. "Mom, I have a plan. The Shen family's belongings are gone, but Shen Shuling's parents deposited some money in the bank for her. Do you remember? Let's not worry about recovering the Shun family's things. Yesterday, I took her for an abortion. Now they will go find her and ask her to withdraw that money. It will be enough for us to live in Gangqing for a long time. In the book, Shen Qingshan saved a lot of money for Shen Shuling, more than enough for a lifetime. However, she didn't plan to tell Lu Xiuhua about it. Okay, we'll go find Shen Shuling now, Lu Xiuhua said through clenched teeth, feeling both heartbroken and determined. Shen Shui immediately changed out of her hospital gown. She was still running a fever and feeling dizzy. Mom, you go find Shen Shuling to get the money. The bank requires an appointment. Once you and Shen Shuling have scheduled it, we will go together tomorrow to take the money, she explained. She also needed to hurry back and activate her space. Once the space was open, she planned to store all her money inside it. As for Shen Shuling, if there was a chance, she might as well deal with her directly, instead of waiting until they reached the port city. Originally, Shen Shui planned to trick Shen Shuling into going to the port city before dealing with her, fearing Shen Shuling might die in the mainland and leave clues for Gu Majin when he came looking. But now she realized the plot in the book had shifted significantly, so she decided to quickly get rid of Shen Shuling. Lu Xiuhua thought for a moment and agreed, then I'll go to the villa to find Shen Shuling. Xiao Shui, you go home and pack up. Rest well. She touched Shen Shui's feverish forehead, thinking Shen Shui just wanted to rest. Just as the mother and daughter were about to leave the hospital, a young man working at the Shen residence hurried over. Madam, it's bad. It's really bad. The master was caught gambling with others and is now at the police station, the young man said hurriedly, panting. The police had just called the Shen residence. The butler answered and immediately came to inform Lu Xiuhua. Lu Xiuhua's head buzzed, and she felt like she might faint. She swayed and almost couldn't stand. If Shen Shui hadn't supported her with a frown, she might have collapsed. She muttered, How could Huaishan be taken? Although Shen Huaishan was a notorious gambler, he wasn't involved with women. To Lu Xiuhua, they had shared some tender moments. After Shen Qingshan's death, he even voluntarily handed over all the Shen family's assets to Lu Xiuhua's management. To Lu Xiuhua, Shen Huaishan, despite his bad habits, was a good husband. They had long been like two peas in a pod. Dad is always so unreliable. At this critical moment, he gets caught. Even if the Shen family is rich, it's hard to get him out, Shen Shui said with a hint of cruelty in her eyes. To her, her father is just a parasite. Now that he's caught, it's just right. Otherwise, if he goes to Port City, she would have to find a way to deal with him. Lu Xiuhua looked panicked. No, I must go to the police station now to see Huaishan. She hurriedly left for the hospital, not even noticing Shen Shui. If Huaishan said something he shouldn't at the police station, she would be finished. Such a love-struck fool. Shen Shui sneered as she watched Lu Xiuhua rush away. When she opens her space, she plans to find Shen Shuling herself. Once she gets the money, she would rather leave far away. She doesn't care about their family anymore. Shen Shui came from a different world and has no real feelings for her parents in this body. Meanwhile, Shen Shuling left the bank and headed toward Uncle Zheng's house. When passing a quiet spot, she would occasionally wave her hand to collect some trees and flowers into her space. She wants to turn her space into a small ecosystem. The more plants and living creatures she grows, the faster her space can upgrade. Soon, she arrived at Uncle Zheng's door on her bike. After parking, she knocked. Uncle Zheng saw it was her and quickly welcomed her inside. Shuling, sit quickly, Uncle Zheng said as he poured her a glass of water. Zheng Andy went to the kitchen to cut some fruit. Both Hongjun Zheng and Wen had gone out by this time, busy with work-related errands. Shen Shuling took a sip of water before asking, Uncle Zheng, did you discuss what I told you last time with your family? Yes, we talked about it. Today, Hongjun and Xiao Wen are busy with work. I also contacted people on the black market. They said they can start delivering the goods in a few days, but the price will be a bit higher. They need to put in some effort because there are so many items, Uncle Zheng explained. He knows some reliable contacts on the black market. Once he shows them the list, they agree immediately. The goods are bought from different people, so delivery times are uncertain. Shin Shuling nodded and said, just send the goods to the courtyard on Beijia Street. I won't go back to the villa, Uncle Zeng. You shouldn't go either. That house is too obvious. I'll find a way to deal with it later. She then took a spare key from her bag and placed it on the table. Each house has a spare key. Besides that, she also counted out 500 yuan and put it on the table. Uncle Zeng, use this money for expenses. The rest is for you to keep. After you go to the countryside, you'll need money too. The 500 yuan should cover about 180 to 200 yuan in expenses. She also wanted to give Uncle Zeng a little extra. No need, no need. I saved quite a bit of money with the old master over the years. I can't take your money. Uncle Zeng tried to put the money back into Shin Shuling's arms. Shin Shuling now has a child, and it's a time when money is needed. She can't take Shin Shuling's money. Shin Shuling stood up directly and said, Uncle Zeng, your whole family, including the unborn child, has money in hand. Life won't be too hard. After saying that, she went to the bathroom and then quietly slipped to Uncle Zeng's water jar, replacing the ordinary well water with spiritual spring water. Today, Uncle Zeng looked very good. She didn't know if it was the effect of drinking the spring water. After finishing these things, Shin Shuling came out, greeted Uncle Zeng, and left. Aunt Zheng had just cut the fruit and only saw her leaving figure. Her tone was a mix of complaint and concern. This child, why not stay a bit longer? Aunt Zheng also knew Shin Shuling was pregnant. She felt sorry for her traveling hard and also for her hardships. Uncle Zeng put the money into his pocket and sighed, I'll go find Tai Zhu and the others. Those goods can't have any accidents. Aunt Zheng nodded as well. Go ahead, keep a close watch so nothing goes wrong. After leaving Uncle Zeng's house, Shin Shuling went to the state-run vegetable market to buy some meat and vegetables. Then she directly returned to the courtyard at number 33 Beijia Street. She had originally planned to visit the supply and marketing cooperative to buy more supplies, but since her parents' issues hadn't been resolved, she decided to come back first. She knew she wouldn't buy much if she spent the day at the cooperative. Shin Shuling returned to the courtyard. Instead of entering the space directly from the yard, she went inside, locked the door, and then entered the space. Inside the space, the climate was comfortable and the air was fresh. Not far away, about 20 trees stand lively on the dark soil, with some green grass and small flowers beneath them. Originally, the chickens and ducks in the other enclosure were moved automatically to under the trees, and a small stream was also relocated near these trees. The fence was expanded a lot, but this time, instead of redwood, she used trees she had stored in her space. When she added these trees, she chose tall, healthy ones. Occasionally, the sounds of chickens, ducks, and geese can be heard. They are not loud, but noticeable. At this moment, a line of text appeared in Shin Shuling's mind. Should I use a closed-off method to raise the poultry? Shin Shuling didn't fully understand, but she chose yes. Immediately after, the sounds of the poultry disappeared. The closed-off raising method is now active, blocking sound and smell. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about disturbing anyone. Shin Shuling looked around twice and felt satisfied. Then she entered the house. She sat on the clean white sofa and began to use her mind to check the items her parents left in the space warehouse, hoping to find some clues from the past. Shin Shuling carefully searched through everything. Photos of her family of 3, her parents' belongings. Nothing was overlooked. Finally, she found a diary in a drawer in the study. Suddenly, Shin Shuling remembered that her mother used to keep a diary, though not every day, usually writing on special occasions. Her mother once told her little self, I want to record these beautiful and sad days. When I grow old, I can look back and cherish these memories and treasures. Thinking of this, she immediately took out the diary from the warehouse. It was a blue diary, sealed for 10 years, with thick paper that wouldn't bleed ink and well-made. Taking a deep breath, Shin Shuling opened the diary. It started from her birth, with neat and clear handwriting. September 10th, 1948 today, my precious daughter was born. This is the best gift fate has given me, and she will be my most beloved treasure. Holding my daughter in my arms, I feel all the hardships are worth it. The nurse even took a photo of our family of 3. Later, I want my little one to see how adorable she was when she was born. Qingshan brought many friends to visit little Shuling. Changde even wanted to adopt little Shuling as his goddaughter, but I firmly refused. When my older brother and sister-in-law arrived, they seemed happy, but I knew they were glad I had a daughter. In the future, the family inheritance from the Shen family would be less for little Shuling. My little Shuling is loved by me and Qingshan. Even if my father-in-law gives most of the inheritance to my older brother, little Shuling will still be well taken care of. Qingshan runs his business very well, and I plan to save all the money for little Shuling. My older brother has a gambling problem, so he will likely lose all his wealth. Since then, my mother has been recording little Shuling's growth and small, warm moments every day. She kept a record until Shen Shuling saw the page about her full moon celebration. October 10th, 1948. Today is a happy day. It's little Shuling's full moon celebration, and I have finally recovered from my confinement. My father-in-law surprisingly likes little Shuling very much. The celebration was held at the biggest restaurant. Little Shuling briefly lifted her head, making everyone find her adorable. My father-in-law held her tightly in his arms. Compared to our happiness, my older brother's family looked upset. I think my sister-in-law's gaze at me, and little Shuling was full of resentment. She probably felt that little Shuling had taken away her grandfather's love. After the celebration, Qingshan said that my father-in-law found out that my older brother was gambling and in debt. He was furious at the Shun residence. Qingshan told me and little Shuling not to go back yet. Shen Shuling looked at the dates her mother wrote and frowned. It seemed that the old conflicts between my parents and Shun Huishan's family had started long ago. She simply flipped the diary to the last few pages. March 1st, 1957. This winter felt especially long. Luckily, little Shuling has grown taller. Seeing her innocent, happy smile, Qingshan and I felt lighter in our hearts. Recently, Qingshan only truly smiled when he was with little Shuling. I knew it was because of Shen Huishan. Before his death, my father-in-law divided the Shen family property equally between Qingshan and Shen Huishan. This made Shen Huishan and Lu Xiuhua very unhappy. They believed that as the eldest branch, they should get the biggest share. Plus, Shen Huishan's gambling addiction caused him to borrow a lot of money from Qingshan. Qingshan is a loyal and caring person, but last night he told me he wanted to cut all ties with Shen Huishan's family. If I could completely cut ties with Shen Huishan, I would also be willing to let Qingshan give some money away. I'm just worried that Shen Huishan might gamble everything away and refuse to leave us alone. May 19th, 1957. Qingshan argued with Shen Huishan again. I saw Shen Huishan's eyes were bloodshot, which looked very frightening. I quickly took Xiao Shuling back to the room. After Qingshan finished dealing with it, he came back and said that for our future, he wanted to go to the bank to save some money for Xiao Shuling. Seeing Shen Huishan's red eyes, I thought Qingshan's decision was right. January 7th, 1958. Today, I was really angry. Shen Huishan wanted us to give him money again to cover his losses. Are our lives supposed to be like this? Shen Huishan has already lost all his belongings. Why should Qingshan and I clean up his mess? I can't live like this anymore. I decided that Qingshan and I would leave with Xiao Shuling and start over somewhere else. Qingshan has already given up many of his businesses. As long as our family of 3 is together, that's enough. February 1st, 1958. Qingshan hurried back and said Shen Huishan found out we were leaving. It looks like we have to leave early, but there are many things at home that haven't been packed. I need to drive with Shen Huishan to pick up Shuling from school. This diary suddenly stops here. Shuling closed her eyes. She felt a bit heavy and depressed. Her parents died in a car accident on February 1st, 1958. Her mother's diary recorded many conflicts with Shen Huishan's family. These were things she didn't know before. Her parents probably kept them secret intentionally. She remembered that when she was very young, her family still had some contact with Shen Huishan's family, but Later they mostly stopped seeing each other. She was very young then, and her daily life was quite full. Her mother only needed to hide a little, and the issues with Shen Huaishan's family would be revealed. As she grew older, her parents completely kept her in the dark about Shen Huaishan. Even when she occasionally met him, he would smile at her, and she couldn't tell there was any disagreement between him and her parents. Her parents probably warned Shen Huaishan secretly to protect her, maybe even threatened him. Shuling took a deep breath, looked at her watch on her wrist. It was already 6 p.m. Now, her aunt's family would come to deliver goods late at night. It seems I will have to wait until tomorrow to find Uncle Lee and report the case together. Restarting the investigation will probably take a long time, but luckily, I have almost finished what I needed to do. If Gu Emojin's case is not solved after a month, I plan to ask the other side for help. If Shen Huaishan's family is not punished, I will never find peace in my life. Shin Shuling sat on the sofa to calm her mind. She took a sip of spiritual spring water, which was sweet and tasty. The refreshing water made her feel less tired. Then, she went to the kitchen to prepare some good food for her baby. Although she didn't have many things in her space, she bought some vegetables at the Guamao market earlier. Since it was late, the pork was sold out, so she only bought 2 chickens and some greens. Shin Shuling used the rice cooker to steam some rice. Every appliance in her space was very useful. The rice cooker could steam rice and also cook dishes. After steaming the rice, she took the chicken out of the storage. The storage had a time freeze function, so whatever she put in, she could take out exactly the same. She skillfully washed the chicken, then put on an apron and started chopping it. These days, she had been drinking spiritual spring water and soaking in it, so she had much more strength than before. With her changed mood, her movements were quick and precise. She chopped the chicken into pieces very fast. Before going to Hangcheng, she didn't cook. After arriving there, she gradually learned how to cook and buy groceries. Her body was weak, so she often bought nourishing ingredients to make soup. She also learned to chop chicken during that time. Back then, she often cried when she was feeling down, and cooking and shopping helped her release her pain. But later, she couldn't even get out of bed. Eventually, she was kicked out. The aroma of food gradually filled the kitchen. She used an electric pressure cooker to cook the chicken, so she didn't need to watch over it. Shin Shuling sat on the sofa, feeling sleepy. She reached up and absent-mindedly touched her slightly protruding belly, then slowly fell asleep. In her dream, everything was white. 2 little white babies ran toward her. Mommy, 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 mommy. The 2 babies, one on each side, hugged her thighs and called her with their soft, fair little faces lifted up. Shin Shuling's heart melted like water. She couldn't help but hold both little ones in her arms. On the left is a little boy with short hair, wearing a bright red vest. On the right is a little girl with 2 braids, also dressed in a bright red vest. The 2 children look just like the dolls in the calendar's New Year picture. So cute. Shin Shuling can even smell her grandmother's scent on them. Mom, you can't leave us this time or we'll be angry, the little girl says with big, bright eyes. Next to her, the little boy also speaks quickly. Yeah. My sister and I worked really hard to come back again. Please don't leave us this time, Mom. The 2 little kids then kiss Shin Shuling on each cheek, one on each side. Shin Shuling's heart feels warm, and she can't help but ask, "Did you help Mom?" She always thought the jade pendant helped her be reborn, but now she wonders if these 2 children are involved.
Humph.
Of course we helped Mom. Not only did we help her come back, but we also helped open the space with the dragon pattern, the little girl says proudly, her soft face showing a bit of pride. The little boy quickly adds, I also helped Mom see the bad guys clearly. I'm pretty awesome too. Shin Shuling's chest beats wildly. She can't resist giving each of the children a kiss on their faces. Her voice is a little choked with emotion and guilt. Thank you, my children. Mom thanks you, and I'm sorry. She never expected that the children who hurt her in her past life would now be helping her. She feels like she's a bad mother. Mom, don't cry. I don't blame you. It was those bad people who tricked you. Last time, when you didn't open the space, even if you saw the bad guys clearly, you could have been hurt or worse, the little girl says softly. hugging Shin Shuling's neck. Her actions are very affectionate. The little boy isn't willing to be left out. I don't blame you either, Mom. I don't blame you. The two little children cuddle in Shin Shuling's arms, looking adorable. When Shin Shuling wakes up from her dream, her face still has a smile. She looks at her slightly protruding belly and softly says, "Babies, this time, Mom will bring you into this world and make sure you grow up happy and healthy." She is now sure she is pregnant with twins. She also knows that her second chance is thanks to her two babies. Just thinking about it makes her tear up with happiness. Gu Ma-jin, who was on a mission in the northwest, was in a hurry this time. He didn't have time to rest properly and could only use some short breaks to lean against the car. During this break, he leaned back in his seat and almost immediately fell asleep. In his dream, his beloved wife was holding their two little babies, standing in a white mist. They didn't notice his arrival. He heard the soft, sweet voices of the children saying, "I love Mom. I like Mom the most. Mom, take us to find Dad. We love Dad too." Their innocent, adorable voices made him want to get closer. Then he heard his wife's gentle voice saying, "Okay, soon your dad will come to pick us up. Then we can be together forever and never be apart." Gu Ma-jin felt excited inside. He wanted to go to them but found he couldn't get close no matter how he tried. Suddenly, he woke up. The surroundings were dark. He was still sitting in the car on his mission, with his comrade beside him. Shuling was not next to him. A sudden feeling of loneliness and loss hit him. "Gu Tuan, do you miss your sister-in-law?" Guolisin couldn't help but tease in a low voice. Gu Ma-jin didn't answer. Instead, he reached into his pocket, touched the pocket watch inside, which held a photo of Shin Shuling. Seeing he was silent, Guolisin asked softly, "Gu Tuan, is your sister-in-law called Ling?" He had just heard Gu Tuan call out a woman's name. Who else could it be besides his sister-in-law? "Stay alert. The enemy could appear at any time," Gu Ma-jin said coldly, though there was a hint of embarrassment in his tone. He couldn't help but drift into thought. Was Shuling really pregnant? Or expecting twins? Thinking about the two little babies in his dream, his heart softened completely. If not, it was okay. Once Shuling joined the army, she would probably have children soon. After Shin Shuling woke up, she went to the kitchen to serve the cooked rice and chicken. The food made with spiritual spring water was very tasty, with a strange aroma. She ate a large bowl of rice with chicken until she felt full, and then stopped. She looked at the time on her wrist, almost 12 o'clock. It seemed she had slept quite a bit. Feeling refreshed after eating, she quickly heard a knocking sound outside the room. Shin Shuling quickly changed into her disguise for going to the black market and slipped out of the space. It was very dark outside. She went ahead and turned on the electric light. Although the courtyard hadn't been lived in for a long time, the lights had been installed quite early. Soon, she opened the main gate of the courtyard. "Girl, we're here to deliver the goods," said the aunt standing at the door, holding a flashlight. Behind her was a small truck. The aunt's 3 sons and husband were opening the truck's door and unloading the goods. At midnight, the road was empty. In this era before widespread television, everyone was already asleep at this time. Shin Shuling lowered her voice and said, "Just move the things into the yard." She then stepped aside to make space. The aunt took the opportunity to walk forward and put 2 cooked duck eggs into her arms. "Girl, eat more. Andy thinks you're too thin." The aunt didn't mind that Shin Shuling still didn't show her true face. She just felt sorry that she was so skinny. Shin Shuling accepted the warm duck eggs and said, "Thank you, Annie. No need to thank me. I haven't even thanked you yet. I also provided grain for these poultry. All the poultry are healthy and the vegetables and seeds are carefully selected. You don't need to worry." The aunt looked at her sons unloading the goods with a cart and introduced everything to Shin Shuling. There were various vegetables, seeds, and even some wild fruits given as gifts. They also gave many eggs. After unloading, the yard was almost filled with the goods. During the process, the sounds of chickens, ducks, and geese occasionally sounded. Luckily, it was nighttime, and with no bright lights, the poultry didn't make loud noises. The aunt told her husband and 3 sons to get in the car and wait. Shin Shuling took the person to the main room, turned on the light, and started counting the money. Girl, I won't take much from you. For the 150 poultry, I won't look at the chickens, ducks, or geese. I'll just give you 8 yuan each, totaling 1,200 yuan. Vegetables are 2 mao per jin. There are 300 jin here, so 60 yuan is enough. Eggs are 1 mao each. There are 200 eggs here, so 20 yuan is fine. Subtract the 300 yuan deposit you gave me earlier, and you just need to give me 980 yuan to settle everything. These prices are a bit lower than black market prices. Plus, she also gave a lot of poultry feed and some small vegetable seeds without charging. Xin Shuling knew she had gained a small advantage. She took 980 yuan from her pocket and handed it to her aunt. Her aunt counted it carefully, confirmed it was correct, and then smiled as she put the money away. Thank you, little sister.
Thank you.
If it weren't for you, our family wouldn't know how much we might have lost. Meeting you is truly a blessing for us. Compared to losing money, this small amount was much better. After this, their family decided not to continue working on the land. Their land was obtained through dealings with the government. Since they decided to stop, they planned to have their 2 sons return the land tomorrow. If the authorities wanted payment, they would pay. From now on, they would just focus on farming peacefully. This decision was definitely a lifesaver for their family. Meeting Xin Shuling was truly lucky for them. Xin Shuling saw her aunt off to the door, and soon the small truck drove away. After watching the truck's lights disappear, she entered the yard. With a wave of her hand, she gathered all the things piled in the yard into her space. As soon as she entered her space, she received a prompt. Space has been upgraded. Would you like to upgrade further? A happy feeling rose in Xin Shuling's heart. She quickly clicked, yes. Suddenly, she fell into a deep sleep. Just as her body softly collapsed and was about to touch the ground, the space moved her entire body onto the bed of the small house. When Xin Shuling woke up again, it was already 7 a.m. the next day. She blinked and saw that the space had finished upgrading. Several lines of unread messages flashed in her mind. Would you like to activate the farming mode? Would you like to activate the Xin family ancient medical text inheritance? Would you like to activate the semi-automatic food processing mode? The 3 messages appeared one after another. Xin Shuling's first focus was on the second line. She chose yes one by one. Immediately, she felt a change in the space. A book suddenly appeared in front of her, with 2 large, flowing characters on the cover. Vast medical canon. Xin Shuling didn't pay much attention to the space's changes at first. She reached out and picked up the ancient book on the bed. When her hand touched it, a flash of white light burst out, and the entire contents of the book appeared in her mind. This book contained a collection of medical knowledge, including pharmacology and acupuncture. It seemed like just one book, but its actual content was far more extensive. The vast medical canon was just the carrier. The full knowledge was stored in Xin Shuling's mind. This book cannot be taken out of the space, and the space exists only to pass down this medical book. However, passing it on is not mandatory. As long as the space can be inherited from generation to generation, that is enough. Over countless years, there will always be someone interested in medicine to inherit it. Suddenly, Xin Shuling's mind was filled with so much information. She took a moment to recover. The universal medical canon, healing and saving lives. She whispered softly. She is not a doctor now. She just wants to live her life well. As for whether she will follow this path in the future, she doesn't want to think about it for now. Xin Shuling placed the ancient book on the table. Since this old book cannot be taken out of the space, it can be placed anywhere. After quickly taking a shower and changing clothes, she left the villa with wet hair. As she stepped out, she saw the changes in the space. The black land had already been planted. The newly grown vegetable seedlings stretched their tender leaves, looking like jade. Not far from the space, a small mountain appeared. The newly acquired and original poultry were moved to the foot of the mountain to raise, so they wouldn't disturb the villa. The trees had also been moved there. Although Xin Shuling couldn't see the details at the foot of the mountain, she could sense that the fences around the poultry had disappeared. There was an invisible barrier at the mountain's base to prevent the animals from running around. There was a wide stream at the foot of the mountain, suitable for ducks and geese to swim. Of course, the spring water there was separate from the water used in her villa. Both were spiritual spring water, but they weren't mixed. Usually, when the poultry laid eggs, part of the space would automatically store some, and some would be left for the poultry to hatch their chicks. When the number increased, the space would automatically slaughter and clean the poultry, storing the meat. The vegetables in the black land were also managed this way. When mature, the space would automatically keep some for seeds, and the rest would be stored. This means she would have endless vegetables and meat in the future. The vegetables and meat raised with spiritual spring water are much tastier than those outside, and also carry the benefits of the spiritual spring water. Shin Shuling thought to herself that she should plant some wheat and grains. Her aunt had sent her a few small bags of unhulled rice and unground wheat flour. Her thoughts arose, and the space warehouse automatically began processing the wheat and rice. After finishing, it would automatically plant new crops, so she didn't need to worry at all. After wandering outside the villa for a while, Shin Shuling was satisfied and went to the kitchen. She knew the kitchen had been upgraded again. As long as she wanted to eat something, the ingredients in the warehouse could be prepared with just one click, saving her a lot of time. But she hadn't finished eating the rice and chicken she cooked last night, and they were still kept fresh automatically in the warehouse. Shin Shuling chose some greens to try. She took a handful of vegetables, selected garlic stir-fried greens, and instantly a bright, colorful plate of vegetables appeared on the table. There was no need to wash the ingredients. Everything was prepared automatically. She took a bite of the greens, and the fresh, crisp flavor spread in her mouth. The taste was even better than at a state-run restaurant. After a hearty breakfast, it was already 8 a.m. She looked at the time on her wrist, then took her mother's diary and quickly stepped out of the space. She planned to go to the bank to find Uncle Lee and ask him to go with her to the police station. Uncle Zeng probably also noticed something was wrong, but he had been very busy recently. When the police need witnesses, she could ask him to cooperate then. Shin Shuling pushed her bicycle toward the bank. Meanwhile, Shun Shui felt like the sky was falling. Yesterday, when she returned home, she found the door was not closed properly. Her heart tightened. She hurried inside and discovered her jade pendant was missing. Not only was the jade pendant gone, but the bowl soaked in her blood that held the pendant had also fallen and shattered on the ground. The floor was covered with blood, and the whole room reeked of blood. It looked as if someone had deliberately destroyed it. She felt panicked after seeing this, her heart pounding wildly, and she fainted. When she woke up again, it was already the next day. Shin Shui looked at the mess on the floor and couldn't hold back her anger. She screamed, Zhou Xiangyang, you stole my things. May you have a bad life. She was sure that Zhou Xiangyang was responsible for this. She didn't think that her fainting and losing control of her body caused the bowl to fall and break. In the original story, Zhou Xiangyang was a troublemaker who often stole and caused trouble. She believed he saw the jade pendant in the bowl, thought it was valuable, and stole it. Shin Shuling's main character's space jade pendant was definitely valuable. It was a family heirloom passed down from her mother. Even without the space function, the pendant itself was worth a lot. Shin Shui looked serious and fierce. She thought about the places Zhou Xiangyang often visited in the book, then grabbed her bag and left. At this moment, Zhou Xiangyang was still wandering outside the mechanical factory, just like before. He was with some other troublemakers from the area. He was smoking and showing off to his friends, saying, "Once I marry Xiao Shui, you'll all be jealous." Everyone knew Zhou Xiangyang liked the wealthy Miss Shen, who was the Shun family. They were very rich. If they looked at him, it was a joke to think he could be with her. Yangzi, stop dreaming about marrying a rich girl. Be careful, Mrs. Liu might not like you and could send someone to get rid of you, Dongzi said with a teasing tone. Zhou Xiangyang sneered. What is Liu Xiahua? The Shun family's house has been emptied by someone. I want her to beg me to let Xiao Shui marry her. What? The Shun house was completely robbed? Is that true? Who dares to do that? Dongzi and the others exclaimed, their eyes wide with shock. Everyone knew the Shun family was a century-old wealthy family. Their wealth was enormous. Many people had worked for them before. Zhou Xiangyang spat on the ground and said, "Can the Shin family be more powerful than the police? Or the Red Guards and the Revolutionary Committee?" Many eyes are watching the Shin family. Now that their house is empty, they dare not even report it to the police. He liked Xiao Shui and often followed her around. Xiao Shui didn't completely reject him. Sometimes she even asked him to do things. He wasn't stupid and could tell there was more to the story. Why did the Shin family take their assets to Gangcheng? It was probably because they couldn't stay in Water City anymore. Most likely, Lu Xiuhua did something shameful, forcing them to leave. Now that the Shun house was empty and out of money, he thought he could use this chance to get closer to Xiao Shui. "Yangzi, you're really something," Dongzi said, giving Zhou Xiangyang a thumbs up. Zhou Xiangyang smiled proudly with his cigarette, but before he could say anything, Shin Shui threw her bag and hit him on the head from behind. Shin Shui held her bag and scolded, "Zhou Xiangyang, you lazy, useless person, a parasite in society. Give me back my jade pendant. Be careful, or I'll report you to the police for theft." Zhou Xiangyang covered his head and turned to look at Shin Shui. In the next second, his face showed fear and shock. The little snow in front of him looked different from before. She looked uglier, messier, with tangled hair, bloodshot eyes, and dirt on her clothes. She looked like a scolding woman, with a twisted expression on her face, no longer the wealthy young lady she used to be. Before, Shin Shui was always neat and tidy, with her hair well kept, and she never hit people with her bag. When someone loses control of their emotions and appearance, it means their image has fallen apart. Seeing Shin Shui, now like a scolding woman, Zhou Xiangyang couldn't help but step back. He raised his hand and caught her swinging hand. He swallowed hard and said, "Shui, calm down. I didn't take your jade pendant. You misunderstood me." He had no idea that the girl he admired had already changed inside. Shin Shui hated Zhou Xiangyang the most. He was useless and clingy, like a leech, sticking to her without money, relying only on begging. "Zhou Xiangyang, you useless leech. I tell you, even if you kneel and beg me, I wouldn't want anything to do with you. Stealing my jade pendant is illegal. Be careful, or I'll have you locked up. You're just a useless thief." Harsh and hurtful words came out of Shin Shui's mouth. After speaking, she slapped Zhou Xiangyang. Smack. It was loud and embarrassing. Street thugs care a lot about their pride. If a woman hits them in front of friends, they usually get angry. Zhou Xiangyang's face darkened instantly. He was a thief, but he never stole Shin Shui's money or belongings. He released Shin Shui's hand and instead hugged her into his arms, not caring about her reputation or face. After all, she was his girl now. What did it matter if they were close? As for the crime of hooliganism, he wasn't afraid. They knew each other well and often spent time together. Yesterday, he even took Shin Shui to the hospital. He had saved her, and many people saw it. Zhou Xiangyang's tone carried threats and coldness. "I said I didn't take your things, and I meant it. If you still say I did, I don't mind you searching me, but I will search you too." He then showed a lecherous and malicious smile, and other troublemakers around him laughed loudly. "Your family has been robbed completely, and you're still so proud? Be nicer, and I might still consider marrying you. Otherwise, you'll end up married to a rural bumpkin," Zhou Xiangyang said with clear malice. Shin Shui felt a chill down her spine and realized what she had done in her impulsiveness. She pushed Zhou Xiangyang away hard, her face turning pale. She didn't dare say anything more and quickly ran away. Zhou Xiangyang snorted coldly. "Pretending? You really think you're still the young lady from before? TSK, Yangzi, maybe you really can marry her. Look, her family was robbed, and she's a bit off now," Dongzi said with narrowed eyes, smoking. Zhou Xiangyang watched Shin Shui's panicked running figure and couldn't help but start to think. Maybe it really could work. Shin Shui ran back to her home. She was still determined and, after thinking for a while, began kneeling and checking every inch of the floor inside her house. Finally, with her dirty hand, She felt under the table and found her broken jade pendant. Her world seemed to collapse again. She became furious, tearing at her hair wildly, looking very frantic. How could this happen? How could the jade pendant break? This was her special item, her space. Upstairs, the woman taking care of the baby heard a ghostly cry and trembled as she held the child. She couldn't help but look at the grandmother sitting at the door, who was repairing shoes, and swallowed hard. She asked, "Mom, is our building haunted?" Lu Xiehua waited at the police station all night and finally received news at 8:30 in the morning that she could meet Shen Huaishan. They only had 10 minutes to talk. When Lu Xiehua saw Shen Huaishan covered in injuries, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and cry. "Xiehua, Xiehua, someone is hurting me. It must be someone trying to harm me. Please find a way to get me out." Shen Huaishan's tears also fell, staining his bruised face. He had been carefully prepared for everyone in Xiang County beforehand. This time, the Water City Police proactively contacted Xiang County to work together, and they also teamed up with Red Guards and the Revolutionary Committee to arrest him. Someone must be trying to harm him. Shen Huaishan recalled the scene where he was forcibly pushed to the ground and beaten, and tears welled up in his eyes. Lu Xiehua was shocked to hear this. She looked around at the police standing guard and whispered in anger, "Huaishan, the Shen house is gone. It was completely moved out the night before last, and nothing remains in the warehouses." She suspected that both incidents were done by the same group of people, aiming to completely wipe out the Shen family. "What?" Shen Huaishan shouted in surprise. He didn't care that they were in the police station now. He asked loudly, "What do you mean by that? How is that possible? If the Shen house was emptied, where would he get his gambling funds from?" For Shen Huaishan, the most important thing was whether he could still gamble. "Be quiet. If you make more noise, the meeting will be over," the police officer in the corner sternly warned, his eyes sharp as he looked at Shen Huaishan. This was a bad element from the 5 black categories, a key target of the police. Usually, visits were not allowed, but the leader said to be somewhat lenient, hoping to draw out more hidden troublemakers. He found Lu Xiuhua's wife extremely suspicious. "Huaishan, we have no money left, and I can't do anything to get people involved," Lu Xiuhua said tearfully. If it had been the old Shen house, maybe there was still a way, but now she truly had no options. They had no money, and it was difficult to move forward, especially since they were about to go to Gangcheng. Shen Huaishan's eyes widened, and he shook his head repeatedly. "No, no, no, Xiuhua, you must save me. Shen Shuling still has some money. My brother put her savings in the bank before he passed away. That money must be considerable. Go find Shen Shuling and get that money. He absolutely couldn't go to jail." It wasn't just jail. Judging by the situation, he might even face the risk of being shot. Lu Xiuhua couldn't help but cry when she heard this. She nodded while crying, "I understand. I will find him. Don't worry. If they used that money to bribe the police, their whole family wouldn't be able to go to Gangcheng." Although they had been married for over 20 years, she had to think about herself too. In critical moments, Lu Xiuhua was very clear-headed. 10 minutes quickly passed, and Lu Xiuhua left the police station crying. Shen Huaishan was taken inside, looking back repeatedly. Many men are like this, playing and partying outside, then crying and begging the women at home to help them when trouble comes. After the guards relocked Shen Huaishan inside, they immediately knocked on the director's office door. "You mean someone stole things from the Shen family? Now the entire Shen family has no money. Only an empty house? The only money left is with Shen Huaishan's niece?" "Yes, director. That's what I heard myself." The people Shen Huaishan was gambling with said the Shen family received news that they would soon escape to Gangcheng. "I heard them say they were harmed by someone." "I remember Shen Huaishan's niece married a soldier. Send someone to investigate whether the Shen family has really been emptied out." "Understood, director. Should we also look into that money her family has?" "No need. That girl is a military family member, and her parents have long passed away. Most of the family's wealth is in Shen Huaishan's hands. Our main target is Shen Huaishan and his wife. There's no need to trouble a poor orphan girl." Just confirm whether that money is really missing. Soon, the guard came out and shortly after, several police officers left the station. Meanwhile, Shin Shuling went to the bank to find Li Changda. She showed him the diary she brought. Li Changda carefully looked through the diary left by Lu Yun, his expression becoming a bit excited. Shuling, let's go report this to the police right now. Before heading out, he called his office, then he and Shin Shuling set off together. The People's Bank is not far from the Water City police station. They arrived after about 15 minutes by car. As soon as they entered the police station lobby, a young male officer approached and asked, "Excuse me, comrades. Are you here to report a case or for something else?" At this time, police work was quite complex. Besides handling cases, they also coordinated with judicial activities like disputes and political campaigns, as well as supervising ideological matters, such as reviewing cultural events, dance activities, and controlling inappropriate romantic behaviors. In short, the police station's jurisdiction was broad, and not everyone who entered was necessarily there to report a crime. Shin Shuling spoke and said, "Comrade police officer, 10 years ago, there was a car accident in Water City. My parents died in that accident, and at the time, it was treated as an accidental event. Recently, I looked through my mother's belongings and found her diary from that year. I think it's necessary to bring it to the police station for you to see." She then handed over a blue diary. The young police officer took the diary and said, "Hello, comrades. My name is Lee. Just call me Little Lee. Please follow me to this side to check." Little Lee led Shin Shuling and Li Changda to a booth. He took out a form and handed it over, saying, "Comrade, please fill out this form first. I want to look at the diary." Shin Shuling started filling out the form, which recorded her details as the person reporting the case and the true facts related to the incident. Little Lee patiently began flipping through the diary, page by page. Li Changda stood nearby, not rushing Little Lee to retrieve the case records from that time. When Shin Shuling finished filling out the form, Little Lee closed the diary, roughly looked through the form, and then started asking some simple questions about the case. After a few questions, Little Lee stood up and said, "Please wait here for a moment. I will go and get the case files related to this incident." At that time, the judicial system was not very developed, and the procedures were simple. Soon, Little Lee returned with the case files from that time. Besides the accident report, there were also a few photographs. When the photos were brought out, Li Changda instinctively stepped forward and used his briefcase to block Shin Shuling's eyes. The photos showed scenes of the couple's deaths in the car. He was worried she might not be able to handle it. When Shin Shuling saw those shocking photos, she instinctively lowered her eyes, trying not to look at her parents. Seeing this, Little Lee put away the close-up photos, cleared his throat, and said, "Comrade Shin, I just briefly looked at the diary's contents. Based on what you provided, there are indeed some suspicious points in this case. 10 years have passed since the car accident, and the officer in charge has already retired. If you want to reopen the investigation, you need to apply for approval from higher authorities. I can try to help you with the application, but I cannot guarantee whether it will be approved." Shaoli looked a bit sorry. The accident from 10 years ago is very old now. The police are short-staffed, and without clear, specific evidence pointing to something, most applications are likely to be rejected. Shaoli is a new officer who just started working this year. He doesn't know much about the accident from 10 years ago. When he sees Shin Shuling reporting the case, he only thinks she looks pretty, but doesn't recognize her. Water City is so big. Although the Shin family is well known, Shin Shuling has gradually disappeared from public view after her parents died. Instead, Shun Huishan's family is more famous. Everyone knows Shun Huishan's name, but no one remembers Shin Shuling's. Shin Shuling heard what Shaoli implied. Her heart tightened, and she quickly said, "Comrade Shaoli, besides these diaries, Uncle Lee, who is close to me, can also serve as a witness. He was a good friend of my parents, and he also found the sudden accident suspicious." "Yes, Comrade Shaoli. The accident happened very suddenly. Ching Shan usually drives very smoothly. Even if he was in a hurry to pick up Shuling, he wouldn't have driven too fast. After the accident, Shan Huishan, who is Ching Shan's older brother, didn't investigate much. Instead, He quickly handled the bodies of Qing Shan and his wife, using cremation, which was still quite rare at the time, Li Changda said with a serious tone, full of doubt. Cremation had just been introduced to the country then. To this day, Water City only has one crematorium. Hearing this, Xiao Li's expression changed. He picked up the file and looked at it again before asking, Shan Huishan, does he live in the Shun residence? He had a feeling of familiarity when he was reading the diary earlier. Yes, he is my father's older brother, my uncle. After my parents died in the accident, I lived with my uncle's family, Shin Shuling nodded. Xiao Li looked thoughtful. No wonder there was a photo in the case file. Only major cases from 10 years ago would have photos preserved. This accident seemed ordinary, but if it involved the reputable Shin family in Water City, it makes sense. As a wealthy family, it is normal for their incidents to be specially recorded. Please go to the nearby office and wait. I will call my mentor. Xiao Li stood up, holding the files and diary in his hands. His expression was serious. Shin Shuling saw this and understood that she was being taken seriously. She immediately stood up and nodded. Thank you, Comrade Xiao Li. Xiao Li waved his hand and quickly left the booth. Shin Shuling then went to the nearby office with Li Changda. Soon, Xiao Li returned with 2 older police officers. Both looked to be in their 40s. One wore glasses and appeared gentle and refined, while the other had a square face and sharp eyes. The officer with glasses exchanged a subtle glance with Li Changda upon entering, as a sign of greeting. Xiao Li introduced the officer with glasses. This is Comrade Lu Jiming. Then he introduced the other officer. This is my mentor, Comrade Wu Jiangwo. Both are experienced and steady police officers in our bureau. Shin Shuling and Li Changda greeted Lu Jiangwo and Wu Jiming. Lu Jiangwo spoke first. The person in charge of this case back then has retired, and the case is very old. Reopening it will be quite difficult. But just now, old Lu and I looked over the diary you provided. We think it's worth investigating again. Once I take charge, I will assign someone to look into it. Please also provide any evidence you have so the case can progress faster. He had just looked at the diary with old Lu. They both found the case suspicious, especially Shan Huishan, who seemed quite questionable. Now that the family of the person involved has reported it, they will definitely handle it, as they serve the people. Shin Shuling felt a bit excited. She nodded. Thank you, police officers. Thank you both. She didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Next, Shin Shuling and Li Changda carefully gave their statements with Xiao Li, and they only left the police station after noon. Uncle Li, thank you so much today. Without you, my parents' case wouldn't have been accepted so smoothly, Shin Shuling said gratefully, her eyes a little red. Although her parents are no longer here, everything they left behind, whether their belongings or memories, is a treasure that can help her. Li Changda smiled and said, I watched you grow up. I noticed something strange back then, but I couldn't speak out because of the situation. Now I feel like I've made up for it. Come on, let's go to the state-run restaurant to eat something. Shin Shuling nodded. After they rode their bikes, they headed to the restaurant. Xiao Li was organizing his statement and asked his doubts. I heard that Shin Huishan's family treats Shin Shuling well. They haven't caused any trouble all these years. Was the car accident really related to him? He thought if it was true, Shin Huishan wouldn't be able to take good care of Shin Shuling's niece. But from what Shin Shuling said herself, after her parents died, Shin Huishan's family was kind to her. They weren't wealthy, but she didn't have to worry about food or clothes, and her life was better than an average family's. Wu Jiangwo took a puff of his cigarette and said thoughtfully, Xiao Li, how did you come to that conclusion? The Shin family is quite rich. Shin Shuling said Lu Xiuhua gives her 80 yuan a month, which is a good amount for ordinary people. But looking at Shin Huishan's control over Shin Qingshan's assets, he's not even close. And look at Shin Shuling's clothes today. She looks like she comes from a normal family. I heard Shin Shui isn't like that. Even her bag is imported from abroad. Shin Huishan's reputation outside isn't very good. Lu Jiming also said, Shin Huishan is a gambler. Before the old master Shin passed away, it was revealed he often gambled in underground casinos and owed debts. He's been in trouble many times. This time, Our bureau shut down an underground casino, and Shin Huishan was there. He's now in detention. People who gamble recklessly are heartless. Huh? Shin Huishan is in our bureau now, Shaoli was surprised. He didn't expect him to already be inside. Lu Jiming pushed up his glasses and said, Shin Huishan is a bad gambler. It was only a matter of time before he got caught. I heard Shin Qingshan's family was robbed, too. It's likely that Shin Qingshan's belongings are all gone. Being betrayed by someone from your own family is truly painful, Wu Jiangwo said with some emotion. Then he looked at Shaoli and said, Get ready. We're going to the textile factory to see Lao Tang. Lao Tang was the police officer responsible for the car accident back then. Now he's retired and taking care of his grandson. Yes, master. Shaoli replied firmly. Li Jiming said, Since you're going to find Lao Tang, I will check that accident car and visit the nearby scene to see if I can find any witnesses. Old Li has been investigating that accident car these days, but there are no new clues, only some evidence of gambling debts from years ago involving Shen Huaishan. Meanwhile, Shin Shuling and Li Changda arrived at the state-run restaurant. They ordered braised pork ribs, some vegetables, and 2 bowls of rice. It was almost noon, and not many people were in the restaurant. They chose a quiet corner to sit down. After their food was served, Li Changda said, Shuling, you mentioned wanting to reopen the case. I've asked someone to find the accident car Shen Qingshan handled back then. I also checked the state-run repair shop where your dad's car was maintained. We should have news soon. As soon as they find the maintenance records and the whereabouts of that car, they can confirm whether the accident was actually a murder. Shin Shuling felt deeply touched. Uncle Li, I really appreciate your help. I don't know what to say. She had planned to visit these places herself, but Uncle Li had already started taking action. When you were born, I almost adopted you as my goddaughter. After your parents passed away, I've always treated you like my own daughter. This help is nothing. Uncle Li also wants you to be happy. Plus, you're pregnant now, so you shouldn't be running around too much, Li Changda said with a smile. He believed these were things he should have done back then, and making up for them now eased his guilt. Shin Shuling was moved and said, Uncle Li, please pay attention to what I told you last time. If possible, try to apply for a transfer to Beijing. Don't stay at the bank. Beijing is close to the political center. Staying there quietly for a couple of years would keep her safe during the political movements, and when the time comes, Gu Mo Jin will also be transferred back to Beijing. She could then take care of Uncle Li. Hearing this, Li Changda's face grew serious. He said solemnly, Shuling, I will think carefully about what you said. Shin Shuling nodded and didn't say anything more. After finishing their meal, they rode their bikes to the bank. Li Changda planned to send money to Shin Shuling today, so they went together to withdraw the money. Li Changda deliberately took Shin Shuling through the back door of the bank. With his help, the bank processed the paperwork quickly, and in just about 10 minutes, the two of them, avoiding others, carried 2 bags out of the bank. One of the bags contained dozens of pounds of gold bars, and the cash was also quite heavy. They placed the bags on the crossbar of a bicycle. At the entrance of the Sihiyuan at number 33 North Street, Li Changda helped Shin Shuling carry the bags into the yard. He advised, Shuling, find a good place to hide these things. When Xiaogu comes to pick you up, you can take them out. He knew many Sihiyuan had cellars, and if not, they could dig a hole to bury the items. Fortunately, Xiaogu was coming to pick her up. If Shin Shuling had taken the train to the northwest herself, she wouldn't have been able to carry all these things. Thank you, Uncle Li. Please wait a moment, Shin Shuling said, then went inside the house. She took a cup of spiritual spring water from her space and handed it to Li Changda. As people age, they often develop minor discomforts. This spiritual spring water has healing properties, and Uncle Li would feel more relaxed after drinking it. Li Changda thought it was just plain water, took the cup, and quickly left because he needed to go to work. Shin Shuling closed the gate of the Sihiyuan and immediately stored everything into her space. She herself entered the space. Inside the space was a thriving scene: chickens at the foot of the mountain, vegetables and grains on the black soil, all her assets. The temperature was just right, and a faint, soothing aroma filled the air. Shin Shuling knew this was the special scent of the spiritual spring water. Now that her space had upgraded and gained many new functions, she still couldn't build a house due to a lack of wood and materials. She looked around and decided to postpone it. She went into the Western-style house, poured herself a cup of spiritual spring water, and slowly drank it. After lying on the sofa for a while to rest her eyes, she got up. Originally, she could have continued working outside, but now she was pregnant with 2 babies. Since she had time to rest, she decided to take a break. No matter what happens, she would prioritize her 2 babies in her belly. Nothing was more important than them. Lee Changda, who had just returned to work at the bank, entered his office. After sitting down, he let out a long sigh. He didn't expect Shin Shuling to be so decisive, nor did he expect that in his lifetime, he would truly be able to reopen the case of the car accident involving the Qingshan couple. The incident from back then was now being uncovered, and he admitted he was not happy about it. Thinking of this, he raised his hand, picked up the water jug on the table, unscrewed it, and took a sip. The cool, sweet water flowed into his stomach, making him feel less tired. He couldn't help but look at the plain water jug. It was the one Shuling had given him earlier. Lee Changda licked his lips and asked, "Is this mountain spring water?" Next to the water market, there is a mountain, and the spring water from the mountain is fresh and tasty. But he hadn't drunk spring water before, and it wasn't this sweet. Thinking this, Lee Changda took another big sip. He had spent the whole morning at the police station helping with a case restart. Although he had seen many storms in his life, he still felt nervous and excited at the police station. He was nervous because he was worried about saying something wrong that could delay the case. Naturally, he was excited because he couldn't wait to see Shun Huaishan punished. Unconsciously, Lee Changda drank more than half of the water in the jug. His original tiredness disappeared, and even his eyes felt clearer. At this moment, the office door was knocked, and a colleague's voice came from outside. "Director Lee, are you inside?" Lee Changda sat up straight and said, "Please come in." The office door opened, and a female colleague in uniform stood outside. Behind her was a young, unfamiliar police officer. Seeing this, Lee Changda's heart tightened, but he kept his expression calm. He stood up from his chair. "Director Lee, this is a police officer here to understand the situation," the female colleague said, showing no surprise or worry. "Sometimes, their bank cooperates with police investigations. Some criminals or activities involve their place." The young police officer behind the female colleague stepped forward, took out his badge, and said, "Hello, Director Lee. I am from the police station.
Just call me Xiao Jing.
I am here to investigate the Shun family case. Please cooperate." Hearing this, Lee Changda's heart suddenly tightened. Just after reporting the case, someone came to ask him to cooperate with the investigation. He suspected that the police might want to find out something unfavorable about Shuling on their own. Such a thing was not impossible. After all, the police are law enforcement agencies, fair and impartial. They wouldn't favor someone just because they had a tragic experience. Lee Changda first invited Xiao Jing into the office, and then asked the female colleague to leave. Only then did he ask, "Comrade Xiao Jing, what do you want to know about the Shun family?" Small Jing directly said, "Shun Huaishan was taken to the detention center for gathering to gamble. From his confession, we learned that he wants to use the money left by his niece's parents after their death to help himself. I came here to confirm whether that money exists. His visit could also serve as a warning to Shin Shuling. Although she is a military family member, if she gets involved in this matter, we will have to deal with it eventually."
What?
"Shun Huaishan is in custody." "That's great." Lee Changda first looked surprised, then happy. Seeing his reaction, Small Jing became curious and asked, "Director Lee, why do you say that?" Lee Changda straightforwardly said, "I won't hide it from you. When Shin Qingshan was still alive, I was friends with the other side. Shin Shuling also had some money, which her parents saved for her before the car accident a year ago. As for why he's happy, it's because this morning he went with Shin Shuling to the police station to reopen the case of her parents' car accident. Shin Shuling suspects that Shun Huaishan was responsible for her parents' death." He then sighed and said, "Over the years, all the money Shin Qingshan left was taken by Shun Huaishan. Now, she only has this bank money left." After hearing this, Small Jing looked surprised and finally sighed as well. After Shin Qingshan was arrested this time, Shin Shuling should feel a bit better. As for the Shun family's assets, it's hard to keep them all in her hands as an orphan. He had just sent people to investigate and found out that the Shin house had indeed been emptied. All the property was gone. The entire Shin family was now just an empty house. There was nothing left to seize, even if they raided it. He and the officers who went to investigate felt a bit sad. The Shun family was a century-old family, and in just one night it was gone. Anyone who saw this would feel a sense of regret. As for whether Shun Huaishan was involved in killing Shin Qingshan and his wife back then, he had never heard of it before. But considering Shun Huaishan's gambling addiction, he thought it was possible. Li Changda nodded and said, "Small Jing, you're right. Shun Huaishan only cared about money back then, and that was why he committed murder." The money in Shin Shuling's hands could also be a danger. Xiao Jing reported the situation, and after Shin Shuling came to report today, the higher authorities quickly decided to merge the two cases. They planned to arrest all the gambling and corrupt individuals connected to Shun Huishan, hoping to find someone who helped him with illegal activities years ago. At the same time, news spread that the Shin family's house had been robbed. The neighbors all knew the house was emptied, leaving it as an empty shell. When the police went to investigate the Shin house, Lu Xiaohua was on her way to the villa to find Shin Shuling, so the butler was the one who received them. Since Lu Xiaohua had previously suspected the butler without proof, he didn't hide anything this time. He told the police everything and even took them to see the empty rooms. If the head of the family was unkind, why should he show loyalty? Moreover, all the belongings in the Shun house were gone. Lu Xiaohua planned to pack up and return to the countryside. His family was just poor farmers. From now on, whether it was farming or other work, he wouldn't be involved with the Shin family anymore. Outside the villa, Lu Xiaohua had already entered the fence. He kept knocking on the big door, but there was no response inside. He went around to the window and looked inside. The beautiful, expensive crystal chandelier still shone brightly. The furniture in the living room was luxurious and elegant. Even after 10 years, it still looked modern. Lu Xiaohua's eyes flashed with greed. He thought about selling the items in the villa, including the house and other properties. After selling, he would get a good amount of money. But he wasn't sure if he could sell everything in just a few days. It seemed difficult. Sighing, Lu Xiaohua focused on searching the villa for Shin Shuling's presence. He muttered, "Could she not be here?" Xiao Shui said Shin Shuling had an abortion and was very weak. If she wasn't here, where could she have gone? Could she have returned to the Shun house? Lu Xiaohua thought this was possible. He usually treated Shin Shuling well. After her abortion, she was physically and emotionally fragile, so she probably wanted to stay at the Shun house. After all, only their family cared for her and loved her. No one else would give her that care, not even her husband, who was considered dead. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaohua couldn't help but smile with a hint of mockery. Once she got Shin Shuling to withdraw the money, she would take Little Snow to Gangcheng. By then, even if Huaishan said something inappropriate, the police wouldn't be able to catch her. Lu Xiaohua hurriedly headed to Shun's house, knowing she didn't have much time. She needed to make an appointment at the bank to withdraw the money. Not long after Lu Xiaohua left, Shen Shui arrived at the villa. She looked at the slightly open white fence gate and pushed it open to go inside. At this moment, Shen Shui's face was pale, with bloodshot eyes. She was wearing a new pink dress with lace and a bow, a white bag on her shoulder, and pink shoes on her feet. These were all expensive clothes bought by her original self. The shattered jade pendant had dealt her a heavy, but when she came to find Shin Shuling, she didn't want to be outdone. The other was the heroine from the story, naturally beautiful, but she felt she was not inferior. Shen Shui pressed her pale lips and strode to the door of the villa. She raised her hand and began to knock hard. Her bag was heavy, holding a brick inside. She decided that once Shin Shuling opened the door, she would knock her down. She wanted to go inside and see what was really happening. She believed the heroine's jade pendant couldn't be so easily broken. There must be a problem or some mistake. Shen Shui was determined. The heroine's space was a powerful tool in the story, and she wouldn't give up. Even if the jade pendant really shattered, she would insist on pulling Shin Shuling to get the money. That money would be enough for her to live freely for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, Shin Shui felt a pang of pain in her heart. She didn't want to think about the consequences if the space really shattered along with the jade pendant. She was the girl from the story, and that was supposed to be her powerful tool. Shin Shui knocked the door, biting her lip. Bloodshot lines appeared in her eyes, and she looked a little irritable. Shuling, open the door. I brought you something to see you. Shuling, don't sleep. I brought chicken soup. Please open the door so I can come in and take care of you. Shuling, are you okay? Shin Shuling, please open the door. Shuling, Shin Shuling? Hurry up and open the door. I need to see you. Shin Shui kept knocking loudly, the sound echoing. Her gentle tone gradually turned into a burst of anger. Her forced kindness cracked, finally falling apart completely. She stopped and listened carefully at the side of the door. Looking up, she saw that the entire house was very quiet, with no sound at all. Shin Shui tried to kick the door, but she hurt her foot. The white wooden door didn't move at all. Could Shin Shuling be inside? Otherwise, why wouldn't she come to open the door after such a hard kick? But where could Shin Shuling go after her abortion? Maybe she returned to the Shin family house? While thinking, Shin Shui moved to the window to look inside. The window was surrounded by iron bars, and inside there were luxurious and beautiful furniture and a bright crystal chandelier. Other than that, no one was there. It was completely silent. Shin Shui was startled and remembered the broken jade pendant and how Shin Shuling had run away from the operating table last time. Could it be that Shin Shuling didn't have an abortion this time either? Shin Shui looked upset, with a hint of panic in her eyes. She quickly left the house and headed toward the small clinic. She needed to check if Shin Shuling had really had an abortion before going back to find her. Just as Shin Shui left, a figure peeked out from outside the house. It was an old man living nearby. He had seen a well-dressed middle-aged woman knocking on the door earlier. Curious, he looked at her. Now he saw another well-dressed young woman banging on the door, cursing loudly. This house belonged to the Shin family. These two women might be up to no good. The old man stroked his chin. Looking at the beautiful house, he thought someone must be watching it. After all, the house was so nice and had been empty for a long time. Maybe it already belonged to the higher-ups. As a patriotic and caring citizen, he wanted to protect the country's property and prevent bad people from causing trouble. Shin Shui took a bus to the Black Clinic. When she hurried to the clinic's door, she found it was tightly shut and there was a faint smell of rust in the air. Her heart sank. She quickly turned and left. She pulled someone randomly from the alley. "Ma'am, why is the clinic in this alley closed?" That place was a black clinic. Ordinary people wouldn't know about it. Shin Shui was anxious too. She grabbed the person and started asking. The woman she grabbed frowned. She looked at the well-dressed and beautiful Shin Shui and quickly pulled her arm back. "Which clinic?" "Those showy, money-driven types are always so pretentious." Auntie quickly walked away, clearly annoyed by such flashy behavior. Shin Shui watched her aunt's hurried retreat, a look of resentment flashing in her eyes. She took a deep breath and then went to the nearest resident's door, knocking firmly. Soon, someone opened the door. It was a woman dressed in gray, holding a child. The woman looked like she had just finished feeding the baby. There were milk stains on her collar, and her hair was casually, looking a bit messy. From her appearance, it was clear she was doing housework at home and hadn't had time to tidy herself up. Shin Shui sized up the woman and couldn't help but step back slightly, a look of disdain appearing in her eyes. She disliked housewives who didn't work outside. These women spent all their time doing chores and seemed very humble. "Do you know there's a clinic down the alley ahead?" Shin Shui asked with a frown, sounding a bit impatient. Zhou Xiaohua looked uncomfortable under Shin Shui's disapproving gaze. She shook her head. "No, I don't." She had just moved here recently and didn't know where any clinics were. "Don't you know you live nearby? Just a few steps from your house?" Shin Shui didn't believe her. She thought the woman holding the child was just jealous because Shin Shui looked fashionable and pretty, trying to make things difficult for her. Hearing Shin Shui's suspicion, Zhou Xiaohua's face turned red. She hurriedly explained, "No, I just moved here not long ago. I heard some noise in that alley a few days ago, and I think the police might have been there. That's all I know." Shin Shui paused. "The police? Did something happen? I don't know. I was feeding my baby at the time. I only heard someone say there was a disturbance, maybe even a death," Zhou Xiaohua said, gradually realizing that the clinic Shin Shui mentioned was probably an illegal one. Her expression suddenly became guarded. The woman in front of her, dressed so showy and out of touch with ordinary people, looked like a wealthy young lady from old times. After hearing this, Shin Shui probably understood that the small clinic had been shut down. She exhaled and was about to say more when she saw the woman with a child step back suddenly and slam the door shut. Shin Shui was caught off guard and bumped her nose. She felt her nose sting and tears welled up. It seemed like her nose might be broken. She felt her nose hurt and sting, but she didn't try to confront Zhou Xiaohua. If what she said was true, that the dark clinic was shut down a few days ago, then Shin Shuling probably didn't have an abortion. Thinking about this, she forgot about her nose and hurriedly wanted to go back to the house to see what was happening. She needed to go inside and find out the truth. Shin Shui covered her nose and returned to the door of the house. When she took a brick from her bag and threw it at the glass, a group of comrades with red armbands suddenly appeared from nowhere and immediately pushed her to the ground. The brick fell from her hand. "Comrade, you are not allowed to break into someone else's house without permission. This is an act against the revolution." The man with the red armband, who was pressing Shin Shui down, looked serious and spoke firmly and seriously. Shin Shui's back was pressed hard against the ground by his knee. Her face turned red, and she couldn't say a word. She could only struggle to breathe in pain. At this moment, an old man jumped out. He looked at Shin Shui, who was pressed on the ground, and said loudly and confidently, "It's this person. She not only just broke the door, but also cursed loudly. Now she's trying to break in again. She's definitely a bad person. Comrade, you should arrest her quickly. Society can't tolerate people like her." Shin Shui almost rolled her eyes in anger. What bad person? What breaking in? This house was her Shin family's property. How dare this old man slander her so openly? But she couldn't speak now, let alone defend herself. The man holding Shin Shui moved his leg away, and immediately others hurriedly restrained her again. Ordinary residents might not recognize Shin Shui's identity, but these red guards could tell at a glance. Everyone knew she was the famous, wealthy young lady of Water City. The higher-ups had been watching the Shin family for a long time, but the timing was never right. "Come with us to the police station," the man with the red armband said as he led her away. Shin Shui's hair was messy. After taking a few deep breaths, she couldn't help but scream back, "This is my house. You have no right to arrest me. You're framing me. Be careful or I'll sue you all." People from modern times wouldn't understand the taboos of this era. When something happened, they instinctively used modern ways to handle it, thinking no one would dare to hurt them. Shin Shui was quickly taken to the police station after being forcibly detained. Even if she could prove she was innocent, she would still need to cooperate with the authorities and receive some guidance before being released. Disregarding law enforcement at any time has serious consequences. In the end, to prevent Shin Shui from shouting loudly, they stuffed a cloth into her mouth. People passing by around her couldn't help but stare, all curious and watching closely. Some even joined the crowd out of curiosity. Currently, the country is promoting simplicity, thrift, and practicality. Many people are responding to the national call, and their clothing colors have mostly shifted to blue, gray, black, green, and military green. Shin Shui's outfit was too flashy, so it was normal for people to point her out as a typical example. Seeing this, the Red Guards immediately started shouting slogans. Bad person.
Fight.
Bad person. Bad society. Bad person.
Fight.
Bad person. Bad society. Shin Shui was being led away, feeling embarrassed and dazed. She had never felt so humiliated in her life, never experienced such shame. Shen Shui lowered her head, trying to hide her face with her hair. Right now, she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She couldn't understand how these people dared to treat her like this. Don't they know her family is wealthy and powerful? Although Shen Shui knew about the background in this book and this special period in the future, she didn't really care about it. Wasn't that still 2 years away? Besides, weren't these people just fictional characters in a book? She always thought she was superior, believing these paper characters were stupid and clumsy, just like NPCs. But now, she was being taken away by these NPCs. Suddenly, Shen Shui felt fear rising, her back trembling. Listening to their continuous shouts of slogans, she felt as if she was falling into an endless darkness. All the space, the special powers, the money, the crossing into another world, all of it was slipping away from her. She seemed to have become just one of the many NPCs in the story. Otherwise, why would she be suffering so much? Shen Shui drifted in confusion, being led toward the police station. Zhou Xiangyang watched the familiar figure being taken away in the crowd, surrounded by shouting slogans. He took a deep, intense drag on his cigarette, his eyes deep and unreadable. Yangzi, was it Miss Shen who was taken away? Dongzi looked at the disheveled figure across the street and felt a bit stunned. Miss Shen is such a proud person. To be dragged along the street in such a state, he couldn't imagine how upset she must be. The troublemaker nearby muttered, "It seems the Shen family is really falling apart. Even Miss Shen has been caught." They didn't fully believe Yangzi's words before, but now they mostly did. Lu Xiuhua loved her daughter very much. If nothing had happened, she wouldn't just watch her daughter be treated like this. Dongzi nudged Zhou Xiangyang with his elbow and asked, "Yangzi, why don't you go check on her? If she's really in trouble, it might be too late. If there's a big chance she's about to be stripped for women, it might be better to die." Many women would consider ending their lives to keep their dignity. Zhou Xiangyang sneered and said meaningfully, "Even if I go, I can't change anything. Whatever happens to her happens. But no matter what she looks like, I will still love her and marry her." Didn't Shen Shui say she was a useless, clingy person? He wanted to see if, in the end, she would beg him not to leave. Zhou Xiangyang's words were full of obvious scheming and nastiness, but they earned cheers from a few street thugs nearby. Good, as expected of Yangzi. He's a real man. Yes, Yangzi is a true man. Miss Shen from the Shen family is lucky to meet you. Shen Shui is ungrateful for her good fortune. She's lucky to have met such a good man like Yangzi. The smile on Zhou Xiangyang's face widened with the cheers. He wanted to make Shen Shui fall to the bottom, then become the man who would save her from darkness. He wanted Shen Shui to realize they were the same, both just common people. He knew very well how vicious Shen Shui was to Shen Shuling. Besides their different statuses, they were both dark and shady, like rats in a dirty sewer. Zhou Xiangyang waited on the street for over half an hour before slowly riding his stolen bike toward the police station. Inside the police station, Shen Shui was sniffling and unkempt, writing a self-criticism. After checking, they confirmed that the broken glass she planned to smash belonged to the Shen family, but it wasn't in her name. It belonged to her late cousin's father, and she was uncooperative during the investigation. Finally, she was labeled as having slipping thoughts, decayed habits, and hedonism, and was required to write a 10,000-word self-criticism, which was considered a form of punishment. People around her watched as she wrote, and she had to hold back tears while doing so. What's wrong with enjoying life? What's wrong with wearing nice clothes? Doesn't she have the right to dress freely? As a modern person, she thinks these are outdated customs, but she dares not speak out. Shen Shui finished her self-criticism from daytime until nightfall. She then read it aloud in front of these people, was given a short haircut, and changed into a dull, sweaty outfit. Only then was she allowed to go back. This incident completely crushed her spirit. She wished she could leave immediately for the port city. She also decided she wouldn't interfere with Shen Shuling anymore. Every time she meddled, something bad happened. She believed the other person must have some kind of special aura, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. She also decided not to care about the jade pendant anymore. She planned to go back and ask Lu Xiuhua to get money from Shin Shuling. Once she had the money, she would stay far away from Shin Shuling, the main female character. Couldn't she just hide in the port city? Shin Shui left the police station and immediately saw Zhou Xiangyang waiting at the door, leaning on his bicycle. He smiled gently at her and said, "Xiao Shui, are you hungry? I'll take you to eat braised pork." Such a simple sentence unexpectedly made Shin Shui feel warm inside. It was dark outside, just like her heart, but this man was waiting for her, giving her warmth. Suddenly, Shin Shui felt she could reluctantly go to the port city with Zhou Xiangyang. She quickly stepped down the stairs and threw herself into his arms.
I'm hungry.
After eating the braised pork, you can take me back to the Shun house. As she said this, she felt her previously anxious heart gradually settle. She thought to herself, women really need someone to rely on. Although Zhou Xiangyang was unreliable and not capable, at least he loved her deeply. As long as a man loved her, she could do many things. Just like before she read the book, when she had her big brothers. Those brothers loved her too, or they wouldn't be willing to support her and give her so much money. Zhou Xiangyang's smile widened. He didn't mind Shin Shui's short, smelly hair. Instead, he pressed her firmly into his arms. His gaze fell on the people at the police station entrance, frowning as he looked at those watching him, with a calculating look growing deeper in his eyes. In public, he was so bold that he even lost his reputation. Zhou Xiangyang didn't have much fame, and now Shin Shui also has none. Zhou Xiangyang helped Shin Shui sit on the back of the bicycle, then rode away. At the police station entrance, Xiaoli shook his head and said, "Wow, the difference between the Shin sisters is really big. Shin Shuling is modest and sensible, but Shin Shui is very showy and not very kind. She even risks being involved in rebellious activities." Lu Jiming watched the bicycle go farther away. He pushed up his glasses and said meaningfully, "Shin Shui and Shin Huishan are truly father and daughter. With them in the Shin family, no wonder people are watching and trying to take over Shin's house." Xiaoli nodded. "That makes sense. Shin Huishan is a heavy gambler, so he must have made a lot of enemies. Shin Shui and Lu Xiuhua always act like they are better than others. These two things seem to be connected." In the space, Shin Shuling slept until night. She was slumped on the sofa and woke up feeling her neck was a bit stiff. Realizing she had slept too long, she quickly looked at her watch.
It was already 8 p.m.
She also touched her stomach, feeling hungry. As the two little ones inside her grew bigger, her body needed more nutrients, so she felt hungry faster. At noon, she had eaten quite a lot with Uncle Lee at a state-run restaurant. She finished a big bowl of rice all by herself. "Mommy's food. You must absorb it well." Shin Shuling gently touched her slightly protruding belly and carefully reminded. As a woman, she cares about her appearance and has some standards for her figure. She was willing to temporarily give up body management during pregnancy, but she still didn't want to gain too much weight. Especially after inheriting the Wanxiang medical canon, she understood that pregnant women should focus on balanced nutrition and avoid becoming too fat. After she softly finished speaking, she felt a slight jump in her belly, then it started to beat rhythmically. The two little ones inside her seemed to be responding to her, beginning to hiccup. Hiccups are normal for fetuses. The baby might be practicing diaphragm and lung function by swallowing amniotic fluid, which is a sign of healthy growth and development. Shin Shuling felt her stomach beating regularly, and gentle feelings rose in her heart. "Baby, don't worry. After I finish taking care of what I need to, I will take you to find Dad. He will really like you. He is a responsible man and will be a good father," she softly spoke to her babies. In her past life, although she didn't spend much time with Gu Mo Jin, after she died and became a spirit, she could see how much Gu Mo Jin loved her and the children. When the man came to Water City and used his connections to find out she had gone to a black clinic and then to Harbor City, she still remembers his hopeless expression. Later, the man seemed to become like a machine, dedicating himself to the organization. He eagerly took on all kinds of dangerous missions, completing them one after another, never giving himself a break. He looked more and more serious and cold. In her past life, the man gained the highest status and honor, even receiving a medal personally awarded by the highest authority. But everyone close to him knew he was not quite normal. No normal person would send themselves down a dead end, and no normal person would not long for the warmth of family. But Gu Imo-jin never remarried. Even when someone from above introduced him to someone, he didn't accept. Others thought he was born for the country and the people, a true soldier. Only she knew that when the man was surrounded and seriously injured by enemies, he had softly called her name. When he finally woke up in the hospital, the first thing he looked for was her photo. In her past life, when Gu Imo-jin was 40, he was personally awarded a medal by the highest authority. The next year, he sacrificed during a mission. Before dying, he tightly held a blood-stained photo and said, "See you in the next life." Then a huge explosion sounded. Shin Shuling's floating soul was shaken by Gu Imo-jin's words. At that moment, she finally understood his feelings for her. The accumulated regret and resentment in her heart surged like a tidal wave. As her memories returned, Shin Shuling gently touched her belly with a warm look and softly said, "Babies, let's eat first." Now, the space already had quite a bit of supplies. She sank her consciousness into the storage, took out potatoes and pork ribs, and also grabbed a chicken, some greens, and rice. Then she clicked on the dishes she wanted to make. Almost immediately, dishes like braised pork ribs with potatoes, garlic stir-fried greens, and hot chicken soup appeared on the table. There was also a pot of fragrant white rice. Shin Shuling picked up a rice scoop and filled her bowl. The potatoes were soft and sweet, the pork ribs melted in her mouth, the greens were crisp, and the chicken soup was rich. Besides the flavors of the food, there was a faint special aroma, the taste of spiritual spring water. All three dishes were better than those from state-run restaurants, especially since they were made with spiritual spring water, making them even tastier. Shin Shuling couldn't help but eat more. She stopped only when her stomach felt full. She didn't finish all the food and stored the leftovers in the warehouse. After resting for a few minutes inside the space, she quickly stepped out. Outside was completely dark. She took out a flashlight, shined it at the power line, and turned on the light. Warm, bright light filled the area. Shin Shuling opened the door and went into the yard. She saw that the yard was already piled with some meat and vegetables, probably brought by Uncle Zeng and the black market people while she was sleeping in the space. She waved her hand and stored everything into the space. Her small courtyard felt especially quiet with only her footsteps. Besides her, the only sounds were distant barking dogs and insects chirping. In the past, she would have felt lonely and sad, but now she felt peaceful. This calm and stability were exactly what she was seeking. Suddenly, Shin Shuling heard some movement outside the yard. She quickly went back inside, locked the door, turned on the light, and slipped into the space. The visitor was Uncle Zeng, the black market delivery person. Uncle Zeng took out a key, unlocked the yard gate, and shined his flashlight inside. He saw that the items delivered earlier that afternoon were gone, probably because Shin Shuling had come by. He waved his flashlight and called out to the 5 men outside pushing carts, "Just put everything inside." "Okay, Uncle Zeng." The 5 men pushed in carts loaded with beef, pork, lamb, and milk powder. They quickly unloaded everything and placed it in the yard. Seeing this, Uncle Zeng stepped forward. He covered the items with a black cloth, glanced discreetly at the tightly closed door, and immediately told the 5 men to leave. "All done. Let's go." These 5 men were a bit worried, and one of them couldn't help but speak up. "Uncle Zeng, these meats will spoil if left out overnight." "Are you sure we don't need to do anything? There's a cellar in the yard. Why do you care so much? Just go, go, go." "There are still many goods to be confiscated," Uncle Zeng said sternly, dismissing them without mercy and locking the door again. Did he not know they would spoil? But Shin Shuling had said it was fine to send them over, and he didn't need to worry about the rest. Since Shin Shuling had given clear instructions, he knew not to ask questions. Inside the space, Shin Shuling listened to the quiet sounds from the yard. After waiting about 10 more minutes, she finally left the space. She went straight to the yard and saw a large pile covered with black cloth. When she uncovered it, it was all meat and milk powder. Babies, these are all your food. Shin Shuling gently touched her belly. She was carrying 2 little ones and wasn't sure if her milk would be enough later, so it was better to prepare in advance. She turned on her flashlight and checked the supplies. Most of the milk powder was from different brands, mainly Hongxing and Guangming. There was also a small amount of imported Soviet milk powder, which was very rare. Soviet milk powder was hardly available in the market. It was usually imported through diplomatic or trade channels, mainly for foreign guests or high-end families in China. Shin Shuling reached out and touched the milk powder, then stored everything in her space. She returned to her room and entered the space again. It wasn't even 10 at night yet, and the meat in the space was ready. She took out some of everything: flour, scallions, seasonings, and so on. She clicked to make dumplings and immediately prepared 50 pork dumplings, 50 mutton dumplings, 50 beef dumplings, and then, feeling it wasn't enough, made another 50 bean and meat dumplings. A total of 200 thin-skinned, large filling dumplings. As Shin Shuling smelled the delicious aroma, she couldn't help but pick up a hot beef dumpling and take a bite. Juice burst out with each bite, rich beef broth filling her mouth, and the beef chunks were large. Absolutely delicious. She wanted to eat more but held back, considering her appetite and weight. She stored all 199 dumplings in her warehouse. She planned to take them out and eat when it was inconvenient to cook, especially when she was outside or in a crowded place where she couldn't enter her space to eat. Thinking of this, she quickly took out ingredients and meat. She prepared about 10 lunchboxes and stored them in the warehouse. There were crispy pork with shredded potatoes, lion's head meatballs with eggplant and potatoes, kung pao chicken with vegetable hearts, and braised pork with stir-fried lotus root. All these lunchboxes were bought from the department store. Since she believed in using her tickets and vouchers, she didn't expect they would be useful so soon after buying them. In the future, she could not only buy steamed buns outside but also bring her own lunchboxes. In this era, bringing your own lunchbox is very normal. If she had more lunchboxes, she would even make some noodle dishes with sauce. With just one click, the space could produce food made with spiritual spring water, which is more nutritious than outside food, and she wouldn't need to bother buying it. Shin Shuling got up to go upstairs and soak in spiritual spring water before sleeping. It was quite a relaxing activity. While taking a bath, she heard some movement outside the space. It was Uncle Zeng and some black market people delivering goods again. This time, they brought rice, flour, and cured meat. After delivering, they quickly left. Shin Shuling didn't immediately go out to collect the items into the space. Instead, she enjoyed a comfortable half-hour bath before getting up to store the items. She briefly looked at what was delivered, mostly rice, flour, and grains, and stored everything in the space warehouse. Then she went back to rest in the space. Although she wasn't tired now, considering the 2 little ones in her belly, she wanted to rest as soon as possible when she had the chance. Uncle Zeng only returned home late at night. He had been busy all day with Shin Shuling's matters, but still looked energetic and didn't seem tired. When he sat on the stool, he realized that his feet, which had been hurting from walking back and forth, didn't hurt anymore. The injured leg, which had been limping, hadn't hurt for several days. In the past few days, Uncle Zeng had been so busy that he ignored the changes in his body. When he finally noticed, he found himself back home. He scratched his head and muttered to himself. Could it be that his health was getting better? Old man, you've been busy all day. Come eat something and drink some water. Aunt Zheng brought out the cooled boiled water and cooked egg noodles. She spoke softly on purpose, afraid of waking her pregnant daughter-in-law. In the past few days, the daughter-in-law had been running around a lot for work. He was a bit worried she couldn't handle it, but luckily, her health was good, and she hadn't complained of exhaustion. She looked energetic and in good spirits. Currently, it is a tense and special time for their family. Although she feels sorry for her daughter-in-law, she doesn't ask her to stop. Everyone in the family is busy with various tasks and needs to make the most of their time. They are all thinking about the future. Uncle Zeng's stomach has been growling with hunger for a while. He picks up the noodles and starts eating quickly. Today, he has only had eggplant with plain rice. The aroma of the noodles mixed with the taste of eggs makes his mouth water, and even his tongue can't help but want to swallow. Aunt Jung smiles and keeps encouraging him, slow down, slow down. If you finish and still want more, I'll go get you another bowl. It's like you've never eaten before. She looks at him with some concern, but luckily, although the old man looks tired, he seems to be in good spirits. Old wife, your noodle-making skills are getting better and better. They're even better than those at the state-run restaurant outside, Uncle Zung praises casually. He genuinely feels that his wife's cooking has improved recently. The meals these days always have a nice aroma, and eating them makes him feel much more energetic. Aunt Jung laughs and says, "Stop praising me so much. Finish your food and go rest. Tomorrow morning, you'll have to get up early and work again." Uncle Zing nods and eats his noodles eagerly. After filling his stomach, he takes a sip of sweet water and says happily, "It's good to stay busy. When I'm busy these days, I feel much better. Even my legs don't hurt as much as before. Look, wife." He lifts his injured, limping leg and shakes it. Over these days, he truly feels better than ever. Although he runs around every day, he feels full of energy. Even if he goes to sleep tired at night, he wakes up the next morning looking lively after breakfast. "Oh, old man, put your leg down. You need to take good care of it. Later, I'll soak it with hot water and herbs for you," Aunt Jung says, feeling worried as she looks at his leg. Years ago, her husband was injured protecting her, which caused his leg to be hurt. Over the years, she has always felt guilty and tried many ways to help him heal. These herbs are her new homemade remedy. Uncle Zung wants to say that his leg isn't related to the herbal remedy, but he doesn't want to disappoint his wife. So he nods and says, Okay. Soaking it will help me sleep better." Although he doesn't believe the herbal remedy is very effective, soaking his foot is still very comfortable. The next day, Shin Shuling woke up early. She ate a bowl of porridge and a steamed bun in her space, then went to Uncle Zeng's house. Today, she planned to settle all the money with Uncle Zeng and help fill his water tank with spiritual spring water. After she left the water market, Uncle Zeng wouldn't need the spiritual spring water anymore. She didn't plan for Uncle Zeng to drink it all the time, mainly for her own safety. Long-term drinking of spiritual spring water can change a person's body completely. Drinking it for a short time might not show any problems, but over time, it will be noticed and linked to her actions. Uncle Zeng's house isn't just him. She wouldn't take the risk. When Shin Shuling knocked on Uncle Zeng's door, he was finishing his meal and planning to go out to collect goods. Seeing her, he quickly invited her in. "Shuling, come in and sit. Have you eaten breakfast?" This morning, Aunt Jung made twisted rolls and big steamed buns. "Come and have some," Uncle Zeng said, about to ask Aunt Jung to bring the rolls. Shuling politely declined. "No need, Uncle Zeng. I already ate at the state-run restaurant on my way here. I'm here to settle the remaining payment with you. The goods were bought from different places, so each delivery required payment. Since she didn't show her face, her payments might soon be insufficient." "Shuling, no need to settle now. We can wait until all the goods arrive," Uncle Zeng said, feeling a bit embarrassed. He thought paying early might seem like he didn't trust her. Shuling replied, "The amount isn't small. I can't let you cover it all, and there are many other expenses to handle." She then took out a thick stack of banknotes and a gold bar from her bag. Last time, she had already given a gold bar, but she needed many things, including expensive items like milk powder. One gold bar wouldn't be enough. "Uncle Zeng, you can refund or add more later. If there's anything urgent, just come to the second room in the courtyard at No. 33, North Street and knock. If I'm not there, leave a note. When I return, I'll come find you," Shin Shuling instructed. Uncle Zeng listened and no longer hesitated, nodding repeatedly. All right. I'll do as you say." Seeing him accept, she asked, "How are Xiaowen and Hongjun? Have their jobs been sold?" "Currently, selling work is very easy. If you want, you can usually sell it within a few days. Yesterday, the Red Army sold their work and even completed the paperwork. Xiao Wen's side also confirmed the buyer, and today, the Red Army accompanied Xiao Wen to handle the transfer. Tomorrow, 2 families are scheduled to view the house. If the deal goes through, we will wait until the land is confirmed before selling. I also called Hong Ying, and everything is fine." Uncle Zeng smiled happily when talking about these things. Everything is going smoothly, as if heaven is helping. Shen Shuling also smiled and said, "It's so smooth, that's great. Once all the goods are delivered, I can go register for the move. To go to the neighboring province, she needs to take a train." She thought about it and decided it would be more convenient to give some money and vouchers directly to Uncle Zeng's family instead of handing over the goods. After moving, she plans to ask Hong Ying from the neighboring village to help buy some food to store, which will make things easier. She had previously asked Uncle Zeng to find many vouchers, and she also had a lot from the Shun residents. Now that there is enough space to create a cycle of production and sales, she doesn't need to keep so many food vouchers. It would be better to distribute them to Uncle Zeng and Uncle Li. Shen Shuling didn't plan to take out the food vouchers now. She sat for a while longer, then took the opportunity to go to the water jar. After refilling it with nearly empty spiritual spring water, she left. Before leaving, Aunt Zheng also handed her a handful of cooked peanuts. Uncle Zeng wanted to give her 2 more eggs, but she only accepted the peanuts and then left. Shen Shuling checked the time. It was only 9 a.m. It had been several days since she called Gu Majin. She decided to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau today to transfer her household registration and get her military proof, so she wouldn't delay any longer. Thinking this, Shen Shuling rode her bike toward the Civil Affairs Bureau. Military dependents need to visit 3 places. First, they go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get proof of their family registration, including marital status and criminal record. Those transferring their household registration also need to handle the transfer procedures. Second, they must bring the civil affairs proof to the Grain and Oil Bureau to get a transfer certificate for grain and oil supplies. Third, if they are transferring their household registration, they also need to go to the local police station at the military unit to complete the registration. After completing these 3 steps, she would truly be considered to have followed the military life, and Shen Shuling would be fully separated from Shen Huaishan's family, now following her husband, Gu Majin. Even during that period, she wouldn't face any punishment. At most some gossip from others, and Gu Majin's future might be somewhat affected. But none of that mattered. The most important thing was that she could stay alive. As for Gu Majin, now that they are married and she is pregnant, she feels that since he has deep feelings for her and is responsible, she can support him. If he wants a better future, there's nothing she can do. A married couple is one, and she won't cut ties willingly. Shen Shuling rode her bike to the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Inside, not many people were handling official business. She approached the counter and explained to a staff member, "Hello, comrade. I am here to transfer my household registration and handle military-related affairs." She then handed over her household register and marriage certificate. 3 years after her parents' death, Lu Xiuhua, wanting to better control her, persuaded her to transfer her household registration to Shen Huaishan's household. The staff member was a woman in her 30s. After taking her household register and marriage certificate, she looked a bit surprised. "Shen Shuling? Are you going to follow the military now?" Zhao Ping asked. She remembered this woman with the surname Shen very well. When she and a military officer with the surname Gu came to get their marriage certificate, she was the one who handled it. Water City isn't small, so there are plenty of military families. One reason Shen Shuling and Gu Majin looked so good was that Shen Shuling was also Shen Huaishan's niece. Everyone knew Shen Huaishan was a well-known figure in their area. The Shen family's house was huge. During feudal times, they reportedly had over 100 servants. Gu Majin was a soldier in the new era, a symbol of honor. It was surprising that he chose to be with a lady from a feudal family. That left a deep impression on Zhao Ping. The Civil Affairs Bureau is a special government agency with many rules involved. When they first came to get their marriage certificate, Zhao Ping immediately suspected that Gu Majin was attracted by Shen Shuling's good looks. Otherwise, why would he do something that might ruin his future? She knew that the situation was tightening over the past 2 years, and in the future, these special families would face stricter control. She wondered if this incident would affect the military officer's feelings. Would he still love her? Zhao Ping thought to herself with some feelings of nostalgia. Shen Shuling didn't know what Zhao Ping was thinking. She nodded and said, Yes, comrade. I plan to follow the army and transfer my household registration. Please help me handle the paperwork. You're quite resourceful. Once your household registration is transferred, you can live a good life.
Don't worry about here.
Auntie also thinks you're a good girl, so she's telling you these things, Zhao Ping said as she looked down and started preparing the certificate. If it weren't for the fact that this girl dressed properly and spoke gently, completely unlike a spoiled rich girl, she wouldn't have said so much. Zhao Ping had interacted with Shen Shui before and thought she was very unpleasant. She looked down on people because her family was rich and didn't take others seriously. Shen Shuling listened to Zhao Ping and understood her kindness. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Auntie, for the reminder. I was supposed to follow the army early on, but some things delayed me. Now, I probably won't come back after going to the northwest." Zhao Ping was a bit surprised by her words. She looked up in wonder and asked, "Oh, girl, have you had it yet?" Although the two little ones in Shen Shuling's belly were only over 4 months old and not very obvious since there were 2 babies, her belly was more noticeable than that of an average 4-month pregnant woman. Zhao Ping, experienced herself, looked carefully and immediately saw she was pregnant. "Yes, Auntie, your eyes are really sharp. You saw it right away," Shen Shuling said softly, her face showing tenderness, making her look very gentle. Seeing her agree, Zhao Ping quickly said, "Hurry up and sit over there. I'll get your certificate ready soon. Here's the form. You can fill it out." She then handed her a household transfer form. Shen Shuling took some peanuts from her bag and placed them on Zhao Ping's desk, smiling. "Thank you, Auntie." Good girl, Zhao Ping said, smiling more at her good manners. In her heart, she thought that this girl's household registration transfer was very well done. A good girl brings good fortune to her family. Shen Shuling took the form to a nearby bench to fill it out, while Zhao Ping focused on preparing the certificate and handling the household transfer. As she nearly finished filling out the form, more couples came to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register their marriages. Watching these couples come and go, she couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. A year ago, she was one of those young brides and grooms. Now, she was about to become a mother herself. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, a woman in her 40s, wearing a black work uniform, entered the bureau. The woman was slim, about 1.6 meters tall, with a yellowish face and bloodshot eyes that showed anger and determination. She was pulling along a man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, also in his 40s, with neatly styled hair. The man's clothes were slightly torn and he looked impatient, but he didn't say a word.
Yang Yishen felt deeply ashamed.
His face had been humiliated by Yi Yuzhen, a loud and aggressive woman, for some time now. He wanted to get angry but held back. "Yang Yishan, do you even have a heart? I've worked so hard all these years to take care of you, your paralyzed mother, your son, and you an unfeeling beast. And you?
How could you do this to me?
You let that murderous woman, and May, replace my own son. I raised someone else's child for over 20 years. Where is my son? Give me my son back." Yi Yuzhen shouted loudly, her voice loud and sharp. Before marrying Yang Yishan, she was from the countryside, and her voice was naturally loud. Now, she was overwhelmed with emotion, and her shouting was even louder. After yelling these words, she released Yang Yishan's hand and collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. "I want a divorce, Yang Yishan. I won't stay with you anymore. You must divorce me." Yi Yuzhen looked devastated. Her white hair was much more than Yang Yishan's, and her face showed obvious wrinkles around her eyes. Her complexion was slightly yellow, and her fingers were thick and rough, signs of years of hard labor. In contrast, Yang Yishan, dressed in a neat Zhongshan suit, had his hair carefully styled with gel, shiny black, and his outfit was tidy and appropriate, clearly a well-off person. Everyone around, including Shen Shuling, was drawn to the scene. Their gazes were filled with curiosity or suspicion. Yang Yishan looked a bit upset. He first glanced around at the people nearby, then politely said, "Sorry everyone, my family has had some trouble recently. My wife was upset, so she's like this. Please don't laugh at her." After saying that, He bent down gently and spoke to Yi Yuzhen, who was lying on the ground. Yuzhen, would you like to come home with me? The mix-up with the child years ago was an accident. If you want to find your child, I will go with you. Please come home with me. Go home? Is that my home? No, that's your family's home, not mine. Yi Yuzhen's eyes were red with tears. Yang Yishan, along with his mistress, had taken away his own real son. When she found out, she couldn't even get a divorce. It was truly a desperate situation. People around, seeing Yi Yuzhen acting so wild, couldn't help but whisper and point. One auntie, who had come with her son to get a marriage license, said, "Auntie, you should go back. Your husband says the child was a mistake, and he will help you find your child. Why don't you go home and talk it over first?" Yes, yes.
No one wants a mistake like that.
The most urgent thing isn't divorce, but finding the child. This Annie has come here many times. Last time, she was also upset about divorce. Oh, a family that can't be persuaded. Maybe she's really been shocked into madness. She's a poor person. After raising a child for so many years, discovering he's not her real son must be heartbreaking for anyone, but you can't blame the man. No one did it on purpose. It's just trouble. I think there might be something fishy going on. Why else would she be so upset? While everyone was talking, a man and a woman hurried in. The man looked to be in his early 20s, with decent features, somewhat resembling Yang Yishan. The woman was around 40, dressed in a navy blue linen-style suit. Her skin was fair and smooth, and she carried a small black leather bag on her shoulder. "Mom, what are you causing trouble for again? If you don't want to acknowledge me, that's fine. I'll help you find your real son. You raised me all these years, and I will treat you like my mother and respect you," Yang Haixing said. If he weren't holding Yi Yuzhen's arm tightly to stop her from moving, he might seem like a caring son. And Mei wiped away her freshly fallen tears. She stood beside Yang Yishan and said to Yi Yuzhen, "Sister Yuzhen, none of us wanted what happened back then. If you don't like Haixing, I will take him away and never bother you again. But please, don't be angry with Haixing and Yishan. Everyone was a victim back then, and there's really no need to be upset," and Mei looked pitiful, tears shimmering in her eyes. Compared to her, Yi Yuzhen, sitting on the ground with messy hair, looked like a madwoman. Yang Yishan first gave a gentle look to Mei, then said, "Yes, Yuzhen, we can help you find your son. There's no need to cause trouble." At this moment, staff from the Civil Affairs Bureau approached and took Yi Yuzhen and the others to a mediation office. Yi Yuzhen was there to get a divorce, so the staff needed to understand the reasons first. Shin Shuling stopped watching the commotion and handed her completed paperwork to Zhao Ping. The hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau returned to order. Those who needed to get certificates did so, and those with matters to handle did so. "Girl, hold on a moment. I'll help you with this," Zhao Ping said as she took the documents Shin Shuling handed over. Shin Shuling smiled and said, "No rush. I'm not in a hurry either." As she spoke, she unconsciously looked toward the office. The woman who had caused a scene earlier, acting like a madwoman, seemed especially desperate. Meanwhile, her family members, who were trying to calm her, appeared cold and distant. Shin Shuling clearly saw the son come in and tightly gripped the woman's arm. "Hey, this woman, she doesn't even realize she's been tricked," Zhao Ping suddenly said, noticing Shin Shuling's gaze toward the office. Yi Yuzhen wasn't a first-time visitor. She had come several times over the past month, always saying similar things, but each time she was persuaded to leave. To outsiders, she seemed to be causing trouble without reason. She wanted to find her son, and her family promised to help, but she kept coming back and making scenes again and again. At first, Zhao Ping thought Yi Yuzhen was acting out because she was upset over her son being switched at birth. That was until she saw, during a holiday shopping trip, Yang Yishan walking with Mei, an image that made her realize something more. She finally understood why Yi Yuzhen kept coming back to file for divorce. Shin Shuling was momentarily stunned by Zhao Ping's words, then she fell into thought. "All the paperwork is done. Sister, just take these documents to the Grain Bureau to get the proof. When you go to the military area, don't forget to bring your husband's household registration to update it," Xiaoping handed over the documents. Thank you, comrade. Shin Shuling took the proof, looked it over to make sure everything was in order, then left. As she passed the office, she faintly heard some desperate crying. Her mind involuntarily thought of Yi Yuzhen's angry face, but she didn't stop walking out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Now wasn't the time to get involved. Besides, she couldn't understand such personal matters, and there would naturally be staff to help handle and mediate. Shin Shuling rode her bike to the Grain Bureau, aiming to get the proof for the grain and oil supply transfer before noon. The Grain Bureau had fewer staff than the Civil Affairs Bureau, so verifying her identity and issuing the proof was quick. The journey to the Grain Bureau took less than half an hour, and she got the proof. She found a quiet alley, stored the documents, household register, and marriage certificate in her space, then entered her space. After having lunch and taking a short nap inside her space, she came out again. She planned to ride her bike to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative for a browse, but on the way, she saw Officer Lu Jiming preparing to turn a corner. She gently pressed the brakes and greeted, "Hello, Officer Lu." Last time, when she and Uncle Li came out of the police station after eating together, he had told her that Officer Lu was someone he knew. Thanks to him, her parents' case could be reopened smoothly. Lu Jiming saw Shin Shuling and stopped too. He looked into the alley and smiled. "Comrade Xiaoshen, I happen to be visiting your parents' case." The alley behind was the family courtyard of a car repair shop. He had found out who had serviced Shin Qingshan's car back then and was now planning to visit. Hearing it was about her parents' case, Shin Shuling couldn't help but ask, "Officer Lu, can I go with you to see?" She added quickly, "I just want to watch. I won't interfere with your investigation." Compared to shopping at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, she was more eager to participate in the investigation of her parents' case. Lu Ziming chuckled softly, his refined face showing warmth. "Of course, let's go together." When Shin Qingshan was alive, Lu Ziming had interacted with him. He was a good businessman, honest and not overly clever, and had contributed to the country's development by donating quite a bit. However, these matters faded away after Shin Qingshan and his wife passed away. Shin Qingshan was a modest person, so few knew about these contributions. Only those who knew him well. Shin Shuling felt happy and immediately turned her bicycle to follow Lu Jiming. "Little Shin, I heard you're going to the northwest with the army?" Lu Jiming asked casually. Shin Shuling didn't hide anything. "Yes, I just got the official proof today. I don't know much about your husband, but I trust the country's judgment." "They won't see you any worse than Shun Huishan's family," Lu Ziming said with a smile. Shin Shuling smiled bitterly. "My uncle's family treats me worse than strangers. Strangers at least don't want to harm me, just see things clearly. When the case is closed, you can't be soft-hearted," Lu Ziming said seriously. Being soft-hearted would only bring trouble. He heard from Chong Da that Xiaoshen was a kind girl, but kindness isn't always a good thing. "Officer Lu, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I won't be soft on the culprit," Shin Shuling replied. Lu Ziming nodded in response. As they talked, they entered the family courtyard of the repair shop. Inside, some aunties sat watching children peel peanuts, and when they saw the unfamiliar faces, they looked at them curiously. Among them was a woman in a police uniform, which made it hard for them not to be curious. Even the children playing in the yard looked over. Lu Jiming went straight to these curious aunties, took out his police badge, and asked, "Aunties, hello. I am a police officer, here to gather information. May I ask where Yang Yishan lives?" He only knew the names of the employees who maintained Shin Qingshan's car back then, but didn't know which building or floor they lived on. Hearing Lu Ziming's question, Shin Shuling felt a strange sense of familiarity. She thought she had heard that name somewhere before. The aunties looked at each other with strange expressions. Before they could answer, a small child in a romper about 3 or 4 years old suddenly ran out shouting, "Ah! Finally, someone has come to catch the bad guys. Finally, someone has come to catch the bad guys." One auntie, holding peanuts and peeling them, immediately dropped the peanuts, grabbed a broom, and ran outside, shouting, "Ergo, stop talking nonsense. Just wait and see how I deal with you today." The children all scattered in a rush. "Cough, cough, cough. Comrade police officer, Yang Ishan's family lives in the first house on the right on the third floor, said an older auntie at the front. Lu Ziming's eyes swept over the embarrassed expressions on these aunties' faces, secretly noting their reactions. He thanked them and then led Shin Shuling toward the stairs of the apartment building. As they just reached the stairs, they heard the aunties talking behind them. It looks like Yang Haixing was really replaced by Yang Ishan. The police are here, so it can't be fake. As Shin Shuling climbed the stairs and heard what the aunties behind her were saying, she suddenly remembered who Yang Ishan was. Wasn't he the family she saw at the Civil Affairs Bureau this morning, arguing about divorce? Thinking of this, her mind involuntarily flashed with Yi Yuzhin's collapsed and desperate face and Yang Ishan's calm, yet cold expression. While thinking, she and Lu Ziming reached the first house on the right on the third floor. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Ziming raised his hand and knocked on the door. Soon the door opened. It was Yang Ishan. When he saw the police officers outside, a moment of panic flashed across his face, but he quickly regained his composure. Yang Ishan asked proactively, "Comrade police, is there something you need?" He was still dressed in a neat Zhongshan suit, looking very spirited. Lu Ziming took out his badge and showed it, saying, "My name is Lu. You can call me Old Lu. I'm here to ask you some questions." His tone was gentle, not as stern as when catching criminals. Yang Ishan's expression flickered with thought. Then he turned to the side with a smile and gestured. "No problem, no problem. Please come in." His smile looked a bit stiff, as if forced. Lu Ziming noticed his reaction. After they entered the house, Yang Ishan finally saw that the police officer was accompanied by a female officer. When he clearly saw her face, a flash of panic appeared on his face again. Shin Shuling carefully looked at Yang Ishan, feeling that his reaction seemed a bit unnatural. However, he quickly masked his feelings, especially when he looked at her, with a clear sign of nervousness flashing across his eyes. Yang Ishan's home was a 3-room apartment. It was somewhat cluttered but very clean and tidy, showing that someone cleaned diligently every day. The apartment had good lighting, making the whole house look bright, warm, and welcoming. It seemed that only Yang Ishan was at home now. He smiled and said, "Please sit down, comrades. Feel free to sit." Shin Shuling and Lu Ziming sat on the sofa opposite Yang Ishan. "Comrade Yang, do you remember the car accident involving Shin Qingshan and his wife 10 years ago?" Lu Ziming took out a notebook and pen from his bag and asked directly. Shin Shuling stared at Yang Ishan without blinking, feeling that his expression just now was a bit unnatural. Yang Ishan listened to Lu Ziming's question, first appearing thoughtful, then shook his head. "I don't have much memory of it. Maybe I heard about it, but it's been so long that I've forgotten. However, I do know the Shin family." Lu Ziming nodded. "I heard that before you retired, you worked at a car repair shop for many years. Back then, the car involved in Shin Qingshan's accident was maintained and repaired by you. I worked at the repair shop for most of my life. I only handed over the work to my son a few years ago. Over the decades, I've handled too many cars." He paused and added, "And since the accident was 10 years ago, time has passed and I don't remember much." "Officer Lu, is there something specific about that accident you're investigating? The incident happened so long ago. Why would the police suddenly come knocking now?" Lu Ziming looked at Yang Ishan seriously. "There are some doubts about Shin Qingshan's accident. We suspect it might not have been an accident. We also found out that back then, you were responsible for maintaining Shin Qingshan's car. Please try to recall, was there anything unusual about his car at that time?" Yang Ishan thought carefully and shook his head, feeling sorry. "Sorry, Officer Lu, but it's been so long I really can't remember. But every car at our repair shop has records. If you really want to know, you can check the records at the shop. All of Shin Qingshan's car maintenance records are kept in the archive room, and there are no issues with them. After the car accident that year, the police never came to investigate." Next, Lu Ziming asked some other questions, and Yang Ishan answered reasonably. Soon, Lu Ziming closed his notebook and stood up. "We'll take our leave now." He then prepared to leave with Shin Shuling. Yang Ishan felt a sigh of relief inside and stood up to see them out. At that moment, suddenly, a loud sound of something heavy falling came from the room with the door tightly closed, as if someone had fallen. Lu Ziming and Shin Shuling instinctively looked over. Yang Ishan's face showed obvious panic, and he quickly explained, "Oh, inside is my wife. She is resting in there now." After saying that, he gave a bitter smile. "Recently, some things happened in our family. To be honest with Officer Liu, I thought it was related to recent events at home when you arrived." Lu Ziming looked at Yang Ishan, curious. "Oh? I also heard some comments in the yard just now. It's about my child. Recently, we found out that the child was accidentally switched at birth. My wife couldn't accept it and has been a bit out of her mind. Back then, it was also my fault. I shouldn't have gone out to buy red sugar and eggs. Otherwise, the child wouldn't have been switched. Now my wife is deeply affected. Several times, she wanted to take me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce, and she even threatened to report me to the police." Yang Ishan looked pained and was very self-blaming. Lu Ziming frowned. "Was the child born in a hospital?" Yes. I cared a lot for my wife back then. I had a steady job, and to make her suffer less during childbirth, I went to the hospital specifically. But who knew the child would be switched? It might have been better if she had given birth at home. That's also why my wife keeps arguing with me about divorce." Yang Ishan looked regretful. Lu Ziming looked at the closed door and said, "If the hospital made a mistake and switched the children, the hospital is responsible. Your wife probably can't get past this. As family members, you should help her understand." Yang Ishan nodded repeatedly. "Yes, you're right, Officer Liu. I just want to find the child. Once I find the child, my wife's condition should improve a lot." He deliberately avoided mentioning the hospital. Lia Shiming didn't think there was anything wrong. Right now, the most important thing was to find the child who was switched at birth. No wonder the women in the yard were talking about it earlier. The matter of switched children really drew a lot of attention. However, Yang Ishan's behavior seemed a bit strange and off in some ways. Lia Shiming smiled and said, "I won't bother you anymore." Then he took Shin Shuling and left. Yang Ishan watched their figures disappear, finally feeling relieved. He quickly closed the door. Shin Shuling and Lia Shiming went down the stairs after leaving the house. At that moment, two voices, one male and one female, came from the corridor, and they were talking and laughing as they came up the stairs. Yang Haixing carried vegetables and said happily, "Mom, today you have to show me your skills. I've never tasted your cooking before. All right, today I'll show you. Your dad said you love braised pork the most, so I'll make your favorite," and Mei said with a gentle smile, her face full of warmth. She was finally able to stay with her son, and there was old Yang too. As for Yi Yuzhen, the rural woman, she could just wait to be tormented. A flash of malice crossed in Mei's eyes. She and old Yang had planned for so long, and finally today had come. Yang Haixing and Mei happily went upstairs. When they saw Shin Shuling and Lia Shiming coming from the opposite direction, they immediately fell silent, their smiles stiffening. The two pairs of people silently passed by each other. Shin Shuling felt uncomfortable after hearing Yang Haixing and Mei laughing and talking earlier. She thought Yang Haixing's biological mother was probably this well-dressed, middle-aged woman. This woman seemed to be about the same age as Yang Ishan's wife, but looked much more refined and well-kept. It was clear she had been doing well over the years. Based on what the staff member said when she issued the proof, it was likely that she had been unfaithful long ago. Shin Shuling looked back at Yang Haixing and Mei, just in time to see them standing at the door of the Yang family house. Yang Haixing was taking out his keys to open the door. Shin Shuling reached the corner of the stairs and said, "It should be the child who was switched at birth and his biological mother." The well-dressed, middle-aged woman had also gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau that morning. From what a few people said, Shin guessed she was Yang Haixing's biological mother. Lu Ziming, who had been a police officer for many years, immediately sensed something was wrong. It seems the events from back then are not simple. Now, Yang Ishan's strange behavior earlier made sense, and the comments from the aunts and children in the yard also seemed normal. However, these are mostly family matters. If no one reports to the police, they won't investigate on their own. Shin nodded and said, "This morning, I met Yang's family at the Civil Affairs Bureau. His wife was pulling him to get a divorce, but it seems the staff convinced her to stay. she added. That aunt looked quite pitiful at the time. She believed Yang Yishan's wife must have found out the truth, or she wouldn't be so upset and insist on divorce. Having a child switched at birth, no one can accept that. Lu also felt emotional. He could tell there was a hidden story. As they spoke, they went downstairs. The aunts who were peeling peanuts and mending shoes were still gathered, and the small children who had run away continued playing with ants under the tree. When the aunts saw Lu Jiming come down, they all looked at him with strong curiosity. Lu walked over and smiled, asking, "Aunties, do you know about the recent situation with Yang's children?" Although the police wouldn't interfere without a reason, as a public security officer, he wanted to help. The aunts, seeing a police officer approaching, hurriedly said, Yes, we all saw that Yujin was being tricked. Yujin is very pitiful. She worked hard to raise a child who isn't even hers, and it might be someone else's child from another woman. Who can't see that? Anmei is about to move in, and Yang Yishan still won't leave Yujin alone. It's so wrong. Officer, please help Yujin. Even just letting her divorce would be good. Anmei, the widow, has no job and her husband is dead, yet she lives so comfortably. She must be getting money from the Yang family. These women are all elderly relatives of the car repair factory. Usually Yi Yujin is a kind person. Now that something happened to the Yang family, these women naturally feel upset for her. Lu Ziming patiently listened to their chatter before saying, "It's best to ask the neighborhood office to mediate this matter." We did, but the Yang family is very stubborn. They twist the facts and make the truth seem different. The staff at the neighborhood office are all confused, one woman said angrily. She knew that May had secretly made arrangements, or else how could things have developed like this? Lu Ziming looked serious. "Women, I know you are all good people. Please, talk to Yi Yujin privately. If she needs help, she can come to the police station to find me. My surname is Liu. Since no one reported the case, he couldn't go directly to their home. Even if he did, the case might not be accepted." Okay, Officer Liu, don't worry. Next time we see Yujin, we will tell her. The women kept thanking him. One woman nearby had already picked up some shelled peanuts to give to Lu Ziming. Although they often gossip, they are very kind-hearted. Lu Ziming quickly declined the peanuts, pushing them away. Shin Shuling, who was walking with him, was caught off guard and was given a handful. "Women, don't be polite. These are what I should do. I need to go now," Lu Ziming said. He hurriedly led Shin Shuling out of the relative's compound. Her bicycle was parked at the gate. She pushed her bike as they walked to the alley entrance. "Xiao Shun, I need to visit the car repair factory to check Yang Yishan's repair records from back then. Since you're pregnant, you shouldn't come with me," Lu Ziming said. Shin Shuling nodded. "Officer Liu, do you think Yang Yishan is telling the truth?" Because Yang Yishan had schemed before, she felt suspicious of his words. "Xiao Shun, investigations are objective. You shouldn't judge anything based on preconceived notions," Lu Ziming said seriously. Although Yang Yishan had done some bad things, it doesn't mean he was involved in the car accident years ago. Everything depends on motives and evidence. Shin Shuling realized she was wrong. "I understand, Officer Liu. I was overthinking. I understand your desire to find the truth. The authorities will question Shan Huaishan, and I will do my best to investigate. I promise to uncover the truth, so you can rest assured and go with the military team." Lu Ziming's tone became gentle again. His words sounded reassuring, but the situation was not very hopeful. No matter what the witnesses said, we must find the car involved in the accident. So far, there are no clues. Even Changda's side hasn't found anything. Yang Yishan also said he completely forgot about the matter, but whether that's true or not is uncertain. Shin Shuling smiled and said, "Yes, I trust Officer Liu. I trust the police." "Good, then go back and rest. You're pregnant, so don't run around. Think more about the baby," Lu Ziming kindly advised. Shin Shuling responded with a nod, and they parted ways here. On the other side, at the Yang family home, and Mei was busy in the kitchen, wearing an apron. The smell of braised pork filled the house. Yang Yishan and Yang Haixing sat in the living room, chatting and laughing, occasionally helping in the kitchen. Yang Yishan's elderly mother, who who was paralyzed in bed, was brought into the living room to lie down. She was slowly eating an apple. The old lady wore clean clothes, all bought by Yi Yuzhen. The whole house was happy and lively, except for Yi Yuzhen, who was with her hands and feet and had a cloth stuffed in her mouth. She was covered in bruises and cuts, especially on her legs, which were hidden by her pants, showing large purple-blue bruises. This morning, Yi Yuzhen went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to cause trouble, but the staff persuaded her to go back. As soon as she got home, Yang Yishan hit her. Hitting wives was quite common in this era. As long as there was no big commotion, neighbors wouldn't interfere. Yang Yishan was prepared. After slapping Yang Yuzhen twice, he used a cloth to cover her mouth. This was the first time Yang Yishan had hit her, but he felt very satisfied. He thought he should have done it earlier. If he had beaten Yi Yuzhen sooner and scared her, things wouldn't have escalated to the Civil Affairs Bureau and the street office. In the past, Yi Yuzhen was the strong one in the Yang family. She managed everything well at home and outside. The paralyzed old lady was taken care of very neatly, and she cooked different meals every day. She is a woman who likes to give and cannot sit still. She is very cheerful, but she quietly enjoys being the one giving, which makes her feel less important and a bit weak. In fact, the Yang family's power is held by Yang Yishan. When Yi Yuzhen found out her child had been switched, she didn't initially think it was Yang Yishan's deliberate doing. She was excited and complicated as she told Yang Yishan about this. However, he didn't react with surprise or excitement like she expected. Instead, he asked her what she wanted to do. Of course, she wanted to find her biological child. Yang Yishan agreed when she said she wanted to find her child, but he only said so and didn't take any real action. She asked him several times, but he just got angry and coldly scolded her. That's when she realized Yang Yishan didn't actually want to find her child. The family's money was in his hands, and she couldn't do anything about it. She could only manage the household and argue with him. She seemed like an unreasonable woman causing trouble. If people didn't know her well, they wouldn't see how much she was hurting inside. Whenever she caused a big fuss and called the local officials, Yang Yishan and Yang Haixing would stand by her side, looking gentle but cold, pretending to be tolerant. They said they would help her find her biological child and face the difficulties together. But the more they did this, the more hopeless she felt. She spent every day in pain, constantly thinking about her child, wondering how they were, whether they were still alive. Until yesterday, when she went out to buy vegetables and saw Yang Yishan and his son happily walking into a state-run restaurant within May, she suddenly understood everything. Why had Yang Yishan taken care of May for so many years? On the surface, she was a widow who had lost her husband, but in reality, she was the one who switched her child. That night, after Yang Yishan and his son returned home, she caused a scene again. When morning came, she dragged Yang Yishan to the Civil Affairs Bureau. But because she had caused trouble there before, and the staff had been deceived by Yang Yishan and his son, they didn't believe her. Yi Yuzhen lay on the cold ground, her eyes blank, as if she had lost her life. Her body was covered with bruises and purple marks, but the pain was nothing compared to the pain in her heart. She didn't know where her child had been taken by the Yang family. Maybe she was sold, maybe abandoned, or maybe that wicked woman and May had harmed her at that time. Thinking of these possibilities, her heart ached uncontrollably. If it was really like that, she might as well go with her child. She no longer wanted to live. She blamed herself for not protecting her child. It was all her fault. She deserved to die. But before dying, she was determined to avenge her child. Yi Yuzhen's unfocused eyes gradually sharpened with intense hatred. She remembered the police had come earlier. She heard their questions about Yang Yishan. She remembered the incident with Shin Qingshan, and it was Yang Yishan who told her about it. She still recalled Yang Yishan admiringly saying that Shin Qingshan was very rich, able to afford a car in Warsaw, and that every time Shin Qingshan came for maintenance, Yang Yishan would mention it when he returned. Yang Yishan often complained about Shin Qingshan's good background and how he was favored by his father, making his gambling brother seem worthless. But today, when the police questioned him, Yang Yishan denied knowing Shin Qingshan. She was sure he was lying. Thinking this, A faint hope grew in her heart. Her hands and feet were tied, her mouth stuffed with a cloth, curled up on the ground. Outside, the lively sounds of happiness sounded like a different world from her. Time seemed to pass endlessly until someone pushed open the door. Yang Haisheng, full and satisfied, stood at the entrance holding a bowl of rice. Seeing his mother, battered and tied on the ground, his heart trembled uncontrollably. He softly said, "Mom, I brought you some food." Although he was not her biological son, she had always treated him well since childhood, sharing good food and drinks. When their father had beaten her before, he didn't intervene because he didn't want their family to break apart. As for the child her mother was so eager to find, and May's mother had told her long ago that the child was no longer in this world. Yi Yuzhen looked at Yang Haisheng with difficulty. A surge of hatred rose uncontrollably in her heart. When Yang Yishan, that beast, had beaten her, Yang Haisheng didn't try to stop him or protect her. He didn't even look at her. He was truly a worthless scoundrel, just like all the others, heartless and untrustworthy. Yang Haisheng placed the food on the table, then squatted down and removed the cloth from her mouth. "Mom, don't blame me. I did it for our family. I don't want us to fall apart."
"You can't be so selfish," he said.
His face, resembling in May's by about 30 or 40%, showed a hint of pain. He wanted Auntie Anmei's mother to stay, and also wanted his own mother, who had cared for him since childhood, to stay. This family couldn't fall apart. If his mother left, who would take care of his grandmother? In this family, Yang Haisheng was the head and the one who benefited most. Of course, he didn't want Yi Yuzhen to leave. If Yi Yuzhen left, who would take care of the paralyzed grandmother? Who would cook and do laundry for him? When he got married and had children, who would look after them? Auntie Anmei's mother was very kind, but she wasn't very good at household chores. That's why he needed his mother to stay. Yi Yuzhen felt that all her years of hard work had been wasted. It made her feel sick. She looked at the rice bowl on the table and said, "Help me untie the rope. I want to eat." Yang Haisheng saw that Yi Yuzhen was no longer shouting or causing trouble. He finally relaxed. "Mom, I'll help you untie the rope, but please don't run away, okay? Our family of 4 lives happily together, isn't that good?" He said this as he untied the rope for Yi Yuzhen. Yi Yuzhen didn't say anything. After Yang Haisheng helped her untie the rope, she picked up the food on the table and started eating quickly. Watching his foster mother eat like that, Yang Haisheng's face flashed with a hint of dislike. His mother was from the countryside. Besides being quick at doing things, she didn't really match his father. Fortunately, she was just his foster mother. When he married Jejia, his foster mother would stay at home, and only Auntie Anmei, his biological mother, would attend. His foster mother just needed to take care of the family. Yi Yuzhen was very hungry. After finishing her meal, she finally spoke. "Haisheng, I've made up my mind. I won't leave. I have no connection with that child in this life. I don't have any money either, so I don't know where to go. You and Jejia are about to get married. You still need my help. I'll apologize to that child in the next life." Yuzhen desperately wanted to take a knife and hurt the whole family, but she couldn't. She still needed to send Yang Yishan to jail and find her own child. A few minutes later, Yuzhen came out of the house. Yang Yishan and Anmei were sitting on the sofa, and Yang Haisheng was sitting on the nearby sofa. There were fresh cut fruits on the coffee table, but the dishes and the kitchen hadn't been cleaned up. When Anmei saw Yuzhen come out, she looked at the purple marks on her arm and smiled proudly. "Sister Yuzhen, it's time for the older lady to change her pants. Please go do that, and remember to tidy up the table and the kitchen too." Anmei acted like a lady of the house, deliberately leaning closer to Yang Yishan, as if showing off her victory. She thought Yuzhen was too naive, coming from the countryside. She had raised her children for so many years, and in the future, she would have to take care of Haisheng and her too. Anmei and Yang Yishan had known each other before Yuzhen. They had a past, but later Anmei met a wealthy businessman who had some assets. Yang Yishan only earned a few dozen yuan a month, so he was no match for that. Soon, Anmei married the wealthy businessman, and Yang Yishan married Yuzhen. But after the marriage, Anmei didn't live the life she imagined. She even fared worse than Yuzin. That businessman often stayed away from home after they married, leaving her alone. He only gave her 10 yuan a month. Worse, she found out he was not capable at all. She, young and lonely, became a widow. During this lonely time, she quickly got involved with Yang Yishan again. Not long after, the businessman returned heavily in debt. She lost her 10 yuan a month and was burdened with debts. She hid from creditors with the businessman. Luckily, Yang Yishan, who still cared for her, secretly helped her. Until one day, the businessman was accidentally stabbed to death while being chased for debts. She became a widow, and not long after, she found out she was pregnant. She dared not tell anyone about the pregnancy. The child's due date didn't match the businessman's death date. She could only cry and beg Yang Yishan, tears streaming down her face, because the child was Yang Yishan's. Yuzin looked at the proud in Mei, but said nothing. She quietly went to her mother-in-law and started changing her pants. "Take me to the room. Your daughter-in-law wants to humiliate my wife? How dare she make me change here? What are you planning? Do you want me to die?" Grandma Huang, who was bedridden, cried out loudly. Yang Yishan, sitting on the sofa, immediately frowned and said sternly, "Yi Yuzhen, how are you taking care of Mom? Are you deliberately trying to embarrass her? Hurry up and carry her back inside. This woman really can't handle anything properly. Next time, I need to be even stricter." Some men believe that taking care of family is just their duty. Yi Yuzhen said nothing. She clenched her teeth and carried the smelly Grandma Huang back to the room. She then changed her pants, washed her clothes, and finally tidied up the dishes and the kitchen. Aimee watched Yi Yuzhen obediently and patiently, and her smile grew wider. She felt a sense of pride inside. Yang Yishan also felt the same. As a man, he thought he should be like this, having an obedient and capable wife, and being able to bring his close friend home. However, Yang Haixing was a bit uncomfortable. He stood up and said, "Mom's injuries look serious. I'll go buy some medicine so others don't see her wounds." He really disliked gossip. Yes, Haixing is thoughtful. "Go buy some medicine quickly," Aimee said hurriedly, pretending to be caring. Then she nudged Yang Yishan with her elbow and said, "Look at how hard you hit Yuzhen. You were too rough. I'm just doing this for our family. At most, she won't go out for a few days. When her injuries heal, she can go out again. She doesn't work anyway, just cooking and doing laundry at home," Yang Yishan said casually. He didn't care about the damage caused by his own actions. "She's your wife, after all." "Haixing, go buy the medicine for Yuzhen," Aimee said, gently poking Yang Yishan's shoulder before telling Haixing to go. Yang Haixing smiled. He thought Aimee was very kind, unlike his own strict adoptive mother. He nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go now." After that, he left the house. Aimee watched Yang Haixing go and started teasing Yang Yishan on purpose. She asked him to feed her fruit, then to massage her shoulders, and occasionally patted his shoulder and chest. Yang Yishan felt his heart heat up from her teasing. He wished he could fight with Aimee right now. Yi Yuzhen listened to the playful teasing between the two, her face expressionless as she tidied up the house, thinking that the hardships she was facing now would be paid back twice as much in the future. Shin Shuling returned to the courtyard and found that more supplies had been delivered. This time, there was quite a lot. Eggs, coal, soap, various clothes, liberation shoes, and large bags of cotton. The meats that were not enough last time had also been replenished. These items were still covered with black cloth. She lifted the cloth to check and then stored everything in her space. Afterward, she quickly entered the space herself. It was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon, nearly dinner time. But Shin Shuling was not in a hurry to eat. Instead, she sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Although Officer Liu told her not to jump to conclusions, she still suspected Yang Yishan. Thinking back, when she and Officer Liu were about to leave the Yang family's house, she remembered the sounds coming from inside. She believed Yi Yuzhen should have been at home then. She thought she could go find Yi Yuzhen to learn more about the situation. She didn't plan to tell Officer Liu about this, as he advised her not to judge people unfairly. Asking Yang Yishan's wife might seem distrustful. If she found out anything, she could tell Officer Lu later. After making up her mind, Shin Shuling started to think about what to eat tonight. There was plenty of food in her space, and she could have anything she wanted. Meanwhile, Officer Lu hurried to the state-owned auto repair factory where Yang Ishan worked. He went to the records room. There, he and the clerk found records of car repairs from 10 years ago. "Officer, that's all there is. You said you wanted to find the repair records for Shin Qingshan's car, which should be between 1956 and 1958, said the clerk, Lao Zeng, confidently. Lu Jiming paused and asked, "Comrade, how can you be so sure?" Even Yang Ishan couldn't remember clearly, so how did the clerk know so precisely? Lao Zeng waved his hand. Back then, how many people in our state-owned repair shop could afford a car? I even remember the mechanic responsible for Shin Qingshan's repairs. It was Yang Ishan, who handed over his work to his son 2 years ago. Every time Shin Qingshan drove over in those days, Lao Yang couldn't help but admire him. He wasn't afraid of being scolded, and even secretly drove his car a few times. He said, "Who doesn't love cars when they work on them?" As he spoke, Lao Zeng seemed to recall those days and smiled happily. Then he sighed. That car accident 10 years ago was really unfortunate. Shin Qingshan is a kind person and gets along well with many people at our factory. He often brings us workers some food when he visits. It's not just in those days. Even now, it's rare to find someone so thoughtful. I remember they had a lovely daughter. I wonder how she is now. When supplies were scarce, even a small amount of food could be remembered for a long time. Lu Ziming suddenly understood what had been bothering him. If Shin Qingshan was just an ordinary person, it would be normal for Yang Ishan not to remember him well. But Shin Qingshan was wealthy. When most people didn't even have bicycles, he was already driving a car. Yang Ishan couldn't forget that. Thinking this, Lu Ziming immediately started searching through a thick stack of notebooks. Soon, he found the records from back then. They showed each time Shin Qingshan's car was repaired or maintained, and every signature on the repair slips was Yang Ishan's. Finally, he took out these notebooks and kept them separately. At 7:30 p.m., inside the police station, Lu Xiuhua was summoned. She sat nervously on the chair in the interrogation room, looking anxious and uneasy. She didn't know why she was called. Had something from before been exposed? No, the police wouldn't investigate that without reason. But in the past few days, Shin Shuling had disappeared completely. No matter how she looked, she couldn't find her. The more she searched, the more anxious she became. Coupled with a recent series of accidents at the Shin family, she wondered, could it really be Shin Shuling? Just as that thought crossed her mind, she immediately dismissed it. Shin Shuling couldn't have that much power. How could she have emptied the Shun household or known about Huai Mountain in Yulon village? Lu Xiuhua gradually calmed down. If it wasn't Shin Shuling, then the police wouldn't investigate the case from 10 years ago. Comrade Lu, I heard that 10 years ago, your husband's younger brother Shin Qingshan and his wife died in a car accident. What do you think about this? Wu Jiangwo asked sternly. His eagle-like gaze fixed directly on Lu Xiuhua, as if he could see through everything. Lu Xiuhua's heart tightened. She clenched her bag strapped tightly, and a look of panic flashed in her eyes. She felt that this police officer looked very fierce. I don't have any opinions. I don't know much about what happened back then. The car accident was so sudden that no one could react, Lu Xiuhua said, swallowing hard. She tried to stay calm, but her grip on the bag strap grew tighter. Wu Jiangwo noticed Lu Xiuhua's nervousness and continued to ask, since you didn't react at the time, why did you cremate Shin Qingshan and his wife within 3 days? Was it because you didn't realize what was happening, or was everything just too smooth and easy? He emphasized the last 3 words clearly, making his tone very commanding. His police uniform made him look even more intimidating. Lu Xiuhua's face turned pale with fear. She denied loudly, "No, I didn't do it. All of it was done by Huaishan. Comrade police, you can't wrongly accuse me. All done by Shin Huaishan? So we can't wrongly accuse you? Lu Xiuhua, are you saying you're not involved in the car accident from back then?" Wu Jiangwo finished sternly and slammed the table hard. The loud bang made Lu Xiuhua tremble, and her legs started to shake uncontrollably. She didn't expect the police to call her in just because of the old car accident. Had Shen Huaishan already said something? But Shen Huaishan was the one handling everything. If they pursued it strictly, she wouldn't be the mastermind. Wu Jiangwo saw Lu Xiuhua's reaction and said in a deep voice, "Speak up, confess. As long as you're honest, higher authorities might consider giving you a lighter punishment." When Lu Xiuhua heard the word punishment, her heart sank. But then she remembered the boat that was about to leave for Gangcheng. She was just one step away from leaving Shueisha. She couldn't give up now. Thinking of this, Lu Xiuhua clenched her teeth and said, "I don't know what I should confess." As long as she said nothing, they wouldn't arrest her now. She just needed a few more days to find Shen Shuling and get the money. Then she could escape far away. She only needed to hold on for a few days. Wu Jiangwo watched Lu Xiuhua's defenses go back up.
He was a bit surprised.
Usually, when a person's mental defenses are broken, they tend to confess. He didn't expect Lu Xiuhua to be able to rebuild herself. There must be something supporting her. "Comrade police, I really didn't do anything. You can't just accuse me like this." Lu Xiuhua's eyes gradually became firm as she clenched her nails into her flesh. Wu Jiangwo looked at Lu Xiuhua, who had changed attitude, and realized there was no way to get any more information this time. 15 minutes later, Lu Xiuhua left the police station. Her legs felt weak, and her back was soaked with cold sweat. She felt a sense of relief, like surviving a disaster. It was now completely dark. She didn't dare look back at the imposing police station behind her, only wanting to stay far away. Lu Xiuhua aimlessly wandered the street, gradually calming down. She was sure that Shen Shuling was involved in her interrogation today. Now the other person was gone, neither at the mansion nor at the old house. Maybe she was deliberately hiding from her. Given the situation, Shen Shuling probably wouldn't easily withdraw the money. She might not even go to Port City. While walking, Lu Xiuhua thought about how to get the money. She remembered Huai Mountain saying it was a lot of money, or she wouldn't have been so kind to Shen Shuling all these years. But now, everything at home had been stolen, and her household register was gone. It was too late to replace it. Without any documents or being someone else, it was almost impossible to withdraw the money. In the end, Lu Xiuhua decided to find Shen Shui first and see if she knew anything about Shen Shuling. Shen Shui wasn't at the old house, so she must be at her place on West Street. She hadn't had time to check on Shen Shui since she was discharged from the hospital. Lu Xiuhua felt Shen Shui had been acting strangely lately. She didn't seem as close as before. Even after her father was arrested, Shen Shui didn't react much. She didn't go to the police station or ask about her at the old house. Forget it. She would ask Shen Shui when she saw her. Lu Xiuhua quickened her pace toward West Street. The police station wasn't far from West Street. The main roads in the city had streetlights, so it was relatively safe as long as she didn't go into narrow alleys. Shen Shui wanted to return to the Shen residence, but she was being bothered by Zhou Xiangyang. That day, after leaving the police station, Shen Shui was taken away by Zhou Xiangyang. She was deeply hurt both physically and emotionally. Zhou Xiangyang took her home and kindly cooked her braised pork, which she ate until she was full. She felt that this man was somewhat reliable. However, after dinner, Zhou Xiangyang started acting mischievously. He spoke sweet words and made advances toward her. Zhou Xiangyang looked very handsome, tall at about 1.78 meters, with a strong build typical of men of this era, and a slightly rebellious air. Although Shen Shui disliked him for being a useless flatterer, she still thought his appearance was acceptable. Plus, she was from the modern world, so she was used to different standards. When Zhou Xiangyang made advances, she pushed him away a few times but then gave in a little, and things naturally progressed. Zhou Xiangyang didn't expect it to go so smoothly, and was very happy. He even said he just wanted to kiss her today. Shen Shui had originally decided to let Zhou Xiangyang take her back to Shen's house after dinner, so she stayed a bit longer, feeling reluctant to part. The next day, Zhou Xiangyang kept pestering her, wanting to be close to her. She was tempted but also somewhat annoyed by his living environment, so she suggested they go back to her place. Shen Shui thought that since her jade pendant was broken and her space was gone, and Lu Xiuhua was now looking for Shen Shuling to get money, once Shen Shuling handed over the money, she would be just an ordinary military wife, no different from anyone else. With that money, she planned to go to Gangcheng and make a fresh start. She decided she wouldn't get involved with Shen Shuling anymore. Xiao Shui, it's dark now. We should go to sleep, Zhou Xiangyang said, holding Shen Shui in his arms and giving her 2 firm kisses on the face. Shen Shui glared at him. It's so late, and you haven't eaten yet. Hurry up and get me something to eat. Her wallet had been taken by Shen Shuling, and now she had no money at all. The man still said he would support her, but now he wouldn't even give her food. She had once thought about going to Gangcheng with Zhou Xiangyang, but now it seemed that besides his body, he was useless. He just wanted to live off her, and maybe he was only interested in her money. Zhou Xiangyang smiled and was about to press her down, whispering, "Let's sleep first. After a good rest, I'll cook for you." In this era, relationships were very strict, and dating followed proper rules. Few women had loose belts like Shen Shui's. Once Zhou Xiangyang got close, he didn't want to let go. Shen Shui was angry inside, but her strength was not greater than Zhou Xiangyang's, so she quickly gave in after a few moments. When Lu Xiuhua used her key to open the door and entered the bedroom, she saw the 2 of them tangled together on the bed. The key in her hand clattered to the floor, and the scene before her almost made her break down. "What are you doing?" Lu Xiuhua shouted sharply. But her voice was cut off in the next second, and she collapsed onto the ground, fainting. Shen Shui was startled by Lu Xiuhua's sudden arrival and screamed. Zhou Xiangyang was also frightened by the sudden situation, trembling almost to the point of fainting. He couldn't handle being scared like this. "Hurry up and take her to the hospital," Shen Shui yelled, pushing Zhou Xiangyang off the bed. She wrapped herself in a blanket, looking at Lu Xiuhua on the ground with disgust. Why did she come over without warning? Wasn't she supposed to go find Shen Shuling to get money? "Master, are we still going to question Shan Huaishan?" Shali asked while organizing Lu Xiuhua's statement, sitting beside Wu Jiangwo, who was looking at the case files. Wu Jiangwo's gaze fixed on the photo of the car accident from that year, and his tone was serious. "Of course we need to investigate, but not now." Then he looked at Shali. "There's nothing else to do now. You can go back and rest first. Tomorrow, come with me to the state-run scrapyard. They first need to find out where the damaged car is, but if Shan Huaishan has any brains, it's likely the car can't be found. But they still have to look for it. If they find it, they can directly accuse him. If not, they can only investigate Shan Huaishan and Lu Xiuhua to see if they can find any clues." From Lu Xiuhua's reaction today, the car accident back then definitely had something suspicious about it. Shen Shuling woke up on her space bed. She usually touched her belly and talked to her 2 babies. Ever since she dreamed of the 2 little ones last time, she hadn't dreamed of them again. Every night before sleep, she looked forward to it, but the babies hadn't appeared in her dreams again. She didn't feel disappointed, since she had more than 5 months left to meet her little ones. After talking to her babies for a while, Shen Shuling got up, washed up, and had breakfast. She ate 3 beef buns, accompanied by a bowl of preserved egg and lean pork congee and a small dish of pickles. She ate until she was full. After finishing her meal, she went for a walk outside the house. Seeing the lush green vegetables on the dark soil made her feel very happy. She didn't go to see the poultry at the foot of the mountain because it was a bit far away. Anyway, the space can automatically feed the animals and collect eggs. If she wanted to deal with a chicken for meat, it was just a click away. Shen Shuling left the space, opened the door, and went to the yard, where she saw some goods had arrived. This time it was eggs, peanut oil, lard, various snacks, soda, and baby clothes. After a quick check, she stored everything in the space. Once she finished organizing everything, she rode her bicycle to the repair shop's family courtyard. She wanted to meet Yuzhen alone, as she had a feeling the other person might share some new information. The repair shop's family courtyard wasn't far from her courtyard. It took about 20 minutes to ride there. She didn't go directly into the alley of the family courtyard, but waited at the entrance on her bicycle. She looked like she was waiting for someone. Since it was on a busy main road, with many people around, it wasn't unusual for residents to come out of the alley without paying much attention to her. It was morning, and most people on the street were either going to work or buying groceries, so it was lively. According to what Yuzhen said last time at the Civil Affairs Bureau, the Yang family was probably busy with their own affairs. If she was at home, she would likely be buying groceries and cooking. Shin Shuling waited at the corner for a while, but didn't see Yuzhen. Instead, she saw two women walking out of the alley together. She noticed they were talking about the Yang family. Hey, I don't know how Yuzhen is doing. I haven't seen Yang Yishan go out, but I saw Yang Haishan go to work this morning. Probably Yang Yishan hit him again. That Yang Yishan is really no good. Didn't that widow go to the Yang family yesterday? Oh, she still hasn't left.
What?
That's too much. Yuzhen is still there, and that widow just moved into the Yang family.
Keep your voice down.
I live next door, so I know. I even heard that noisy widow talking this morning when I was brushing my teeth. The two women whispered as they headed toward the state-run vegetable market. They were shopping together. Seeing the situation, Shin Shuling also locked her bicycle and followed along. She used her bag to hide and took out a small bag of eggs from inside. Shin Shuling went directly to the state-run vegetable market with two aunts. The market was crowded, and she kept an eye on the two aunts while buying some vegetables. Since the market is near the water, there was plenty of seafood like fish, shrimp, and shellfish. Although the weather was getting colder, it didn't yet affect the seafood supply and sales. The two aunts also bought some fresh fish. Shin Shuling followed behind them, choosing a quiet stall to buy a few items quickly, paying and choosing without hesitation or chatting. While the two aunts were in line to buy fish, she had already bought some hairtail, yellow croaker, shrimp, and a big bag of shellfish. She also bought many tomatoes from a nearby stall selling them. When the two aunts finished shopping, she had already returned to the market entrance. She stored the seafood in her space, leaving only eggs and tomatoes in her hands. Soon, she saw the two aunts walking toward her, chatting happily while carrying their vegetables. Shin Shuling also carried her eggs and tomatoes and approached them. She carefully bumped into the two aunts to create a distraction. Aunt Zhu exclaimed as she bumped into Shin Shuling. She was sturdy and held her vegetables steadily. But Shin Shuling's vegetables were knocked out of her hands. The tomatoes rolled out of the bag, and several eggs broke on the ground.
She took a step back.
Seeing this, Aunt Qian, who was walking with Aunt Zhu, quickly stepped forward to check on Shin Shuling, worriedly asking, "Girl, are you okay?" "Oh, we were talking and not paying attention." "Did you get hurt?" She didn't have time to look at the fallen vegetables, only worried that the young girl looked thin and might be hurt. Aunt Zhu also hurried over to check on Shin Shuling, asking, "Girl, are you all right?" Shin Shuling shook her head and smiled at the two aunts, saying, "I'm fine, aunties." "You don't need to worry." Hearing her say she was okay, Aunt Qian finally relaxed. Then she exclaimed, "Oh, so you're a police officer? What a coincidence." Yesterday, Shin Shuling visited the family residence with Lu Jiming. She is very pretty, and even though she didn't say a word, she left a strong impression. "These eggs are all broken."
"I'm really sorry."
"I'll go buy new ones and compensate you," Aunt Zhu said, feeling embarrassed when she saw the broken eggs on the ground. Next to her, Aunt Qian looked at the broken eggs in the bag and showed concern on her face. 3 are broken. That's really unfortunate. Eggs are still quite valuable nowadays. Families with poor conditions rarely get to eat them more than twice a year. Aunt Zhu kept apologizing. "Sorry, young lady. I'll go buy new eggs to make up for it." "No need, Annie. I see you bought some apples. Just give me 2 apples and that's enough. Also, I'm not a police officer. Yesterday, I was just an observer when I followed Officer Liu," Shin Shuling said with a friendly smile. "That's impressive for a young woman," Aunt Zhu nodded her thumb. She thought this pretty young woman was quite capable. Ordinary people wouldn't normally follow police officers on investigations unless they were very capable. The 3 of them picked up the broken eggs and tomatoes from the ground. Aunt Zhu handed Shin Shuling 5 big, red, and sweet-looking apples. They weren't as precious as eggs, but they were still good. Young lady, I can't take advantage of you. I broke 3 of your eggs. Here are 5 apples to make up for it, Aunt Ju said. Shin Shuling accepted the apples without refusing. Then she changed the subject. About yesterday's visit, I want to ask about Aunt Yi. How is she doing? When Lu and I went to the Yang family yesterday, I didn't see Aunt Yi. Her tone was curious but caring, not making anyone feel uncomfortable. When the topic of the Yang family came up, Aunt Ju and Aunt Qian exchanged glances, and their expressions suddenly became a bit strange. Aunt Ju looked around at the busy street and then pulled Shin Shuling to the side of the road, where pedestrians usually don't walk. She then said, "Comrade, Auntie sees that you're working with the police on this case, so I want to talk to you." Aunt Ju and Aunt Qian took Shin Shuling's questions as part of an investigation. They told her everything about the Yang family and Aunt Yi Yuzhen's situation. Well, this is just a family matter of the Yang family. Outsiders can't really get involved. We're just telling you because we hope you can help her. Yuzhen's situation is truly heartbreaking. She washes and cleans every day at home. No one in the neighborhood ever says she's lazy. Yet, in the end, the child isn't even hers, Aunt Ju said, feeling sad. Next to her, Aunt Qian sighed. Now, they can't get divorced and they can't find the child. The Yang family has completely taken everything from her. Everyone in the neighborhood knows this. I don't understand why the street office workers don't believe Yuzhen. So many of us have spoken up for her. Aunt Qian couldn't figure it out either. Aunt Ju spat and said, "It's all because of Yang Haixing, that ungrateful man. He even helps that widow, his own wife. How can the street office believe Yuzhen?" Shin Shuling listened thoughtfully. She said, "Aunties, thank you for telling me this. I want to talk to Aunt Yi alone, but I'm worried about Yang Yishan suspecting me. I need your help." When Aunt Ju and Aunt Qian heard this, they immediately agreed excitedly. "No problem, as long as we can help Yuzhen." The people in the neighborhood had long disliked Yang Yishan and his son. If they had a chance to help Yi Yuzhen escape her troubles, they would definitely do so. "Comrade, you seem kind-hearted. Whatever you say will do," Shin Shuling nodded, then whispered something to Aunt Ju and Aunt Qian. The 3 of them then headed together toward the repair shop's neighborhood. After 15 minutes, Aunt Ju and Aunt Qian returned to the neighborhood. They went upstairs to Yang's house. Yuzhen, are you home?" Yuzhen opened the door. "I need to talk to you." Aunt Ju and Aunt Qian knocked loudly on the door. Earlier, Comrade Shin said she wanted to speak with Yuzhen alone to understand her situation before helping. So, they needed to get Yuzhen out. They knocked at the door for at least 3 minutes before it was finally opened. "Why are you knocking? If you have something to say, just say it," Aunt Onmei said, leaning against the doorframe. She looked at Aunt Ju and Aunt Qian with a look of dislike. "Oh, you, the widow, still act so flirtatious. Wearing such clothes and living in someone else's house. Aren't you afraid of being reported?" Auntie Qian said sharply, full of sarcasm. And Mei wore a bright pink dress that showed off her waist. In this era, it was quite bold. Plus, she was in someone else's home, which made her seem very inappropriate. She said this because she felt sorry for Yi Yuzhen. Someone had come to cause trouble, and others watching would be very upset. And Mei wasn't angry. She looked over Auntie Qian and Auntie Ju from head to toe, showing disgust and disdain on her face. "You all want to be flirtatious, but with your crooked faces, you can't even pull it off." In the past, she was usually gentle with the people in the housing compound. She would nod and greet them when she saw them. Although some people talked about her behind her back, they wouldn't do it openly in front of her. But after she officially recognized Yang Haixing, rumors in the compound increased. Some nosy people even said things she found disgusting. She wouldn't tolerate that. She would fight back if they said anything to her directly. "You." Auntie Ju's face turned red with anger. Auntie Qian stepped forward. "Stop talking nonsense. We're not here to argue with you. Call Yuzhen out. We have something to discuss with her. They didn't come to fight today." And Mei smiled mockingly and said disdainfully, "Sorry, she's busy right now." Yi Yuzhen was covered in injuries and she couldn't see anyone until she recovered. Why are you like this? You didn't even ask if Yujin was free before saying she's busy, Auntie Zhu said, annoyed. She thought this woman was not only inappropriate but also unreasonable. And Mei rolled her eyes. I said she's busy, so she's busy. She didn't want to talk much with these old women. Soon, she would marry Ishan. If they dared to gossip again, she wouldn't hold back from telling them off. After saying that, she slammed the door shut with a loud bang, leaving Auntie Zhu and Auntie Qian staring in frustration. Auntie Qian clenched her teeth. Knock again. Comrade Shen was still waiting. They had to get Yujin out. Auntie Zhu nodded. Yujin hasn't left the house since she caused trouble at the Civil Affairs Bureau yesterday morning. Yujin, we need to talk to you. Please come out. Auntie Qian and Auntie Zhu kept knocking on the door again. Inside, Mei was sitting on the sofa. She found the constant knocking very annoying, but didn't want to open the door. Yujin was busy in the kitchen, cleaning the dishes after breakfast. She heard the knocking clearly, including now, and felt a bit thoughtful, but didn't stop washing. Ishan, those two people are really annoying. You go see what's going on. I don't want to go out again. Mei said to young Ishan, sounding a little spoiled and annoyed. Young Ishan gently touched her shoulder and said softly, Xiaomei, don't worry. I'll go and ask them to leave. Last night, Yujin and Granny Huang shared one room. Young Haixing had his own room, Mei stayed in another, and young Ishan slept in the living room. But in the middle of the night, he sneaked into Mei's room. They had already been close for a while. Young Ishan opened the door and told Zhu Auntie and Qian Auntie, Yujin didn't sleep well last night. She's resting now. If you have something to say, I can tell her for you. Seeing that it was young Ishan opening the door, Zhu Auntie forced a smile and said, Old Yang, we have some personal matters with Yujin. It's not convenient to talk about with a man. Please help me call her. She looked into the room as she spoke, but couldn't see anything. Young Ishan noticed her gaze and moved closer to block the door completely. All right, when Yujin wakes up, I'll ask her to come out. You can go home and wait, Young Ishan said with a gentle, polite smile. He looked very convincing, seeming reasonable and honest. People who didn't know him well might easily be fooled. But Zhu Auntie and Qian Auntie knew him very well. Then we'll go in ourselves and call Yujin, Zhu Auntie said, pushing past Young Ishan and stepping into the room. Young Ishan didn't expect her to push him. He staggered back a little, caught off guard. By the time he recovered, they had already entered. Yujin, come out quickly. We need to talk to you, Zhu Auntie shouted loudly as she entered. Qian Auntie followed closely behind, also calling out, Yujin, come out quickly. Both of them found it strange that Yujin hadn't gone out for so long and immediately went to look for her. And Mei, sitting on the sofa, quickly stood up and blocked their way. What are you shouting for? Who told you to come in? Is this your house? Why are you blocking us? Move aside, Aunt Qian said as she pushed in Mei. She had long disliked this meddlesome widow, and only because Yujin was kind-hearted that she allowed her inside. And Mei was pushed so hard she nearly fell. She was very angry and shouted, So, what if this isn't my house? I can still make you leave. You rural folks, no matter how long you stay in the city, you're still country bumpkins. The reason Aunt Qian, Aunt Zhu, and Yujin were so close was because all three of them had married into the residential compound from the countryside. They were roughly from the same background, so they naturally talked more. You're the country bumpkin. You're the country bumpkin. You meddlesome widow. Don't think we don't know your dirty tricks, Zhu Aunt retorted fiercely, acting as if she knew how to curse well. Aunt Qian also scolded loudly. You, a widow, dress like that and run into people's homes every day. Everyone knows what you're up to. Are you not afraid of being reported? Maybe your husband was also killed by you. Maybe the boy Yang Haixing you claimed as your own isn't even your husband's child. They didn't believe that the child was switched at birth back then. And Mei's face turned red and green, and she felt guilty for having her secrets exposed. She had never been scolded like this before. When my husband died, I could only give birth alone in the hospital. I took care of the child myself after he was born. I didn't want to lose the child. How can you slander me like this? She said, her eyes reddening with tears, full of grievance. Yang Ishan saw this and felt distressed. He quickly stepped forward and gently comforted her. It's not your fault. Don't listen to their nonsense. Then he looked at Aunt Qian and Aunt Zhu and said coldly, if you don't understand the situation, please don't talk nonsense. If there's a problem, why not ask the local office to come and judge? Before Yang Yishan finished speaking, Yi Yuzhen, who had been in the kitchen, finally couldn't hold back and ran out. Hey, Auntie, I need to talk to you outside, Yi Yuzhen said nervously, looking urgently at Auntie Qian and Auntie Zhu. She wasn't sure if she could leave, but she thought now was the best time to escape. The mediator in charge of their family compound had already been bribed by An Mei. Even if he came, he wouldn't help her. Instead, he would keep her in the Yang family to serve those animals.
Wow.
Yuzhen, who hit you? Your face is all bruised. Auntie Zhu was shocked by Yuzhen's appearance. Yuzhen's right cheek was swollen with a large bruise, and her exposed arm under the short sleeve was also bruised, looking very frightening, obviously beaten. Yesterday, Sister Yuzhen went to cause trouble at the Civil Affairs Bureau, and on her way back, she accidentally fell, and Mei said confidently. Then she added meaningfully, before leaving, the staff at the Civil Affairs Bureau told Yuzhen and Ishan to live well and not cause trouble all the time. Everyone knows Yuzhen's temper, whether at the street office or the Civil Affairs Bureau. Auntie Qian and Auntie Zhu, you'd better not interfere, or it might cause trouble for everyone. Now, the street office and Civil Affairs Bureau knew about Yuzhen's fiery temper. They wouldn't believe her words. They'd just think she was mentally unstable and might be sent to a mental hospital. That's why she wasn't afraid of Auntie Zhu and Auntie Qian. Hearing An Mei say this, Yuzhen clenched her teeth and said, yes, she's right. I fell by accident. What do you two want? Let's go outside to talk. She tried to pull Auntie Qian and Auntie Zhu to leave, but Yang Yishan stopped her directly. Yuzhen, you're still upset. Let's talk inside, Yang Yishan said with a caring look, but his eyes showed coldness. He wouldn't let Yuzhen leave like this. And Mei also smiled and said, yes, Sister Yuzhen, if you go out like this, people might misunderstand. If the street office people come again, it won't be good. Don't forget the last time they suggested you go to a mental hospital. It was not the street office staff who suggested that Yi Yuzhen go to the mental hospital, but Mei, after guiding the staff from the street office to say so. When Yi Yuzhen heard An Mei mention the mental hospital, her face turned pale, and fear appeared in her heart. The mental hospital sounds like a hospital, but in reality, it is a place for the mentally ill. Once someone is put inside, they are basically finished. Even if they come out later, they will be pointed at and talked about. And Mei wants to harm her. Thinking of this, Yi Yuzhen could no longer hold back and ran outside. She didn't want to stay at the Yang family's house. She wanted to leave and find her children. Seeing this, Yang Yishan immediately stepped forward and grabbed her arm. You're not mentally stable right now. You can't go outside, he said coldly with a commanding tone. He definitely wouldn't give Yi Yuzhen a chance to go out. Yi Yuzhen's hand was squeezed painfully by Yang Yishan. Since yesterday, she hadn't eaten much. Her body was covered with injuries hidden under her clothes, not to mention the emotional pain and suffering inside. Yang Yishan, let go of me. Let go of me. Yi Yuzhen's voice was sharp and uncontrollable. At this moment, just being touched by Yang Yishan made her feel extremely disgusted. Seeing Yi Yuzhen so agitated, An Mei also became excited. She wished she could call everyone in the family compound to see how crazy Yi Yuzhen was now. She wanted to force Yi Yuzhen to submit, to make her have no way to resist, and to make her understand that she could only stay at the Yang house in the future. Otherwise, she would have to stay in the mental hospital. And Mei stared intently at the almost breaking down Yi Yuzhen, her eyes filled with anticipation and pride. Yang Yishan, let go. We are taking Yuzhen away now. You can't lock her inside. If you do, we will call the police. Aunt Qian shouted loudly, her tone full of disbelief and anger. The injuries on Yuzhen clearly showed she had been beaten. Yang Yishan and An Mei were lawless, like reckless dogs, hurting Yuzhen so badly. Zhu Auntie also grabbed Yi Yuzhen's hand, showing her determination to take her away. Outside the door, some neighbors had gathered, attracted by the quarrel inside. They looked on curiously at the ongoing dispute. The Yang family had caused trouble many times before. In the past, people would try to stop and persuade them, but since the street office came a few times, they no longer dared to intervene. They are afraid of being labeled. Yujin, I am doing this for your own good. I want you to heal your wounds before going out. Look at these serious injuries on your body. Once you recover, I will take you to find our biological child, okay? Yang Yishan saw the neighbors gathering around and used his usual gentle and reasonable tone. Yujin shivered uncontrollably. Let me go, let me leave. She didn't want to be trapped in the Yang family anymore. She believed that if she could just get to the police station, she would find a way out. Today, she was determined to escape. Once painful emotions are released, they become unstoppable. No matter how well the plan was made before, it could collapse in an instant. Yujin, you're so ungrateful. Ishan is doing this for your own good. Have you forgotten how the street office and civil affairs bureau officials advised you? Yujin, you can't be so selfish. You're repeatedly bothering the staff. Ishan also said he would help you find your child. Why won't you listen and stop causing trouble? And Mei looked down at Yujin with a commanding attitude. Her words felt like knives, each one painfully telling Yujin to accept her fate. And Mei, you're just a troublemaker. You're the one who harmed my child. If you have the guts, go confront me at the police station. Yujin trembled all over. She struggled to break free from Yang Yishan's control and suddenly pounced, grabbing Mei's hair. And Mei's long hair was tightly held in her hand, and she slapped Mei across the face. Seeing Mei being hit, Yang Yishan immediately tried to intervene, but was stopped by Aunt Zhu and Aunt Qian. Yujin, if you have something to say, come to me. Don't bully Xiao Mei. Yang Yishan looked at Mei with great concern. Yang Yishan, you beast! How can you lay a hand on your own son? Yujin kicked Mei hard and then turned to scratch Yang Yishan's face. With the help of Aunt Zhu and Aunt Qian, Yang Yishan could only endure the beating passively. Although he was a man, he couldn't fight 3 women. Yishan was howling in pain from Yujin's hits. And Mei received 2 slaps and a kick and hadn't gotten up yet. The neighbors watching from the door didn't say a word to stop the fight. Everyone had seen how the Yang family had been bullying Yujin recently. While everyone was busy inside the house, outside in the family courtyard, 2 women wearing red armbands hurriedly entered. Shin Shuling watched their backs and could faintly hear their whispers. The aunt named Yi must really be crazy. She's a poor person, but there's nothing we can do. She's caused trouble several times this month, Sai. People who are pitiful often have flaws. She acts up and makes trouble herself. If she can't be helped, she can only be sent to a mental hospital. Shin Shuling frowned and quickly pulled over a young boy passing by on his bicycle. She took out $1 from her bag and handed it to him. Young comrade, you seem very eager. Help me go to the police station. Tell Officer Liu that a female comrade named Shun is looking for him at the auto repair factory's family courtyard. Say there's been an incident with the Yang family. The boy paused in surprise, then his face lit up with joy. He clenched the money. Don't worry, sister. I can ride my bike fast. I'll go find Officer Liu right away. Getting $1 just for finding someone is like money falling from the sky. Anyone would be happy. As for the police station, he hadn't done anything bad, so he wasn't afraid. The boy kicked off his bike and sped toward the police station, full of energy, as if he wanted to make the wheels of his bike spark. Shin Shuling looked at the boy's back, then turned and hurried toward the auto repair factory's family courtyard. Today, there was no aunt sitting under the tree mending shoes or peeling peanuts, and no children playing nearby. The entire courtyard was empty. Loud noises came from upstairs, as if people were arguing. Shin Shuling looked up and saw many people gathered in the corridor on the 3rd floor. The neighbors who weren't working had gathered upstairs. She quickly went upstairs. Just as she reached the staircase on the 3rd floor, she heard voices scolding. Yi Yujin, if you keep causing trouble, will the entire street office have to serve you? How many resources have you used in the past month? Don't you have any sense? Everyone is trying to help you live a better life. Why are you so selfish? Then came Yang Yishan's distressed voice. Yes, Yujin, everyone has been busy because of your matter lately. I am your husband, and it's okay for you to bother me. but you can't keep bothering everyone else. People also have their own things to do, and they can't always be around you. His words sounded very official. Shin Shuling pushed her way through the crowd. She saw Aunt Qian and Aunt Zhu supporting a pale-faced Yi Yuzhen inside the house. Two women with red armbands stood in front of them. Yi Yuzhen looked very unwell. Not only was she injured, but her spirit also seemed very low, and her expression was a bit numb. Yang Yishan sat on a nearby stool. His face was scratched, and his shiny hair, styled with hair gel, was slightly messy, but he looked lively and energetic. And Mei stood beside Yang Yishan, arms crossed, looking at Yi Yuzhen. She was dressed properly in a black shirt and long skirt, her hair looking very serious. Comrade Yi Yuzhen, you can't keep causing trouble like this. Today, you must come back with us to write a self-criticism. If you keep causing trouble, it really interferes with our street office work. We can't just ignore your issues every time, said the slightly older female comrade with her hair tied back and red armbands, speaking sternly. It was her who had spoken harsh words to Yi Yuzhen just now, while the younger short-haired woman standing with her didn't say anything. Su Hua glared at Yi Yuzhen. She needed to take her away today. The former women's director of their unit was retiring in a year or two, and she wanted to take this chance to do more work and set an example. The people watching at the door looked at Yi Yuzhen when Su Hua spoke, some wanting to say something to comfort her, but hesitating. This comrade Su was very strict and had a bad temper, and she was responsible for their district. Why should I write a self-criticism? If anyone should, it should be Yang Yizheng and In Mei. They took away my own child, and I still don't know where my real child is, Yi Yuzhen said, feeling wronged and hopeless. Yang Haixing had taken her child's life, and now her own child was missing. From the first time Su Hua came, she had always supported Yang Yishan and In Mei. This made Yi Yuzhen feel both hatred and helplessness. Su Hua was like a huge stone trying to crush her under the Yang family. Yuzhen, how can you think so maliciously about me? When my husband passed away, I was a new mother and couldn't take care of the child. I didn't mean to lose the child, and I have felt guilty about it for many years, and Mei said with a painful expression on her face. Seeing this, Su Hua immediately accused Yi Yuzhen, saying, Comrade is right. This matter is your fault, Yi Yuzhen. You can't blame everything on Comrade and Comrade Yang just because the child was swapped. Both of them are victims and feel just as sad. Their feelings are the same as yours. You can't blame others because you're in pain. Have you ever thought about your own role? If you had watched the child after giving birth, the child wouldn't have been swapped. Everyone present frowned at her words. Women who had just given birth are usually very weak. How could they watch over the child? Comrade, why are you so harsh as a street office worker? You look like you've had children yourself. Do you always watch or hold your children after giving birth? Even if you do all mothers have to give birth this way? Do women who have C-sections or heavy bleeding also have to do the same? Is this the level of professionalism you should have as a mediator? Shin Shuling said this as she walked directly into the room from the crowd, her eyes fixed on Su Hua with suspicion and questioning. Su Hua was caught off guard by the sudden questioning. Since the incident of the child swap in the Yang family, she had come several times. Besides the first time when someone spoke up for Yi Yuzhen, no one else dared to say anything. She knew the Yang family situation well and could somewhat understand Yi Yuzhen's feelings, but she didn't think it was worth wasting so much effort on just one person. Moreover, Anmei had told her that the incident back then was an accident, something no one wanted to see. Yi Yuzhen was holding on to this matter because she felt wronged. She thought she had been wronged, had raised someone else's child for many years, and was jealous that Anmei was popular. Su Hua had worked at the street office for over 10 years and was an experienced worker. She had seen many family matters and, over time, had become somewhat indifferent. Especially recently, with news that the director might retire soon, she was eager to prove herself. She wanted to make sure there were no problems in her area. Because Yi Yuzhen frequently caused trouble over the child swapping incident, she was naturally labeled as a troublemaker, and her treatment appeared very cold and unkind. Comrade, what do you mean? Please do not interfere with the mediation. Our neighborhood office does not need your opinion. Suhua immediately became serious and spoke in a harsh tone after realizing what was happening. Suhua has worked at the neighborhood office for many years. She is strong-willed and subjective, making it hard for her to listen to others' advice, especially criticisms from outsiders. Hearing Suhua's words, Shin Shuling did not back down. Instead, she said, "Am I wrong? Comrade Yi pointed out that the child was replaced by her husband with another woman back then. As a staff member of the neighborhood office, you should understand the situation better instead of suppressing the victim. From what I know, Comrade Yi has caused trouble several times, clearly dissatisfied with your mediation results. Even now, you show no concern for the injuries on Comrade Yi, simply accusing her of causing trouble. Since the issue cannot be resolved, I think it should be handled by the leaders or directly by the police." Her words were objective, and her suggestions were very reasonable. "I think this comrade is right. Yushin keeps saying that Yang Yishan and Inmei swapped the children. This matter must be thoroughly investigated." Aunt Qian repeatedly agreed with Shin Shuling's proposal. She and Aunt Zhu both believed the other was from the police. "Comrade, you need to provide evidence for what you're saying. If you can't, this is defamation." Yang Yishan looked at Shin Shuling with a cold gaze, but inside, he felt a bit nervous. Yesterday, this person came with Officer Liu, and from her appearance, he sensed she was someone important. Now she suddenly appeared again, and he suspected she might be targeting him. And Mei looked at Shin Shuling with a hint of sarcasm. Yushin's sister was upset because her child was swapped, which made her keep causing trouble. "It has nothing to do with what you think. I advise you not to interfere. If you report to the police and they find nothing, this matter definitely won't be easily dismissed. Only she and Ishan knew about the incident that year. No one saw the child swap, and she is sure there is no evidence to prove it. Comrade, are you joking about reporting this to the police? If you have proof that Comrade's Yang and swap the children, go ahead and report it. I won't stop you. But if you have no proof, please don't interfere in this matter," Su Hua said sternly. If she reported it to the police, her chance of becoming the women's director would greatly decrease. She definitely wouldn't let this person report it. Shin Shuling sneered. "How can we find out the truth without reporting to the police? Is the police only here to arrest people, not to investigate?" "Comrade from the street office, I think you're protecting these two and helping them escape punishment." Now she is sure that the older mediator is working with Yang Yishan and Inmei. After saying this, she looked at the neighbors outside and said, "I heard that years ago, Comrade and Comrade Yang were childhood sweethearts, and they had a deep, passionate relationship. Later, after N got married, she rarely saw Yang. But after her husband died, she started seeing him more often, especially since the child that was swapped is actually Anne's. These things are really hard not to suspect." Shin Shuling's words carried a meaningful tone. After speaking, she looked up and down at Inmei and Yang Yishan, with every glance implying they definitely had an affair. She had secretly found out about this by paying money. Aunt Zhu was the first to realize. She suddenly said, "So that's it. I always wondered how this widow knew Yang Yishan. Now I understand why they are so involved." When she spoke, the neighbors and aunts at the door couldn't help but start gossiping. No wonder. Last night, this widow stayed at Yang's house. They don't even treat Yushin like a person. Anyone with eyes can see their relationship is unusual. With all the fuss about the swapped children recently, Aunt Ye's hair has turned gray. But look at these two. They're not sad or worried at all. Their faces are glowing. Yesterday, I heard Yang Haixing even called her mom. It doesn't look like they just found out. Maybe the three of them already knew each other. From this, Yang Yishan seems completely heartless. Both children are his, yet he shows no concern for the other one. Maybe he sold or abandoned the child, and no one cares. Perhaps he's even happy that the child will never come back. Oh, no wonder Yang Yishan has never looked for the child. That's the real reason. It's truly a terrible situation. These neighbors already felt sorry for Yushin. After Shin Shuling's words, they became more certain that Inmei and Yang Yishan were involved together, and they confirmed that what Yushin had said before was true. They all shared their honest thoughts. They recognized Shin Shuling. Many of them had seen her yesterday with the police, and they trusted her guesses even more. Shin Shuling looked at In-mei and Yang Yishan and said, I don't have proof that the child was swapped by you two, but you have a strong reason, and your strange behavior recently, along with the injuries on Comrade Yi Yuzhen, are enough for the police to investigate. In-mei's face turned very pale at these words, and she looked a little scared. Yang Yishan also showed the same fear. Shin Shuling stepped forward and asked, So, where did you take Yi Yuzhen's child? No matter if you are the father or not, if you are involved in child trafficking, you will face serious consequences. As she spoke, Yang Yishan trembled uncontrollably, and his panic was obvious. It was clear that he had indeed handled the child. He sold him to traffickers. Everyone could see that Yang Yishan was feeling guilty. Even Su Huashan, who had been against Shin Shuling's involvement, looked worried now. Su Huashan looked at In-mei and said sternly, What exactly is going on? She was willing to help In-mei not, because she was bribed. In-mei had approached her twice secretly, once giving her eggs, once giving her fish. But those gifts weren't enough to buy her loyalty. She genuinely believed In-mei was innocent. She thought Yi Yuzhen was just being unreasonable. Yi Yuzhen couldn't accept that her child had been swapped, and Su Huashan wanted to resolve this quickly. Instead of arguing with Yi Yuzhen, who was causing a scene, she preferred to talk reasonably with In-mei. When In-mei saw Su Huashan's serious expression and her questioning tone, she felt nervous. But before she could say anything, Yi Yuzhen spoke up first. Yi Yuzhen's tone was filled with anger. I know Yang Haisheng was switched at birth. Yang Yishan promised to help me find the child, but he never took any action. I caused a big fuss to get your attention, and he acted very well, saying he would find the child. Until I saw Yang Yishan walking with In-mei, I finally understood why he didn't go to find the child. This was the first time she told Su Hua everything. Before, during her breakdown and loud crying, the other side didn't believe her or let her speak. After she finished, she rolled up her pant leg, revealing large purple bruises and scars, even more frightening than her exposed arm. People around were shocked when they saw Yi Yuzhen's rolled-up pants. They noticed not only purple bruises but also a clear rope mark, as if she had been with a rope. Did Yang Haisheng say his mother fell by herself? Can a fall cause such injuries? It's obvious she was beaten. Look at the rope mark on Aunt Ye's leg. It must have been tied by Yang Yishan. Yang Yishan is just like an animal. He looks decent but does such things. I think Yang Haisheng is the same. He raised his mother but treated her like this. He didn't stop it, and he even helped lie about it. No wonder Aunt Yi wants to find her son. This is just a den of animals. Comrade Su, you've been here several times. Every time you said the matter was handled. But now Aunt Yi is beaten like this, aren't you feeling guilty? Some people just like to do superficial work. If they want to improve, they can't be out of touch with the people. If this isn't properly dealt with today, we'll go to the leaders. Yes. If it's not handled well, we'll go to the leaders. The neighbors around were all defending Yi Yuzhen. She was usually very kind and hardworking, well known in the community for her helpfulness. Whenever anyone needed help, she was the first to step up. Now that something happened to her, everyone was upset for her. Su Hua looked at the injuries on Yi Yuzhen and listened to the gossip around her. Her face grew paler and paler. She had been deceived by In-mei. The switch of the children was definitely suspicious. The injuries on Yi Yuzhen's body were definitely related to Yang Yishan. If the leaders found out about this, she wouldn't just lose her promotion. She might even lose her job. Today, I not only plan to visit the street office leaders, but I also intend to report to the police. Yi Yuzhen said with red eyes, her tone firm and angry. She wanted everyone to see Yang Yishan and In-mei's true faces, and she also wanted those who protected her to be punished. Su Huaxin was startled, but before she could speak, the woman who had just spoken said again, Aunt Yi, don't worry. We will all help you figure this out and also help you call the police officers. Yang Yishan and Su Hua both spoke at the same time. If they alarmed the police, none of them would be safe, especially Yang Yishan and In-mei. Moreover, Yang Yishan was involved in another case. Yang Yishan quickly approached Yi Yuzhen, looking scared and pleading. Yuzhen, please don't cause trouble. Do you really want to break up our family? If you want to find the child, I can take you tomorrow. Causing trouble and involving the police isn't good for anyone. Yes, if you want a divorce, I can also take you to the Civil Affairs Bureau to explain everything. There's no need to go to such extremes, Su Hua added supportively. If they didn't involve the police, there might still be some room to resolve things. But if they really went to the police station, the authorities would definitely pay attention to this matter. Compared to Yang Yishan and Su Hua's panic, Anmei quickly calmed down. She looked at Shen Shuling and said sharply, "Comrade, if you really report to the police, don't think you can escape. Have you considered that your suspicions might all be false? Yi Yuzhen has mental health issues. Are you also mentally unwell? Do you want to end up in a mental hospital with her?" She wasn't afraid of reporting to the police. No one saw what happened back then. As long as she insisted that Yi Yuzhen was crazy, the police wouldn't be able to do anything. As for the rumor that she had an affair with Yang Yishan, such baseless accusations wouldn't hold up unless someone caught them in the act. The police wouldn't handle such gossip. Hearing this, Shen Shuling smiled and said, "Auntie, you're joking. I wouldn't run away. I haven't done anything wrong. But since we're talking about going to the police, I think they should also investigate your husband's cause of death. I heard he was stabbed to death. Do you think it was an accident or intentional?" Shen Shuling's words made Mei's face turn pale again, and a flash of panic crossed her face.
What do you mean by that?
"Are you accusing me? Who are you, and what is your purpose here today?" And Mei spoke quickly and angrily. As she spoke, she stepped forward quickly toward Shen Shuling, clearly ready to act. Shen Shuling stayed where she was. "Andy, what are you doing? I didn't name anyone specifically. Why do you say I am slandering you? Be careful, I am pregnant. If something happens to me here, you'll be taken to the police immediately." Her words were just guesses, but seeing Anmei's strong reaction, it seemed her guess was correct. Anmei stopped just in front of Shen Shuling, feeling angry but afraid to act. She didn't expect the person in front of her to be pregnant. This person was trying to harm her, and if anything happened to the baby, she would be in serious trouble. "Big sister, you're pregnant? No wonder your belly looks a bit bigger than usual," Annie Qian said with surprise, then quickly found a stool and brought it over. A few experienced women nearby also looked on with understanding. Auntie Qian reached out and pushed Anmei aside. She placed the stool in front of Shen Shuling and smiled. "Big sister, sit down quickly. The baby inside is the most important." Shen Shuling sat down, and Mei was pushed back a few steps by Auntie Qian, her eyes showing resentment. She looked around at the people watching and sneered. "Yi Yuzhen is crazy. She's been hitting herself since she came back yesterday." Ishan had no choice but to tie her up with a rope. Look at how crazy Yi Yuzhen acts. If she insists on calling the police, when they arrive, they might just send her to a mental hospital. Then you all will be happy. Her words carried a threat, and it made the neighbors hesitate. Those who had wanted to call the police now looked uncertain. Yi Yuzhen's mental state didn't seem very good, and she had been causing trouble lately. When Anmei mentioned sending her to a mental hospital, everyone started to back off. Shen Shuling sneered coldly. "Andy, you make up stories so easily. If someone is crazy, they are crazy? Do you really think the police are fools? If you say that, then anyone you want to go crazy will go crazy? Investigations always involve visits and checks. The truth isn't based on lies. If there's even a little falsehood, no matter how many years ago it happened, it can be uncovered." The last sentence was spoken by her while looking at Yang Yishan, causing both Yang Yishan and Anmei to break out in cold sweat. Both of them were not clean, and going to the police would be like walking into a trap. With a loud splash, Yang Yishan suddenly knelt down in front of Yi Yuzhen, his face pale and showing signs of deep regret. "Yuzhen, this matter shouldn't be taken to the police. Do you really want our family to lose face? Haisheng is about to marry Jejia soon. Please, consider the years of kindness we've shown, and let this go. If you want a divorce or want to find the child, I promise you everything. Isn't that enough? Please stop causing trouble. Comrade Yang is right. Comrade Yi, just settle this matter quietly. Haisheng is the child you raised with your own hands. Can you really bear to see his marriage plans fall apart after so long? As a mother, just endure it for Haisheng. Now, Comrade Yang has even knelt down for you. Don't be too unreasonable, she advised gently, her tone unusually kind, even changing how she addressed her. Standing beside her, Zhao Xiaolin, who had been silent the whole time with short hair and a red armband, frowned and looked somewhat displeased. Zhao Xiaolin said, Sister Su, maybe I should go get the leaders to come help ye anti-mediate. She thought that Su was just blindly trying to smooth things over, which was not appropriate. You can't call them. The leaders are busy. Shaolin, you just arrived at our street office and don't understand. The leaders have been busy with the publicity department lately. Asking them to come now would just cause trouble for them. Su Hua glared at Shaolin. This new colleague, who was transferred here less than 2 months ago, really lacked judgment. Shin Shuling spoke at the right moment. I think Shaolin is right. We must invite the leaders to resolve this. If we can't get the leaders, then we should call the police. After she finished speaking, Yi Yuzhen gritted her teeth and said fiercely, Yes. Not only will I call the leaders, but I will also report to the police. Today, none of you are getting away without an explanation. She was determined to get justice. No, I am in charge of the repair factory's family compound. I say no, and that's final, Su Hua snapped sharply. If this matter gets out, higher authorities will definitely hold us accountable. She was now almost certain that Yi Yuzhen's child had been deliberately replaced. Why not? Yi Yuzhen, pushed to her limit by repeated obstruction, finally lost control and burst into anger. She kicked Yang Yishan, who was kneeling on the ground, causing him to fall. Then she rushed at Su Hua, slapping her hard across the face. Not satisfied, she grabbed Su Hua's hair and shook her. Why are you treating me like this? Why are you so unfair? I am a common person. I am the victim. I want to find the leaders and the police now. You are not allowed to stop me. Su Hua was stunned by the. She never expected Yi Yuzhen to suddenly come at her. She was not as strong as Yi Yuzhen and couldn't resist. Her scalp was painfully pulled, and she could only cry out in pain. No one at the scene tried to stop her. Everyone had long disliked Su Hua. Yang Yishan was still lying on the ground, staring blankly, as if he was also frightened. And Mei turned pale and took 2 steps back, afraid she might get involved. Shin Shuling stood up and took a step back. If she wasn't pregnant, she would have gone to help Yi Yuzhen. She went to Zhao Xiaolin, who was stunned. Comrade, go find your leader quickly. Zhao Xiaolin snapped out of his shock and decisively pushed through the crowd. Su Hua begged, Zhao Xiaolin, come back. Help me pull her away. It felt like her scalp was being torn off. Her desperate tone made Mei shiver. She swallowed hard and wanted to leave, but she saw her neighbors watching her closely, ready to intervene. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain on her scalp, followed by several slaps. Yi Yuzhen had finished hitting Su Hua and started hitting her. Terrified, Mei curled up and tried to run away, but she couldn't escape Yi Yuzhen's furious slaps. However, Yi Yuzhen only hit her enough to make her afraid to run, and then stopped. She turned and headed straight for Yang Yishan, believing that it was Yang Yishan who had caused her child's replacement all those years ago. Qian Auntie and Zhu Auntie saw Yi Yuzhen attacking Yang Yishan and quickly stepped in to hold him down. Yi Yuzhen used all her strength to beat Yang Yishan. You shameless man, you're not worthy to be a husband or a father. If I can't find my child, I will make sure you pay the price. Yang Yishan, why don't you go to? Why don't you just die? With each word, Yi Yuzhen poured all her strength into hitting Yang Yishan. He struggled, but Zhu Auntie and Qian Auntie held him tightly, preventing him from fighting back. She kicked her in the stomach and then in the chest, each strike full of anger, all in revenge for her child. And Mei shrank back into the corner, trembling with fear as she watched Yi Yuzhen, who seemed possessed by a demon. Su Hua had several slap marks on her face. Her hair was messy and pulled out in large clumps. She stood there blankly. She thought to herself, I'm finished. Neighbors gathered around, forming a human wall at the Yang family's door, blocking any chance for the 3 to leave. Shin Shuling looked at Yi Yuzhen, who who was acting wildly, and felt only sadness and pity. She had been pushed to this point, which showed Yi Yuzhen was still too kind. If it were her, she might have fought back fiercely to stop all these people. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but reach out and touch her belly. Baby, soon our enemies will pay the price too. At this moment, an aunt pulled her sleeve and said, "Girl, you're pregnant. Why don't you go to the corridor and wait? We'll talk when the leaders arrive." Yi Yuzhen's furious scene of beating Yang Yishan wasn't very good to see. Yang Yishan's face was already bloodied, but he didn't seem to be in life-threatening danger, so the neighbors didn't step in to stop it. Shin Shuling looked at the aunt and the people beside her. Everyone's eyes showed concern. They all knew her and understood that today's trouble was because of her. "Yes, girl, go wait in the corridor. I'll move a chair over for you," someone said kindly, showing her care even while pregnant and helping Yi Yuzhen. Shin Shuling smiled and said, "Thank you, everyone." She went to sit in the corridor. From inside the house, she could hear Yang Yishan's painful cries, which made her feel a bit better inside. Her parents' car from back then was probably tampered with by Yang Yishan. The first to arrive wasn't the street office leader but Lu Jiming, dressed in police uniform. Seeing him approach, Shin Shuling immediately stood up. "Uncle Lu, what's going on?" Lu Jiming asked with a look of confusion. "It's Yang Yishan's wife." Back then, Yang Yishan might have conspired with others to swap his own child for someone else's. His wife has tried to complain several times, but the street office mediator stopped her. Shin Shuling explained quickly and briefly. Lu Ziming's expression grew serious. This involved human trafficking. He quickly walked over, and the crowd at the door automatically made way for him. Shin Shuling followed behind. Inside the room, Yi Yuzhen had knocked Yang Yishan to the ground. Yang Yishan curled up like a shrimp, blood and nosebleed flowing from his nose and mouth. Yi Yuzhen's face was full of tears. She was venting her emotions and crying for herself and her child. When she saw Lu Ziming in police uniform come in, she immediately ran toward him and then knelt down on the ground. "Police officer, please save my child. Please save my child." Although Yi Yuzhen was the one who started the fight, she didn't look good at all. She wasn't showing off or being aggressive. Her arms, exposed outside, had purple bruises, and her face was also swollen with large bruises. Her expression showed no fear of the police's sudden arrival, only happiness at seeing a savior. Lu Jiming quickly helped Yi Yuzhen up from the ground. His tone was serious but not harsh. "Comrade, please stand up and tell me what happened." Then he looked around the room, briefly focusing on Su Hua with the red armband, and then turned his gaze to Shin Shuling beside him. "Xiao Shun, you tell me, what is going on here?" He only trusted Shin Shuling among everyone. He was called by a boy and was about to visit the Yang family again. Shin Shuling looked at Yang Yishan lying on the ground, then spoke clearly, recounting everything that had happened, including the death of Mei's late husband. Lu Jiming's face grew darker the more he listened. This was no longer a matter the street office could handle. It involved human trafficking and even intentional killing, so it had to be handed over to the police. He looked at everyone and said in a serious tone, "Please come with me to the police station for an investigation." And Mei, trembling and hiding in the corner, hesitated and said, "Comrade police, this has nothing to do with me. I won't go to the police station." Whether it was about switching children or her late husband's case, there was no evidence. As long as she refused to cooperate with the police, they wouldn't be able to find anything against her. Lu Jiming looked at Mei with a serious expression. "No matter if you're involved or not, you must go to the police station for questioning." At this moment, Su Hua couldn't help but speak up. "Comrade police officer, I am a staff member of the neighborhood office. I probably don't need to go to the police station." Her legs were trembling, and she dared not think about any promotion now. All she wanted was to protect herself. Just because you're from the neighborhood office doesn't mean you're innocent. If you hadn't blocked things, would Yuzhen have been beaten so badly by that beast? The situation developed this way because of you. Annie Qian was the first to step forward. Following her was Auntie Zhu. Yes, there have been strange things about the Yang family for a long time. It's only now that things have escalated. If it weren't for Comrade Shin helping today, Yushin's suffering might have gone on much longer. The neighbors watching also nodded in agreement. To them, Su Hua was clearly siding with Mei and Yang Yishan, and she should be taken to the police station. Su Hua's face turned very pale. Her hair was messy, and there were fresh red finger marks on her face. She looked very disheveled, but others thought she deserved it. Some even felt she hadn't been beaten enough. Lu Jiming said, "Comrade, everyone is right. You must go to the police station for questioning. Not only that, but your entire family compound will also file a joint report against you. Having someone like you who goes against the original intention of the neighborhood office really disappoints all the people." An old man said this. He was a retired official from the auto repair factory and disliked Su Hua's attitude very much. Su Hua's face grew even whiter, and she took a step back. At this moment, two people pushed through the crowd. Leading was a woman in her 50s, with a firm and sharp gaze. Her hair was neatly combed. She was the director of the neighborhood office, Li. Behind Director Li was Zhao Xiaolin. Li entered the room first, looked at Su Hua, then apologized to Lu Jiming. "Comrade police officer, I'm really sorry. It's our neighborhood office's negligence that caused inconvenience to your police station. We will take this matter seriously. How to handle it is entirely up to us," she said. On the way here, Zhao Xiaolin had already told her everything that happened. Seeing Li's good attitude, Lu Jiming also smiled and said, "You must be the leader of the neighborhood office. Don't worry, I will handle this matter fairly. I won't wrong a good person." After speaking, he extended his hand and shook hands with Li, and both sides reached an understanding. Su Hua's face turned from pale to ashen when she saw Director Li approaching. Visiting the police station was something she and her family had been talked about by neighbors for years, not to mention that these people wanted to jointly report her. Lu Jiming looked at Zhao Xiaolin, who was wearing a red armband beside Director Li. He said, "Please help me go to the police station and tell them Officer Lu needs a car. Ask them to send a police vehicle." He arrived riding a bicycle. The people he needed to take away included Yang Yishan and two others, and Yi Yuzhen also needed to go with them. They definitely needed a police car, and at least one more colleague should come along. He had to stay here to watch out for any surprises. "I'll go right now." Zhao Xiaolin quickly ran out. Once everything was settled, they just needed to go to the police station to handle it. Yi Yuzhen's emotions gradually calmed down. She then approached Shen Shuling. "Young lady, thank you for helping me." She sincerely appreciated this young woman. Just now, Andy Qian and Andy Zhu told her that this girl was the one who came with Officer Lu to ask questions yesterday, and also that today's trouble was caused by her. If it weren't for this girl's intervention, she thought things wouldn't have gone so smoothly and Officer Lu wouldn't have come so quickly. No matter the era, being bothered by troublemakers always results in some loss. Shen Shuling directly pulled Yi Yuzhen to the public corridor. She smiled and said, "Auntie Yi, I helped you because I had my own reasons. I came to your house yesterday to look into the car accident from 10 years ago. Yesterday, I was inside the house by that troublemaker. I heard your and Officer Lu's questions. I remember the incident very clearly. It's definitely not that troublemaker who's forgetful. Young lady, if you need, I can testify. I really want to see that troublemaker put behind bars." Yi Yuzhen said through gritted teeth at the end. She was almost wishing for Yang Yishan to get what he deserved. Shen Shuling felt a bit excited inside. Yi Yuzhen really knew something. While they were talking, suddenly there was chaos inside the house, followed by screams, and then the sound of heavy objects falling. Shen Shuling and Yi Yuzhen hurried inside. They saw Yang Yishan pressed to the ground with Lu Jiming holding his wrists behind his back. When they entered, they just saw Lu Jiming taking out handcuffs to cuff Yang Yishan. It turns out that Yang Yishan, who had just fallen to the ground, suddenly tried to run but was immediately restrained by Lu Jiming. Lu Jiming handcuffed Yang Yishan and sternly said, "Be honest. You are involved in more than one case. Based on the investigation at the car repair shop, this person is definitely connected to the car accident involving Shin Qingshan and his wife years ago." Shen Shuling approached Lu Jiming and whispered, "Uncle Lu, Aunt Yi told me just now that when we came to the Yang family yesterday, she was inside the house. She overheard your questions and Yang Yishan definitely lied about what happened back then. Lu Jiming nodded and said, Xiao Shun, don't worry. When we return to the police station, I will question Yang Yishan carefully. He believed Yang Yishan could be the key to solving the old car accident case. Soon, Zhao Xiaolin arrived with Officer Xiaoli, Yang Yishan, and In Mei were escorted to the police car by Xiaoli and Lu Jiming. Su Hua also got into the car, looking a bit dazed. Before getting into the car, she couldn't help but glance at Director Li, but he didn't give her any sign of approval. Everyone from the residential compound gathered outside the police car. Even after the car drove away, no one left. Director Li looked at the crowd and then said, Please rest assured. After Su Hua cooperates with the investigation, the street office will handle her proper discipline. We will also arrange compensation for Aunt Yi. The street office is here to serve the people. When such incidents happen, we must show a firm attitude. She is about to retire in a couple of years and cannot let this matter damage the reputation of the street office or herself. Su Hua is generally a decent person, but sometimes she lacks compassion and can be too cold when handling matters. This is a serious mistake for a mediator, as their job requires empathy for the community. If everyone acted like Su Hua, trying to manipulate situations for their own goals, there would be more cases like Yi Yuzhen. That's why Su Hua has stayed in this position for so long without any real progress. Please, Director, make sure to investigate whether Su Hua has had private dealings with In Mei and Yang Yishan, and whether she has done anything inappropriate, Shen Shuling said. Director Li nodded and sighed. Today has been quite troublesome, Shen. If you hadn't stepped forward, and if the police hadn't called Shaolin to find me, you would still be in a difficult situation. I will carefully check on Su Hua. Since she has committed acts of oppressing the people, the street office probably won't keep her. We can't let one person's actions ruin our entire street office. She didn't expect Su Hua to do such a thing. Hearing Director Li say this, Shen Shuling didn't say much. Instead, she left the crowd, rode her bike, and headed to the police station. She was waiting for Uncle Lu to finish questioning Yang Yishan. When Shen Shuling arrived, Shaoli immediately came forward. Comrade Shen, my master and Officer Lu are already questioning Yang Yishan and others inside. It might take a while. If Yang Yishan gives any information, they might even question Shen Huaishan overnight. There's no point waiting here. It's better to leave an address and go back, and we'll inform you of any updates. Shaoli also knew Shen Shuling was pregnant and was a military family member, so she cared for her a bit more. Shen Shuling thought for a moment, then left her current address and departed. She wanted to see Shen Huaishan, but decided it might be unnecessary. Even if she saw him now, she might get emotional, so it was better to wait until the police finished their questioning. After leaving the police station, Shen Shuling rode her bike to the supply and marketing cooperative. She had plenty of money and vouchers, and since she was still in Shui City, she planned to buy as many things as possible. Items at the cooperative were much cheaper than at the department store. Although it was noon, there were still quite a few people. She looked around for one, but didn't see her. It seemed she had already sold her work. There was no meat for sale at noon, but there were plenty of vegetables. However, her space already had a variety of vegetables, so she didn't need to buy more. Shen Shuling headed straight to the farm produce section to buy seeds, rice, wheat, corn, sweet potatoes, soybeans, and rapeseed. She took one packet of each. She also picked various vegetable seeds: radish, cabbage, eggplant, tomato, chili, pumpkin, wintermelon, and loofah. She had previously received some greens and seeds from the poultry seller's wife, but the supply at the cooperative was more complete, so she bought what she needed to fill the gaps. When she was about to pay, she noticed a sign for special seeds nearby. She looked closely and saw that a small area was dedicated to herbal medicine seeds. Blue vervain, mint, astragalus, licorice, angelica, perilla, motherwort, and cassia seeds, among others. She stepped forward to look and also took a small bag. The black soil in the space was large, and using a small patch to make a medicinal field seemed like a good idea. After buying all the seeds, she went to the grocery area. She casually bought some ceramic pots and water bottles before heading to the checkout. The total was 18 yuan, plus some tickets and receipts. Although she bought many types, the total amount was not very much. Shin Shuling left the supply and marketing cooperative, found a quiet place, and put everything into her space. She touched her stomach and felt a bit hungry, so she decided to go home for a meal. When she rode her bike back to the courtyard, she saw Uncle Zeng coming out, holding keys, clearly about to lock the door and leave. "Shuling, you're back. I just left you a note, asking you to come to my house after you return," Uncle Zeng said happily when he saw her. He opened the courtyard door again as he spoke. Shin Shuling rode her bike into the yard and saw that more goods had been piled up again. "Today, all the goods have been delivered. The tickets you asked me to find are also all here," Uncle Zeng said, pulling out a bulging cloth bag from his pocket. Inside were all the tickets Shin Shuling had asked him to find. They were valid nationwide. Shin Shuling took the tickets from Uncle Zeng, nodded and asked, "Uncle Zeng, have you finished handling everything at your house? Only the registration for going to the countryside is left. The goods are delivered today, and the house has been sold. The buyer plans to leave at the end of this month. I plan to go with your aunt tomorrow to register the whole family for the move," Uncle Zeng said with a smile. Although things had been complicated recently, everything went smoothly, as if heaven was pushing them to go to the countryside. After finishing, Uncle Zeng took another small cloth bag from his pocket and said, "By the way, Shuling, keep the remaining money. There was over 700 yuan left, which was a lot for ordinary people." Shin Shuling pushed the cloth bag back and then opened the bag with the tickets. She divided 1/3 of the tickets and money and handed it to Uncle Zeng. "Uncle Zeng, you keep these tickets and money. I wanted to share some things with you, but since you're going to the countryside, taking too many things might attract unwanted attention." Uncle Zeng repeatedly refused, saying, "Shuling, this can't be. I can't take so much money from you. Just knowing the news you shared is already a great kindness. I can't accept any more of your things," Shuling replied seriously. "Uncle Zeng, you've worked for my family for so many years. I will definitely tell you the news. Please take all these things. If you hadn't worked for my family, you wouldn't have been involved and you wouldn't have been forced to move to the countryside. In her past life, Uncle Zeng's entire family was killed. Although she wasn't the murderer, she felt guilty and sad. Now, everything she gives is what Uncle Zeng deserves." In the end, Uncle Zeng accepted the tickets and over 700 yuan from Shuling. He was very grateful. If it weren't for the fact that his wife was about to give birth, he wouldn't have taken the money and tickets at all. Shuling said that chaos would start in less than 2 years. Having money and tickets gives her confidence and the ability to protect her family. Uncle Zeng didn't stay long. After accepting the money and tickets, Shuling urged him to leave quickly. When he got home, he told his wife, Aunt Zheng, about the money and tickets. "Shuling is truly a benefactor to our family. It's a pity we can't do much to repay her. The Northwest is so cold and so far away. We want to take care of her, but we can't." Aunt Zheng felt her eyes sting with tears. Finally, she decided to knit sweaters and scarves for Shuling before she moved to the countryside. One, who was also pregnant, came to help. Her work was already sold, and all preparations for moving had been made. Uncle Zeng and Aunt Zheng didn't tell one about the money and tickets, nor did they tell their son, Zeng Hongjun. They didn't want their son and daughter-in-law to know that they had a lot of money. Shuling said that until the chaos settled, they should tighten their belts and live carefully. Even with money, they should try to avoid big gaps with those around them. The next day, Uncle Zeng took his household registration book to the street office to arrange for moving to the countryside, scheduled for 5 days later. The whole family would move, and each person received a 200 yuan subsidy. Once the move was scheduled, Uncle Zeng specifically went to tell Shuling. She felt a slight relief upon hearing the news. Aunt Zheng and when hurriedly started knitting sweaters. Their yarn was running low, so they went to neighbors to exchange some, and also paid them to help knit sweaters. Besides knitting sweaters and scarves, Aunt Zheng also made gloves, as well as little dresses and socks for the children. She gathered neighbors to help, and in 5 days, they managed to make quite a few items. The neighbors were curious about who the gifts were for. Aunt Zheng only said they were for a distant relative in the Northwest. Meanwhile, in the family compound of the Northwest Military District, conditions in the Northwest are not as good as in the South. Winters are cold and supplies are tighter, so the living conditions are just average. Gu Mojing, dressed in a green military uniform, was sweeping the ground with his sleeves rolled up. His arm muscles were slightly visible through the uniform. He had a strong, serious face, with a slightly tan skin tone. His broad chest and sturdy build made him look powerful. His deep black eyes often appeared cold and serious when he was not smiling, giving off an intimidating presence. He was handsome, cool, and very masculine. Recently, whenever he had a chance, Gu Mojing would come to tidy up the house. He replaced some furniture he thought looked bad, even remade the bed. He had already cleaned the yard and the rooms thoroughly, but he still came every day to check. He felt the house was cold, but after she arrived, it felt warm. There were only about 10 days left before he went to pick up Shuling. Every day now, he felt motivated and looked forward to that day arriving soon. Suddenly, 2 honks from a car sounded outside the door. A young soldier's voice came through. "Captain, the cabinet you ordered is ready." Gu Mojing immediately stopped sweeping and strode to the door. Outside, there was not only a military vehicle but also a few women, some of whom were wearing dark cloths on their heads and looked a bit rough-skinned. The dry weather in the northwest, with strong wind and sand and intense sunlight, made covering their heads with cloth practical. It protected them from the sun and kept the wind and sand out of their hair. They didn't have the chance to wash their hair every day here. The women's eyes were fixed on the new cabinet loaded on the vehicle. "Captain Gu, your wife is really lucky. Before she even arrived, you had already cleaned the house and made so much furniture. Even we outsiders are jealous just looking at it. I heard that Commander Gu's wife is very beautiful. No wonder Commander Gu cares so much. No other family in our compound has a wife that men are so eager to see." "That's right. Commander Gu, when your wife comes, you must bring her to show us. We want to see what a city wife looks like." Commander Gu hasn't taken a vacation in many years. When he finally does, it's for his wife. He's a good man who loves his wife. These women are joking happily. Most of them mean well, but a few look a bit uncomfortable. Gu Mojing doesn't respond to their teasing. He just nods and, with a few young soldiers, carries the brand new cabinet inside. Everyone watches Gu Mojing's tall figure go into the house. After he disappears, a woman wearing a blue headscarf and with a reddish face quietly speaks. "I heard that Commander Gu's wife has a special background. Her name is Zhuang Ying from the Vice Battalion Commander's family." Hearing this, everyone becomes very curious. "Zhuang Auntie, what do you mean? What's so special about Commander Gu's wife?" The women in the compound are very curious about the wife who hasn't arrived yet. When Commander Gu first got married and was assigned a house, he said it was for his wife who would follow him. But everyone thought she would come soon, yet she never did. Just when everyone thought she wouldn't come, news suddenly spread that she decided to come and that Commander Gu himself would pick her up. Commander Gu is usually very serious. Plus, he was stood up by his wife. No one thought he would agree to go pick her up. Most family members came by train to follow their husbands. His wife works hard for the country and the people.
Can't she handle this small task?
Other military families with children also came to support their husbands. But surprisingly, the cold and strict Commander Gu immediately agreed to go pick her up. Not only that, he cleaned and tidied the house thoroughly, even replacing several pieces of furniture. Seeing this hard-working, caring man, many women felt very jealous. Everyone is very curious about this soon-to-arrive wife. They all want to know how beautiful she must be to make the usually serious and cold Commander Gu so caring. Zhuang Ying saw everyone looking at her with curiosity. She gave a meaningful and slightly disdainful smile. "I heard that Captain Gu's wife is a wealthy young lady. Her family has a big house and over 100 servants to take care of her. Just think about it. How could such a luxurious and corrupt family be willing to come to the Northwest to suffer?" Everyone gasped and looked toward the Gu family's yard, some understanding, some surprised. "Annie Zhuang, you can't say things like that," a middle-aged woman named Chenju said seriously. Chenju lives next to Gu Jinma, and their families are neighbors. When Gu Jinma was assigned nearby, she was happy. Her husband, Zhou, has a good relationship with Captain Gu. Seeing Chun Ju speak, Zhuangming smiled mysteriously. Rest assured, Annie Chun, I don't spread rumors without proof. But since I said it, the news must be true. Captain Gu's wife is well known locally as a wealthy young lady. Captain Gu married her because their parents arranged the marriage. All this was told to her by Xiao Yun, and she was sure of it. Captain Gu doesn't seem to care about his future. He dares to marry such a wife, and Aunt couldn't help but sigh. Although they weren't criticizing openly now, children from such families might be looked down upon by leaders. It's like blocking their future. Zhuangming waved her hand. It's just an arranged marriage, nothing more. Captain Gu had no choice. Annie Zhuang, that's not quite right, Chenju said. I think Captain Gu cares a lot about his wife. Otherwise, he wouldn't personally go to pick her up or buy so much furniture. Anyone can see he cares. She didn't like Zhuangming gossiping behind people's backs. The young couple finally reunited at the army, and she didn't want people to look down on them. Zhuangming curled her lips. Captain Gu is usually serious, but everyone knows he's a good man. He does these things because of his responsibilities as a man and a husband. She didn't believe Captain Gu truly liked the wealthy young lady. With his qualities, he would probably prefer a talented woman like a fellow officer. Chun Ju rolled her eyes at Zhuangying's words. She was too tired to argue and turned to go home. She doesn't argue about who is smarter. Whether Commander Gu likes his wife will be clear when she arrives. Zhuangming saw Chenju leave and thought she only left because she couldn't argue with her. This made her feel more confident. Just wait and see. The daughter raised by capitalists won't be anything special. Even Commander Gu, who is responsible, can't handle so much trouble. I think he shouldn't care too much about elders, or his future will be ruined. Her words carried a hidden meaning and were full of malice. Zhuangming is known for being very talkative in the family compound. Unlike others who just gossip, she often guesses about others with bad intentions. Cough, I think my family's meal should be ready. Anyway, I'll go home and cook. The man will be back soon, said her perceptive sister-in-law, making an excuse to leave first. Once she left, the others also started to leave, finding the gathering boring. Chenju felt the same and soon left as well. She needed to send a message to Xiao Yun. Inside, Gu Jima put the cabinet in place. He stepped back to check if it was positioned well. Commander Gu, don't just look. It's very nice. This cabinet is the best in our family compound. When people come, they will definitely like it. Lu Jianjun teased playfully. A young soldier helping to carry the cabinet also laughed. He couldn't help but say, when sister-in-law comes, Commander Gu's smile gets even bigger. Not only did his face show more smiles, but he also became gentler during training. It was obvious something good was happening. Gu Jima smiled slightly. He didn't mind being teased. When she comes, I'll prepare a few tables to entertain everyone. They got married with just a certificate and no banquet. He had mentioned it before, but Shuling said they could do it another time. Now, he planned to wait until Shuling arrived and then pick a good day to hold a big celebration. They would do it at a state-run restaurant. Shuling's parents had both passed away. He wanted to give her more love and care. Then we'll wait for your good news, Lu Jiangwo said happily. They were comrades and good friends. Lu Jianjun knew how much his future sister-in-law meant to Gu Jinma. Gu Jinma nodded, his expression becoming even gentler. He had waited for this day for a long time and was eager to take the train to Water City. Water City, inside a courtyard. Xin Shuling woke up early today. It has been 2 days since Lu Jiming questioned Yang Yishan, and in May. The police haven't sent anyone here yet. They are probably still investigating. In less than 2 weeks, Gu Jinma will arrive. She has bought everything she needs and done most of what she planned. She feels relaxed now. All that's left is to wait for the police to finish their work. Xin Shuling first took a bath in her space. Using spiritual spring water to bathe is very good for the 2 babies inside her. The spring water cleanses her body and makes the babies healthier, stronger, and smarter. She bathes every 3 days to give her babies the best start after they are born. After her bath, she ate 2 large, thin-skinned buns with lots of filling. Then she took a big watermelon from her storage, cut it open, and ate some. Feeling full, she put the rest of the watermelon back in storage. Shin Shuling looked at herself in the mirror. Her belly hadn't changed much, so she left her space. Today, she planned to go to the nearby mountain. Her space can now build houses. She wanted to find some wood on the mountain to build a house exactly like the one her parents left her. The mountains near Water City are in the suburbs. They are quite low, more like gentle hills with lots of plants. Not many people go up there. She rode her bike to the mountain. If she rode fast enough, she could reach the foot of the mountain in about an hour. To prevent the police from coming to look for her while she was gone, she also stuck a note on her door. It said, "Please leave a message through the door if needed." Shin Shuling pedaled quickly. She was glad she had her space. Without it, she wouldn't dare do this while pregnant, and she might not even be able to handle her parents' case. An hour later, Shin Shuling arrived at the foot of the mountain. Since she left early, it was only 9:45 in the morning. It was very quiet around her. Besides trees and wild grass, there was no one else. She carefully looked around, then started climbing the mountain. Whenever she saw big trees, she would wave and pull them into her space. The land where she took the trees from would become flat. If she looked closely, she could see what was originally planted there. She avoided taking trees one after another. Instead, she spaced out her collection, taking one big tree every few steps. If she found wild fruit trees, she would also put them into her space. Wild fruits may be very sour, but after entering the space and being nourished by the spiritual spring water, they become very sweet. Shin Shuling moved quickly. In less than half an hour, she collected about 50 large trees into the space. Most of them were camphor trees, followed by nama trees and wood lotus. She didn't know which type of wood was best for building a house, so she decided to collect them first and see. These dozens of trees wouldn't be enough to build a mansion, and building materials are not just wood. She could only gather everything first to check. Just as she was about to finish and go down the mountain, a piece of text suddenly appeared in her mind. Found 2 wild, thumb-sized wild ginseng plants. Collect them? Shin Shuling paused. She observed the information that appeared in her mind. As she focused, she immediately sensed that this was a function of the 10,000 phenomena medical canon. The 10,000 phenomena medical canon can sense medicinal herbs within 10 meters. The 2 ginseng plants were about 3 meters to her right. Following the prompt in her mind, she moved closer. She pushed aside some weeds but saw nothing. Only green grass and soil. Wild ginseng is well camouflaged, with only a few palmate leaves, 5 small lobes, exposed on the surface. It can be confused with plants like 5-leaved ivy. Please look carefully. Shin Shuling squatted down and searched carefully. She finally found the 2 ginseng plants with palmate leaves. She looked at the top part connected to the leaves and thought they were still smaller than a thumb. Wild ginseng doesn't grow well in the Water City. Even if there is some, it would be about this size. She was a bit worried about how to dig out such small ginseng. At that moment, another line of words appeared in her mind. Collect the 2 wild ginseng plants? Her eyes lit up, and she immediately chose to collect them. The ginseng in the weeds disappeared. Use spiritual spring water to soak and plant the ginseng. Spiritual spring water is a good thing. Soaking ginseng in it greatly enhances its medicinal effects. Shin Shuling got up and went down the mountain directly. She didn't bother about the ginseng she had put into the space. When she rode her bicycle back to the courtyard, she saw Xiao Li and the police officer waiting at the door. "Comrade Shen, I happen to have something to talk to you about," Xiao Li said quickly when he saw her. Shin Shuling's heart moved. Is there progress in my parents' case? She got off her bike, opened the door, and went inside with Xiao Li. After walking into the yard and closing the door behind him, Xiao Li finally smiled and said, "Yes, these past 2 days, my master and Officer Liu have worked overnight to question suspects. With the cooperation of Comrade Yu Yuzhen, we finally found out the whereabouts of the vehicle involved in the car accident from years ago. The Bureau already sent people to investigate this morning. Liu Xiuhua is very likely an accomplice, so the next step should go smoothly. Yang Yishan has already confessed. He said that he was bribed by Shun Huaishan back then to break the car, which caused the accident. Shun Huaishan is still refusing to admit it. As soon as we find the car from that time, Shun Huaishan will have to admit his guilt. Shin Shuling couldn't help but smile when she heard this. Thank you for coming all this way to tell me. She reached into her bag and took out 2 apples, offering them. Shaoli immediately refused. Serving the people is my duty. Comrade Shin doesn't need to give me anything. As a police officer, he wouldn't accept anything from the public. After saying this, Shaoli quickly left, worried that Shin Shuling might give him something else. Seeing this, Shin Shuling didn't try to stop him. She watched him walk away from the door before closing it and returning to her space. At the foot of the mountain, in the space, there are dozens of large trees. A thin layer of mist now drifts around the mountain's middle. The air inside the space feels a bit fresher. When Shin Shuling entered, she first checked the spring in front of the villa. She saw 2 clean, thumb-sized ginseng roots soaking in the water. She only glanced at them before walking straight into the villa. At noon, she cooked the fish and shrimp she bought last time. She didn't store these seafood items, but instead put them directly into the spiritual spring. Although fish and shrimp come from the sea, putting them in the spiritual spring is completely fine. In fact, they seem even more lively and energetic. Shin Shuling enjoyed a fresh, sweet shrimp meal, then rubbed her belly and talked a few words to her 2 babies before lying down on the bed. Before taking a nap, she mentally reviewed the materials needed to build a house in the space. Besides wood, she also needed various cement, reinforced concrete, red bricks, hollow bricks, and more. Just looking at the list gave her a headache. She realized building a house was more complicated than she thought. It would be difficult to gather all these materials in a short time. Fortunately, upgrading the space is still possible. Maybe next time, there will be some rewards for the upgrade. She looked at the materials for a while before falling asleep. Meanwhile, inside the People's Bank, Lee Changdo was sitting at his desk, busy with his work. At that moment, the phone rang. He casually answered it, and on the other end was an older man's voice. Little Lee, the matter you asked me to look into has some progress. It's pretty much what you guessed. If you have any ideas, you should act quickly. The man's tone was meaningful. He was Lee Changda's teacher from Beijing, a high-ranking official who would retire in a few years. After Shin Shuling told him about that matter, he thought it over and decided to make a call. Okay, thank you, Teacher Lu. Lee Changda felt a bit heavy-hearted but also somewhat relieved. Teacher Lu sighed. I've decided to retire next month and apply to stay at the research institute. Although it wouldn't affect his future, he didn't want to get involved. It was better to find a research institute to stay at casually and retire smoothly when the time came. Lee Changda was surprised but quickly responded, Teacher Lu, can I go there too? Shin Shuling had mentioned that he should try to transfer to Beijing and avoid staying in Shueisha. There was a few seconds of silence on the phone before Teacher Lu spoke. You can, but the research institute I plan to go to is in Beijing, and the conditions are tough. There's almost no funding, and it doesn't match your specialty. If you go, you might sit on the sidelines. Once sitting on the sidelines, it's very hard to return to the way things were. Lee Changda smiled bitterly. Teacher, I studied abroad and work at a bank. If something really happens in the future, just staying alive is good enough. Being demoted was one thing, but targeted by others was another. All right, I'll arrange it for you. Teacher Lu agreed, though his tone carried a hint of regret. After hanging up, Lee Changda sat in his chair, lost in thought. His mood was very complicated. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. An assistant stood outside and said, Director Lu, 2 women are looking for you. They said they need to withdraw some money. Lee Changda frowned. After tidying up his emotions, he opened the door and asked, Are they from the Shin family? They are Shun Huaishan's wife and daughter. The assistant replied, knowing about the Shin family as well. A cold light flashed in Lee Changda's eyes. You go ahead. I'll make a call first. He then returned to his office and dialed the police station. 5 minutes later, Shin Shui and Lu Xiuhua, mother and daughter waiting in the rest area, met with Lee Changda. Director Lee, we are here to withdraw some money, Lu Xiuhua said directly. Although they were not friends, they knew each other, so no introduction was needed. Li Changda smiled and said, Comrade Liu, as far as I know, you haven't deposited any money in our bank. We came today to withdraw the money that Xin Shuling's parents originally deposited, Xin Shui said repeatedly. That day, after Lu Xiuhua fainted from anger, the mother and daughter argued again, and the topic eventually turned to the money Xin Qingshan left behind. Both of them felt that something strange was happening with the Shen family these days. The scheduled ship to Gangcheng was also unavailable, so they could only get the money first and then buy tickets on the spot. They couldn't find anyone from Xin Shuling's side either, so they could only try their luck at the bank, hoping Xin Shuling hadn't already withdrawn the money. No, they had to get that money. Li Changda wore a polite smile and said, Sorry, without seeing Xin Shuling and her husband in person, you can't withdraw that money, Lu Xiuhua hurriedly explained. I am her aunt. Something unexpected happened on her side. She entrusted me to come and withdraw the money. I didn't decide this on my own. Then she slowed her tone and said, Director Liu, Shuling has been living with me and Huaishan all these years. I know that before Qingshan and his wife passed away, you were friends with Qingshan. You've been very good to Shuling all these years. I also consider you one of us. This time, Shuling asked me to come and withdraw the money because our family plans to move to Gangcheng. If we don't withdraw it now, we might miss the opportunity. Please, Director Li, help us out for Shuling and Qingshan's sake. Her words were sincere and heartfelt. If Li Changda didn't know the truth, he might have believed her. Sorry, I still have to say, to withdraw that money, Xin Shuling and her husband must be present at the same time, Li Changda said with a fake smile. Lu Xiuhua was likely an accomplice of Shen Huaishan. They were a pack of wolves. Not sending her in would be a disservice to Qingshan and his wife. Seeing that Li Changda was unmoved, Xin Shui couldn't help but ask, What kind of person are you? You are just a customer manager. We are Xin Shuling's only family in this world. You have no right to refuse us. Hurry up and give us the money, or I will complain to your supervisor. She really dislikes the boastful attitude of these service staff in this era. To Xin Shui, the way Li Changda handles her withdrawal is no different from future service workers. If they have a bad attitude, she will complain. Her voice is a bit loud, attracting many people's attention. Li Changda won't tolerate Xin Shui. He directly says, Sorry, I really can't handle this. If Xin Shuling wants to withdraw money, please have her come with her husband. Also, there are many others behind you waiting to withdraw money. If there's nothing else, please leave. After speaking, he gestures for the staff to Xin Shui and Lu Xiuhua out. Lu Xiuhua, seeing this, becomes angry. What are you doing? Can't I withdraw the money I saved? Is this money yours or mine? Is this how your bank operates? Who would dare to deposit money here in the future? This money is her last hope. The Shen family has been emptied, Huai Mountain has been taken, and she was even questioned at the police station. Her daughter is also irresponsible. Today, she must get this money. Lu Xiuhua's words draw everyone's attention. In this era, people tend to distrust banks. When she speaks, many frown. Curious and doubtful looks are exchanged among the crowd. Seeing her words have an effect, Lu Xiuhua lifts her head and looks provocatively at Li Changda. She says, This money was saved by my husband's younger brother before he passed away. Now I want to withdraw it. Is there a problem? If you don't give me the money today, I have reason to believe your bank wants to secretly keep it. Lu Xiuhua's tone is aggressive. She stands on the high ground, questioning the entire bank. The staff around look worried, and Li Changda also stops smiling. He speaks seriously. Madam, I can't give you the money because when the deposit was made, the depositor specifically instructed that the money can only be withdrawn by her daughter and son-in-law. You are just her aunt, and you have no right to take this money. Furthermore, as I know, you are also involved in the death of the depositor that year. Given all these conditions, I, as the bank manager, definitely cannot let you withdraw the money. Li Changda's words almost exposed Lu Xiuhua's secret. The people's suspicious looks turned into surprise and realization. Lu Xiuhua's face suddenly turned pale. She finally understood why the Shen family had so many problems in such a short time. Xin Shuling didn't have that ability, but Li Changda did. She trembled, raised her finger at the person in front of her, and with deep hatred in her eyes, she said, "Did you do it? Did you do it?" Lee Changda frowned but didn't reply. At this moment, 3 police officers in uniform entered the bank. They carried guns and looked serious. Everyone in the bank immediately became nervous, shrinking back like quails, losing their earlier curiosity. The lead officer, Xiao Li, looked around and asked, "Who just called the police?" Li Changda spoke loudly. "I did. I saw Lu Xiuhua come to withdraw money. She was trying to escape after committing a crime." Xiao Li then noticed the nearby rest area and saw Lu Xiuhua, who looked extremely pale. He quickly walked over. "Lu Xiuhua, you are suspected of murdering Xin Qingshan and his wife. Please come with us." He spoke coldly, took out handcuffs, and directly cuffed Lu Xiuhua's hands with a loud click. Lu Xiuhua was stunned. She looked devastated, expressionless, unable to even move her eyes, standing there blankly. Shen Shui, standing nearby, was also frightened. She had just written a self-criticism and come out of the police station a few days ago. Seeing Xiao Li in his police uniform made her panic, and her legs went weak. She watched helplessly as Lu Xiuhua was handcuffed. "Why are you arresting me? That matter has nothing to do with me. Didn't you ask me about it last time? Let me go." Lu Xiuhua screamed, her cold handcuffs pulling her back to reality and causing her to break down completely. Xiao Li pressed her shoulder and said sternly, "Don't move." Lu Xiuhua dared not scream anymore. She was led out of the bank. Li Changda turned his head, looking at Shen Shui with a half-smile, who was also pale. "Comrade, if you have no business here, please leave the bank." Shen Shui finally realized what was happening. She quickly and softly left the scene. Li Changda watched her walk away. If it weren't for the circumstances, he would have liked to send her off himself. On the day Lu Xiuhua was caught, she was brought into the interrogation room and heard that Yang Yishan had also been arrested. Yang Yishan had already confessed everything, including the car from that year, which was found again. Although the car was burned, the brake pads still showed signs of tampering. Lu Xiuhua's breath of relief was gone. She immediately admitted guilt, and Shen Huishan in the neighboring room also confessed. From then on, the 10-year-old car accident case involving the Shin family was finally resolved after the overturning of the case. Zheng Auntie and Uncle Zeng both carried bags filled with knitted sweaters, towels, gloves, and tiny clothes for babies. They even brought some baby bottles. They personally handed the items to Shin Shuling. "Shuling, our train is tomorrow. You've helped our family so much. This is just a small token of our gratitude," Zheng Auntie said with some reluctance. Shin Shuling also felt a bit sad. "Auntie, what time is your train tomorrow? I'll go see you off." "Shuling, you don't need to see us off. You're pregnant and should rest more. It's a pity we won't see Xiao Gu come to pick you up," Uncle Zeng said with some emotion and sadness. He really wanted to wait for Xiao Gu, but Shin Shuling told him and her family to leave quickly. Shin Shuling insisted on asking what time their train was the next day before sending them off. She didn't have many attachments in this world, but she wanted to see Uncle Zeng and his family off. Gu Mo Jin held the freshly bought train ticket, and his usually stern face showed rare warmth. Extra update, the author kindly asks for a good review. You really don't need to worry so much. You have 10 days before you leave, and you just had to buy your ticket early? The train from the northwest to Water City isn't even full. Do you really have to be so anxious? The driver was nearby, Captain Zhou, joking and smiling as he spoke to Gu Jinma. Right now, train tickets could be bought up to 3 days in advance. Gu Jinma, who had just gotten leave approved yesterday, immediately asked someone to help buy the ticket, eager and impatient. If Shin Shuling hadn't told him to wait a month, he would want to leave right now. Gu Jinma's face was cold and serious. "Drive carefully." Although he said this, his tone showed no sign of displeasure, and a faint, almost unnoticeable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was just worried about picking up his wife. "Okay," Captain Zhou replied with a smile that didn't fade. The military vehicle returned from the train station to the base. As soon as it stopped in the parking lot, Xiao Mao ran over and saluted Gu Jinma. "Commander Gu, the superior asked you to go to the office." Gu Jinma nodded, greeted Captain Zhou nearby, and then strode quickly after Xiao Mao. The old leader was looking down at some documents. He was around 50, and the years hadn't taken away his commanding presence. In fact, they made him more dignified. Gu Jinma knocked on the door and said, "Sir." The old leader smiled and signaled him to come in. "Xiao Gu, I hear Xiao Mao say you want to buy train tickets?" He had always approved of Gu Jinma's abilities. He was honest, strict, and morally upright. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Jinma was already engaged, he would have liked to take him into his own team. "Yes, sir. I thought it would be better to buy the tickets early so I could relax," Gu Jinma said calmly, a flicker of tenderness flashing in his eyes. The old leader couldn't help but smile. "That's good. The organization cares about your personal matters. Once your wife arrives, you two should live well, and the organization can rest assured." At this moment, everyone felt more like a big family. Personal issues were taken seriously and given attention. Gu Jinma had achieved many merits over the years. He had connections not few, but definitely not many. Yet, he had never used these connections before. Buying train tickets was the first time he had to rely on relationships. The old leader was serious and usually disliked using connections. But for this matter, he fully supported Gu Jinma. He could see how much Gu Jinma wanted his wife to join him after marriage. The housing in the family compound had been approved early, but she refused to come. Gu Jinma was quite upset about this for a long time. Now that she was willing to come, the old leader was happy for him. Hearing this, Gu Jinma's usually stern face showed a clear, genuine smile, very different from his usual serious and cold expression. Seeing Gu Jinma so happy, the old leader also felt pleased. He liked this young man very much. Then he changed the topic and said, "This time when you go to Shui City to pick up your wife, I have another task for you. Don't worry, it's not difficult and won't delay you." Gu Jinma immediately became serious upon hearing about the task. "Please, sir, tell me what I need to do." It's to accompany a technician from Shui City on a train back to the northwest. He has bodyguards with him, and someone will meet him when he gets off the train. His identity is someone from a factory 30 kilometers away from the military district. I will arrange for you and your wife to be in the same sleeper car. You just need to watch out, and the rest will be handled by the people with him," the old leader said. Comrade one had just returned from studying abroad. Normally, he should go straight back to the factory, but he insisted on going to pick up his daughter from Shui City and bring her with him. Considering that his wife had passed away and his daughter was his only family, the higher-ups agreed. When Gu Jinma heard that the person to be protected was a technician from the factory, he immediately said, "Rest assured, sir, I will complete the task." Everyone at the factory was responsible for the country's future. If the army is the country's sword and shield, then the factory's work is the country's progress. The old leader stood up, walked over to Gu Jinma, patted his shoulder, and smiled. "No need to be nervous. The comrade you're accompanying is always with us, so having you along is just extra protection. This young man is capable. Since there's a chance to work together, they will be arranged to go together." The next day, at Shui City train station. The station was crowded with people. 13 young people were going to the countryside, including 4 from the Zeng family, one of whom was a pregnant woman with a big belly. The street office sent 3 staff members to see them off. One was to count the people and make sure no one was missing, another was to help protect the pregnant woman from the Zeng family. "Uncle Zeng, when you arrive, remember to write to me. Send the letter directly to the Northwest Military District. I will reply once I get your letter. Remember what I told you. Take care of your health." Shin Shuling spoke while handing over a large bag of steamed buns and a big jar of water to Uncle Zeng and Aunt Zheng. The buns were made with space magic, beef and pork buns, each with thin skin and big fillings. The water was spring water. During this time, she added water to Uncle Zeng's water tank several times. Although she didn't ask about Uncle Zeng's health directly, she could see from her observations that he was feeling much better, and his limp had improved a lot. "Good, Shuling. You must take care of yourself too," Uncle Zeng said, feeling the weight of the bun and water bottle in his hand. Aunt Zheng asked with concern, "You're pregnant too. Once we get on the train, you should go back quickly. It's crowded here, and if you bump into someone, it wouldn't be good. She was worried about Shuling's health. Standing nearby, Zheng Hongjun and Wen also looked worried. Both knew that Shin Shuling had done a lot for their family. Everyone, it's time to get on the train. Those going to the countryside, get on first. The street officer, wearing a red armband, waved to all the young people. Shin Shuling watched the Zheng family board the train. She waved her hand strongly, feeling like a heavy stone in her heart was finally lifted. She waited on the platform until the train doors closed and it started to move before leaving. Next, she only needed to wait for Gu Jinma to come pick her up. Except for Shin Shui, her family members had all been brought to justice. Police Officer Liu had specifically told her that Shen Huaishan, Lu Xiuhua, and Yang Yishan would be sentenced to death. And Mei's case was also very likely to result in the death penalty, as the case of switching children was still under investigation. She also didn't plan to let Shen Shui go. Soon it was the day Gu Jinma was on holiday. His train was at 10 a.m. He had hardly slept, waking up before dawn. He rummaged through his wardrobe and finally put on his military uniform. He thought wearing the uniform made him look the most spirited, and he wanted Shuling to see his best side. Gu Jinma boarded the military vehicle promptly at 7 a.m. Besides his bag with clean clothes, he carried a small bag containing a watch and a silk scarf he bought during a quick trip to the department store. He had asked a fellow soldier with a family what to buy for his wife, and in the end, he decided on a watch and a silk scarf. The driver was Liao Xiaomao, a logistics soldier. "Commander, you look really energetic today," Liao Xiaomao said, giving Gu Jinma a thumbs up. It was obvious he had dressed carefully, even if he couldn't tell exactly. Still, he knew how to flatter his leader. Gu Jinma ignored the compliment and signaled to start driving. His tone was no longer so serious. Gu Jinma was the first person to board the train. He bought a hard seat and didn't bring much luggage. He found a seat and sat down by the window. Through the train window, he could see the platform gradually filling with people. His heart beat faster as he thought about meeting Shuling. He wondered what expression she would have, joyful or indifferent. Would she be happy to see the silk scarf and watch he chose just for her? Thinking of this, Gu Jinma's mood sank. Shuling had always been cold and distant toward him. They didn't spend much time together, and he could tell she didn't like him much. Although they were married, their relationship was not close. Or perhaps Shuling's feelings for him were very weak, especially since they had argued the last time they parted. Is Shuling still angry now? Maybe when he sees her, he should apologize immediately for the fight. People in love tend to think back and forth about their feelings. Even someone as strong as Gu Jinma does this. Every move the other person makes him think a lot. While Gu Jinma was lost in thought, a gentle-sounding female voice spoke. "Comrade soldier, could you help me put down my luggage?" He looked up and saw a slim woman with a braided hairstyle, slightly yellowish skin, and a cloth bag standing in front of his seat. She had pretty features, big eyes, but her face was thin and a little sharp-looking. Her skin was a bit rough and yellowish, making her look quite ordinary. In these tough conditions, especially in northwest China where the sunlight is strong, skin often becomes rough from sun and wind. Men tend to look okay, but women usually lose some points. Kang Yumei's face was slightly red. Her heart was pounding as she looked at the soldier sitting there. She had seen the soldier when she first got on the train. Their military district was large, and she often saw soldiers on trains. But today, this soldier was the most handsome and good-looking she had ever seen. She felt her heart race just looking at him. Gu Jinma didn't refuse Kang Yumei. He stood up, took her bag, and placed it on the luggage rack easily. He was tall and broad-shouldered, standing more than a head taller than Kang Yumei. His build was strong, clearly trained. With his good looks, he looked even more handsome than a movie star. "Thank you." Kang Yumei's heart beat faster. She lowered her head, her cheeks turning red. Talking to such a handsome comrade made her feel shy. Gu Jinma didn't notice her embarrassment. He simply nodded slightly and said, "You're welcome." After that, he sat back in his seat and continued to think about unfinished matters. Kang Yumei waited for a moment, but She didn't hear Gu Jinma speak again. She couldn't help but ask, "Comrade, I am going to Water City to attend university. Are you also going to Water City?" For now, everything was peaceful, and she could still study at university. She wanted to talk more with this comrade and learn more about him. She was now a university student. Many people in her village wanted to marry her, but she refused them all. She felt they weren't good enough for her, until she saw this soldier comrade. She had seen a scene in movies where the main characters fall in love at first sight. After watching it, she would imagine herself in that story. Now, meeting this soldier, she felt it was fate. Gu Jinma heard Kang Yume ask him, and looked up again. He noticed her bright, shining eyes looking at him, which made him frown slightly. He didn't answer her question directly. Instead, he said, "I'm going to pick up my wife. She's coming with me to the army." He had seen many women with that kind of gaze before. Before marriage, he didn't think much of it, but after marriage, he would mention that he was married whenever he met someone like her. Hearing this, Kang Yume felt a shock in her heart, followed by a wave of disappointment and sadness. The person she liked was already married. She felt a bit upset. This soldier was wearing a uniform with fur pockets, which she knew was only worn by officers. She was the first university student in her village. She had earned her place at university through her own efforts. She thought the villagers, who were mostly farmers, didn't deserve her. But she also knew she could meet someone who was truly suitable for her. Today was a surprise, but the happiness was too short-lived. Kang Yume opened her mouth to say something else, but suddenly heard an impatient voice from nearby. "Big sister, if you're okay, please move aside. I've been standing here for a while." The woman speaking was holding a 4 or 5-year-old child, carrying a baby in her arms, and had another small child on her back. She was surrounded by 3 children and wanted to rush to her seat immediately, but Kang Yume blocked her way. When Kang Yume was about to speak, her words were interrupted. She turned her head to look at her aunt, then couldn't help but glare again. This person is really troublesome. Her aunt was confused by the glare. She was not a pushover either, so she immediately started to argue. "What is wrong with you, comrade? You block the way and then glare at people." Hearing this, those waiting behind, eager to move forward, couldn't help but speak up. "Comrade, please make way. We're all waiting to go find our spots. Can you wait a moment before talking? You, comrade, are so selfish. You're a college student, but you're not as considerate as someone who didn't go to school. Which school would accept someone with such a mindset? If you don't move, we'll call the security. Even military comrades are married. Why are you still hanging around and not leaving?" The conversation between the two had been overheard by the people behind. Everyone initially thought Kang Yume would just put down her luggage and leave, so they didn't urge her. But unexpectedly, she stood there, ready to chat. Kang Yume's face instantly turned bright red from the teasing comments. She didn't dare to look at Gu Jinma's reaction. After stomping her foot, she quickly moved forward. She felt these people were deliberately targeting her, all jealous because she was a college student. Gu Jinma looked at Kang Yume's hurriedly leaving figure and couldn't help but frown. "Dear friends, more updates are coming during the day." The train soon started moving, swaying as it headed forward. It takes 3 days to travel from the northwest to Water City by train. The journey is long, but Gu Jinma didn't find it hard. He felt both excited and nervous, imagining many scenes of meeting Shin Shuling in his mind. Although they had already done everything as a married couple, he could still feel that Shin Shuling's heart was far from him. But he was willing to try and wait. The steel gun also became gentle, which probably describes this situation well. 3 days passed quickly. During this time, Kang Yume never appeared in front of Gu Jinma again. She felt too embarrassed after what happened earlier. The train from the northwest to Water City arrived slowly at noon. Shin Shuling had already gone ahead 2 days earlier to wait at the villa. She planned to take Gu Jinma to the courtyard once he arrived. All the furniture in the villa's living room had been stored in her space, leaving only the beautiful crystal chandelier hanging. Their only connection was that previous phone call. She didn't know when Gu Jinma's train ticket was, nor if he would arrive early or late. At this moment, Shin Shuling was eating lunch inside her space. In just 10 days, her belly seemed to have grown a little more. She was almost 5 months pregnant now, and her belly looked a bit bigger than that of an average 5-month pregnant woman. Her figure hadn't changed much, except for her belly, which had gotten larger. The rest of her body looked the same as before, as if she only had a bigger stomach. Thanks to the spiritual spring water, the two little ones inside her absorbed nutrients very well. They were healthier than normal fetuses. Although she looked thin, her body was very strong, better than before she was pregnant. This was also because of the spiritual spring water. Shin Shuling finished the last bite of rice and beef in her bowl. She then touched her belly and went to lie down on the sofa. She sighed happily. Life was very comfortable now. All her meals came from her space, grown with spiritual spring water and black soil. Every bite helped her and her baby inside her. The ginseng she collected from the mountain 5 days ago had also been automatically planted by her space after soaking for 5 days. She took a look at it. The wild ginseng, only 5 days planted, had already grown a bit. Ginseng grows very slowly, taking decades to mature as common. But in her space, it only took a few days to see changes. This showed how good the spiritual spring water and black soil were. She also noticed that not only wild ginseng, but all plants and animals inside her space grew faster. In just a month, she had harvested 2 crops of vegetables. Crops soaked in spiritual spring water and then replanted also grew very quickly. Now she was eating space-grown rice. Lying on the sofa, Shin Shuling lazily clicked her mind to wash the dishes. Then she absent-mindedly stroked her belly, thinking about whether Gu Jinma would arrive today or delay again. She hoped he would come today. If he did, they could do some things together. As she thought this, she soon felt sleepy. Just as she was about to fall asleep, she suddenly heard a noise outside her space. Someone was knocking on the door, politely and properly. She muttered, "Disturbing my peaceful sleep." Then she grabbed the sturdy wooden stick she had prepared earlier and quickly stepped out of the space. She knew the person outside was Shin Shui, and it was time to deal with her. Shin Shuling had been nourished by spiritual spring water for so long that her strength was greater than that of an ordinary adult man. She could easily handle Shin Shui. The sound of knocking continued non-stop. Shin Shuling tested the stick in her hand, then opened the door. As soon as the door was open, she ignored the situation outside and immediately swung the stick, hitting Shin Shui hard without holding back. The sound of the stick hitting flesh echoed repeatedly. Shin Shui screamed in pain, curled up, and ran around, while Shin Shuling chased after her, moving faster than a pregnant woman, very agile. "Stop, stop. Don't hit me anymore," Shin Shui shouted angrily. She didn't come today to do anything special, just to get back her belongings. Hearing Shin Shui's words, Shin Shuling sneered coldly and hit even harder. She was sure this beating would leave the other person needing over a month to recover. The stick struck flesh, leaving red marks and bruises instantly. Shin Shuling used all her strength, hitting until she heard Shin Shui crying and begging, "Woo-woo, I was wrong. Please stop hitting me, please." She felt her whole body was torn and bruised, and it hurt so much. Hearing Shin Shui's pleas, Shin Shuling suddenly felt refreshed. Her anger was somewhat vented, but only a little. In her previous life, Shin Shui had teamed up with the Shin family to trick her into losing her baby and sending her to Hongqing. In the end, she died on the street. She would remember this hatred forever. In this new life, she could make Shen Huaishan and his wife suffer, but she wouldn't hurt Shin Shui. She didn't want to risk herself for such a bad person. But even if she couldn't hurt Shin Shui, she could make her live in pain. Shin Shuling stopped hitting and looked at Shin Shui, who was lying on the ground with her hair looking like it had been chewed by a dog. Shin Shui was now much thinner. Her eyes had lost their previous shine and pride. It seemed the recent events had deeply affected her. Her lips were bleeding from the beating, her jewelry was gone, and she was wearing loose black clothes, looking like a homeless dog in distress. But Shin Shuling felt it wasn't bad enough. Compared to her past self, the suffering the other person was going through now was just minor. Sniff, sniff. "I only came to ask for my wallet back," she said, holding a wallet with quite a bit of money inside. Shin Shui looked upset and angry. She thought Shin Shuling had truly lost her mind and shouldn't have come here. Since the last time she was caught breaking into a place and taken to the police station, she decided to stay far away from Shin Shuling, the main character. But recently, she had no money. When she went straight back to the Shin house, the butler kicked her out and even threatened to report her to the police. The butler said everything in the Shin house wasn't her concern. Those belonged to Lu Xiuhua, who owed money. Lu Xiuhua and Shun Huaishan had eaten peanuts 5 days ago. The butler had no way to help her. She was afraid to go to the police, and no one was helping her. And Zhou Xiangyang, that useless man, only cared about himself. Men like him are not good. Once they get what they want, they don't cherish it. With nowhere to go, she could only try her luck by coming to the fancy house. To her surprise, Shin Shuling was really home, and even more surprisingly, she opened the door for her. Shin Shuling looked at Shin Shui, who was lying on the ground looking miserable, and sneered, "That wallet was left by my parents. Everything in this house belongs to my parents. Who are you to say I can't take it back?" Her tone was full of sarcasm. Shin Shui's eyes showed uncontrollable resentment, but in the next second, Shin Shuling stepped on her face hard and pressed down. "Ah!" Shin Shui cried out in pain, feeling terrible. Shin Shuling slowly lifted her foot and said, "I'll give you 2 choices now. First, go to Heihe village in the countryside. Second, marry Zhou Xiangyang. If you choose, I'll sign you up for the countryside." After saying this, Shin Shuling took out her household registration book and waved it. Heihe village is the coldest place in the country. Every winter, people die from the cold there. Zhou Xiangyang is a scumbag who hits women. If you get involved with him, your life will be over and very painful. Shin Shui's eyes were red and tears kept falling, but she clearly saw the household registration book. In this era, without a household registration, you can't go anywhere. "So it was you who took it," she muttered softly. Shin Shuling smiled and said, "Choose." Shin Shui clenched her teeth. Just as she was about to make a choice, a deep, magnetic male voice sounded. Shuling, Gu Jinma, who had just entered carrying a bag, was surprised to see the scene in front of him. He noticed the gate of the small house was not closed, so he walked in, planning to knock on the door. Shin Shuling's expression also paused. She didn't expect Gu Jinma to appear at this moment. "Gu Jinma, you're here?" she asked instinctively, still clutching a stick and her household registration book. His sudden arrival and seeing her scolding Shin Shui with a stick might make him think she's cruel and likes to bully others. When Shin Shui saw the man in military uniform, even though she was badly beaten and in pain all over, she felt her eyes light up. This man was handsome and strong, with sharp, deep features, more handsome and masculine than modern celebrities. When she heard Shin Shuling call the man Gu Jinma, her mind, which was overwhelmed by pain, suddenly rebooted. So, this was the male lead from the story. No wonder he was the male lead. Only he could look so good and have such a commanding presence. Since Shin Shui hadn't seen Gu Jinma since she transmigrated into the book, and she had no memory of her original self, she didn't know what he looked like. Now she knew. Now she saw him. Her dark, mysterious little thoughts started to become active. Shin Shuling was so vicious. She even killed her parents. Why should she get the male lead? She didn't deserve him at all. Thinking of the male lead's noble and upright personality in the story, Shin Shui suddenly had an idea. "Jinma, please save me. Jinma, Shin Shuling killed my parents and now wants to kill me. I'm so miserable." Sob sob. Shin Shui collapsed to the ground, trying to look pitiful and innocent. Before she transmigrated, she was very good at comforting her older brother and knew exactly what expressions would make men feel pity. Her current appearance was indeed quite pitiful, especially with her tears, which would make most men feel sympathetic. But Gu Jinma was not like most men. He only glanced at Shin Shui on the ground and then looked back at Shin Shuling. His tone was serious but with a subtle warmth, saying, I just got off the train. Regarding this older cousin, he disliked her a long time ago, but he never showed it because he wanted to maintain his image in Shuling's mind. If it weren't for her family's stirring trouble, Xu Ling would have already gone with him to the army. He is a soldier, but also a husband. He can't be tolerant about such matters, and there's no need to be. As for Xin Shue's claim that he caused her parents' death, he wouldn't believe a word of it. Even if it were true, the blame would lie with Shen Huaishan and his wife. They deserved it. His father-in-law and mother-in-law's car accident case was mentioned to him once by Uncle Li, but he didn't ask much. He had some guesses, but didn't want to probe too much since he had just married Xu Ling. Seeing that Gu Jinma wasn't scared by the scene in front of him, nor did he show any displeasure or blame towards her, Xu Ling felt a little relieved. But then she remembered the man she saw in her soul after she died, floating in the air. The man's patience with her was much greater than she had thought, so much more. A small change stirred in Xu Ling's heart, and she couldn't help but ask, "Is taking the train tiring?" He always looked serious and calm. If she hadn't seen him after her death, she might have thought he was an endlessly energetic divine being. Gu Jinma heard Xu Ling's concern and his heart beat faster. This was the first time in their marriage that his wife showed concern for him. He nodded and softly said, "I'm not tired." Then he added, "Xu Ling, it's been almost 5 months since we saw each other. You've lost weight." His loose clothes looked empty on her, very slim. Xu Ling, who was pregnant with twins. She was wearing loose clothes that didn't show her figure, but surely her pregnancy was visible, right? She even looked in the mirror yesterday and could see her belly slightly protruding. Gu Jinmo really couldn't tell, and even if he did, he wouldn't think much of it. He'd probably just think she had indigestion, since they hadn't been together many times, and it was unlikely she'd get pregnant after just a few encounters. Xu Ling blinked happily and said, "Let's go. Let's head back first." She had many things she wanted to tell him, things from her past life, her current life, and about the children. Gu Jinma nodded. He wanted to put a watch on Xu Ling himself. Although it was summer now, a silk scarf might be worth a try. Shen Shui, lying on the ground, saw that she had been completely ignored. She didn't expect that Gu Jinma, who was just and upright in the novel, would completely ignore her. Her personality was very different from what was written in the story. Now, she even planned to leave after just patting Shin Shuling on the back. She quickly spoke, Jinma, although you are married to your cousin as a soldier, you shouldn't protect her. She is the one who caused my parents' death. She is." Before Shin Shui could finish, Shin Shuling, who was holding a stick, struck down hard again. First, it hit the soft flesh on Shin Shui's waist. Then, it struck her thigh. Next, it hit her shoulder. Shin Shui's screams of pain rang out again, and bloodstains appeared on her clothes. With a cracking sound, the stick broke. Shin Shuling casually threw away the broken stick. She didn't avoid Gu Jinma and directly said, "Choose. Go to the countryside or marry Zhou Xiangyang." "Marry, I choose to marry." Shin Shui's voice was very weak, and she couldn't even pretend to be strong. She didn't want to go to the countryside. It was a dead end. Zhou Xiangyang, though a scoundrel, at least allowed her to stay in the city. Shin Shuling sneered, "Tomorrow at 10 a.m., you bring Zhou Xiangyang with you. I'll go with you to the Civil Affairs Bureau. If you dare to have other thoughts, I will report you for having an affair with Zhou Xiangyang." She knew Shin Shui had already been secretly involved with Zhou Xiangyang. Once reported, there was no way to deny it after investigation. Shin Shui was so frightened that she trembled. I will bring him." Once labeled, it would mean public criticism, even stripping her clothes. The whole process could be deadly. Last time, they just shouted slogans and made her write a self-criticism. She felt hopeless then, and the thought of being publicly humiliated made her scalp tingle. Shin Shui, enduring extreme pain, slinked away in defeat. Shin Shuling directly took Gu Jinma to the Sihiyuan. In the main room of the Sihiyuan, there were simple tables, chairs, and cabinets. Shin Shuling and Gu Jinma faced each other. On the table was a bag brought by Gu Jinma. "Cough, do you have anything you want to say?" Shin Shuling was the first to speak. On the way over, she thought the man would ask her questions, but he never did. Instead, he just looked at her quietly. His gaze was firm and calm, a kind she had not noticed in her past life. Gu Jinma picked up the bag on the table and said in a deep voice, "Shuling, I bought these for you from the Northwest. His tone was steady, but inside, he felt a little nervous. He was worried she might not like the gift. Shin Shuling was surprised. She didn't expect Gu Jinma to give her something, especially in this situation. She asked hesitantly, "Is there anything you want to ask me? Like why I treated Shin Shui like that earlier, or what really happened with her saying I caused her parents' death? Does he not mind at all?" She felt that her sudden act of hitting Shin Shui might make others doubt or misunderstand her, even feel sorry for Shin Shui. Gu Jima paused for a moment before speaking. Shin Shui's family is like your own family. If you have conflicts with your family, I won't ask much or interfere. How you handle it is your business, as long as it doesn't affect our family. His words showed he was careful and also sided with Shin Shuling. It was thoughtful. When there are conflicts, no one likes their husband to stand up for others. Shin Shuling's heart moved slightly. She said honestly, "I did send Shen Huishan and Lu Xiuhua to the police station. They were sentenced to death and executed. I also don't plan to forgive Shin Shui." After saying this, she watched his face closely, trying to read his thoughts. They planned to spend their whole lives together. Even if she didn't say anything, he would find out sooner or later. If she told him now and he thought she was cold-hearted or that their personalities didn't match, she could prepare herself early. In her past life, Gu Jinma loved her, but he never saw her like this. She wasn't sure if he could accept it. She had lived with Shen Huishan's family for 10 years. During that time, she wasn't mistreated. Others might think she lived a good life. But she personally sent Shen Huishan and Lu Xiuhua to the police station, which many would see as ruthless and heartless. Gu Jinma understood her words immediately. He looked at her with concern and care. "Shuling, you've been wronged. From now on, no matter what happens, I will be with you." Deciding to send Shen Huishan and his wife into custody must have involved a lot of pain and inner struggle. He felt guilty for not being able to stay with Shuling and let her face this alone. Shuling looked at Gu Jinma's worried expression. She thought he might doubt or be curious, but she never expected him to feel distressed for her. She paused and asked, "Don't you think I'm cold-hearted?" Gu Jinma shook his head. "If you were cold, you would have kicked Shen Huishan's family out long ago, or sent Shen Huishan and Lu Xiuhua away. The fact that you're only doing this now shows you are too kind and soft-hearted." To him, Shuling was the kindest and most lovely woman in the world. Even if she was distant from him, he wouldn't think she was unkind. Shuling was truly stunned. She realized she had always been seen as a kind and gentle person in his eyes. Seeing her silent, Gu Jinma continued, "That car accident back then, Uncle Lee told me about it once. There were many suspicious things. But they are your last family in this world, and you lived with them for 10 years. Making such a decision must have been very difficult and painful. No matter what you do or decide, I will support you. I will always believe in you." These were his honest feelings. He believed that a couple should support and trust each other unconditionally. Gu Jinma's words made Shuling feel a mix of sadness and warmth deep inside. Since her parents passed away, she hadn't felt this way before. This feeling of sadness comes from being cared for and loved by someone close. No matter how strong or cold she seemed on the outside, a simple act of concern from her loved one could break her down emotionally. Before calling him, Shuling's family told her that Shen Huishan's family said she had sacrificed herself during a mission. They wanted her to abort her baby and go to Gangcheng with them. She almost believed them. She touched her swollen belly, her voice filled with both emotion and anger. As soon as she said this, Gu Jinma's eyebrows furrowed immediately, and his face turned cold and serious. "They are lying to military personnel." His tone was clearly angry and cold. But then he paused, and his gaze involuntarily fixed on Shuling's slightly swollen belly. Shuling, you said you're pregnant." He finally noticed that her belly was a bit bigger than the last time they met. Gu Jinma's heart started beating faster uncontrollably, filled with excitement and joy that kept rising in his heart. He couldn't quite believe it, but he was also very happy. Shin Shuling saw Gu Jinma staring at her with wide eyes. She secretly laughed to herself, calling him a fool. She stood up and went to the man, grabbing his warm hand and placing it on her swollen belly. Our baby is almost 5 months old now, just like the last time you came back, Shin Shuling said with a shy smile. She could feel the warmth of his palm, a little hot, but it made her feel very safe. Suddenly, her belly twitched slightly, a small movement that startled Gu Jinma greatly. His usually calm face showed panic. He quickly pulled his hand away from Shin Shuling's belly, looking nervous and a bit helpless. Is the baby okay? Did I hurt him by mistake? He asked. He was worried because he was strong and afraid of hurting the baby. Seeing Gu Jinma react so strongly, Shin Shuling smiled softly. Fool, the baby is just saying hello to you. Feel him again. Gu Jinma hesitated, feeling both hopeful and a little scared. He raised his hand and gently touched Shin Shuling's belly, speaking carefully. I'm worried I might hurt the baby with my strength. I'll wait until he's a bit bigger, then I'll say hello to him. His voice was very gentle, and his deep black eyes sparkled with happiness and love. He was going to be a father now. Baby, I am your dad. Dad welcomes you to this home, Gu Jinma softly said, feeling his heart swell with happiness and a little ache. Extra update during the day. Shin Shuling heard Gu Jinma and said, Baby, I am your mom. Our family will be happy together forever. Always be together, Gu Jinma added. He never thought happiness would come so suddenly. Shin Shuling looked at the man in front of her and smiled. Yes, we will always be together. Right now, she just wanted their family to live happily. Gu Jinma's eyes looked like they were about to fill with tears. All his worries and fears turned into gentle love. What did you buy for me? How do you plan to handle Shin Shui? Both of their voices spoke at the same time. I bought a watch and a scarf, both chosen by me, and I don't know if you like them, Gu Jinma said as he handed over the bags. He knew Shuling had everything she needed, but he still wanted to give her something. Shuling felt a warm feeling inside. After taking the bag, she took out 2 boxes, one big and one small. The small box contained a small women's watch, a Shanghai brand. Its style was simple and not very fancy, affordable for an average family saving up. I didn't pick the expensive one. I think a modest one is better. If you want a better one later, we can change it when we are more stable, Gu Jinma said. Since they got married, he cared a lot about certain things. He often called Beijing every few months to ask about the situation. He also thought carefully about what she wore. Shu Ling understood what Gu Jinma meant. She was wearing an imported watch that looked plain, but someone who knew watches would see its value. This watch was left by her mother. She had been reluctant to take it off recently. Usually, no one would recognize its worth. She also bought a Shanghai brand watch of the same style in the space, planning to change it after leaving Water City. Now that Gu Jinma had given her a watch, she took off her current watch and put on the new one. I think this one looks nice, she said, lifting her wrist to show it. Gu Jinma looked at the watch on the table. It was simple and modest, but upon closer inspection, it was well-made and detailed. His gift couldn't compare. He smiled, feeling his wife was very thoughtful. He also noticed that after returning, her attitude toward him had changed a lot. He thought that the trouble caused by Shun Huishan's family was over. Shun Huishan and Lu Xiuhua had been punished as they deserved, and his wife was no longer influenced by them. Next, Shu Ling took out a scarf. It was bright and eye-catching, and no one would criticize it. The scarf had a side profile of a female militia wearing a military cap, factory silhouettes with gears and wheat, and a group of workers and soldiers holding a selected book. The background was bright red with gold lines, and the edges had radiating patterns. The red color was bold and suited the current situation. Wearing this scarf, she would only make others admire and appreciate her. Shin Shuling held the silk scarf, reluctant to let it go. Its smooth, delicate texture was made of real silk, very luxurious and high quality. This scarf is so beautiful. The color is bright and eye-catching, but it doesn't have any flaws, she said. Who would dare find fault with the red pattern on it? Gu Jinma saw she liked it and smiled slightly. I'm glad you like it. The northwest wind can be strong, so it's good to have a scarf. Her face and skin are so delicate. When she goes to the northwest, She'll definitely need this scarf. Ordinary square scarves are usually stiff, and real silk scarves seem too fancy. He searched for a long time to find this red scarf. Shin Shuling touched the scarf again and again before carefully putting it back into the bag. Gu Jinmo remembered what happened earlier and asked, Shuling, do you need me to do anything about Shin Shui? Shin Shui is quite bossy and arrogant. Shin Shuling is pregnant now, so he's worried and uneasy. Shin Shuling touched her belly and said directly, I want Shin Shui to marry Zhou Xiangyang. Tomorrow, we'll take her there ourselves. She almost tricked me into an abortion. The police can't control her, but I won't let her go. Mentioning this, Gu Jinma's face darkened. He nodded and said, I'll do as you say. He didn't know who Zhou Xiangyang was, but he trusted his wife. He had brought plain clothes for tomorrow, so he could change into them then. After we deal with Shin Shui, we'll go see my parents together. There's one more thing I want you to do with me, Shin Shuling said. She didn't know when she would be able to return after leaving this time. While she still had some time, she wanted to burn some paper money for her parents and prepare for the future using their belongings. Gu Jinma had no objections. That's only right. Without her parents-in-law, he might never have met Shin Shuling. He was very grateful for his in-laws he never met. Next, he talked about the task. Shin Shuling didn't mind at all. She even thought it was good to complete the task during this trip. Her husband earning military merits could also help their small family. The couple talked for a while, and it was now 6:30 p.m. Gu Jinma looked at the sky and said, You stay at home and rest. I'll go out to buy some groceries and come back. There is still some food at home, so we can cook directly without going to buy more, Shin Shuling said quickly, worried he might not know the way. She had already prepared some dishes from the space, so there was no need to go to the market. However, Gu Jinma shook his head. I'll go to the kitchen first to see what we have, then buy what's missing. We might be staying in the northwest for a few days. Since you're pregnant now, you need to eat more. He thought Shin Shuling looked too thin and needed to eat more. She listened to him and didn't stop him. After giving him the address of the market, she simply went along with him. You should ride your bike. We have a bicycle at home, she casually suggested. Gu Jinmo responded with a nod and went to check the kitchen, then pushed the bicycle by the wall and left. After he left, Shin Shuling got up and went to the kitchen. The water jar was only half full of spiritual spring water, so she filled it up. She also added some firewood to the firewood room, all from the wood in the space. After finishing these tasks, she wandered around the sleeping room to make sure everything was fine, then returned to the main hall. More than half an hour later, Gu Jinmo rode back into the yard. He had hung many things on his bike, including a big watermelon, fish for soup, and some small ribs. It was usually hard to buy meat and vegetables at this time, but he paid extra and used his tickets to buy the meat the seller had kept. The seller, seeing him in military uniform and knowing his wife was pregnant, gave him the fish and ribs for free. Shuling, come eat some watermelon, Gu Jinma called out as he put the bike away and carried the groceries. He called out once and found no response from the room, so he first put the groceries in the kitchen, then strode into the room. Inside, Shin Shuling was lying on the bed, asleep. The window was open, and the slanting sunset sunlight shone into the room, casting a gentle red glow on her white face. She looked very delicate. Her breathing was light, like a fairy asleep, and her slightly protruding pregnant belly moved gently with her breath. Seeing this scene, Gu Jinma's heart pounded with nervousness. He thought his wife looked more beautiful than a movie star. Gu Jinma's feet seemed rooted to the ground, and his sharp eyes couldn't move as he quietly watched Shin Shuling lying on the bed. After a while, he finally blushed and softly came to the bedside. At the foot of the bed, there was a thin blanket. He gently picked it up and covered Shin Shuling's belly with it, then closed the door and left. Although it was still a bit hot outside, he was worried about her catching a cold after sleeping. Covering her belly would keep her warm without making her too hot. Shin Shuling slept until nearly 8 p.m. now. Outside, it was completely dark, with faint light shining through the window. She instinctively looked at the door. It was open, and the warm light from outside was coming in. The smell of food drifted in, making her hungry. She touched her belly. At this moment, footsteps sounded outside. Gu Jinma's tall figure appeared at the door. Seeing her sit up, he said, "You're awake. Why didn't you call me?" As he spoke, the room's light was turned on. Gu Jinma had already taken off his military uniform. He was wearing a casual short-sleeved training shirt and black shorts, simple but very masculine. His stern face and strong, tall build made him look impressive even if he wore a bag on his head. Shin Shuling was a bit dazzled by his handsome appearance. Her eyes flicked over his broad shoulders and sweaty arms. Then she said, "You came over as soon as I woke up. They weren't very close before, and most of their past interactions were from another life." Now, being together made her feel a little shy. He was much more noticeable than an average man, and his presence was hard to ignore. Gu Jinma noticed her eyes shining like water, as if they were teasing and alluring.
His throat suddenly felt dry.
Her skin was like fine jade, smooth and tender, like soft tofu. He had touched and tasted these before. He quickly pushed aside these inappropriate thoughts. He looked at the ground, cleared his throat, and said, "I've prepared the food. Come and eat when you're ready." After saying that, he seemed eager to leave. Before he went, he added, "Be careful with your pregnancy. Eat slowly. The food is just ready, so it won't get cold." The sound of the door closing was a bit loud. Shin Shuling blinked. She wondered why the person seemed so hurried, but she didn't think much of it. She put on her shoes, drank a glass of water, and then slowly left the room. In the main hall, the meal was already served. There were braised pork ribs, stir-fried greens, scrambled eggs with chives, and fish soup. Next to the dishes was a large plate of watermelon, making the meal look very rich. The dishes looked quite appetizing. The fish was fried and then cooked in soup, with a milky white color and green scallions sprinkled on top, looking very tempting. Shin Shuling looked at the food and felt even hungrier. She glanced into the yard, but didn't see the man's figure. She hadn't washed her hands yet, so she decided to wash them first in the well water from the water jar in the yard. The water jar was next to the water well, but she didn't know where the bucket in front of the well had gone. There was a water jar in the yard and one in the kitchen. In the kitchen, she used spring water, while the yard's water jar contained ordinary well water. Shin Shuling bent down to wash her hands, but still didn't see the man. She found it a bit strange. Suddenly, she heard the sound of water splashing, like someone taking a bath. Could it be that Gu Jinma was taking a bath instead of eating? Shin Shuling felt something was off. She followed the sound of water to the shower room. The door was tightly shut. Clearly someone was inside. After the water sound stopped, there was no other noise. She tried calling out, "Gu Jinma, are you taking a bath?" Suddenly, there was a loud thud, and she heard the sound of a chair being kicked over from inside. "Gu Jinma, are you okay?" Shin Shuling was startled and quickly asked, "Could he have fallen?" Falling in the shower room was no joke. She became anxious and couldn't help but press her ear to the door, listening. No sound came from inside. Just as she hesitated whether to break in directly, she heard a slightly hoarse voice with a strange emotion.
"I'm fine.
I'll come out soon. You go ahead and eat without me." Shin Shuling frowned. The man sounded even more strange. She couldn't help but ask, "Gu Jinma, are you really okay? Do you really not need my help?" Her gentle, caring words came through the thin door. Gu Jinma's whole body tensed, and his Adam's apple moved uncontrollably. Of course, he wanted her to help, but not now. She was still pregnant, and he was afraid to scare her. Gu Jinma took a few deep breaths before softly saying, "I'm fine. You should go eat. The fish soup will get cold and won't taste good. I'll be out soon after I finish my shower." Then he added, "It was too hot when I was cooking earlier." A young man in his 20s, how could he not be hot? Shin Shuling listened to Gu Jinma and didn't ask more. She nodded and left. As she heard his footsteps fade away outside the door, Gu Jinma finally relaxed his breath, but his heart was still pounding hard. He thought for a moment and decided to continue what he was doing earlier. Shin Shuling sat in the main room. First, she ate a slice of red watermelon, then started her meal. The ribs were very tender, and the fish soup was fresh and sweet. She was really hungry. Recently, her 2 babies inside her had started to kick, and eating 2 bowls of rice each meal was no problem. After finishing a bowl of rice, she saw Gu Jinma come in from outside. He looked normal, and his clothes had been changed. It seemed he had gone to shower after cooking because it was too hot. The weather was indeed warm. Shin Shuling kept talking. "Come and sit down to eat.
I've already eaten a bowl of rice.
Your ribs and fish soup are very delicious." Her eyes sparkled like stars falling into the night sky. She smiled happily as she watched Gu Jinma walk in. She didn't realize her husband's cooking skills were so good.
He was truly a perfect man.
Last time, she had been blinded by her past and was tricked by Shun Huashan's family. Gu Jinma's ears turned slightly red, but his face stayed calm. He walked steadily, only a few steps, and sat at the table. Shin Shuling picked up her bowl and stood up. "Let me serve you some rice." Just as she reached for the spoon, his hand pressed down on her wrist.
"Sit down."
"I'll do it." Gu Jinma took the spoon from her hand and served himself a bowl of rice. His wife was pregnant. How could he let her serve him? "Shuling, eat more meat. You're too thin now. I heard giving birth takes a lot of strength. You need to eat more to build up your energy." He placed a piece of rib into her bowl. Shin Shuling also gave Gu Jinma a piece of rib. "You eat too." "I already ate a lot just now." This was her second bowl of rice. The atmosphere between them was warm and happy. After finishing the meal, Shin Shuling was seated to eat watermelon while Gu Jinma arranged to clean up the dishes himself and went to the kitchen. The man trained by the country not only takes responsibility, but is also very efficient. Gu Jinma not only washed the dishes and tidied the kitchen, but also washed their clothes from today. Their clothes were hung outside in the yard, adding a touch of family warmth to the small courtyard. That night, Shin Shuling slept on the inside near the wall, while Gu Jinma slept outside. There was a bit of distance between them, which Gu Jinma deliberately kept. He was lying flat, with only half of his back on the bed, the other half hanging in the air. Shin Shuling looked at the man far away and felt a bit speechless. In her previous life, he was the same toward her, always cold and distant, as if he was far away. If she hadn't seen it herself, she wouldn't have noticed how much he cared about her. "Gu Jinma, what are you doing? Why are you so far away? Can I still eat you?" she asked in a muffled tone. She wondered what was going on with him. Gu Jinma saw that Shin Shuling was a little upset. He explained in a deep voice, "Shin Shuling, you're pregnant now. I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt the baby." He was always very careful in how he interacted with her, worried she might be upset. After all, they only met once before getting married. On their wedding night, Shin Shuling's tears made him feel sad. Later, he saw she looked uncomfortable several times. He had hurt her before, and he didn't know what to do. He was also afraid she might dislike him. So, he thought about reducing their contact and hoped that maybe things would get better slowly. Shin Shuling listened to Gu Jinma's explanation and frowned. "You sleep honestly, you won't hurt the baby." She knew this well. He couldn't just sleep with his back hanging outside all night. In the end, Gu Jinma moved closer again, but only so that his shoulder was near the edge of the bed. Shin Shuling felt a bit speechless, but didn't say anything. Recently, she had been sleeping more and soon fell asleep. After confirming Shin Shuling was asleep, Gu Jinma carefully placed his pillow between them, then rested his arm on the pillow, facing Shin Shuling, and gradually fell asleep. Gu Jinma got up early to make breakfast. He cooked porridge and then biked to the state-run restaurant to buy buns and fried dough sticks. When he returned, he found Shin Shuling had also woken up. "Did I wake you up with the door opening too loudly?" the man asked with concern. They planned to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau at 10 o'clock, but it was still early. He had heard that pregnant women need more sleep. As the morning light shone in, Shin Shuling thought Gu Jinma looked a bit dazzling. She had noticed this in her past life. "You didn't wake me up. I woke up on my own," she replied. After breakfast, they rested for a while. Shin Shuling then took a short nap. It was only at 10 o'clock that Gu Jinma rode his bike to take her to the house. Shin Shui and Zhou Xiangyang were already waiting outside the house. Besides them, there was a sturdy woman with a stern face standing nearby. This woman was Zhou Xiangyang's mother, named Huang Cuifan. Huang Cuifan stood next to her son, pulling a stern face. She kept glancing at Shen Shui, her eyes not quite eyes, her nose not quite nose. She was very unhappy with her future daughter-in-law and didn't want her even if she was given for free. Shen Shui was covered in bruises. Today, she wore long sleeves and pants, and her face had several bruises. Her short, rough hair looked very different from her previous delicate appearance. She was pushed over in a wheelchair. Yesterday, she had been beaten badly. If she wasn't worried that Shen Shuling would sign her up for rural work, she wouldn't have come. Zhou Xiangyang looked a bit impatient. He was starting to lose interest in marrying Shen Shui. Although Shen Shui was his goddess, now that he had her, he lost much of his interest. Plus, Shen Shui's looks had declined, and even ordinary people on the street looked better than her now. This made him even more impatient. If it weren't for his bad reputation and the fact that women around him looked down on him, he wouldn't want to marry Shen Shui now. The sun is already out, so why hasn't the person bringing the household registration book come yet? Are you playing tricks on us? Huang Cuifan said disdainfully to Shen Shui, her tone unfriendly. She really was a troublemaker. She hadn't even entered the door yet and was already sitting in a wheelchair. People who didn't know better might think she was a disabled daughter-in-law of the Zhou family. It was embarrassing for the Zhou family. Shen Shui clenched her fists, trying to keep her tone gentle.
How could that be?
My cousin promised she would come, and she definitely will. She had to marry Zhou Xiangyang to stay in Shueisha. Yesterday, she begged him for a long time despite being injured, and finally, she endured and served him until he agreed to marry her. Once she found a better way out, she would definitely leave Zhou Xiangyang, this scoundrel. Haha, your family really ruined your cousin. Now everyone in Shueisha knows your parents are murderers. Only my Xiangyang is kind-hearted, so he's been manipulated by you. If it were someone else, they wouldn't marry you, Huang Cuifan said with disgust. The incident involving Shen Huaishan and Lu Xiuhua was well known in Shueisha, even reported in the newspapers. The Shen family is a century-old noble family, and such sibling conflicts could be talked about for years. Shen Shui, as Shen Huaishan's daughter, was also quite scandalous now, and she was considered a good match for Zhou Xiangyang. Whenever she mentioned the car accident from the past, Shen Shui's face would tighten and fall silent. If Shen Huaishan and Lu Xiuhua weren't so useless, she wouldn't be in her current situation. Enough already. Can you stop causing trouble? Zhou Xiangyang snapped at Shen Shui and Huang Cuifan, sounding annoyed. He didn't show any respect to either of them. Huang Cuifan was very submissive to her son. She saw her son as a man, and as soon as he spoke, she fell silent, shrinking back but still glaring fiercely at Shen Shui. Shen Shui bit her lip but said nothing. She was afraid to provoke Zhou Xiangyang, worried that if she angered him, he might refuse to register their marriage. If that happened, she would have to go to the countryside. The thought of going to the countryside made Shen Shui feel like the sky was falling. Many stories and novels described people going to the countryside, and all of them ended badly. She absolutely couldn't go to the countryside. At that moment, a car bell rang, and the three of them looked up. They saw a tall, handsome man riding a bicycle toward them, with a beautiful woman sitting behind him. The scene looked like a painting, but it made Shen Shui feel very uncomfortable. The bicycle stopped in front of them, and Zhou Xiangyang looked alertly at the man, who was much taller than him. He asked, "Who are you looking for?" Scoundrels tend to be especially hostile toward men who are better than them. Gu Jinma was not wearing his military uniform today, just a simple short-sleeved shirt and black pants, but he still radiated a strong presence. He ignored Zhou Xiangyang's question entirely. Shen Shuling didn't get out of the back seat. She simply took out her household registration book from her bag, waved it around, then put it back. "Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau now." After saying that, she patted Gu Jinma on the back, signaling him to head to the Civil Affairs Bureau. "There are still events during the day, hey? Give us your household registration book. Why does your cousin keep holding on to it?" Huang Cuifan said loudly to Shen Shuling, her tone not very friendly. She knew that the person holding the household registration book was Shun Shue's cousin. She thought that since she was a younger family member, she should give it to her as an elder. When her son married Shin Shue, the two families would be connected. With so much family property, maybe her son could get a share. Shin Shuling, being an orphan girl, probably didn't have much money. Huang Xuefan believed that all the valuable things from the Shin family's ancestors would go to Shin Shuling and Shin Shue now, since Shen Huaishan and Lu Xiuhua had already enjoyed their share. She didn't realize that Shen Huaishan and Lu Xiuhua could enjoy those things because Shin Shuling had worked hard for them. She only thought that a girl without parents could only rely on men and relatives. Shin Shuling had relied on Shen Huaishan for 10 years. Now, seeing Shin Shuling sitting weakly and beautifully in the back seat of the car, she suddenly wanted to reach out and control her. Yesterday, Shen Shue returned home covered in injuries, but she didn't say Shin Shuling had hit her. She knew Huang Xuefan was worried about Shin Shuling's money and feared that if she told her, Huang Xuefan might stop Zhou Xiangyang from marrying her. She even intentionally hinted that all the money from the Shin family was now in Shin Shuling's hands, and that Zhou Xiangyang would share some of it if they married. Everyone wanted a piece of the big Shin family house. Shin Shuling looked at Huang Xuefan, who was glaring with small, squinty eyes, and said, "What does the household registration book of the Shin family have to do with you, old lady?" She guessed that Huang Xuefan was Shin Shue's future mother-in-law. She didn't hold back in her words. This old lady looked like a mean mother-in-law. Shin Shue would be lucky in the future. Just as she finished speaking, the bicycle sped away like the wind. Huang Xuefan watched the bicycle disappear into the distance, couldn't help but spit and muttered, "Bah." Even after getting married, she still messes around with wild men. She won't have a good ending. Zhou Xiangyang's expression darkened and he said, "That's why she's the young lady." He had never thought that Shin Shuling was so beautiful before. Before Shen Huaishan had an accident, he rarely saw Shin Shuling. At that time, Shin Shue was dressed very nicely, and since Shin Shuling was already married, she usually avoided him, a troublemaker. So, he didn't pay attention to Shin Shuling's appearance. He was always following Shin Shue around. Now that Shin Shue was in such a bad state, he finally realized how pretty Shin Shuling was. Really a family of foxes. "I won't let her get away with it for long." Huang Xuefan snorted coldly, thinking that Shin Shuling and Shin Shue were both charming young women with the potential to attract others. Thinking this, she glared at Shin Shue. "Hurry up and do it yourself. Why are you just standing there? Are you waiting for me to push you?" She was already showing her attitude before they even entered the house. She planned to set some rules after they got the marriage certificate. Seeing that Huang Xuefan refused to push her, Shin Shue cursed in her mind 100 times. Then she looked weakly at Zhou Xiangyang and said with a sad voice, "Zhangyang, my hand hurts. Can you push me?" Zhou Xiangyang looked at Shin Shue's pitiful expression and said, "Mom, you go push. What kind of man pushes a woman's wheelchair?" If others saw, they might say, "He's just taking care of his wife." Although Huang Xuefan was reluctant, since her beloved son had spoken, she could only push the wheelchair while grumbling, "I don't know what you're doing. You can walk, but you fall and get hurt like this. You're even worse than the 3-year-old idiot in the yard." Shin Shue clenched her teeth, holding back her anger. Once they got the marriage certificate and could stay in the city, she wouldn't spoil this old woman anymore. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Gu Jinma and Shin Shuling arrived. It was almost 11 in the morning, and the sun was a bit strong. They stood under the shade of a tree outside. Before leaving, Gu Jinma had brought a fan. Now he was fanning Shin Shuling with it. Behind them, there was a bench, which Gu Jinma had borrowed earlier. The man looked stern and serious, but he moved the fan without hesitation, not feeling embarrassed at all. At this time, many men still held traditional views of masculinity. Taking care of their wives in public could easily make others laugh or say they were afraid of their wives. Gu Jinma's actions drew many glances, but he didn't care. The mansion was in the city center, not far from anywhere. Shin Shuling and Gu Jinma only waited a moment before seeing Shin Shue and her family approaching. Shin Shuling handed the household registration book to Gu Jima and signaled, "You go inside and watch them get their certificates." This man was tall and muscular. Even without wearing a military uniform, just standing there with a cold face could scare people. Gu Jima took the household registration book, handed the fan back to Shin Shuling, and then took out a water cup to give her. He advised, "Fan yourself to avoid heat stroke. Drink more water. If you're tired, sit down for a while. I'll wait here until they finish." Since learning that Shin Shuling was pregnant, Gu Jinma had been very nervous. "Go ahead quickly." Shin Shuling waved her hand. This man really treated her like a child. While they were talking, Shin Shui and the others arrived. Huang Suifan saw Shin Shuling immediately raised her eyebrows, wanting to step forward and say a few words, but was blocked by the tall figure of Gu Jinma. He held the household registration book and said coldly, "I will go in with you." The man looked expressionless, standing there like a formidable guardian. Huang Suifan immediately stopped in her tracks, swallowing her words. He had been riding a bicycle earlier and didn't seem to think much of it, but now standing on the ground, he looked so tall and his gaze was cold, as if ready to fight. Behind Gu Jinma, Shin Shuling raised her eyebrows slightly, thinking this man was really useful. Just standing there could scare away many people. Zhou Xiangyang pushed Shin Shui's wheelchair. He initially wanted to remind this man that Shin Shuling was already married and her husband was a soldier from the northwest. But seeing his icy gaze, he chose to keep quiet. He would find a chance to say something later. Shin Shui looked at the tall, handsome Gu Jinma. Her eyes flickered, then she lowered her head. She didn't tell Zhou Xiangyang and his mother that the man in front was Shin Shuling's husband, the team leader. She also saw Zhou Xiangyang's suspicious look. She just wanted to make Shin Shuling uncomfortable, even a little, to feel better inside. Gu Jinma and Shin Shui and the others entered the Civil Affairs Bureau. He kept a close watch on them throughout, like a detective monitoring a suspect. His gaze was so intimidating that people might think undercover agents were on a case. Even the staff handling Shin Shui and Zhou Xiangyang's marriage certificates were stunned. They thought this tall, serious man must be someone important, possibly a police officer or a military officer. Seeing that he was accompanying a family with a disability to get their certificates, they immediately showed respect and worked faster. Within 10 minutes, Shin Shui and Zhou Xiangyang had their marriage certificate ready. After getting the marriage certificate, Gu Jinma followed Shin Shuling's instructions and handed over the household registration book and the certificate to Huang Suifan. According to Shin Shuling's wishes, he said, "From now on, Shin Shui is your daughter-in-law. You are her mother-in-law." Huang Suifan happily took the household registration book and the certificate. She eagerly opened the household registration book and saw that, besides Shin Shui and her parents, who had eaten peanuts but hadn't yet gone to cancel their registration, there was no one else. After Shin Shuling obtained the transfer certificate, she directly tore out her page from the household registration book. Wait, what about her cousin's page? Huang Suifan kept flipping through the household registration book, looking puzzled. She still wanted to use this household registration book to control Shin Shuling. With so many assets in the Shin family, how could they all be in Shin Shuling's hands? Gu Jinma's face was cold, and his tone was also icy. Shin Shuling's household registration has been transferred to the military. Hearing this, Huang Suifan finally realized that the man who looked like a fierce spirit was Shin Shuling's husband. He was an officer. No wonder he had such a commanding presence. Next to them, Zhou Xiangyang looked a bit disappointed. Shin Shui, sitting in a wheelchair, clenched her fists tightly. She stared at the household registration book in Huang Suifan's hands, her heart filled with resentment and unwillingness. Shin Shuling was trying to block all her paths. In this era, if you didn't have a household registration book, you couldn't go anywhere or get any official documents. I wondered how a man could be riding a bike with my cousin. Turns out, the man has returned. It's good to transfer the household registration. It's better to follow you to the military, and no one will dare to bully her anymore. Huang Suifan forced a smile, her face changing faster than a Sichuan opera. Before, she didn't know Gu Jinma's identity, so she felt somewhat confident. Now that she knew he was Shin Shuling's husband, she was so scared she kept flattering him, afraid he might use her words against her. Gu Jinma looked at Huang Xuefan coldly and said, "From now on, Shin Shuling and Shin Shui will have no relationship." After saying this, he turned and walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Huang Xuefan finally relaxed when she saw this. She quickly patted her chest, then sharply pinched Shin Shui's arm, realizing Shin Shui was plotting against their family. She cursed loudly, "Little brat, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Just want to see me cause trouble? Just wait and see how I deal with you later." Shin Shuling is no longer listed in the household register, so no matter how much property she has, she can't access it. This little girl is just pretending to be married to scam her way into the family, using every trick to climb up. Shin Shui already has injuries on her body. Now Huang Xuefan is twisting her arm hard, causing a sharp pain that makes her tears fall instantly. She couldn't help crying out in pain. Huang Xuefan immediately tightened her grip and threatened, "How dare you cry out? If you do it again, I'll leave you here, and you won't even be able to enter the Zhou family's door." Some people nearby have started to look over. Zhou Xiangyang steps forward to block Shin Shui. He smiles and says, "Today is a lucky day for getting our marriage certificate. My wife is so happy and excited that she can't help but cry with joy." Shin Shui covers her mouth, trying to endure the pain. Her injuries are not healed yet, and she needs time to recover. She has nowhere to go and no money, so she can only rely on the Zhou family. Huang Xuefan walks out quickly, pushing a wheelchair, her face serious. When she gets back, she plans to set some rules for Shin Shui, making her understand that coming into the Zhou family isn't about being the boss, but about serving the whole family. Zhou Xiangyang follows behind, also looking unhappy. After Gu Jinma comes out, Shin Shuling goes to greet him. "We'll go shopping at the department store first, then have dinner at the state-run restaurant, and afterward, we'll visit my parents," Gu Jinma says. He still has some things he wants to buy. Shin Shuling has no objections. "That's perfect. I want to buy a newspaper." Shun Huishan's case was in the newspaper, and she wants to buy a copy to show her parents. Soon, Gu Jinmo rides his bike with Shin Shuling to the department store. He heads straight to the 4th floor, which sells luxury goods and home appliances. Shin Shuling is a bit surprised. She thought the man just wanted to browse casually, but it turns out he has a specific goal. Gu Jinma stops at a counter selling arts and crafts. There are brooches, hairpins, and other small accessories, as well as cloisonne and ceramic ornaments nearby. The area is quiet, with only a few customers. Because not many people are shopping, the clerks are sitting in the corner, dozing off. They don't notice when customers come to look at things. "What do you want to buy?" Shin Shuling stands next to Gu Jinma, feeling curious. Based on the previous gifts of watches and scarves, she probably wouldn't buy herself brooches or hairpins, but beyond that, she really didn't know much else. Gu Jinma looked around the display counter, finally settling on a small jewelry box. He turned to Shin Shuling and softly said, "Buy us wedding rings." They should have bought them before the wedding, but they were in a hurry then. Shin Shuling was also somewhat cold toward him because of Shun Huishan's family. He asked if they should buy something like a ring or a bracelet, but she refused. At that time, he felt their relationship was distant. But now, things are different. Before coming here, he brought a special gift voucher, which he earned as a reward after completing a mission. It was very rare. He liked the meaning of rings, eternal and unending. He also wanted their love to be everlasting and unending from the moment they first met. Hearing this, Shin Shuling was moved. She looked up at him and met his gentle, deep eyes. "It's time to buy them. Even if we just keep them as keepsakes, that's fine," she whispered softly. She saw a box of rings in the corner of the glass display. Half of them were simple silver designs, and the other half were gold. The styles were plain and elegant. "Sir, ma'am, what would you like to buy?" The sleepy clerk finally woke up. Seeing two attractive young people at the counter, he quickly rubbed his eyes and asked. Gu Jinma pointed at the rings and said, "Show us the rings." Hearing they wanted to buy rings, the clerk immediately examined them carefully and couldn't help but praise, "You two look perfect together. Come on, pick the ones you like." He carefully took the rings out of the glass case, acting very eager. Not only did these two look good, but they also had a refined aura. They clearly weren't ordinary people, and anyone coming to buy rings wouldn't be ordinary either. "Which one do you like?" Gu Jima asked Shin Shuling, letting her choose. Before coming to Water City, he had already visited a department store in the northwest to look at rings. The styles there weren't as many as in Water City. Shin Shuling looked down at the rings and finally focused on a pair of plain gold rings without any patterns. "Please help us get this pair," she said to the clerk. At this moment, nothing seems suitable to wear. Even if she settles for buying silver jewelry as a second choice, she can't wear that either. It's better to buy gold jewelry based on her personal taste. The clerk saw her choose a gold ring and immediately brightened up. Carefully, she picked up the ring and handed it to both of them. "Ma'am, your fingers are slender, so a smaller ring size will do." "Sir, your fingers are a bit thicker, so this one should fit you well." Gu Jima took the ring from her first, gently placing it on Shin Shuling's ring finger, then put his own on. The clerk, experienced, selected two rings that fit perfectly. Shin Shuling's fingers are delicate, like tender green shoots. The gold ring on her hand looks beautiful and elegant. Even the clerk couldn't help but praise. "Ma'am, your hands are really pretty. Wearing the ring makes them look even better." Shin Shuling looked at her hand and thought it was nice. She then placed her hand with the ring next to Gu Jinma's hand with his ring. His hand is broad, and his fingers are long. When she put her hand next to his, it looked much smaller. They are nearly 20 centimeters taller than each other, so naturally, their differences are quite noticeable. His bronze-colored hand and her fair, slender hand together create a strange harmony, hardness and softness blending. Gu Jima looked at Shin Shuling and asked, "What do you think?" For him, any style was fine. He only cared about the meaning behind the ring. Shin Shuling nodded. "I think it's very beautiful. It looks good on you too." The gold ring on his bronze finger added a slight sense of restraint. It wasn't as beautiful as hers, but it didn't look out of place. However, Shin Shuling genuinely thought it looked good. Having lived through another life, she automatically saw him through a beautifying filter. "Then this pair it is," Gu Jinma agreed. The clerk's face lit up like a sunflower. "I'll prepare the bill now. It will be 85 yuan, plus 2 special item receipts or industrial jewelry receipts. Also, I need you to show your marriage certificate, either the marriage license or a similar document. Wedding rings are not sold casually." Shin Shuling instinctively looked at the person beside her. Gu Jima took out their marriage certificate and 9 large union tokens. "Also, bring 2 red strings to hang the rings," Gu Jima said. "A silver necklace would look nice, but if they want to wear it all the time, red strings are more practical." The cashier understood immediately and said, "I'll go get it right away." 10 minutes later, Shin Shuling and Gu Jinma came out of the department store. Both of them had red strings around their necks, with rings hidden inside their collars. Shin Shuling went to the newsstand. Shun Huaishan's case was reported 3 days ago. She quickly found the newspaper from that day. The headline read, "The Shun family's century of infighting, siblings turn against each other. The car accident case from 10 years ago solved. The victim's elder brother and his wife were executed." This was big news in Water City. Shin Shuling looked at the newspaper a few more times. It also had pictures of Shun Huaishan and Lu Xiuhua, both showing despair and numbness. When she looked up again, Gu Jinma had already paid the bill. "Let's go eat first. After we eat, we can tell our parents this good news. In the afternoon, we should burn some incense and paper money for them," Gu Jinma said gently but carefully. He wasn't very good at comforting people, so he tried his best to do things right. Shin Shuling felt no sadness after reading the newspaper. In fact, she felt a bit happy. These were what Shun Huaishan and his wife deserved. She folded the newspaper and put it in her bag, smiling. "Okay, I want to eat lion's head and braised pork for lunch." Her baby bump was growing, and she was feeling much hungrier than before. Gu Jima looked at Shin Shuling's slightly protruding belly. "When we return to the army, we'll go to the military hospital for a checkup and to register." Now, the country encouraged prenatal checkups. Although not many people did it, he thought Shin Shuling should. "Yes, We'll do it when we get back to the northwest. Shuling agreed without objection, even though she knew her two babies were very healthy. Gu Jinma took Shuling to a state-run restaurant for lunch. She ordered lion's head and braised pork, seasonal stir-fried bok choy, and a bowl of egg drop soup. Shuling ate happily and felt very satisfied. The food at the state-run restaurant wasn't as exquisite as the dishes from Linquan, but it was still delicious. Since she was very hungry, she finished 2 bowls of rice in one go. But after eating, she felt a little regretful. Recently, she had been eating a bit too much at every meal. According to the mysterious medical canon, pregnant women shouldn't eat too much, as it could lead to weight gain. Gaining too much weight could make the baby too large, increasing the risk during childbirth. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but pinch her arm, realizing she hadn't gained much weight since before. It wasn't enough to make her fat all at once, so she decided to control her eating starting from the next meal. Shuling, you're too thin. You need to eat more, a deep voice said. Shuling looked up at Gu Jinma sitting across from her and replied, I can't eat too much. If I get too fat, it will be hard to deliver the baby. Although she was tall, her hips were small. If the baby's head was large, she would need a side cut, and she didn't want that. Gu Jinma was silent for a moment after hearing this. He didn't argue but realized he knew very little about pregnant women and new mothers. He suddenly felt a bit ashamed. He had promised to take good care of Shuling, but he only understood half of what she said. Sorry, I didn't think carefully, Gu Jinma said seriously and sincerely. He silently decided that once he returned to the northwest, he would learn more about how to care for pregnant women, new mothers, and babies. Seeing Gu Jinma's serious face, Shuling couldn't help but smile. You don't need to apologize. Just be more careful in the future. She only understood these things because she had the Wanxiang medical canon. After they finished eating, Gu Jinma rode his bike to take Shuling back to the courtyard. It's pretty sunny outside now. You should rest for a nap at home. After 3 o'clock, we can go visit my parents. I'll go buy some things first, Gu Jinma told Shuling. He knew pregnant women needed plenty of rest. Shuling was indeed a bit sleepy after eating, so she didn't refuse. She just said, You watch out and come back soon. Don't delay visiting my parents. Gu Jinma nodded, then went to the kitchen to cut her an apple. After pouring a glass of cold water, he left. He rode straight to Manhwa bookstore. Before 2:30, he returned with several thick books, sweating all over. He held the books very carefully. There will be extra updates during the day. Gu Jinma tiptoed to the window to check on Shuling. Seeing she was still sleeping soundly, he returned under the eaves, picked up a book titled Pregnancy and Postpartum Care, and began to read carefully. After flipping through it for a while, he went to the well, fetched a bucket of water, and headed to the shower room. Shuling slept until 3:10. When she woke up, she looked out the open window into the yard. Seeing her bicycle already placed in a shady spot against the wall, she gently touched her belly and slowly got up to put on her shoes. When she opened the door and stepped out of her room, she saw some books on a small stool. Curious, she walked over and picked them up. They were Pregnancy and Postnatal Care, Parenting Encyclopedia, and Emotional Regulation for Pregnant Women, all books related to her pregnancy. She realized that Gu Jinma had just gone to buy these books. A warm feeling rose in her heart. That was how he was doing more than saying, remembering many things and details in his heart, even if he didn't talk about them. At that moment, she heard footsteps. Looking up, she saw Gu Jinma coming out. He was wearing shorts, shirtless, with a towel around his neck. His short, damp hair looked wet, and he was holding a wooden bucket, clearly just finished showering. His strong muscles caught her eye in the sunlight, especially his water-streaked six-pack abs, which made Shuling involuntarily glance at him. She couldn't help but think of their rare moments of closeness. She still remembered how those touches felt, honestly quite good. Hard, but with some elasticity. Her face turned slightly red. Realizing this, she quickly looked down at the ground, pretending she hadn't seen anything. Although she was pregnant, she still felt shy about such things. She wasn't very familiar or natural with them, and their time together had been too little. Even Gu Jinma's ears looked a little red now. He felt as if Shin Shuling's gaze was like sparks falling into a pile of firewood, making him feel as hot as when he had just come back and been in the sun. He quickly held the bucket in front of him and explained, cough, I was a bit hot when I got back, so I went to take a shower. Shin Shuling nodded, but suddenly her gaze caught something. Her body stiffened for a moment, then she pretended to be casual and said, seeing that you bought books, you're thoughtful. Her words sounded a little awkward, but she didn't care much. Gu Jinma didn't have time to worry about that. Yes, I want to take better care of you and the baby. I'll put the bucket away first. After saying that, he hurried off with the bucket. Shin Shuling let out a relieved breath. That was really embarrassing just now. It even made her stumble over her words of thanks. However, speaking of which, Gu Jinma is 5 years older than her, and he is only 25 this year, at an age full of energy and strength. She is now 5 months pregnant. If she continues like this for long, won't she go crazy? In the past, she didn't care and never thought about this problem, but now she has to consider it. Even with good hardware, it still needs maintenance, right? When Gu Jinma comes again, he is already dressed in military uniform, looking serious and proper. Shuling, let's go see Mom and Dad now. Shin Shuling glanced at the man's serious, handsome face. After that awkward incident earlier, she felt he seemed a bit pretentious. Gu Jinma took Shin Shuling out, and before leaving, she deliberately changed into an all-black outfit. The newspaper she bought was neatly folded and placed into the cloth bag Gu Jinma carried. The cemetery in Water City is in a remote part of the eastern suburb. Gu Jinma, being strong, pedaled his bike quickly and reached the cemetery gate in less than an hour. After the car accident involving Shin Qingshan and his wife, Shen Huishan quickly handled everything. Their bodies were cremated, and the ashes were directly buried in the cemetery, without following the usual feng shui practices. Although Shin Shuling felt a bit regretful, considering what would happen in the future, it might not be a bad thing. After that incident, many traditional cemeteries, ancestral halls, and ancestral graves were damaged, and offerings like incense and paper money were completely banned. Gu Jinma didn't ride his bike directly to the cemetery entrance, but stopped on the street beside it. The entire street was full of shops selling incense and candles. They needed to buy incense and candles first before going inside. Today, there were very few people on this street. Usually, during Qingming or other festivals, it would be crowded, but on normal days, it was almost deserted. If someone was there, it was probably because they were holding a funeral. Shin Shuling watched as Gu Jinma locked his bike at the street corner, and they walked together into the street. The shops had small storefronts, many with their doors tightly closed. Only through some half-open doors could you see the items inside. The whole street looked empty, cold, and deserted. Hey, why is there a little kid over there? Shin Shuling noticed a 5- or 6-year-old girl standing at the entrance of an open shop, looking inside at the incense and candle shop. There were customers inside buying things. The girl was dressed in a clean, deep blue floral dress and was wearing new sandals. She has slightly long hair that is not. Her big, bright eyes look timid. She is very thin, with yellowish skin, which shows signs of poor nutrition. Her clean and pretty clothes do not match her appearance. Gu Jinma looks in the direction of Shin Shuling's gaze at the little girl. He doesn't say anything, but his eyes show some doubt. Usually, children don't come to this place to play, unless they are the owner's children. But judging by her shy look, she doesn't seem to be the owner's kid. At this moment, the person who bought incense in the shop pays and leaves. The little girl's timid eyes become a little more hopeful. Go on, little girl, stop standing here. Hurry home. These are things used by the dead, and I definitely won't let you play with them, says the woman shop owner, waving her hand dismissively and showing annoyance as she drives the girl away. The girl's name is Inan. She lives in the 3rd alley across the street. She often comes over to wander around. She always asks for 2 paper money notes.
What's so good about that?
The kids have weak energy, and even if she wants to give it, she might not be able to catch it. She works in this line. Even if she doesn't believe in these things, she still respects them. It's best not to let little kids touch things used by the dead. Andy, I just want to burn some money for my mom. I'm afraid she has no money down there and might get bullied. Anin's voice is weak, and she starts to cry when she mentions her mother. Her big eyes are filled with tears. Her father is about to leave her soon. She wants to give her mom something for the last time. Seeing her crying, the shop owner's impatient expression softens a little. She asks, I heard your father, whom you haven't seen, is back. Is he going to take you away? Did he buy you that new dress today? This little girl is also pitiful. Since her biological mother passed away, her uncle and aunt sent her back to her grandparents' house. Her father has been a bad person for many years and has never shown his face. Usually, she can't even get enough food at her grandparents' house. It's heartbreaking to see. Now that her terrible father is back, she doesn't think he's a good person either. Maybe he has some bad plans. Otherwise, why would he disappear for so many years and not even see his own daughter? Here's the improved and simplified version, and then listen to the shop owner's words. She blinked her big eyes and nodded, saying, My dad said he will take me to his workplace in a few days. She only saw her dad as a stranger. Usually, people around her said she was a child without a father. Her grandma said she was a troublemaker, and her mom was taken away because of her. Thinking about this made her feel sad and guilty. She wanted to send some money to her mom, but she had no money to buy anything. She would just look at things, hoping that someday someone would throw away or not want, and she could pick it up and burn it for her mom. Her mom was all alone below. When her mom was sick and lying in bed, she held her tightly. She loved her mom very much, and her mom loved her too. Whenever she thought of her mom, tears filled her eyes and fell down in big drops. The little girl looked very pitiful. She was dressed nicely, but it was clear she didn't live well. Her small face was full of sadness. The female shop owner looked at Anin and felt a little sad herself. She said, Little girl, don't cry. If your dad wants to take you away, that's good. It's better than being here and feeling ignored. When you go to your dad, you should listen to him and help him with some work. After all, he is your dad. She didn't want to say too much. The man hadn't come back for many years. He probably had a family elsewhere. This little girl had suffered a lot. With a stepmother, her real father was now like a stepfather. Anin wiped her tears and nodded. Thank you, ma'am. After that, she kept looking inside the shop. The female shop owner wanted to say more, but 2 customers came in, so she went to greet them. Shin Shuling and Gu Jinma entered the shop. They bought many incense sticks and paper money. Since they were going to the northwest, and didn't know when they would return, they bought as much as they could. Seeing them buy so much, the shop owner smiled happily. After Gu Jima paid, she personally saw them out. When Shin Shuling stepped outside, she saw Anin still standing at the door. She had heard the conversation between Anin and the shop owner. She felt a little more sympathetic and caring for the little girl. When her parents passed away, she was already 10 years old. The little girl was even younger. Although her father was still alive, she had never seen him, so it felt almost the same as if he were gone. Shin Shuling approached Anin. She bent down and asked, Little friend, what's your name? Anin looked at the beautiful woman in front of her and then at the serious soldier standing beside her. She felt a little scared but still politely said, Auntie, my name is Winanin. A smile appeared on Shin Shuling's face. Anin, you are a good child. After saying that, she handed a small bag of incense candles to Anin. Her tone was gentle. I heard you're about to leave with your dad. Take these and say goodbye to your mom. These candles were bought by the soldier uncle, so they are safe. Shin Shuling winked at Anin. Looking at the pretty and gentle auntie, Anin felt very shy, but she also felt excited. She really wanted to say goodbye to her mom. Finally, she carefully took the bag from the auntie and clenched it tightly in her small hand. Auntie, where do you live? When I grow up and earn money, I will pay you back. Anin's eyes sparkled with tears, full of innocence and the resilience of a child left behind. She didn't ask her father to give money to Shin Shuling. To her father was just a symbol. She missed him very much, but she was worried he might be angry if she asked. So, she didn't think of asking him for money. Her father's work was busy, and she didn't want to trouble him. Shin Shuling didn't refuse. She smiled and said, I live in the Northwest Military District. When you earn money, you can send it there. My surname is Shun. It's okay if you haven't earned any money yet. You can also write letters to me. Although the little girl was living a hard life, she was polite, which made people feel no dislike. Anna nodded firmly. I will remember, Auntie. She was determined to pay her back. While they were talking, a weak-looking man in a white shirt and glasses hurried over. He was tall and slender, with neat features, giving off a scholarly vibe. Anan, why did you come here? Dad has been looking for you for a long time, when Songbin said, panting and looking worried. He quickly crouched down and hugged Anan tightly, clearly very anxious. He had only packed a bag when Anan disappeared. He searched several streets, feeling especially guilty and worried about his daughter, whom he had never met before. Now, with so many human traffickers around, it's too dangerous for Anan to be outside alone. Anan, held in her father's arms, looked a little guilty and said, Sorry, Dad. I thought you wouldn't worry. Her grandparents wouldn't worry about her, even if she stayed outside all day. She thought her dad was the same. Foolish child. How could I not worry? From now on, tell me where you're going, when Songbin said, releasing Anan. He gently touched her thin face, his eyes full of guilt.
It was his fault.
If he had come home sooner, Anan wouldn't have had such a hard time. If he had returned earlier, maybe Yuechin wouldn't have died. Thinking of this, when Songbin's eyes started to turn red, Anan was happy to hear her dad say this. She nodded repeatedly and said, Dad, I remember. From now on, I will tell you if I go out so you won't worry. Although she had just met her dad, she felt he was kind. She thought he would agree for her to say goodbye to her mom. Dad, I want to say goodbye to Mom, but I don't have money for incense. Annie gave me some of this. I want to see Mom before I leave and tell her something, okay? And then held up her bag to her chest, looking at Wen Songbin with hope. Her words sounded both pitiful and careful. Wen Songbin then looked at the two people standing beside Nin, Shin Shuling and Gu Jinma. A flash of surprise appeared in his eyes. He had rushed over in a hurry and only noticed two people beside Nin, but didn't look carefully. Now, looking closely, the two people with Nin were a beautiful, elegant woman and a handsome man, both soldiers. He stood up and smiled at Shin Shuling and Gu Jinma. Sorry to trouble you both. How much did Nin take from you? I'll pay you. He reached into his pocket to give them money. Shin Shuling gently shook her head and said, Nin is a very cute little girl. I just made a promise with her that she will pay me back with her own money when she earns some in the future. Wen Nin listened and nodded happily, saying, Yes, Dad. I already promised Annie that I will handle this myself, so you don't need to worry about it anymore. The little girl spoke like a small adult. I'm here today to pay respects to my relatives. Nin is a very filial child, and I think this is a good start, Shin Shuling said. Wen Songbin sighed when he heard this. His eyes, which had just reddened, started to fill with tears again. He patted Nin's head and said, Nin is a very good child. I feel sorry for her and her mother. I didn't know she was pregnant when she was born because of work, and even after I found out, I couldn't go back to see them. Later, her mother had an accident, and I couldn't see her one last time. Nin didn't have an easy life. I am a bad father. His voice choked with emotion, and tears streamed down his face. His expression was full of guilt and pain. Sometimes he wondered if it was a mistake to choose to work in the factory. He sacrificed his small family for his dreams and even couldn't keep his wife. This was a heavy burden in his heart. Wen Songbin usually kept his feelings inside, but today he couldn't hold back. He sent money home every month, thinking that even if Nin's parents didn't like him, she wouldn't have a hard life. But when he saw Nin wearing ill-fitting, torn clothes and shoes that were worn out but not replaced, and her face was pale and thin, he broke down crying when he hugged her. Then he had a big argument with his family. Now, hearing Nin softly say she wanted to say goodbye to her mother, his heart hurt so much. Guilt and pain mixed inside him, almost overwhelming him. Don't cry, Dad. Mom, and I don't blame you. Mom says you're a very brave person. I think you're a good dad. Nin said, holding onto her father's sleeve and comforting him skillfully. Her mother used to comfort her like this. After her grandmother came into her life, whenever she was hungry or sad, she would do the same. She's very good at comforting people. When Songbin bent down and picked up Weninin, he forcibly suppressed his emotions and then said to Shin Shuling and Gu Jinma, "I'm too excited. Sorry to make you laugh." Weninin was lifted up, and she immediately reached out to wipe her father's tears, showing great thoughtfulness. Shin Shuling watched Wenin's actions and felt her heart melt. Who wouldn't like such a sensible and caring little child? She wondered if her own 2 children would be equally adorable when they grew up. Shin Shuling smiled and said, "It's okay. I heard you're planning to take Wenin to your workplace. If you keep Wenin with you, she will be healthy and happy." Just now, she heard her boss say something that made her think Wenin's father might be unreliable. But now it seems he is a good father. The guilt and kindness he showed towards Wenin just now are real. She guessed that this man probably works in a very special job. When Songbin nodded and said, "Yes, I will take Wenin with me wherever I go. No matter what happens, I won't leave her behind." After saying that, he looked at the sky and smiled. "We've taken up quite a bit of your time. Since it's still early, you should go to the cemetery now." When Songbin's mother's grave wasn't here, he had planned to take Wenin tomorrow, but now he decided to go today. Shin Shuling and Gu Jima didn't say much. After greeting Wen Songbin and Wenin, they left with candles and paper money. At the cemetery, in front of 2 closely placed tombstones, Gu Jinma was kneeling on the ground, lighting candles and paper money. Soon, the flames caught fire. He knelt and bowed 3 times to the 2 tombstones. His voice was low and serious. "Mom and Dad, I am taking Shin Shuling to join the army. I will burn more offerings for you this time. Rest assured, I will take good care of Shin Shuling and the children." Shin Shuling also took out some newspaper from her bag and burned it. "Mom and Dad, Shen Huaishan and Lu Xiuhua have already been punished. The person who was bribed by Shen Huaishan to tamper with the car, Yang Yishan, has also been executed. You don't need to worry about me anymore. When I bring the children back to see you," Shin Shuling softly said. Then, she added silently in her heart, "Gu Jinma treats me very well." After burning the candles and paper money, Gu Jinma finally bowed several times. Only then did they leave the cemetery together. After Shin Shui finished getting her marriage certificate and returned home, Huang Suifan arranged things for her. There are still many clothes at home that haven't been washed. Today is your first day married to Xiangyang, so you should act like a good daughter-in-law and wash those clothes. Seeing Shin Shui pretending to be seriously injured made her feel sick. The Zhou family's house not only had Zhou Xiangyang and his parents living there, but also Zhou Xiangyang's older brother, Zhou Zhengbei, with his wife and children. Zhou Zhengbei is 5 years older than Xiangyang. They all squeezed into a small 3-room apartment, which Shin Shui found very uncomfortable. Sitting in a wheelchair, she watched Huang Suifan put a big basin of dirty clothes on the ground, feeling more and more annoyed. The basin was piled high with clothes, and on top was a pair of underwear that she found disgusting just by looking at it. Zhou Xiangyang didn't seem to think anything was wrong. He walked over to the sofa, sat down, crossed his legs, and looked like a boss. Shin Shui felt very upset but forced herself to smile and said to Huang Suifan, "Mom, I want to rent a place outside with Xiangyang." She didn't want to squeeze into this small house with the whole family, and she was determined not to live with her in-laws. That was her principle. Before, she had lived with Zhou Xiangyang in a rented house. Although she disliked it, at least it was just the 2 of them. As for her own small house, she wouldn't let anyone else live there. Zhou Xiangyang was a lazy man who depended on others. If they moved into her house, she worried he might never want to leave. Huang Suifan looked at Shin Shui's attitude and wanted to laugh. Her tone became sharp and harsh. "Living outside? Do you have money to rent a place? You're just using my son's money to go out and live. You're such a wasteful woman. You just moved in and haven't even had a child yet, and you're already thinking about spending money. Do you have any shame? Do you think you're worthy of our Zhou family? If Xiangyang didn't like you, we wouldn't have let you in." Huang Xuefan was naturally mean, and since she thought Shin Shui had tricked the Zhou family, she spoke even more freely. Shin Shui was so angry her chest was heaving. She looked at Zhou Xiangyang sitting on the sofa, whose expression hadn't changed at all. He even shook his leg, as if he hadn't heard anything. He thought marrying his goddess was just so. Now that she was a housewife, of course she had to do chores and help out at home. As a family member with free time, he considers having a capable daughter-in-law as a contribution, so his mother won't keep criticizing her for not helping the family. More updates coming soon. Shin Shui clenched her teeth and asked, Zhou Xiangyang, aren't you going to say something? His mother was already scolding her, yet he still remained calm. Zhou Xiangyang, sitting on the sofa and boredly flipping through the newspaper, paused and then turned to look at Shin Shui in the wheelchair. He thought her short hair looked very ugly, and her face and skin also appeared unwell. Shin Shui's beauty was built up with money, but now she couldn't afford it anymore, and her appearance dimmed quickly. Zhou Xiangyang grew impatient. Xiao Shui, my mother has had a hard time. She has taken care of me for many years. Now that you're married to me, shouldn't you help her share some of the work? It's common for unfaithful men to pretend to be filial. Shin Shui was trembling with anger, while Huang Xuefan looked very proud, like a victorious mother hen. Her small, deep-set eyes almost looked upward. When a new daughter-in-law comes in, she has to wash herself first. That's our Zhou family rule. Xiangyang is a filial child and won't let you do whatever you want. Not to mention, you're the daughter of a murderer. I need to set some rules now. What if you go crazy and hurt our family someday? Orphaned and alone after losing her parents, Shin Shui was at their mercy. She couldn't get her inheritance from Shin Shuling, but she could get Shin Shui's. But I have injuries on me. How am I supposed to wash? Shin Shui said resentfully, with a spiteful look, wishing she could tear Huang Xuefan apart. Did she not see that Shin Shui was struggling just to stand? Yet they still used Shen Huishan and Lu Xiuhua to pressure her. Huang Xuefan rolled her eyes and stepped forward, lifting Shin Shui out of the wheelchair easily. She was very strong, effortlessly lifting her, and then kicking the wheelchair with both wheels forward. She told Shin Shui to lean against the wall and stand.
See?
You can stand up, right? If you say your injuries are serious, you can sit on a stool to wash, but I think you're just being too delicate. When I gave birth to Xiangyang, I went to work in the fields. Now I'm healthy and stronger than you. You used to be the proud daughter of the Shin family, being a bit delicate and not wanting to work is understandable. But don't you know what your parents did? Our family will be scolded and criticized in the future. If you have any conscience, you should quickly go and wash the clothes. Shin Shui leaned against the wall, feeling pain all over her body. Huang Xuefan wouldn't leave her alone, constantly nagging in her ear and even demanding she wash the clothes. She looked at the pile of clothes on the ground and got angry. Grinding her teeth, she stubbornly said, I won't wash. I married into this family to be your son's wife, not to be a servant for you. She's not a nanny. Why should this old woman boss her around? Seeing Shin Shui still refusing, Huang Xuefan's eyes rolled, and she plopped down on the ground, crying out in fake pain. Our Zhou family must have done some bad deeds. We married such a lazy daughter-in-law. Her parents are murderers, and she's not filial to her in-laws. What kind of trouble has our Zhou family gotten into? Huang Xuefan's voice was already loud, and her shouting was like nails on a chalkboard. She was singing and jumping around, making it seem like something terrible had happened. Enough! Zhou Xiangyang couldn't take it anymore and shouted. He stood up and said to Shin Shui, who was leaning against the wall, Mom wants you to do it, so just do it. She's doing it for your own good. Look at you, you seem lazy. Your face looks bad. You need to move around more to get some color. Hurry up and wash these clothes. After speaking, he strode into the room and slammed the door shut to avoid more noise. Huang Xuefan saw her son leave and immediately jumped up from the ground. She proudly said, You little brat, don't think I can't handle you anymore. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Hurry up and wash the clothes well. If they're not clean, you won't eat tonight. Shin Shui felt like crying but didn't want to. She finally understood that Huang Xuefan, this wicked wife, was just bothering her, but Zhou Xiangyang didn't say a word and let his wife bully her. Zhou Xiangyang was truly a bad man. Shin Shui just got married and already regretted it. But thinking about going to a cold, remote place to work in the countryside made her shiver. Forget it. Instead of risking her life, she decided to stay in the Zhou family, take care of herself, and when the time was right, run away and leave Zhou Xiangyang behind. Huang Xuefan saw Shen Shui tremble unexpectedly. She frowned, raised her hand, pinched her own nose, and said, "Are you about to wet your pants? If you can't control your and stool, our Zhou family doesn't want you." If she really married a disabled daughter-in-law, it would be a huge shame for the Zhou family. Shen Shui's face instantly turned bright red with anger and embarrassment. She had never been scolded like this before. But in the end, she endured the pain in her body, picked up the clothes on the ground, and went to the bathroom, gritting her teeth to wash the laundry. She felt like she was like Consort Rong in the Kangxi dynasty, who was sent to the palace of the ancestors to scrub toilets day and night. These sweaty, smelly clothes felt no different from a toilet, and no matter how much she washed, she seemed to never finish. That day, Shen Shui washed clothes until midnight and didn't even have dinner. That evening, Zhou Xingbei's family came back and curiously gathered around her. Zhou Xingbei's son kept running around her, shouting at her as an ugly woman. She was so angry she almost strangled the brat, but she dared not. Facing the Zhou family, if she made a move, Huang Xuefan would definitely beat her to death. Zhou Xiangyang said nothing, acting like he was dead. After dinner, he didn't even look at her and left to hang out with his friends. Xin Shuling and Gu Jinma woke up early. After breakfast, the two of them rode their bikes out. They stopped their bike at the bank entrance. Xin Shuling took Gu Jinma directly to find Li Changda. "Uncle Li, I want to take out everything my dad left me, and then I want you to go with me to the police station. Are you available?" Xin Shuling asked Li Changda. She wasn't sure if Uncle Li was willing. Going with her to deliver the items was like having a witness. Li Changda immediately understood her intention when he heard her words. "Of course I want to go with you. I'll take out everything your dad left in the bank right now," he said quickly, sounding even a little excited. Xin Shuling's plan would definitely attract attention and praise from the higher-ups. It was a good idea, as long as she showed her face to the leaders above and left a good impression, and since Xin Shuling was also a military wife and had cut ties with the Xin family, even if things got really bad in the future, nothing would happen to her. Additional content included, please kindly leave a positive review after greeting his subordinates. Li Changda took Xin Shuling and Gu Jinma to retrieve the stored gold bars, jewelry, and land deeds. He handed the bag containing the gold bars directly to Gu Jinma, since he is Shuling's husband and a military regiment commander, making him the most suitable person to carry it. The three of them left the bank and pushed their bicycles. Lita hesitated and asked, "Shuling, the land deed of the Shun family's old house is also inside. Are you sure you want to take it to the Public Security Bureau?" The Shun family's old house had been built over 100 years ago and was a landmark in the Water City. Xin Shuling had many feelings for the old house, so it seemed a pity to hand it over. Xin Shuling smiled without any regret. "If I keep the Shun house, I'll be tied to the capitalists. Even if I live modestly, people might think I'm pretending." Although she had lived in the Shun house for 10 years, she felt no attachment. Her attachment was mainly to the mansion. Moreover, she didn't know the current state of the Shin house, so leaving it to the authorities and the police was the best choice. Li Changda was moved by Xin Shuling's words. Shuling has really grown up. She's become much more mature in her thinking. "I feel like I'm not enough. Uncle Li is also thinking of me," Xin Shuling said casually as she sat in Gu Jinma's car. Shaoli saw the three of them get in and immediately approached.
"Kumrada Shin, Kumrada Li."
His gaze fell on Gu Jinma. The unfamiliar man in military uniform looked upright and commanding, with a calm aura that surpassed many veteran police officers in their bureau. He clearly was not an ordinary soldier. Xin Shuling introduced, "This is my husband, Gu Jinma." Shaoli nodded at both of them, acknowledging the greeting. Xin Shuling then said, "I will be joining the military soon and don't know when I'll return." Before I leave, I want to hand over the things my father left me. Xiaoli finally noticed the burlap bag Gu Jinma was holding, which looked to weigh about 30 pounds. He had been following his master to investigate a car accident case and knew about the Shen family's situation. He also knew that Shen Qingshan had left Shen Shuling a large sum of money before he passed away. Seeing the heavy burlap bag in Gu Jinma's hands, Xiaoli couldn't help but feel surprised and excited. Could it all be cash? According to him, all departments are currently facing serious funding shortages. Not only their bureau, but other units as well. Budget approvals are delayed multiple times, which makes things very tight. As the country develops rapidly, it also needs steady financial support. Xiaoli suppressed his feelings and kept speaking. Please follow me, all three of you. He took Shen Shuling and the others to an office, then hurried off to find his mentor. In less than 10 minutes, Xiaoli returned with the three people. Besides Officer Liu and Officer Wu, there was a man around 50 years old, calm and serious, who didn't smile. This man radiated a sense of authority and pressure, clearly a leader. This is our bureau's Director Zhang. Xiaoli immediately introduced him to Shen Shuling and the others. He had just gone to find his mentor. After explaining Shen's purpose, his mentor decided to invite Director Zhang over directly. Director Zhang. Shen Shuling and the others politely greeted Director Zhang. First, he looked at Gu Jinma, then focused on Shen Shuling. He spoke seriously. The case involving your parents from back then was due to negligence by our police. That's why the criminal was able to go free for so many years. On behalf of our police, I want to apologize to you. After the car accident case was reopened, he personally checked the files. There were only a few notes about the case, and it was not handled as a typical criminal case at the time. Hearing Director Zhang say this, Shen Shuling kept saying, Shen Huaishan and his wife were very clever. After the incident, they quickly dealt with my parents' remains, even burning the car directly. They misled and deceived the police. 10 years ago, technology was very limited. If the Shen family hadn't been somewhat famous in Shui City, there might not even have been a case file. At that time, the country was just recovering from chaos. It was already lucky to have photos and files from the incident. It wasn't so much a mistake by the investigators as a sign of the times. Seeing that Shen Shuling had no complaints, Director Zhang felt a slight relief. If the victim kept dwelling on the wrongful case, it could damage the police's reputation and also affect his career. He smiled kindly and said, On behalf of the Bureau, I thank Shen for your understanding. After some polite conversation, Shen Shuling smiled and said, This time, I plan to donate all the money my father left me. I am about to go to the Northwest with my husband, and I don't want to take this money with me. It's better to contribute to the country. She then pointed to the burlap sack on the ground. Inside are some gold bars, cash, jewelry, and a few land deeds. Please, Director Zhang, accept them on behalf of the country. This statement shocked everyone present. When Xiaoli found them, he mentioned that Shen Shuling was coming to donate things. When they entered, they saw the bag on the ground and thought it contained cash. Who knew there were also gold bars inside? Director Zhang's calm and commanding face showed a hint of surprise. He had been on the battlefield and seen many things, but he had never seen a sack filled with gold bars. He cleared his throat and personally opened the sack to look inside. The gold was shiny and dazzling. If these gold bars were donated, they could do a lot of good. He didn't care where the gold would be used, as it was all for the country. Whatever helps strengthen the nation is good. Police officers Liu and Wu, who came along, couldn't help but peek inside. They were immediately dazzled by the sight of so many gold bars, something most people would never see in a lifetime. Their shocked and stunned expressions caught Xiaoli's attention. He quietly stepped forward and also looked into the sack. Suddenly, Xiaoli gasped sharply, his eyes widening in surprise. His reaction was more intense than anyone else's there. Director Zhang was the first to recover and looked at Shen Shuling with admiration. Comrade Shen, are you really going to donate all these assets? This act of kindness and selflessness was too great. He couldn't do the same himself. Even if he wanted to donate, he wouldn't give everything. He thought Shen Shuling's sense of duty and sacrifice was extraordinary. All three of them believed Shin Shuling was giving her entire fortune, and her image in their minds instantly improved. Losing her parents, but choosing to donate all her father's wealth to the country showed incredible generosity and courage. The more Director Zhang looked at her, the more he admired her greatness, selflessness, and love for others. Her broad mind was something he couldn't match. Shin Shuling looked at Director Zhang, whose eyes were almost shining like stars. She smiled and nodded, saying, "I thought about this for a long time before coming. The bag contains not only gold bars but also some jewelry. The old Shin family house and a few other properties' land deeds are also inside. At that time, there were no property certificates. The old house only had land deeds, which would become valid private property documents once exchanged for official contracts with the relevant authorities." Hearing Shin Shuling say this, Director Zhang felt both admiration and deep emotion. He stepped forward and took her hand voluntarily, excitedly saying, "Comrade Shin, your generosity is unmatched. Your awareness and selflessness are far beyond others. It is our honor to have you for the country and the collective." He was a native of Water City. He had even visited the Shin family's old house several times. No one's generosity, like Shin Shuling's, could be compared. He had a feeling that after donating this money, it would also boost his career. Shin Shuling was praised highly by Director Zhang. She modestly replied, "Although my parents passed away early, they taught me from a young age to care about the collective and not to focus on personal gains or losses. When the country is strong, our people will live better." After her parents died, she often thought of them. These words echoed in her mind like a bell ringing. Good, good, good. Comrade Qing Shan truly is Water City's top red patriot. Even his daughter is so selfless, Director Zhang said excitedly. He had heard that Shen Qingshan had donated money and supplies when he was alive, but he didn't know the exact amount. Now, seeing Shin Shuling's selflessness, he believed Shen Qingshan must have donated quite a lot when he was alive. Li Changda saw Director Zhang bring up Shen Qingshan's donations and quickly added, "Qingshan had a good relationship with me when he was alive. He donated nearly $1 million from our bank alone, not to mention supplies and food. We still have records of that. No wonder Comrade Shen has such high awareness. He wasn't corrupted by Shen Huaishan's family at all. It turns out he was pure and upright from a young age, untouched by evil." Officer Wu nodded, looking quite emotional. Gu Jinma, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. "As Shin Shuling's husband, I also think my father-in-law's contributions are very great. But Shuling is a modest person. If she hadn't come today, I wouldn't have known about this. Director Zhang, I believe my father-in-law's contributions to the country should not be forgotten." Gu Jinma had a determined look and a serious expression, making his words very convincing. Director Zhang looked thoughtful after hearing this, then nodded. "Leader Gu is right. The country is developing rapidly now, and a lot of money is needed. Comrade Shin Qingshan is truly contributing to the nation. We must not forget that." He knew that in just over a year, new rules would be introduced, and people like Comrade Shin, who selflessly dedicate themselves, should not be caught up in unnecessary trouble. Thinking of this, he looked seriously at Shin Shuling and said humbly, "I will apply to higher authorities to have your father's honorary certificate reissued. Since you donated so many things today, you will also receive one. I can't do more than that, but these small matters are manageable. Please don't mind, Comrade Shin." The last sentence was spoken very modestly, showing his humble attitude. Shin Shuling felt a little moved. The medal she wanted was about to be hers. She said excitedly, "It would be wonderful if my father could get an honorary certificate. Then more people will see his kindness and the good things he has done." Seeing her straightforward and happy, Director Zhang chuckled happily. He agreed, "Yes, it should be remembered. This medal is recognized by everyone. Comrade Shun, don't worry. I will arrange for someone to send the certificate directly to your family's residence in the Northwest Army Unit. In this era that values collective effort, a thin certificate could have a big impact. Recognition from leaders is the same as recognition from the people." "Thank you, Director Zhang," Shin Shuling said with a grateful smile. Director Zhang was in a good mood. He asked Xiao Li to count the gold bars and land deeds, while he chatted with Gu Jinma nearby. Leader Gu, I received a call from the Northwest this morning. I will buy the train tickets here and deliver them to you later. He was also a retired soldier and knew the commander of the Northwest Military District well. Seeing how young and capable Leader Gu looked today made him happy. Comrade Shen's high awareness and her marriage to Leader Gu were seen as a strong and admirable partnership. They were truly a perfect match. Gu Jinma nodded. Thank you, Director Zhang. Xiao Li, Officer Liu, and Officer Wu quickly counted the gold bars. There were exactly 150 of them, mixed with 20,000 yuan in cash, several land deeds, and some dazzling jewelry. If not today, they would never have a chance to see so many valuables in their lifetime. Seeing them, I felt great respect for Comrade Shen Shuling's decision. If she had kept these things herself, not only would she have been comfortable now, but her descendants would also have a worry-free life. Comrade Shen is truly a role model for us. Half an hour later, Director Zhang personally saw Shen Shuling and the others out of the police station. He kept a smile on his face and was very humble and respectful toward Shen Shuling. In front of the bicycle, Li Changda said, "The matter is settled. Shuling and Xiao Gu, I will go back to the bank first." He still needed to return to work at the bank. Shen Shuling didn't try to stop him. She looked at Gu Jinma beside her, then pulled Li Changda aside. Gu Jinma stood still, waiting patiently, not curious about what Shen Shuling wanted to say alone with Li Changda. Uncle Li is one of the few people Shen Shuling trusts in Water City. It's normal for her to share some private words with him. Shen Shuling turned her back to Gu Jinma. She took out a bundle wrapped in brown paper from her bag. Uncle Li, please take these. When I go to the Northwest, I will write to you, she said with a smile as she handed the paper bundle to Li Changda. Inside were some tickets and certificates she had prepared long ago, along with a few gold bars. Uncle Li had helped her a lot, and they didn't know when they would meet again. Li Changda could guess what was inside the paper bundle. He wanted to refuse, but was afraid that rejecting her might attract Gu Jinma's attention, so he took the bundle. Shuling took half of the gold bars and cash left by Qing Shan. He knew she wasn't short of money, but he still said, "Shuling, you've given me so much." "That's not right." Shen Shuling smiled. "Uncle Li, don't worry. I won't do anything to hurt myself." In the end, Li Changda accepted the items. He told Shen Shuling about his transfer to the Beijing Research Institute. "That's wonderful. When you go to Beijing, these things will come in handy. Be sure to write to me," Shen Shuling said happily. A few years later, when Gu Jinma was transferred to the capital, she could meet Uncle Li again. They didn't say much more. Li Changda rode his bicycle back to the bank, and Shen Shuling got on Gu Jinma's motorcycle and returned to the courtyard. The train ticket back to the Northwest was personally delivered the next day by Officer Xiao Li. At this moment, Gu Jinma was about to go out to buy groceries. Xiao Li handed him train tickets. "Captain Gu, these are your and Comrade Shen's train tickets. They are for a sleeper berth next to each other. The trip is in 3 days, early morning. When I deliver the tickets, Director Zhang specifically asked me to wish you a safe journey." Xiao Li didn't know that Gu Jinma was on a secret mission. Only Director Zhang was aware of this. Gu Jinma took the tickets and thanked Xiao Li. "Captain Gu, will you and Comrade Shen be at home this afternoon?" he asked, peering into the yard. There was no one outside. Gu Jinma shifted slightly, blocking Xiao Li's view. "It's hot this afternoon, so we won't go out." All matters in Shui City had been settled. He and Shuling decided not to leave before returning to the Northwest, except for buying groceries each morning. Xiao Li scratched his head and smiled foolishly. That's good. After saying that, he waved and turned to run away. A hint of doubt flashed in Gu Jinma's eyes, but he didn't call him back. Xiao Li was from the police. There was no danger. "Gu Jinma, I want to eat watermelon. Please buy one more." Shen Shuling's voice came from inside the main hall. "Okay, I'll go now," Gu Jinma replied, pocketed the train tickets, and rode his bike to the market. By 3 p.m., the sun was less hot. Many women, children, and aunties had started to go out. Some sat at their doorways to cool off. Others carried small stools to sit under big trees, chatting, mending shoes, or shelling peanuts. Shin Shuling had just woken from her nap. Now she was sitting under the eaves eating watermelon, while Gu Jinma sat beside her reading a book. Comrade Shin, is Comrade Shin at home? Someone knocked on the front gate of the yard, and a woman's voice came through. Besides her voice, there were other noisy sounds. Shin Shuling looked at the gate, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Since she moved here, except for the Zhang family and Uncle Li, she hadn't interacted with anyone else. Gu Jinma also looked at the gate and said, Shuling, go inside first. I'll check what's going on. Shin Shuling stood up. No need, nothing serious will happen. Even if something did happen, the man beside her was not someone to be trifled with. Gu Jinma also thought the same way, so he didn't insist. He stood up and went to open the door. Shin Shuling was standing beside him. When he opened the door, he saw more than 10 people gathered outside. Everyone's face showed curiosity and smiles. The most noticeable was the aunt at the front, whose smile was very obvious. Upon closer look, you could see a hint of gratitude. Behind her were Xiao Li in a police uniform, Director Li from the street office, and even a propaganda officer from the People's Daily holding a camera, blending into the crowd. The aunt at the front was holding a silk banner that read, Model of the People, Selfless and Brave. The bottom of the banner had the name of the street office and the date it was awarded. This scene clearly showed it was all for Shin Shuling. Shin Shuling looked at the people outside and was a bit surprised. Aunt Yi, what is this? Yi Yuzhen's face was smiling. She was in good spirits now. Her injury healed completely. Yang Yishan and Mei had been executed a few days ago. As for Yang Haisheng, she didn't care anymore. Whatever happens, happens. She had already moved out of the Yang family. She had her own things to do. She considered Yang Haisheng, the ungrateful adopted son, as if she had never raised him. With the help of Director Li from the street office, she had already found out the whereabouts of her biological son. Before starting her search for her son, she decided to thank Comrade Shen for his help. She thought for a long time, but felt her own ability was too small. Finally, she went to the street office and found Director Li. Through Director Li, she also visited the Public Security Bureau. She was very nervous at first, worried that her idea wouldn't be supported. But as soon as they heard she wanted to give a banner to Comrade Shin, they immediately agreed. They even sent a police officer to accompany her and called a reporter to record the event. Director Zhang admired Shin Shuling very much. When he heard Yi Yuzhen wanted to give the banner, he immediately agreed. Then he realized this was a good opportunity, so he asked Xiao Li to call the publicity officer. Shin Shuling had donated so many things. If there was a chance to help, it should be taken seriously and promoted widely. What capitalist? Shin Qingshan would be their city's red producer in the future. I came today specifically to give you, Comrade Shen, this banner, and to thank you sincerely. Thank you for helping me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to escape from the claws of Yang Yishan and Mei. Who knows how long they would have been free, Yi Yuzhen said sincerely, her eyes full of gratitude. Everyone around was curious and looked at the beautiful Shin Shuling. The people following her were neighbors living nearby. They only knew that a beautiful pregnant woman had recently moved in, but nothing else. Shin Shuling's belly was now clearly showing. A close look revealed her pregnancy. During this time, she had been living alone with her big belly. Although she hadn't interacted much with the neighbors, there were many rumors about her. Many kind-hearted women said she was pregnant with a lover's child and had moved out on her own. Recently, a soldier in uniform came by, and people guessed she was a military wife. Because of this, she was treated with less hostility. Soldiers are naturally respected at this time. However, some jealous people thought Shin Shuling probably had some secret affair with a soldier. Otherwise, why would she live alone here? It seemed suspicious. Just now, Yi Yuzhen carried a bright red banner and walked over. The people outside or sitting at the door, curious, followed her. Comrade Shin, I've heard about your deeds. Not only did you stand up for others despite being pregnant, but you also donated all your family's property to the country. Your selfless spirit is something we all should learn from. Xiao Lu, holding a camera, said excitedly. They were proud that such a good comrade came from their city. Director Lee also smiled and said, "This banner is well-deserved. Not only did you help the street office catch bad people, but you also donated everything your parents left you. Even your family home was handed over to the state. Your dedication to the country and people is truly great." These words made Shin Shuling seem almost divine. The neighbors watching also couldn't help but sigh in admiration. It turned out that the pregnant woman they had guessed about was actually Shin Shuling, the young lady from the famous Shin family, who had recently been rumored to be harmed by her uncle. This wealthy young lady had donated all her wealth and helped a neighbor in trouble. Such a kind and selfless person lived nearby. It was a great honor for them. Suddenly, they felt proud and happy. Here is the improved and simplified version of your text. Additional update for the fans. The author is online, asking for good reviews and free gifts. Zoo 3. Zoo Red Heart. When Comrade Shin moved in, I could tell right away she was a good comrade. Sure enough. Exactly. I saw she was pregnant when she arrived, and I was planning to bring her some eggs. I didn't expect today we'd give her a banner. That shows she's a good comrade. Comrade Shin has such high ideals. She's like a shining example in our community. We're all proud of her. Yes, yes. Comrade Shin, you must accept this banner. People gathered around, praising Shin Shuling. No matter what they initially thought of her, now everyone saw her as someone who contributed to the community. Shin Shuling looked at Yi Yujin with a smile and said, "Aunt Yi, you're too kind. I should thank you for helping me. If it weren't for you, the issue with Shan Huaishan and Yami Shan might not have been uncovered. I think we've been helping each other." She didn't expect Aunt Yi to come all this way to give her a banner. She felt surprised, but also grateful and happy, especially since she knew Aunt Yi was busy herself. Yi Yujin stepped forward and handed Shin Shuling a big red banner, saying seriously, "Comrade Shin, this banner is well-deserved. It's not just my personal thanks, but also the community's recognition." Director Zhang said these words. Exactly. This banner doesn't just represent Aunt Yi, but also the people, our group, and the leaders, said Lee, the director of the street office, with a big smile. Before retiring, she managed this area and was very lucky to have such a notable person here. Shin Shuling held the banner with both hands and smiled. "Director Lee, you're fair and strict. Thanks to your quick action that day, we were able to remove the troublemaker and protect the community. Yes, Su Hua has been expelled from our office." Before leaving, she even wrote a self-criticism that was posted on the notice board. People like her shouldn't stay in any organization. Wherever she goes, she'll cause trouble for others. Director Lee said repeatedly. Posting her self-criticism on the notice board effectively blocked her from working anywhere else. It also affected her family and children, labeling her as morally problematic. That day, Su Hua, after cooperating with the police for questioning, went out of her way to find Director Lee to beg for forgiveness. She wanted to keep her job and was willing to publicly apologize to Yi Yujin. Director Lee had worked at the street office for nearly her whole life and understood how serious this matter was. Even considering that Su Hua was her colleague, she showed no mercy. She only told Su Hua that the victim was Yi Yujin. If Yi Yujin could forgive her, the organization might consider a lighter punishment. But when Su Hua heard this, she immediately became unhappy. She said she could apologize to the organization and leaders, but refused to apologize to Yi Yujin. She felt that being hit by Yi Yujin that day was a mistake that was already forgiven. Seeing Su Hua's attitude, Director Lee immediately frowned. She didn't want to say more to Su Hua. As a staff member of the street office, if she held such thoughts, she wouldn't be able to do her job well. If this incident was treated lightly, bigger problems might happen in the future. Without reporting to her superiors, Director Lee decided to dismiss Su Hua and made her write a self-criticism letter. Even if she was criticized for being cold-hearted, she didn't care. As a leader, she had to consider the whole organization. Compared to harmony within the group and with the public, her reputation was not important.
Come.
Please, Comrade Shin and Comrade Yi, along with Director Lee, let's take a photo. The scene was lively. Xiao Lu, holding a camera, stepped forward and said. He was a publicity officer from the People's Daily. He thought this news would get attention once published. After taking the photo, he would ask for Shin's opinion. If Shin disagreed, the photos would only be displayed on the organization's achievement bulletin board at the newspaper office. When leaders come to inspect work, this is a great opportunity to make them happy. Shin Shuling heard this and didn't hesitate. She took the banner and took a few photos with director Lee and Yi Yujin. The onlookers crowded around Xiao Lu to watch. Cameras were still quite rare in this era. Water City wasn't a very big or prosperous city. The camera Xiao Lu had was provided by his unit. The People's Daily only had 3 cameras, and they were carefully maintained. Everyone around Xiao Lu looked at the camera with curiosity and envy. Although they crowded close, they didn't dare get too near, afraid of accidentally damaging the precious camera. Okay, smile. Xiao Lu skillfully directed Shin Shuling and the others. Gu Jinma had already stepped back to the side, calmly watching Shin Shuling, who was holding a banner and standing in the middle. Today, he wasn't wearing his military uniform, so most people didn't pay much attention to him. But he didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, he felt happy and pleased inside. All of this was deserved by Shuling. After Xiao Lu took photos of Shin Shuling and the others, he smiled and looked at Gu Jinma. Comrade, you're Shun's husband. I heard you're an officer. Could you please change into your uniform and take a photo with Shin? Having the status of a military family member would add to her prestige. He thought it was necessary to also take a photo of Shun and her husband. Gu Jinma understood Xiao Lu's intention and immediately said, Please wait a moment, I will go inside to change. Then Gu Jinma walked into the house. Seeing this, Xiao Lu smiled and asked Shin Shuling if she was willing to be interviewed and have her story published. Shin Shuling nodded generously, agreeing that the more coverage, the better. Come on, everyone step back a little, make room for Xiao Lu, Director Li quickly organized. The interview was basically just a few questions prepared in advance by Xiao Lu, then polished and published based on Shin Shuling's answers. It would take no more than 10 minutes, and no special preparations or venue were needed. The onlookers stepped back, all eyes full of anticipation as they watched Shin Shuling and Xiao Lu. They hadn't seen the interview yet. Meanwhile, at the alley entrance, Shin Shui looked on with a jealous face. She stared fixedly at Shin Shuling, who was surrounded by people, with a look of resentment and unwillingness. If it weren't for Shin Shuling, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Shin Shui blamed everything on Shin Shuling today. She didn't think she was at fault. She believed her defeat was solely because Shin Shuling was the heroine of the story. This time-traveling girl believed her misfortune was caused by the heroine's luck. Otherwise, she would definitely be successful. Shin Shui's eyes were full of hatred and jealousy. She was so anxious, she was scratching her head, wishing she could replace Shin Shuling and become the heroine herself. Just as Shin Shui was staring at Shin Shuling, who was surrounded by people, her hair was suddenly grabbed hard, followed by a barrage of foul words and insults. Day after day, she keeps thinking about wrong ways instead of doing proper work. I tell you, you're now part of the Zhou family, so stop thinking about sneaky tricks. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. Look at yourself. You're trying to compare yourself to others.
Bah.
Huang Suifan kept scolding Shin Shui while pulling her yellow hair. She wanted to torment Shin Shui, set rules for her, and make her submit. This was her way of disciplining her daughter-in-law. Once she made Shin Shui give in, she could then sit comfortably on her position as the wife. In her life, the daughter-in-law would serve the Zhou family loyally. That's how her own mother-in-law used to do it. As for Shin Shui's cousin Shin Shuling, she was aware of her own situation. Shin Shuling had married a military officer and now had a red banner, making her a big name in the city. She wouldn't foolishly try to get involved in things she shouldn't. Shin Shui was pulled back by Huang Suifan, who was strong and sturdy. Shin Shui felt a sharp pain in her scalp and instinctively reached out with her hands. She felt as if her scalp was about to be torn off, and the pain was intense. You shameless girl, stop dawdling and go buy vegetables. Are you not hungry today? Huang Suifan dragged Shin Shui away, ignoring her pain. In her eyes, Shen Shui came from a wealthy family and acted like a rich young lady. She believed Shen Shui would look down on her family, so she wanted to torment her as much as possible. Otherwise, Shen Shui might think she was better than everyone else. Shen Shui was pulled away by the strong Huang Tsuifan. Her eyes showed anger and unwillingness, but her pain hid her feelings. Now she was trapped in the Zhou family. Even her meals were controlled. She couldn't focus on anything else. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu asked Xin Shuling 6 or 7 quick questions, then started taking photos of her and Gu Jinma. Both of them looked very good. Standing there, they looked like movie stars. Xin Shuling was visibly pregnant, clearly a couple. Comrade Shen, tilt your head a little toward Officer Gu. Just a little. Officer Gu, smile a bit. Don't look so stern. Xiao Lu directed them to pose. The crowd watching cheered and praised them, eager to lift Xin Shuling to the highest praise. Everyone lives nearby. Today, it's good to get to know Comrade Shen a little better, just in case we need her in the future. These are all good relationships and connections. Xiao Lu finished taking photos of Xin Shuling and Gu Jinma. After politely greeting them, he happily left, eager to write the story, so it could be published in tomorrow's newspaper. Director Li and Yi Yuzhen also understood the situation. Knowing Xin Shuling was pregnant, they quickly left. The neighbors gathered at the door still wanted to chat with Xin Shuling but were politely asked to leave by Director Li. The crowd at the courtyard entrance soon dispersed. Officer Xiao Li stood at the door, smiling as he said to Xin Shuling, "Comrade Shen, I'll head back to the police station now." Director Zhang came mainly to help maintain order at the scene, but since Director Li was also there, his help wasn't needed. Xin Shuling nodded with a smile. "Thanks for your help earlier, Officer Xiao Li." Serving the people, Xiao Li said cheerfully, waving goodbye as he walked away. After closing the courtyard gate, Xin Shuling let out a breath and sighed. All this fuss was pretty tiring. Talking to so many people, she had to choose her words carefully, especially during the interview just now. Gu Jinma, hearing Xin Shuling say she was tired, immediately spoke up, "Go inside and lie down. I'll go pack up the banner and then cut the watermelon I left in the water jar for you." The banner was meant to be taken to the northwest to hang in the living room where everyone could see it. Xin Shuling casually responded and went inside. The weather was still a bit hot. She lay on the bed feeling lazy, her eyelids heavy. She thought vaguely. She didn't know if it was still hot in the northwest. If it was, she'd need to buy a fan. Soon, Gu Jima brought in the watermelon. He moved quietly, saw Xin Shuling asleep on the bed, placed the watermelon on the table, and quietly left. Meanwhile, at the Shun residence entrance, 7 or 8 police officers in uniform, each with a gun at their waist, stood in front of the tall, wide, bright red gate, looking very serious. Knock, knock, knock. Officer Wu, standing at the front, knocked on the door. The heavy, dull sound echoed from the red gate, but no one came to open it for a long time. "Is no one inside? Should we climb over the wall and take a look?" Officer Liu frowned and suggested, "The land deed of the Shin residence has been handed over to the state. Today, they came specifically to check. If no one is there, they will temporarily lock the Shin house and open it again when needed." Officer Wu looked at the heavy door. Just as he was about to speak, he heard movement inside, and the door was opened. A middle-aged man in a vest opened the door. He was tall and thin, with a look of impatience, and his triangular eyes sparkled with scheming. Liang Guodong was about to get angry when he saw the 7 or 8 police officers standing outside. He immediately turned pale with fear. The words he wanted to say got stuck in his throat. Public security. Liang Guodong felt his legs go weak. Had his actions been exposed so quickly? Officer Wu and Officer Liu exchanged glances, both sensing suspicion in each other's eyes. Why was this person so scared? "Cover your head and squat down," Officer Wu ordered firmly. He loudly told Liang Guodong to crouch in the corner. Liang Guodong was so frightened he quickly obeyed. He thought his secret had been revealed, which was why the police had come. He couldn't help but beg, "Comrades in public security, I am innocent." This statement sounded very meaningful. Seeing this, Officer Wu was about to ask questions when another middle-aged man came out of the yard. When he saw the 7 or 8 police officers at the door and Liang Guodong squatting on the ground with his head covered, the man immediately ran away. Officer Liu saw this and quickly led people to chase after him, soon catching him and forcing him to the ground. The housekeeper was pressed down and shouted, "It's not me. Don't arrest me. Don't move. If you've done something wrong, tell the truth now." Officer Liu pressed his knee firmly on the housekeeper's back, speaking sternly. Officer Xiao Li immediately drew his gun and took 2 people into the Shun residence. These people looked like criminals, probably with accomplices inside. Soon, everyone living in the Shun house was brought out, 2 middle-aged women and 3 children, all squatting on the ground with their heads covered. Rather than being just accomplices of the housekeeper and Liang Guodong, it seemed they were members of 2 families. Besides these people, several radios and fans were found in the rooms, clearly indicating illegal trading. Additional updates during the day: Liang Guodong and the butler were so scared they could hardly speak, and they quickly told everything they knew. It turned out that after Shen Huaishan and Lu Xiuhua were arrested, the butler planned to run away. But he felt uneasy and asked around. He believed that Shen Huaishan and his wife probably wouldn't come out again. The butler decided to stay and do something. He had planned to sell the Shin family's big house, but after checking all the rooms, he found nothing but air, so he gave up that idea. In the end, he decided to rent out the house. But since everyone knew about the recent events at the Shin family, no one was interested in renting it for several days. Finally, he met Liang Guodong, who said he had a way to make money but needed a place to store smuggled goods. The middlemen who supplied the goods didn't trust Liang Guodong, but if he had the Shin house, it would be easier. Most of these middlemen were outsiders who didn't know about what was happening locally. Liang Guodong and the butler quickly made a fake property deed, tricked the middlemen, and started smuggling goods in. To make things easier, they even brought their wives and children into the Shun house. Since Shen Huaishan and Lu Xiuhua were already inside, and Shin Shuling had gone missing, only Shin Shui was left in the family. If Shin Shui wanted to come back, they could just send her away. No one felt sorry for her, as she was the daughter of a criminal. Later, Shen Huaishan and Lu Xiuhua were executed, and Shin Shuling didn't show up. This made the butler breathe a little easier. Officer Wu listened to the butler's story and looked at the smuggled items. He said, "All these illegal goods and activities are to be taken to the police station for a serious investigation. The smuggling involved a lot of money, and they would likely face heavy punishment, possibly even the death penalty." Right after Shin Shuling was praised, trouble at the Shun house broke out. Director Zhang would definitely handle it strictly and severely. When the butler heard he might be taken to the police station, he suddenly felt weak in the knees. He looked pale and trembling like a leaf, unable to help himself, and said, I am innocent. Comrades from the Public Security Bureau, I am innocent." Officer Wu did not give him a chance to defend himself and sternly warned, "If you shout innocence again, your punishment will be worse. You are engaging in illegal activities and opposing the dictatorship of the proletariat." Upon hearing this, the butler was immediately frightened and dared not speak. His legs nearly gave out, and his wife and children were so scared they clung to each other and trembled. The butler and Liang Guodong quickly went to the police station. The case was very clear, and since both of them had weak mental defenses, they confessed everything in the interrogation room, even details of their dealings with the middleman. Once the middleman's information was exposed, all the smugglers working with him would be caught. This was a big case. The butler and Liang Guodong were destined not to come out easily. That day, news of the police arresting people at the Shin residence spread quickly through the streets. Everyone knew that the Shin family house was now under government control. No one dared to speak too much or have any ideas, fearing they might say the wrong thing and attract the attention of the police. Shin Shuling learned about this during dinner that evening. While eating a scallion pancake made by Gu Jinma, she said, "The butler got what he deserved." Gu Jinma placed a piece of braised pork into her bowl and said, "It seems your decision was right. Keeping the Shun house is not as good as donating it." This was kind advice, but his serious expression made it seem more like a formal critique rather than praise. Seeing this, Shin Shuling also imitated Gu Jinma's tone and said, Comrade Gu's decision to come to Water City is also very correct. After saying this, she couldn't help but smile, her eyes shining with stars and the vast sea, filled with happiness and joy. Gu Jinma looked at her smile and also slightly curved his lips, his deep black eyes filled with warmth and happiness. Time quickly passed, and it was the day to return to the northwest. That day, Shin Shuling was woken up by Gu Jinma at 6 o'clock. The train was at 8 in the morning. The station was not far, but to avoid any accidents, it was best to go early. The large items she needed to take had already been sent to the northwest in advance. The remaining things were small and scattered, all neatly packed by Gu Jinma into a large canvas bag. Besides, she also brought a mesh bag containing 3 lunchboxes, filled with pancakes and steamed buns that the man had made early that morning at 4 o'clock. He didn't make many, as the weather in Water City was quite hot, and he was worried they might spoil on the train. At 6:40 a.m., Gu Jinma and Shin Shuling, carrying their luggage, left the courtyard. The gate was locked with 2 locks, and the rooms inside had already been tidied and stored neatly the night before. While packing, Gu Jinma felt a bit emotional. He wasn't sure how long it would be before he returned after this trip. He was usually busy with work and didn't feel comfortable leaving Shuling alone at home, especially in recent years. Thinking about this, he felt guilty. Shuling, being with him, couldn't live as freely as ordinary women. As a soldier, he faced many restrictions. They were already married, and he knew he couldn't change his mind. The only thing he could do was to be extra kind to Shuling. When he was home, he tried to do more chores. At 7:10 a.m., Shin Shuling and Gu Jinma took a bus to the train station, which took about half an hour. Maybe because she was 5 months pregnant, Shin Shuling felt uncomfortable sitting on the bus for so long. She felt dizzy and tired. Recently, she hadn't had much time to soak in the space's hot spring bath, which was the best way to relax. Gu Jinma noticed that Shin Shuling didn't look well. He checked the time on his watch. There were about 40 minutes before they could enter the waiting room. The waiting room usually opens half an hour early. For soldiers and their families, it opens 10 minutes earlier, so they could go in 40 minutes early. Gu Jinma took Shin Shuling to a corner near the window. He placed his large canvas bag on the ground for Shin Shuling to sit on. Then he took out a military water bottle from his bag and unscrewed it. Drink some water first. I'll ask the ticket inspector if we can go in early, Gu Jinma said with a gentle look of concern in his clear eyes. Shin Shuling took the water and took a sip. It was sweet and soothing for her throat.
You go ahead, she said.
This was the space's spiritual spring water she had secretly brought with her. It quenched her thirst better than regular water and helped reduce her fatigue. Gu Jinma also took out a small aluminum lunchbox from his bag. When he opened it, it revealed about 20 red hawthorn candies, each coated with white sugar. They looked sweet and sour, very appetizing. I bought these yesterday at the supply store. Eat some. It might make you feel better, he said. Books say that pregnant women generally like sour and sweet flavors. Shin Shuling picked up a candy and put it in her mouth. The sour hawthorn with sugar tasted very good, with a refreshing tang that helped her feel less dizzy. Her furrowed brow relaxed completely. Gu Jinma saw her calm expression and reminded her, I will be back soon. Don't talk to strangers here. If something happens, shout loudly. I can hear your voice at the ticket gate. This careful warning made it seem like Shin Shuling was a little child. Go quickly. Shin Shuling smiled and urged the man to leave. She wondered why she hadn't noticed how slow he was before. Although she was annoyed inside, her smile on her face was sweet and warm. Gu Jinma looked around to make sure no suspicious people were nearby, then walked confidently toward the ticket gate. Shin Shuling sat on a canvas bag, slowly eating hawthorn berries. Today, she wore a loose, dark blue dress, and her hair was casually tied in a low ponytail. She was 5 months pregnant with twins. Her belly looked about the size of a 6-month pregnancy. She was pretty, with red lips and white teeth, well taken care of, with smooth skin. She looked delicate and tender, standing out at the busy ticket gate. Miss, I see you're drinking water. "Can I share some with you?" A woman in black approached her. She carried a basket and looked at Shin Shuling kindly, but with a strange expression. Although her look was gentle, it seemed a bit unnatural, like she had practiced it deliberately. Shin Shuling looked around. The area was full of travelers waiting at the entrance, many of whom were drinking water from bottles. The woman in front of her looked to be in her 40s, with short hair and simple clothes. She only carried a cloth-covered basket, and Shin Shuling couldn't see what was inside. Shin Shuling said, "Sorry, I finished my water. The man over there is also drinking. Maybe you can share with him." This woman kept coming to her, even though she wasn't holding a water bottle. If she really wanted to share water, she would have seen someone with a bottle. Even if she put her water in the basket, there would be water stations inside the waiting hall after the ticket check. Most people would choose to wait and drink water inside the hall. Shin Shuling quickly covered the water bottle and casually put it into her small canvas bag. "Girl, you don't have to be so guarded with me," Tang Hongying said somewhat harshly, with a tone that carried a hint of suspicion. She thought that Shin Shuling, who was pregnant and looked gentle and fragile, would happily share her water. But to her surprise, Shin not only refused but also acted as if she was guarding against a thief. This made her feel annoyed. Shin Shuling looked at Tang Hongying and pointed to the closed ticket gate. She said, "The ticket check will start soon. If you're thirsty, you can wait until we get into the waiting hall to get water. If it's inconvenient for you, I can ask my husband to help you get some." Just as she finished speaking, a tall figure approached them. Gu Jima walked with big strides. Because of his mission, he deliberately didn't wear his military uniform today. His tall stature and calm, stern demeanor naturally made people think he was not someone to mess with. "Madam, this is my husband. If you want water, you might as well let my husband take you to get some." Shin Shuling pointed to the tall, cold-looking man walking toward them. She wasn't sure if this woman was a bad person, but even if she wasn't, she definitely wasn't normal. Normal people wouldn't act like this, nor would they speak so harshly just because she refused to give water. Gu Jinma's cold, dark eyes looked at Tang Hongying. His gaze was emotionless, as if he could see through everything. Tang Hongying felt nervous and scared under his stare. "And no, it's fine. I can go get it myself." After saying that, she turned around, carrying her basket, and walked away. Shin Shuling watched her figure disappear, feeling a bit suspicious. "Let's go. We'll wait inside the waiting hall," Gu Jinma said, also watching Tang Hongying's back, but his eyes carried a colder look than Shin Shuling's. Shin Shuling stood up, and Gu Jinma bent down to pick up her canvas bag, leading her toward the ticket gate. "Please keep your ticket stub," the ticket inspector said after checking her train ticket. She tore off half and handed the other half to Shin Shuling. She smiled and added, "Watch your step. Respect is given to soldiers, and their family members are even more respected, especially when they are pregnant." Shin Shuling smiled and thanked the ticket inspector. Since they arrived early, there were many seats in the waiting hall. Gu Jinma chose a spot near the train entrance for Shin Shuling to sit, and he sat beside her. "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something first?" Gu Jinma is a man who has been in the military for many years, but he is very attentive to his wife. Men naturally pay attention to details, even if they seem straightforward. Everyone has their own way of showing care. Shin Shuling shook her head. "I ate some hawthorn earlier, so I'm not hungry right now." Time passed quickly, and soon the ticket check opened. Many travelers came in one after another, and the air became crowded. Shin Shuling touched her stomach. She felt a bit uncomfortable in her chest. Seeing this, Gu Jinma immediately handed her some hawthorn. After eating 2 pieces, she felt better. Once they could board the train, Gu Jinma quickly took her onto the train. The compartment for sleeping and the seats are separate, which makes things much easier. Right now, the sleeping compartments are not open to the public, and there are few of them. After entering their compartment, Gu Jinma started to put away their luggage. Shin Shuling sat on her bed to rest, feeling a little sleepy because she had woken up very early. There was no one in the neighboring bed, so it was probably Gu Jinma's assigned space. "Lie down for a while. I'll go get some water," the man said softly. Shin Shuling replied, "No need." I haven't drunk much water from the kettle. You rest too. You can go get water after I finish. She had already drunk more than half a cup from the kettle, but she refilled it with fresh spring water. Gu Jinma didn't move. He thought the well water in the courtyard was tastier and more refreshing. At that moment, a child's innocent voice came from the corridor. Dad, can we really lie down on the train? I heard people usually stand or sit on trains, and no one can lie down. Of course you can lie down. When we arrive at the sleeping car, you can go up and sleep. You woke up too early today, the man replied gently. Okay. I want to sleep on the train. The little girl clapped her hands happily. As their voices grew closer, a soldier dressed in uniform pushed open the compartment door. A man in a military uniform with neat features stood at the door. Next to him were Wanunin, holding a doll and with a small braid, and Winsongbin, dressed in a shirt and straight pants. Wow, Auntie, you're taking the train too. We are so lucky to meet again. And, holding her doll, saw Shuling sitting inside and happily ran over, excitedly talking. The word, luck, was something she heard from her dad's radio. Shuling was surprised to see Wanunin and her father. She didn't expect Gu Jinma's mission to be with Winsongbin. Considering that Enin had never seen her father since she was born, it made sense for the work to be at a factory in the northwest. Gu Jinma mentioned that the factory was very secretive. Many workers there didn't contact the outside world for years. So, Winsongbin's situation was understandable. Seeing Enin run over, Shuling smiled gently and reached out to hold her. She said softly, Yes, we are very lucky to meet. Today, Enin had 2 small braids, and her big eyes looked less shy than before. The doll she held looked new, probably bought recently. Annie, are you going to have a baby? Maybe my little sister can play with me in the future. I can share my doll with her. Enin kept talking happily, full of energy. Kids are happy when they are having fun, so they never stop talking. Shuling was already pregnant and liked Enin very much. She sat her down beside her. Hello, I am Gu Jinma from the Northwest Military District. According to the plan, I will you to the Northwest Station with Xiao Zhu. Gu Jinma stood up and greeted Winsongbin. His expression was calm, with no surprise. After they met near the cemetery street last time, he guessed who the other person was. Next to him, the soldier Zhu Xinghua, who was escorting Winsongbin, stepped forward and saluted Gu Jinma. He then introduced, Comrade Gu, this is our Northwest Military District Commander Gu. This is one, from Factory Number 219. Since this mission wasn't very secret, they spoke openly in front of Shuling. Winsongbin looked surprised and shook hands with Gu Jinma several times. He didn't expect the other person to be a soldier escorting him and also a regiment commander. After greeting each other, the 3 of them returned to their respective berths to pack. The compartment had 6 beds, but there were only 5 people. To ensure safety, 1 bed was deliberately left empty. When Zhu Xinghua came in, he stood in the corner like a wooden post, but his eyes kept glancing at Shuling. The regiment commander's wife was indeed very beautiful, but her personality didn't seem as proud and difficult to get along with as rumors suggested. Enin, come and eat some hawthorn. Shuling opened her canvas bag and took out a lunchbox, handing it to Enin. The red hawthorn balls looked very appetizing. Enin couldn't help but swallow her saliva when she saw them. Her craving was stirred up, but she still waved her hand. No, Auntie, you should eat it yourself. You're pregnant now, you should eat more. The little girl had always lived a hard life. She had never even drunk red sugar water, let alone hawthorn balls. Although she was very eager for the red hawthorn balls, she was a considerate child who knew not to eat her auntie's things, especially since her aunt was pregnant. Seeing how thoughtful Enin was, Shuling's heart warmed. She couldn't help but reach out and pat the little girl's head softly. Auntie has plenty to eat, don't worry. As she spoke, she took a hawthorn and held it near the child's mouth. The sour and sweet taste of the hawthorn was detected by Enin. She couldn't resist opening her mouth and eating it. The sour and sweet flavor spread in her mouth. Enin squinted happily. I've never had anything this delicious before. This was the best candy she had ever eaten, or rather, the first candy she had ever had in her life. When Songbin, sitting on the opposite berth, watched his daughter like this, he felt his eyes get a little warm. His daughter was only 6 years old and had never even tasted candy. He stood up and said, "I'm going to look outside." As a father, he was careless and not very responsible. He hadn't thought about buying snacks for his daughter. He wanted to see if he could buy some candies from other carriages. Wen Songbin stood up, and Zhu Xinghua also prepared to go out, clearly intending to follow. Gu Jima asked, "Are you going to another carriage?" Wen Songbin nodded and looked at Anan. "I want to buy some things. Only the dining car is allowed in the sleeper carriage. Snack carts are not permitted inside. This is to keep the quiet in the sleeper area and to ensure the safety of the passengers. At this time, everyone in the sleeper carriage is someone important. In a situation where enemies are active, it's necessary to keep out unnecessary people. Just ask Xiao Zhu to go buy what you want," Gu Jima said immediately when he heard Wen wanted to leave the carriage. Zhu Xinghua nodded. "Captain Gu is right. Wen, tell me what you want to buy, and I'll help you get it." Seeing this, Wen didn't insist. He said, "I want to buy some candies and snacks. The train ride will take 3 days, so Zhu, please watch over it and buy some for me." He then took out 5 yuan from his pocket and handed it over, adding, "Buy more sweet things and a few bottles of soda." It was obviously for Anan to eat. While sitting next to Xin Shuling and eating hawthorn balls, Anan's eyes lit up. "Dad, you're so kind. Mom said you love us very much, and it's really true. Her dad is the best dad in the world. Although he just came back this time, he's been very good to her. He took her home to see her mom, bought her a cloth doll and new clothes, and even braided her hair. She went from being a child nobody wanted to a child with a dad. She was so happy. But soon she remembered how hard her dad worked to earn money. She quickly spoke like a little adult. "Dad, I don't want much. Just buy me 1 piece of candy. Save the rest of the money for us to use later." She also wanted to try fruit-flavored candy. Buying just 1 piece shouldn't be expensive. She just wanted to taste it and see if the real candy was as delicious as her cousin said. She thought it should be okay, maybe even better than the hawthorn balls her aunt gave her, which she thought were the tastiest. Although Anan had never eaten candy, her 2 cousins often did. They would deliberately make exaggerated faces in front of her, eating candy and saying how delicious and sweet it was. After finishing their candy, they would giggle and say she was a child nobody wanted, a little burden not worthy of candy. That made her feel very sad. Looking at Anan's understanding, Wen Songbin felt a bit sad inside, but he smiled and said, "Anan, don't worry. Dad has a lot of money and can buy you many candies. You can eat as much as you like." His words were true. He was a mid-level engineer at the factory, earning over 200 yuan each month, including allowances, which was a good income for that time. Every month, he sent 200 yuan home to help Anan have a better life. He felt guilty for not being able to stay with Anan because of his work and wanted to do his best to make her happy. He never thought that the money he sent home would all be taken by his parents and older brother and sister-in-law, leaving Anan with nothing. But that was not all. He also learned that Anan was sometimes ignored or bullied at home. There will still be updates during the day. When Anan heard her father say this, she felt very happy, thinking she was the luckiest child in the world. Zhu Xinghua was about to leave the compartment with the money, but Gu Jinma stopped him. "I'll go. I have some things to take care of." He stood up as he spoke. Zhu Xinghua saw this and didn't argue. He and Wen Songbin returned to their own bunks. "Shuling, I'll go out for a bit and come back soon," Gu Jima told Shin Shuling before stepping out confidently. He had some matters to discuss with the stewardess. Shin Shuling nodded. After Gu Jima's tall figure left, she smiled and asked Anan, Wen Songbin, and Zhu Xinghua, "Have you eaten breakfast? I brought some buns and pancakes from home. We can eat together." She took out 2 lunchboxes from her bag. One was filled with fragrant scallion pancakes, and the other with steamed buns and large buns. When she opened the boxes, the delicious aroma wafted out. The pancakes and buns were still warm, soft, and white, looking very appetizing. The flour for the buns and steamed bread was from Shin Shuling's space. It was high-quality flour, so the buns weren't yellow or gray like those made with inferior flour. The scallion pancakes also smelled very good. Gu Jinma knew Shin Shuling liked oilier pancakes, so she added more oil than usual when making them tastier and better with the green onions. Zhu Xinghua looked at the two large lunchboxes with a dazed expression. The food his sister-in-law brought looked very delicious, and it smelled very good. He was a young man in his early 20s, at an age when he could eat a lot. But he still waved his hand and said, No, sister-in-law, I won't eat. I had breakfast before coming. In the morning, he bought a steamed bun and a cup of soy milk at a state-run restaurant. After a train ride and some trouble, his stomach was empty again, but he felt shy about eating his sister-in-law's and the team leader's food. Anan heard Zhu Xinghua say this and also swallowed her saliva. She said, I won't eat either. My dad and I already had breakfast this morning. She and her dad each ate half a steamed bun, which they bought with money from Grandma. Anan could tell that Grandma didn't like Dad. She didn't feel sad. Instead, she felt happy. It turned out it wasn't her fault, but that Grandma didn't like anyone except her eldest uncle's family. Grandma didn't like her, didn't like Dad, and didn't like Mom. It was not her problem. It was Grandma's problem. Yes, Comrade Shen, we've all already eaten. You don't need to take care of us. When Songbin also kept refusing. That day, Anan still hadn't returned the incense sticks they took. Now how could they eat buns again? Shin Shuling listened to the three of them and could guess what they were thinking. Anan, this one is pork and mustard greens. Try a bite. Shin Shuling directly picked up a big bun and put it into Anan's hand. Anan had just eaten a hawthorn ball. Although it was tasty and appetizing, she was drooling over the bun in her hand. These things won't last until tonight. If we don't share them, they'll spoil, Shin Shuling said. Xiao Zhu was also from the Northwest Military District, apparently a soldier under Gu Jima. As a military wife, she should also get along well with these soldiers. Zhu Xinghua hesitated. He wanted to eat but felt a bit shy. The soft, white buns and dumplings were very tempting, and the scallion pancakes smelled much better than outside. Next to her, Anan couldn't resist taking a bite of the bun. Her eyes immediately lit up, brighter than when she ate the hawthorn ball earlier. Children's mouths are small, but she bit into the filling with one bite. The aroma of broth and meat instantly filled her mouth. Anan opened her mouth and praised, So delicious. I've never eaten such good buns in my life. After saying this in a childish voice, she quickly buried her head and continued eating. Shin Shuling watched Anan eagerly eating, then handed a lunchbox filled with steamed buns to Zhu Xinghua. These buns were made by Jinma. They taste really good. When Zhu Xinghua heard that the buns were made by Gu Tuan, he couldn't hold back and stepped forward to take one. Who would have thought that their usually stern leader could also make buns? Now, he was lucky enough to get one, and this story would be a great thing to brag about for a long time. Zhu Xinghua took a bite of the bun, then nodded constantly, showing it was very delicious. There aren't enough, Shin Shuling said with a smile, watching Zhu Xinghua gobble it up. Jinma and I had already eaten before we left. Zhu Xinghua thought that Gu Tuan's wife was not only beautiful, but also very kind. No wonder Gu Tuan applied for a house right after they got married. Back then, his sister-in-law didn't go to the Northwest because something must have happened, or maybe Gu Tuan upset her. Otherwise, why would she only now be joining the army with him? His sister-in-law was so beautiful and kind-hearted that she didn't fit the description the women in the family courtyard gave her. They said she only went to the Northwest because the conditions there were bad, and they even called her a lady of high society. But she dressed modestly, was gentle and polite, and didn't indulge in luxury or frivolous pursuits. Just one bun changed Zhu Xinghua's opinion of Shin Shuling a lot. Wen Songbin saw that Anan and Zhu Xinghua had finished eating, so he didn't refuse anymore and took a scallion pancake to eat. The aroma of scallions and pork fat filled his mouth, and after one bite, he couldn't help but take a big second bite. Leader Gu's cooking skills are simply amazing. Wen Songbin gave a thumbs up. He wasn't someone who loved rich food, and no matter how tough conditions were, he didn't mind. He would eat until he was full, no more. Wen Songbin's treatment at the factory was quite good, even better than in the army where Gu Jinma was. There weren't many things he could praise, but this was one of them. Shin Shuling watched the three of them eating happily and said with a smile, "There's more if you want to eat." "Before, I never realized how much Leader Gu cared for his wife," Zhu Xinghua said after swallowing the last bite of his bun, feeling a bit emotional. Seeing Leader Gu's serious and stern face, everyone in the army thought he was like that even when dealing with his wife. They never thought he would cook or do such domestic things. But when he saw how gentle and loving Leader Gu looked at his wife, his eyes nearly popped out. If he wasn't still on duty, he would have been so shocked he might have shouted out loud. Shin Shuling listened to Zhu Xinghua and modestly said, "Jima only looked at me because I am pregnant, so he did a little more. She wouldn't be foolish enough to say that Gu Jinma liked her too much. Some things others can say, but she can't. If it got out, who knew what would happen?" Just as she finished speaking, Gu Jinma came back holding snacks and soda. He bought a bottle of soda for himself and some snacks that kids like. He also gave the remaining money to Wen Songbin, combining it with the money for Shin Shuling's and Zhu Xinghua sodas. Gu Jinma divided the soda into individual bottles and put all the snacks in front of Anin. Wow! Anin felt like she was about to faint from happiness. Today was the happiest day of her life since she was born. The sodas were orange-flavored, sweet, and tasty. Anin happily held the glass bottle and sipped it. Shin Shuling sat nearby, also holding a bottle, feeling that the cold soda was very refreshing. "Huh? Annie, are you still reading the newspaper? Can I see it?" Anin asked excitedly while drinking soda, looking at the canvas bag Shin Shuling placed on the bed, her big eyes full of curiosity. Her grandma's house also had newspapers, but she never had the chance to read them. Now, seeing one, she couldn't help but want to look. The canvas bag was in Shin Shuling's hand. It was clean. After entering the room, she casually placed it on the bed. Inside, there was indeed a newspaper, bought earlier that morning at a newsstand near the bus stop.
It had her interview from that day.
Additional update, please leave good reviews and free gifts. Shin Shuling hesitated to take out the newspaper. She felt a bit shy. She bought the newspaper as a backup, thinking that if someone in the residential area was rude, she could use it to confront them. "Auntie, it looks like you're on it," and in soft, excited voice sounded a bit grown-up. Then the little girl looked at her, full of expectation, and asked, "Auntie, can I see this newspaper?" Wen Songbin and Zhu Xinghua also looked at her with curiosity. Gu Jinma also glanced over, his dark eyes gentle and smiling. Shin Shuling cleared her throat, feeling her cheeks flush. "Of course, you can look," Anin cheered happily and eagerly took the newspaper out of the canvas bag. A photo of Shin Shuling and Gu Jinma was shared, along with a picture of Shin Shuling with director Lee and Yi Yuzhen. The two photos were combined, with 8 large characters next to them. "Model comrade, excellent military family." "Wow, Auntie, you're so impressive," Anin said excitedly. Since Anin couldn't read, just looking at Shin Shuling's photo made her gasp in amazement. In her mind, anyone who appeared in the newspaper was a very important person. Shin Shuling gently patted Anin's head. "Anin, you will be very impressive when you grow up. There's also Uncle Gu in the picture. Uncle Gu in his military uniform is so cool. He's really amazing too." Anin's eyes were full of admiration. She now thought Annie was even more impressive than Dad. Next to them, Zhu Xinghua curiously leaned over and exclaimed, "Wow, it's really sister-in-law and Commander Gu. I didn't expect sister-in-law to do so many good deeds and donate so much to the country. She's so dedicated." The newspaper listed all the good deeds Shin Shuling had done, praising her as if she were a beautiful flower, simply too wonderful. After reading it, Zhu Xinghua immediately felt that Commander Gu wasn't quite good enough for sister-in-law. Someone as selfless and noble as her should marry a more perfect man. But who could be more perfect than Commander Gu? It seemed their military district no longer existed. Besides being a bit stern, Commander Gu was good in every way. Still, he might not quite match sister-in-law, whose ideals were so high. Looking at the kind and beautiful Shin Shuling, and then at the cold-faced Commander Gu standing nearby, Zhu Xinghua kept thinking, what a pity. He also secretly decided that in the future, if anyone in the army dared to gossip about sister-in-law, he would be the first to oppose it. Comrade Shin's character is truly noble and worth learning from, Wen Songbin said after reading the newspaper, showing a look of admiration. As someone who also served the country, he knew he could never reach Shin Shuling's level. Annan clapped her hands happily. Annie is so amazing. I want to learn from Annie and grow up to be as impressive as her. The little girl didn't understand what Shin Shuling had done. She simply thought being reported in the newspaper made her the most impressive person. Shin Shuling's face turned red from the praise. She felt a little embarrassed. Gu Jinma saw that his wife looked a bit embarrassed. He spoke in a serious tone. It takes 3 days to travel from Shueisha City to the northwest. I will now tell you what to watch out for during these 3 days. When everyone heard it was about the trip, their attention shifted from Shin Shuling to this matter. We will only stay in the sleeping car. If you want to go to other cars, I or Xiao Zhu must accompany you. Otherwise, you can't go alone no matter what happens, Gu Jinma explained several precautions. Annan and Wen Songbin listened carefully. Shin Shuling quietly relaxed and, after putting away her newspaper, took off her shoes and lay down on the bed. It was already 10 o'clock, and she had been up since 6. After such a long day, she felt a little tired. The train's clattering sound made her drowsy, and soon she fell asleep. Gu Jinma kept watching Shin Shuling. When he saw she was asleep, he immediately got up, covered her with a blanket, and adjusted the fan in the compartment to avoid blowing directly on her face. When Annan saw Shin Shuling was asleep, so she closed her little mouth and stopped chattering. She had heard that pregnant women need rest, and her aunt's belly was carrying a little sister. She needed to rest well so her sister could be healthy. The compartment became quiet. When Songbin took out a book from his bag to read, and also gave Annan a drawing book and pencils, telling her to sit by the window and draw. Shin Shuling woke up again at 4 in the afternoon. She had slept deeply and felt surprisingly well rested. When she woke, she smelled the aroma of food. Gu Jinma and the others had bought a lunchbox and left it for her. They had already eaten, but they kept a portion for her. She instinctively looked for the man. She saw his tall figure sitting on an empty bed, reading a book. Zhu Xinghua sat in the corner, guarding the door. When Annan and her father were lying on the bed, also asleep, Shin Shuling moved slightly and touched her belly. As soon as she moved, Gu Jinma looked up at her and asked, "You're awake? Do you want to get up and eat something? I saved a portion for you." Shin Shuling was indeed hungry. She sat up and said, "I need to go to the bathroom first. I'll come back and eat." Before the train, she drank more than half a glass of water. After getting on, she drank a bottle of soda. Now she really needed to go to the bathroom. Gu Jinma stood up and went to her bed, gently helping her to her feet.
"I'll take you there," he said.
It was because of the task, but he also felt uneasy leaving her alone inside. Shin Shuling didn't refuse. Just as she was about to head to the door, Annan's sweet voice rang out, "Andy, I want to go with you." Annan had drunk almost 2 bottles of soda, and she also finished most of her dad's half-empty bottle. She drank a lot of water during the meal earlier, and now she felt very uncomfortable and stuffy after waking up. "Annan, wait for Uncle Gu to carry you," Shin Shuling said, a little worried. The little girl was sleeping on the top bunk. If she fell, it wouldn't be good. Gu Jinma quickly walked to Annan's bed and easily lifted her down. His movements were very relaxed. After she was on the ground, her eyes sparkled as she praised him. Wow, Uncle Gu is so amazing because of her past experience of living with others, and it was very good at flattering people. Sometimes, making her grandma happy was enough to get a good meal. Shin Shuling smiled softly, feeling amused. She lowered her voice and said, "Let's go. We need to use the bathroom." The big and small held hands as they walked down the corridor, with Gu Jinma following behind them. The bathroom was at the entrance of the carriage, hidden behind dark curtains. On the other side, a crew member was standing guard. Just a curtain apart, they could hear the sounds of children crying and adults talking. Shin Shuling pushed open the bathroom door for Annan to go in first. She waited outside, while Gu Jinma kept a respectful distance about 5 meters away. This spot was just right, not too close, not too far. If anything happened, he could rush in immediately. Soon, Anin finished washing her hands. When she came out, her small hands were still wet, showing she had washed them carefully. She was a very clean little girl. Before Shin Shuling went in, Gu Jinma couldn't help but remind her softly, "If anything happens, just call me. I'll be outside, so don't feel shy." He thought Shin Shuling's belly looked a bit big. The train's bathroom was small, and he was worried she might feel uncomfortable with her pregnancy. If something went wrong, it wouldn't be good. Shin Shuling looked at the serious man and thought to herself, this person really is frowning and acting flirty at the same time. Then she turned and went into the bathroom, and then stood at the door, squinting her eyes happily. Uncle Gu Yu and Auntie's relationship is really good. She even cared about her parents' bathroom visits. Gu Jinma was teased by the young girl, but he didn't feel embarrassed. His expression remained unchanged. Soon after, Shin Shuling came out of the bathroom. She said to Anin, who was waiting nearby, "All right, let's go back." After saying that, she took Anin's hand and walked toward their sleeping compartment. Seeing this, Gu Jinma also started to walk back. At this moment, outside the carriage separated by a curtain, suddenly there was a loud commotion and screams. Shin Shuling's heart tightened. Without turning her head, she tightly held Anin's hand and hurried forward. It was obvious something was wrong in the neighboring compartment. The man in front stopped immediately and looked sharply behind her and Anin. The dark curtain was pulled aside, and a crew member, holding her arm, shouted sharply, "Be careful, there's a kidnapper with a knife." Shin Shuling's back went cold. Almost immediately, she saw a shadow rushing toward her and Anin, but Gu Jinma's tall figure quickly intervened and fought with the attacker. Then several crew members and a woman rushed over. The woman led the charge, kicking the kidnapper hard. Once, twice, 3 times. "Let go of the child. You're a terrible person. You're not human," yelled Yi Yuzhen as she fiercely beat the kidnapper, who was controlled by Gu Jinma. She hated the kidnapper with all her heart. Her child had been abandoned by Mei and handed over to the kidnapper. She hoped every kidnapper would be caught and sentenced to death. "Calm down, Auntie. You're going to hurt someone. If you keep hitting, she won't be able to tell us her accomplices," a crew member gently persuaded Yi Yuzhen, trying to pull her back. This auntie was fierce. The kidnapper, who was pressed to the ground, was discovered by her. She wasn't afraid of the kidnapper's knife and rushed forward, beating him until he ran around the carriage. Of course, her hand was also cut and injured. Standing nearby, Shin Shuling, holding Anin close to the wall, finally realized that the woman beating the kidnapper was Yi Yuzhen. The kidnapper being beaten was the middle-aged woman who had asked her for water earlier that morning before entering the waiting hall. At this moment, the middle-aged woman was firmly pressed to the ground by Gu Jinma. The fruit knife she held had fallen nearby, and she looked very disheveled. Although she had been restrained, her eyes were still very fierce as she stared angrily at Yi Yuzhen, who was being pulled away by several crew members. If it weren't for this woman, she wouldn't have been caught. People traffickers usually face the death penalty if caught, and the middle-aged woman knew this very well, which is why she hated Yi Yuzhen so much. "Comrade, thank you for your help. Now just hand her over to us." A police officer approached and spoke to Gu Jinma. This officer had just told them earlier that there was a suspicious person on the train and asked them to check carefully. And this officer looked trained, with a very cold aura, likely a soldier. Some of the crew members had military backgrounds, so they could guess a little about military personnel. Gu Jinma handed the trafficker over to the police, and the crew organized the onlookers to return to their seats. Yi Yuzhen's hand was cut by the fruit knife, and she needed to be treated for her wound. Before leaving, she looked over at Shin Shuling. After Gu Jinma and the others dispersed, they returned to Shin Shuling and Anin. He looked at Shin Shuling, who was crouched down holding Anin, and his heart softened. He stepped forward and crouched down, softly asking, "Shuling, are you okay?" She was pregnant now, and he was worried she might be frightened by the trafficker earlier. The book said that extreme fright could cause bleeding and, in severe cases, even miscarriage. Thinking of this, his heart clenched with worry. Shin Shuling shook her head. She hugged Anin, who was trembling and crying in her arms, and said, "Don't worry about me. I'm fine and not scared." The man's eyes and expression showed concern, which warmed her heart. After saying that, she gently stroked An's fluffy head, her tone becoming a little worried. Anin seems to be scared. Since earlier, Anin had been lying in her arms, trembling as if she was very frightened. She could also feel that her clothes were soaked with tears from, and in seeing this, Gu Jinma said, "Give Anin to me. I'll hold her and take her back." Shuling was pregnant and couldn't carry Anin easily. She saw Anin tightly holding onto her and worried that this might hurt her baby. Shuling also thought about this, but when she slightly loosened her hold, Anin immediately started crying loudly. Don't. I don't want to be sold to traffickers. I will listen. I will be good. I won't be greedy anymore. I won't eat so much." The little girl burst into sad tears, saying things that made people feel very sorry for her. She didn't want her grandmother to sell her. She promised to be good and obedient. When Shuling heard what Anin was saying, her heart tightened. Anger and pity filled her at the same time. Anin was a very well-behaved child, but now she seemed to be overwhelmed by what had happened. Shuling couldn't even imagine how her so-called grandmother treated her. At that moment, when Songbin hurried over from the room, his eyes were red, and he squatted on the ground, trembling as he spoke. "Anin, Daddy will hold you. We're not at Grandma's house anymore. Can Daddy hold you and take you back? Earlier, there was chaos in the corridor because of the traffickers." When Songbin was awakened and learned that Anin was still outside, he wanted to rush out immediately, but was stopped by Zhu Xinghua. He had a special identity, and with Gu Jinma outside, nothing would happen. He waited anxiously inside until he heard An's cries of pain. Then he rushed out without hesitation. Seeing Anin trembling and curled up in Shuling's arms, he felt heartbroken. After when Songbin finished speaking, Anin didn't loosen her grip on Shuling. Instead, she trembled even more, as if recalling something even more frightening. Shuling looked at Gu Jinma, who was worried, and said, "I will carry Anin back. You help hold her from behind." Their sleeping carriage wasn't far away. She had washed herself with spiritual spring water, so it was easy to carry a weak 6-year-old girl. Gu Jinma looked at Anin trembling in Shuling's arms. His face was serious and worried, but he didn't say anything. An's current state clearly showed she was overwhelmed. Separating her from Shuling might make her react even worse, and hurting her would also hurt Shuling. "Shuling, I am holding you. Take your time to stand up," Gu Jinma said as he prepared to help Shin Shuling up from her crouched position. Shin Shuling was already pregnant and had been kneeling on the ground for a while. She was holding a little girl in her arms, and her legs had gone numb. She gently patted Anin's head and softly said, "Anin, Auntie will carry you back to the bed to rest now. But your little hands are squeezing Auntie's belly, and it makes the baby inside uncomfortable. Can you loosen your grip a little? Otherwise, it will be hard for Auntie to stand, and the baby will feel upset." Her tone was very gentle, without any impatience. The little girl was holding her hand tightly, as if afraid she might be taken away. Although Anin was scared, when she heard Shin Shuling say she would carry her back and that the baby was uncomfortable, she endured her fear and obediently loosened her grip. Seeing that Anin's hold on her had lessened, Shin Shuling finally stood up with Gu Jinma's help behind her. She carried Anin towards the compartment of the bed. Gu Jinma supported her waist with one hand and placed his other hand on Anin's back to help protect her. When Songbin quickly followed beside them, his eyes full of pain and sadness. He didn't dare to think about why Anin was so overwhelmed, nor what his parents and older brother's family might have done to her. Shin Shuling sat with Anin on the bed. The door of the compartment was closed by Zhu Xinghua, blocking out the noise outside. Anin, who had been trembling with fear, finally calmed down a little, but she still refused to come out of Shin Shuling's arms. When Songbin felt very upset and gently comforted her, "Anin, do you want to come to Daddy? Daddy will hold you." Auntie is pregnant now, so she can't hold you all the time. He felt both pity for Anin and worry that she might hurt Shin Shuling's belly. It was better not to say anything, but when Anin heard when Songbin say this, her whole body started trembling again violently, accompanied by crying and sobbing. Don't sell me away. I will be good, and listen. I don't want daddy anymore. I don't want daddy anymore. Anin's small, trembling voice was heartbreaking, and even Gu Jinma's eyes showed some emotion. When Songbin's eyes, red and teary, shed tears. He was helpless and heartbroken, not knowing what to do, or what he could do. Anin is so cute and well-behaved. How could anyone think of selling you? Selling people is also illegal and will get you caught by the police, uncle. Shin Shuling gently patted Anin's back and spoke softly to comfort her. Gu Jinma also lowered his voice and reassured her. Uncle Zhu and I are soldiers. With us here, no one can take you away. Yes, Anin, we have already left Grandma's house. From now on, we won't go back, never again. When Songbin's voice choked with emotion. He was promising Anin and also making a decision for himself. From now on, he would settle down with Anin at his workplace. After everyone comforted Anin, her trembling body finally calmed down. When she looked up from Shin Shuling's embrace, her big, bright eyes were already red and swollen. The little girl's eyes showed fear and despair beyond her age, like a small kitten afraid of being abandoned. Looking at Wen Songbin, Anin seemed to just come back to herself. She asked cautiously, almost in disbelief, Dad, will we really never go back again? After asking, she felt like a bad girl. Fear and shame mixed in her heart, and she couldn't help but bury her head. Yes, Anin, we won't go back. Never again. From now on, Dad will take care of you, Wen Songbin said seriously, looking at her. Hearing her dad's affirmation, Anin's shame was replaced by happiness. She smiled easily and nodded firmly. I will follow Dad from now on. Her anxious and scared heart gradually calmed. As she looked at her guilty and caring father, her vision blurred, and her tears started to fall again. But this time, her tears weren't from fear or fright, only from feeling wronged and happy. Anin took the initiative to leave Shin Shuling's arms and open her hands to rush into Wen Songbin's embrace. Dad. Wen Songbin caught her steadily and held her tightly, choking up as he said, From now on, Dad will be here. Dad will always be with you. You won't have to live the old life anymore. Anin felt her dad's warm, magical hug, which seemed to chase away all her fears and unhappiness. For the first time, she understood why other children are so happy every day. It turns out that having a dad by your side really makes you very happy. When Songbin carefully took Anin into his bed and gently wiped her face clean, Gu Jinma walked over to Shin Shuling and asked, Shall I take you to change your clothes? Then we can go eat. Shin Shuling's top was soaked with Anin's tears. Wearing wet clothes for a long time was uncomfortable and might even cause a cold. She was pregnant now, so if she got sick, she would have to endure it. Just thinking about it made her feel upset. Shin Shuling took a black short-sleeve shirt and dark blue 9-point pants from her canvas bag. She followed Gu Jinma to leave the compartment. The sleeping berth was small, with no space to change clothes. If she wanted to change, she had to go to the bathroom. Auntie, I'm sorry. I got your clothes dirty. Anin, being held by Wen Songbin, said in a muffled voice, feeling embarrassed and guilty. She felt bad for dirtying her auntie's clothes, especially since her auntie was so kind to her. Shin Shuling looked at the red-nosed, teary-eyed Anin and smiled. It's not your fault. Auntie doesn't blame you. Hugging me shows you trust and like me, and I like you too. After saying that, she winked at Anin with a playful look to help ease the mood. Anin's guilt disappeared, and her tone became happier. When we get to Dad's house, I will write letters to Auntie often. When the baby in Auntie's belly is born, she will be a big sister. She plans to share her favorite candies and stuffed toys with her. Thinking about this, Anin's big eyes filled with anticipation. Shin Shuling smiled. I will reply to every letter you write, and you are always welcome to come visit me and play. Both families lived in the Northwest. Although it was a bit far, she thought there was still a chance to meet. This time, Gu Jinma took Shen Shuling to another, more distant bathroom. It was at the very end of the sleeping area, about a minute's walk away, and the bathroom was quite small. After Shen Shuling changed her clothes, she heard hurried footsteps and Zhu Xinghua's anxious voice. Gu Tuan, something has happened.